Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sitting on the edge of an empty ship, Bai Yu took a deep breath. Pirates really do love robbery and treasure. The young man gripped the hilt of his sword, staring blankly at the endless sea. Though he was just a small cadre aboard this fearsome vessel, the ship he stood on was a nightmare for both the Navy and pirates alike. This was no ordinary crew, this was the Rocks Pirates. A band of monsters and legends, a crew that many believed had the best chance to dominate the entire world. Many aboard this ship would go on to shape history itself. Bai Yu, however, had no such grand ambitions. He wasn't from this world. A traverser, thrown into the era of chaos, he had already spent 3 years struggling to survive. 2 of those years were dedicated to learning swordsmanship, progressing at a terrifying pace thanks to his natural talent. So how did he end up here? Simple, he had no choice. He was captured by Rakshaw, Xebec after unintentionally gaining some fame for hunting pirates. One moment he was celebrating his success, and the next, he was standing aboard the most infamous pirate ship in history. This was not the life he wanted. Bai Yu dreamed of a peaceful existence, far from bloodshed and chaos. He had one life, who knew if he'd get another chance to reincarnate. But against rocks, defiance meant death. So he played along, keeping a low profile, biding his time. Survival first. One day, he would outlive rocks and finally live the stable life he longed for. Until then, he would remain a shadow among monsters. A conversation with a future legend. Bai Yu, still guarding the ship this time? Don't you want to join in the plundering? A deep, hearty voice broke Bai Yu's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw a tall, burly man with golden curls and a massive nagamaki resting beside him. The man took a long swig of rum, his powerful frame relaxed, yet radiating an overwhelming presence. Edward Newgate. The future Whitebeard. One of the strongest men in the world, and one of the few people Bai Yu respected aboard this ship. I'm not interested in looting, Bai Yu replied casually, his gaze returning to the sea. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? Then what does interest you? The young swordsman beside him was unlike the rest of the crew. He didn't crave wealth, power, or infamy. He was different, just like Whitebeard himself. Unlike the other pirates, Newgate didn't care for gold or destruction. He sought only one thing: family. That belief made him an outlier among the Rocks Pirates, and it was through sheer strength alone that he held his place as one of the crew's strongest cadres. Bai Yu, on the other hand, had a different reputation. Among the Rocks Pirates, he was known as the stingiest man on board. Not because he lacked strength, his swordsmanship was among the best, but because he hoarded every bit of treasure he earned, refusing to spend a single coin. He never took part in pillaging, yet Rocks tolerated him. Why? Because every time the crew fought, Bai Yu was allowed to keep everything except for devil fruits. He even had the privilege of selling any obtained fruits for more wealth, something usually reserved for the highest-ranking members. This special treatment proved one thing: Rocks saw potential in him. But Bai Yu had no desire for power. What I'm interested in. Bai Yu finally spoke, his tone indifferent. Does it really matter? I'm not a pirate. Whitebeard smirked. Then why are you on this ship? Bai Yu's face darkened. Damn it. If only he had the strength to fight Rocks. For now, he could only swallow his frustration. People in the world don't always get to choose their fate. Whitebeard chuckled but said nothing more. Though their interactions were rare, he had taken an interest in Bai Yu. As the two outliers aboard the ship, they shared an unspoken understanding. The weight of strength. After another successful plunder, the Rocks Pirates set sail once again. The deck was filled with laughter and celebration, even as injured crewmates tended to their wounds. Some had lost limbs, others their lives, yet spirits remained high. Amidst the chaos, Bai Yu sat quietly, gripping his sword, his thoughts elsewhere. Across from him, Whitebeard joined him once again, setting his blade down as they both stared at the endless sea. Their silent moment did not go unnoticed. From a distance, a pirate with twin swords at his waist watched them with a frown. TCH. Whitebeard got to him first. The man was Golden Lion Shiki, another one of Rock's strongest fighters. He would one day become a legendary pirate, a name feared across the Grand Line. Here, aboard the Rocks Pirates, The crew was filled with monsters of the next era. But Bai Yu wasn't interested in any of them. All he cared about was one thing: his future. If only Rox would just die already. He had saved enough money, just waiting for the right moment to escape. One day, Garp and Roger would arrive, and the Rox pirates would fall. When that moment came, Bai Yu would disappear. A long-awaited change. Ding dong. A sudden, cold mechanical voice rang in Bai Yu's mind. His entire body tensed, his hand instinctively gripping his sword. An aura of sharpness exploded from him, startling even Whitebeard beside him. Newgate's eyes narrowed. Oh? So you were hiding this much strength? In an instant, Bai Yu suppressed his energy, returning to his usual lazy demeanor. Whitebeard observed him for a moment, then looked toward Rox in the distance. Meanwhile, Bai Yu's heart raced. A system? Now! After 3 years. Do you know how I've been living these past 3 years? Every day was filled with fear, walking a tightrope between life and death. And now? Now his golden finger had finally arrived. Bai Yu's eyes gleamed with a hidden light. The Rox pirates wouldn't last much longer. And when they fell, he would finally be free. Bai Yu wasn't exaggerating when he said the Rox pirates were doomed. Even at their peak, when they were the strongest crew in the world, they still mysteriously disappeared, erased from history. Right now, the Rox pirates ruled the seas, a plague upon the Navy and other pirates alike. Even Gold Roger, the future pirate king, was still just a rising name in the New World, not yet the legendary figure who would usher in the Great Pirate Era. By the original timeline, this crew's downfall was only a matter of time. But that didn't change the undeniable fact: they were a terrifying force. A monster among monsters. Having reached the level of a great swordsman, Bai Yu had earned his place among the top 10 strongest in the crew. He might have been a small cadre, but his true strength was beyond most. Even Dracul Mihawk, the future world's strongest swordsman, would struggle to take him down in a short fight. A vice admiral of the Navy? Not even worth his time. He could easily handle them. Only high-tier warlords or greater stood a chance against him. But that was nothing special on this ship. The Rox pirates had at least 10 individuals who could annihilate entire fleets single-handedly. Golden Lion Shiki. Edward Whitebeard Newgate. Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom. Silver Axe. Captain John. Wang Ji. Rox D. Xebec. Each of them had strength comparable to, or surpassing, an admiral. Even Kaido, the future strongest creature, was just a rookie trainee on board. If the Rox pirates weren't filled with internal strife, conquering the world wouldn't be a dream, it would be inevitable. Thankfully, Rox was strong, but a terrible leader. His every man for himself approach meant that no one trusted each other. The only person everyone respected was Rox himself, and even that was because he was too powerful to challenge. Bai Yu shuddered as he thought about it. Because he had done something incredibly stupid. He challenged Rox. The result? A complete disaster. Even the strongest members of the crew couldn't defeat him, they were utterly crushed. That kind of strength gave Rox absolute authority over the crew. Bai Yu had no choice but to stay low-key and wait for the inevitable collapse. A new path opens. Suddenly, a mechanical notification rang in his mind. Ding. Bai Yu has joined the Multiversal Mutual Assistance Group chat, and is now a member. Bai Yu blinked. What? The hell? A group chat? Wait, shouldn't he be the group leader? Isn't this his golden finger? The strange group chat members. Before he could react, a flurry of messages flooded the chat. True Eye of the Evil King. At Bai Yu, welcome new members. I am the true Eye of the Evil King. Kneel before my power. Emotionless Assassin. At Bai Yu, welcome. The one above me is a real boss. Need a haircut? I'll give you a discount. Don't Billion. At Bai Yu, welcome. New members must introduce themselves and post a picture. Strongest Sorcerer. At Bai Yu, welcome. I'm Gojo Satoru, the strongest in my world. Bai Yu stared blankly at the chat, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What kind of group did he just enter? He glanced at the usernames. True Eye of the Evil King. Was this Rika Takanashi from Chunibyu? Emotionless Assassin. Was this the dude from Scissor 7? Don't Billion. This had to be Zhang Chulon from Under One Person. Strongest Sorcerer. Gojo Satoru. Bai Yu's expression darkened. Damn it. Not only was he not the group leader, but his dream of using the group rules to charm women was completely ruined. What kind of cheat ability was this supposed to be? Feeling mentally exhausted, Bai Yu sighed. Fine. I'll just be a normal group member and continue being a salted fish. At least in the One Piece world, he could continue being a hidden powerhouse, avoiding troublesome titles like Four Emperors or Fleet Admiral. Let others deal with the bloodshed and responsibilities. All that mattered was survival. A long-awaited reward. Before he could close the chat, a new notification appeared. Ding. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Bai Yu's golden finger was delayed by 3 years, leading to the loss of his group leader position. As compensation, Bai Yu will receive a selection of exclusive rewards. Bai Yu perked up immediately. Finally, some justice. A list of 4 choices appeared. Embarrass Rocks D. Xebec. Task: spill wine on rocks at the next banquet. Reward: max level talent in all sword arts. Yeah, no. Bai Yu didn't want talent that badly. Provoke Golden Lion Shiki. Task: challenge Shiki to a duel. Reward: a peerless beauty. TCH. Women will only slow down my sword. Kill Kaido. Task: assassinate Kaido, currently a trainee. Reward: power equal to the strongest pirate in history. This was tempting. Kaido was still young and inexperienced. Even if Bai Yu killed him, Rocks wouldn't care much. Potential meant nothing when compared to current strength. But then he saw the 4th option. Kiss Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom, at her most beautiful moment. Reward: immortality buff, infinite resurrection. Bai Yu stared at the last choice, then laughed hysterically. Of course, the best is always saved for last. Even though Big Mom was a monster in the future, right now, she was young, tall, and stunning. This wasn't even a question. I choose the 4th option. Ding. The system is activating. You have 1 hour to complete the mission. Failure to complete the task will result in the reward being permanently lost. Bai Yu's smirk widened. A true warrior must dare to face hardship head-on. He wasn't about to let immortality slip away.
There is still a time limit. It seems that the arrow had to be sent on Xian. And this golden finger, who was 3 years late, is really awesome, and he simply sacrificed himself. The immortal and immortal buff obtained by a system sacrifice, not to mention how powerful it is, at least it is absolutely impossible to kill him if it exists in general. Bai Yu moved in the direction of Baybeard and cautiously probed the cadres on this ship, who has a good relationship with Charlotte Lingling. Whitebeard looked at him curiously, and persuaded, that mad woman is terrifying in strength and temperamental. No one on the boat, except Captain Locks and her group, wants to approach her. I advise you not to provoke her. You are not her opponent now. Bai Yu nodded, got up and took a bottle of wine he had specially brewed from somewhere, and generously gave it to Baybeard. The 4 strongest future emperors drank unceremoniously and shouted, "Good wine? I have never drunk such a good wine. Very heroic." Seeing Bai Yu walking towards Charlotte Lingling, Baybeard finished drinking, and picked up the naginata in his hand and followed. Sometimes a man's friendship is as simple as that. It doesn't require much words, and they didn't even say a few words while guarding the boat, but this is the man, especially the Whitebeard who values loyalty and wine. Bai Yu condescendingly looked down at Charlotte Lingling, only to see the white flowers and deep grooves. Deserves to be the future 4 emperors, really powerful, at least as powerful as G. This attractive and good-looking beauty with a cowboy hat was sitting on the boat board with a big grin and noticed someone coming. The lips were red as blood, and the smooth and firm face was looking at her. The most eye-catching thing about this man is his eyes. There are almost no whites in the eyes, like crow pupils. Charlotte Lingling, who drank a little from the top, her face flushed and winks like a silk, smiled indifferently and said, "Isn't this little brother Bai Yu? Why, do you want to have a drink with me?" Locks, who was sturdy, tall, and burly with a scar on his face, frowned. Seeing the atmosphere of something wrong, he said, "Xiao Yu, I'm all a man on a boat. Don't go too far. If Lingling really has, we can discuss what is wrong." Locks stared at Baybeard, then looked at Bai Yu again. These 2 people are not his opponents when they join forces. But the 2 teamed up to fight Charlotte Lingling and her men, enough to knock the ship upside down. When the time comes, the loss of a ship will be small, and the loss of cadres will be big. A small dwarf pointed at Bai Yu and shouted, "Bai Yu, are you crazy? You are just a small cadre, and you dare to disrespect Lingling. She is one of the strongest cadres. Talk about it." Bai Yu's voice was clear and crisp, extremely magnetic, and his black eyes projected to the long loaf. This voice and eyes seemed to have some magical power. Although it was very light, it floated into the ears of everyone on the court, causing Charlotte Lingling and the group to have an inexplicable sense of fear. This is obviously just a small cadre. Why is there such a momentum and courage? "Captain Locks, I have something to do with Lingling, and I won't let you bother." Bai Yu put away his cold and evil temperament and eyes, and said such a sentence. That's good. Locks didn't care too much, as long as he didn't cause too much trouble. No one on the boat could beat him anyway. I really can't solve it when the time comes, so he will fight with the cadres again. "Brother Bai Yu, I remember that you were not talking on the boat. If you hadn't talked to Captain Locks, I almost thought you were dumb." Charlotte Lingling woke up most of the time and went straight. staring at Bai Yu. Are you trying to take my place? Wouldn't it be that you think I am a woman? Bai Yu took out the dessert he made, which was the dessert he was going to eat next. Dessert? Is it for me? The drunk beauty showed a surprised look, cast a wink at Bai Yu, and couldn't wait to reach out for this delicious-looking dessert. The Whitebeard standing beside him couldn't understand what it meant. Bai Yu's actions were too weird in his eyes. He was obviously a serious expression, and he felt like he was going to fight Charlotte Lingling. What's the situation? Charlotte Lingling ate the dessert in her hand and was reminiscing about the delicacy just now. This dessert is different from all the desserts she has eaten. Although it is not the best, the texture and taste are very unique, and it is endless aftertaste. It's so beautiful. Before she finished speaking, she couldn't speak. Her mouth was blocked tightly. Bai Yu unexpectedly leaned down and kissed it decisively while Charlotte Lingling was still eating dessert. A scorching breath hits his face, and his warm and moist lips pressed against each other. The beauty under her body did not push him away for a while. After a long time, the lips separated. Charlotte Lingling flushed her face, tears in her eyes. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com seems to be held back for a long time. When she came back to her senses, Bai Yu had already ran behind locks, holding the sword in both hands and looking at the sea, with an expression of rain and me. Many cadres on the boat looked at Bai Yu speechlessly, but he was like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, and he didn't care about everyone's gaze. Locks put down the wine glass tremblingly, preparing for Charlotte Lingling's madness. If this little guy Bai Yu wants a woman, just say no to him. You can get back a bunch of nice women on any island. I also blamed him for not discovering it earlier. After all, he was also a 16-year-old boy. It was when he was curious about this aspect, and there were not many women on the boat, so Lingling was the only one who looked good. Baybeard watched Bai Yu's wave of operations fiercely, and as a result he ran faster than anyone else. Subconsciously he couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yu hiding behind locks, his face was not changed, and his heart beat quickly. This is the first time he died, and the first time he took his life improperly. If it weren't for the system, he would never do such an imprudent thing. But the kiss just now was pretty good. Lips are soft, moist, sweet, with a somewhat intoxicating smell of alcohol. The taste is excellent, and it is endless aftertaste. Charlotte Lingling at this age is in the most beautiful years. She is plump but not bloated, and she has no future idea of wanting to create all nations. Charlotte Lingling had no such thoughts before the Los Angeles pirates disappeared. So no man in Charlotte Lingling at this time dared to approach her. Bai Yu was the first man to take her first kiss. To prevent another accident in the system, he deliberately kissed for a long time before letting go. When ran, the drawing was so long that the crew on the ship was stunned. Charlotte Lingling's loaf looked at Lingling who was forced to kiss, and then at a pair of white feathers hiding behind Captain Locks. Longbread's face turned pale with fright in an instant, and her legs trembled, for fear that Lingling who ran away next would tear him to pieces. This kid is so dare. A small cadre actually did such a crime. This man named Bai Yu is thinking of women going crazy? This is Charlotte Lingling, and Locks personally invited the officers on board. Jahahahaha Bai Yu, you really have courage. This is the courage that ordinary people dare not do, but you did it. The Golden Lion's iconic laughter came over. If it weren't for Locke's ship, he was just a cadre on Locke's ship. In other situations, a sentence will be added after the character of the Golden Lion. Bai Yu, with your ability and courage, accompany me to conquer the world, and let the whole world tremble under our feet. But facing Locks, the Golden Lion dare not say the rest. Kohahahaha, it seems that the task of guarding the ship on the ship also makes Bai Yu feel lonely. Charlotte Lingling is indeed very good looking. You have a good eye, Baybeard said boldly, completely indifferent. What will happen next? Facing the ridicule of Golden Lion and Whitebeard, Longbread didn't dare to say any strong words at all. The strength and status of the two big pirates in front of them are even higher than Lingling. In the Rocks Pirates group, they are the cadres with the closest strength to Captain Locks. Rocks haha laughed, and asked tentatively, Lingling, this kid is really out of line, but it will inevitably be like this after holding back for a long time. The main reason is that Lingling is too attractive. This kid can, it's weird if you can hold it back. Why don't you look at my face and let this kid go by a yard this time? What do you think? Lingling. Charlotte Lingling, as a powerful presence on the Rocks pirate ship, Rocks will also respect him. Is like people of the same level, and the other party is entitled to be treated equally. Locks is not a fool, but his personality is too arrogant, and his opponents are extremely laissez-faire, allowing them to freely develop their forces and form gangs. The relationship between the crew members under his hands is extremely poor, except for the people of the same faction, who fought openly and secretly, and each had a ghost. The Valley of the Gods made the Rocks pirates completely disappear in history, which can be said to be excusable. There are too many powerful and ambitious pirates on this ship. Bai Yu, what do you say? I kissed a flower on our boat, is there nothing to say? Locks put his eyes on him. Bai Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable. Locks is a very clever and powerful pirate, which is why he has not dared to escape from the Locks pirate ship. The members of the ship are not that Locks doesn't want to control, but that they can't control it at all. With forceful pressure, it is very likely that contradictions will erupt more quickly. Even with strong force, it is impossible to suppress the ambitions of this group of big pirates. If you don't kill them all, the desires of those big pirates will always be ready to move, and will never go out. Playing the emotional card is something that you can't even think about. Lox knows better than anyone what the cadres on his ship are. It is almost impossible to unite with emotion. He can only indulge these pirates to the greatest extent. Once the crew under his hand has made a decision, he will only intervene if he crosses the bottom line. This is currently the best way to manage this ship, so the life of the handyman on the Rock's pirate ship is worthless, and the trainee crew is not worth much compared to the cadres. Locke's pirate ship has more than 30 cadres, Bai Yu is one of them, and Lox's most respected one. Bai Yu has no ambitions, has a great vision and pattern, and his brain is very bright. At first, Bai Yu was tricked by Lox into getting a boat on board. It was when Lox was just going out to sea, he was aggressively recruiting famous big pirates, and he personally invited some famous big pirates. Bai Yu went hunting and went back to receive the bounty, so he drank in the bar. As a result, the door of the bar was kicked by someone else. That man is Lox, and he yelled as soon as he entered, "Give me a good drink, and I want to entertain this little brother." Bai Yu somehow drank with this lunatic for a long time. When the madman asked him what he thought of the sea and the pattern of the world, "Why did this lunatic come to me?" Bai Yu, who noticed the unfathomable strength of this person, uttered his own opinions indiscriminately, and explained his previous understanding of the pirates, the navy, the world government, and the Tianlong people. "Come out." Lox was silent, and kept drinking with his head covered. After drinking, "Bai Yu, you come with me to conquer the world, let us subvert the world government, command the entire sea, do whatever we want, we will be the future king of the world." There was a deafening, but visceral voice spread all over the bar. I remember that the people in the bar were laughing at Lox that day. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com laughed at this pirate who didn't know the heights in their eyes. Bai Yu was aware of the boldness of the person in front of him, and was instantly infected by this person. At that time, there was a moment when I wanted to agree to this person and accompany him to wander in the sea. Fortunately, the car stopped in time. "Don't go, it's too dangerous to be a pirate. I just want to mess around." Then, Lox ushered in a severe beating, and afterwards they invited him to drink again and invited him again. "Come with me out to sea. The sea is the home of men. Let us conquer the world. Even if we fail halfway, I will take you to leave a name in history, so that everyone in the future will remember that there was such a pirates. I will lead you to become a legend in history." Lao Tzu is Lox. Bai Yu can't remember what he did that day, only remember that day when he saw a real king, and broke out for the first time domineering. Since that day, he has joined the Rock's pirates, and the overlord color on him has not disappeared, but he was afraid of death, and regretted that he had boarded this thief ship countless times, and kept making excuses for himself. The excuse is that day he succumbed to Lox's lewdness, and was afraid of being hacked to death before boarding the ship. The person who boarded the ship must have succumbed to Lox like him, and finally boarded the ship. Well, since the captain has spoken to him like this, he will be lucky this time. Charlotte Lingling didn't make a move and gave the captain this face. "But this kid has to take a sword from me, otherwise, I won't have the prestige before my hand. It's just a sword, I took it." Bai Yu's plain words came out, with a faint smile on his face. "Bai Yu, you finally don't hide anymore." "Ha ha ha," Lox laughed and said, "With your strength, it is enough to block Lingling." Charlotte Lingling heard the captain's words. She looked at Bai Yu, who seemed to be confident. It seemed that this little man had hidden his strength, otherwise a little cadre could not stop her sword. Baybeard stood aside very interested in this matter. Even the Golden Lion's eyes were on Bai Yu. These people on the boat rarely saw Bai Yu make a move. A big sea pirate on the boat came straight over. He was very interested in this competition. Wang Ji is a pirate from a mysterious eastern country. He is powerful and possesses the strength of a top swordsman. He is also a sailor of the Rock's pirate group. When it comes to swordsmanship, it is inferior to that of the Golden Lion. In Bai Yu's eyes, he is qualified to compete for the position of the world's largest swordsman. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Wang Ji seemed to have disappeared, and the Golden Lion became the world's largest swordsman, holding the title of one of the legendary three great pirates. Wang Ji, the great pirate, should have died in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. The 7 strongest cadres on the ship were the most loyal to the Rock's pirates. "Bai Yu, I am looking forward to your swordsmanship," Wang Ji said kindly. "My swordsmanship is not worth mentioning, but taking Charlotte Lingling this sword is enough," Bai Yu answered confidently. Wang looked straight at this confident young man, as if he had seen himself in his body. "The position of the world's #1 swordsman in the future, I am waiting for you." "The world's #1 swordsman? People with this title will have trouble every day, but I'm interested now." Bai Yu didn't have any interest in this title before, and felt that this thing was worth a few dollars. "The main reason is that I am afraid of losing my life. Now my life is good, the system has been sacrificed, and the immortality buff is added." He decided to be a little bolder on the prudent road, because Bai Yu was not sure that he would be resurrected if he died, if he could not be resurrected. In the case of not being mortal, it is better to save your life first. "Jahahaha hey, are you two guys too dismissive of me skeet? I want the position of the world's #1 swordsman, and I will talk about it after passing my level." The long hair flutters, like a heroic lion. "John, you are also a great swordsman, are you not interested in the position of the world's #1 swordsman? Don't encourage me." John wiped his western sword and sneered, "It's a fake name, but it's not a real treasure. What I want is all the treasures in the world." The person who encouraged John smiled awkwardly. The person on his ship is even more inexistent than Bai Yu, and he is one of the 7 strongest cadres in the Rocks Pirates. Bai Yu has never known what this product is called. Obviously there is no such name in the original work. Under Locke's decision, this competition will be held on a small island. As the cadres went to the island, many crew members also watched the competition from a distance. Do you know who the adult named Bai Yu is? I remember it was a cadre on the ship. It doesn't sound like a powerful cadre. Have you ever beaten one of the strongest cadres? This time I heard that it was one sword to divide the victory. There was a large space left on the field. Bai Yu and Charlotte Lingling stood on each side and stared at each other. The atmosphere on the field reached its climax. The people who watched held their breaths and watched a competition seriously. Although it's just a trick, you can see a lot in it. Bai Yu held the sword tightly, and said solemnly, I'm just a sword after I've said it. Captain, you have to help me stare. I'm afraid I will be killed by the crazy Lingling. As soon as came out, the atmosphere on the court suddenly became awkward. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Wang Ji, Locks. Charlotte Lingling laughed and said, you kid was so handsome when you were on the boat. I didn't expect to be so afraid of death. Afraid of being a pirate? Are you a man? Bai Yu wanted to roll his eyes, but thought that he had almost no white eyes, so he raised his middle finger. That's because I know death better than you guys. I've only found out once I die. It's better to die than to live. Who else wants to be a pirate? Am I a man? Do you want to try it? I promise you can't get out of bed. Charlotte Lingling didn't understand what it meant to die once, nor did she understand the meaning of Bai Yu's words too much. With the insult in the words, she can hear it and see it clearly. Slick kid, I hope you can survive this trick of mine. Charlotte Lingling took off the hat on her head and turned it into a special sword. Let's take the move. The gun of Arabav Prestige. A huge slash of hundreds of feet long cut through the air, making waves of friction, and slashed towards Bai Yu. Looking at the moves that destroy everything and sweep everything, Bai Yu felt as if it was too late to run behind Captain Locks. Yu reading www.yuyugangshu.com. Let's go all out. He has the immortal buff, and the death he is worried about will not come to him again. I thought of being cruelly beaten to death in the black boxing ring in the previous life. The people underneath were cheering, but my own life was slowly passing by. No one cared. There was a shady game in that game. He had to lose to his opponent. He didn't expect the opponent to kill him with malicious intent. As a result, he crossed into this pirate world. Since then, Bai Yu has become cautious, caring very much about his life. Until this moment when his life was threatened again, he understood. He is not afraid of death, but is not reconciled to the death of the previous life. If he can do it again, he would rather fight to the end in a straightforward manner. Locks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Wang Ji saw that Bai Yu had not responded yet, as if he had lost his soul. The 3 major cadres looked at Locks, as if the captain gave an order, they would take action. Just when Charlotte Lingling's attack was about to fall on Bai Yu, he opened his eyes. As expected, I am a person who pursues power, and I would rather fight to the end. As long as I live and fight, I will never stop. The immortal buff, plus Charlotte Lingling, this extremely threatening sword. Bai Yu has recovered his original intention and no longer escapes. He didn't really confirm whether he was really immortal. After kissing Charlotte Lingling forcibly, he only said, the mission is complete. He didn't feel any changes in himself. Regardless of whether there was a change, Bai Yu endured the desire to fight for a year, and it broke out under Charlotte Lingling's move. If I can do it again, I will fight to the end in an upright manner, and I will never be constrained by any fame, fortune, power, or status. This is Bai Yu's real thoughts. The unwillingness of the previous life, the shadow of the previous life should also come out. He lost that black boxing match, and gave up for the promise of the big man. Bai Yu can't know whether that promise has been fulfilled, only hope that the family in that world can no longer be oppressed by poverty, and really live a good life. He is now called Bai Yu, a big pirate, and he serves as a cadre in the Rocks Pirates. Looking at such a powerful blow, he admired in his heart, as expected to be Charlotte Lingling, who was called a monster at the age of 5. Wei Guo's trick is to focus on power and destructive power. The physiques in the pirate world are more perverted. They pay more attention to the strength of the body, or rely on the strength of the devil fruit. The tricks of most people are to go straight. If your power is strong, you can win the match if you have more power. Pirate world has skills, but few. Navy 6 types, and the skills that pirates have learned in countless fights. In addition to the above 2, the only one in pirate world who can win or lose with skill is a swordsman. The sword spirit of the swordsman competition, as well as his own swordsmanship. Each kind of swordsmanship only evolved from the most basic swordsmanship, so the most suitable swordsmanship among the pirates is a good swordsmanship. These pirates don't even know it. They are holding this idea, and this has allowed the world's #1 swordsman to never be taken away by a naval swordsman. Bai Yu faced Charlotte Lingling with a terrifying blow, and suddenly laughed out loud. The swordsman in the pirates fights for faith. In terms of beliefs throughout the ages and the history of pirates, there are a few that can be compared to me. Bai Yu has an incomparably powerful belief in his heart, as well as a heart that can cut everything and the will to fight to the end. The power, fame, and status in this world, let me go, space sword skill fighting and star shifting. Bai Yu was excited, and the expression on his face was even a little mad. was also a huge slash, and most of the power of the prestige that was close at hand disappeared at once. Lox couldn't help laughing when he saw him and swordsmanship like this. That's it. That's it. This is the Bai Yu I saw at the beginning. In the original battle, Bai Yu, as a swordsman, did not retreat, and almost died in the hands of Lox, who was a little excited about the fight. Both Bai Yu's knowledge, Xebec fighting style and swordsmanship surprised Lox. Since then, Bai Yu even disembarked from the boat and there were people watching him. The person watching him was the one who was most loyal to the Rocks Pirates' great pirate Wang Ji. Captain Lox, have you ever seen Bai Yu take action? Baybeard became curious and asked. Golden Lion also listened with ears upright. You can understand by looking at it, I still don't understand the swordsmanship of the imp. Lox used his brain that didn't think often, recalling the original things, and still couldn't understand Bai Yu's swordsmanship. What just happened was spatial fluctuation. Wang Ji muttered to himself, space sword skills created by space. Is this possible? Baybeard immediately understood. There were indeed spatial fluctuations just now. If the space were the sea, Bai Yu's move just now was like losing a huge rock in the sea, causing ripples in the space. This move is indeed a space sword skill. A long time ago, Bai Yu knew that he was extremely sensitive to spatial perception, which led him to always think that this was his golden finger. Also created his unique swordsmanship based on his understanding of space. The prestige of Charlotte Lingling was swallowed by the suddenly shortened space, and the shortening of space, bridging, lengthening, and melting. Bai Yu can do it with his own sword and fist, and create these creations. A series of swordsmanship. Although he just broke through the great swordsman, he is the kind of great swordsman who is absolutely difficult to deal with. People who are much stronger than him, he can also fight for a long time. This is his confidence to rank in the top 10 in the Rocks Pirates by virtue of his first entry into the realm of the great swordsman. He is only 16 years old, and the future growth space is the largest on this ship. Seeing Charlotte Lingling's prestige being destroyed for most of the time, Bai Yu easily dissipated with a sword spirit at random. This trick is really strong enough, but unfortunately it is not a complete version, otherwise it will let her taste her own trick. The huge slash of the vanishing prestige and the slash of Bai Yu slashed at Charlotte Lingling almost at the same time, is so powerful that it cut Charlotte Lingling back several kilometers. A big gap was opened on the other side of the whole island. The dust cleared, and a seductive scene appeared. Charlotte Lingling's long white legs were partly exposed, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, which seemed to be fine. It's amazing swordsmanship. I was hit by my own attack for the first time. Charlotte Lingling walked over, and when she passed Bai Yu, she said, I don't hate powerful men. What is the structure of this woman's body? This is how a little blood flows out. Bai Yu thought it was at least bleeding. He is really envious of the physique called the steel balloon. Whitebeard patted Bai Yu on the shoulder, and said excitedly, Kohahaha, I didn't expect that Bai Yu's swordsmanship is so outstanding. No one can reflect that kind of swordsmanship. The first time it is used, it has a miraculous effect. The more you use it, you can still prevent it. You should not only use the space sword technique, but also the space sword technique just now. You should be able to control the direction of the fall, and even control the nearby space through the ripples of the space. I'm not wrong. Wang Ji he expressed his understanding of the sword skill just now. You really deserve to be the best swordsman on the boat, and I feel like I will make a few more tricks, and you will see it all. Wang shook his head straight, and said modestly, I can see it. It doesn't mean that I can crack the space sword skill. I can actually see this legendary sword skill. Then he praised a few words. John looked this way and squeezed the western sword in his hand. Golden Lion said uncomfortably, Lao Tzu will be the world's #1 swordsman in the future. On swordsmanship alone, Wang Ji is indeed better than Golden Lion by a bit. But in terms of strength, the outcome of Golden Lion and Wang Ji is still unknown. These great swordsmen have their own pride in their hearts, even if they know that Bai Yu uses the legendary space sword skills, they don't want to learn. I knew you could easily take this sword. Later, Lox asked inexplicably, why don't you show mercy? Wouldn't this make Lingling feel good about you? There is no woman in my heart, so it's natural to draw a sword. There is no woman in his heart. These short 10 words shocked Lox. Is this the man who is dedicated to the sword? Emotion is the burden of a swordsman, and I am a swordsman who has no feelings. Lox drank the wine and admired heroically, as expected, Bai Yu, I am looking forward to your future growth. With your strength and potential, you can catch up with Wang Ji, Shiji, John, and the others in a few years. Fortunately, I'm not a swordsman. I don't even practice swordsmanship. What's the point of life? Lox said to himself when he left. Bai Yu stood behind, feeling that Lox's words were correct. Life without even a woman is really boring. Feelings are the burden of the swordsman, and that can only show that the swordsman is not strong enough, just like him. Before he becomes not strong enough, a woman will only affect his speed at drawing his sword. Fortunately, Charlotte Lingling did not run away. Although Bai Yu seemed to have the upper hand, if he were to fight, he would only be tired and lying on the ground in the end. This is the obvious result. There are only exhausted cattle, but I have heard of bad farming. At this time Charlotte Lingling was the most beautiful, and her figure had not changed, but Bai Yu didn't like women who were too strong, especially women who were too strong in that respect. He couldn't bear it. Ku ha 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 Bai Yu, it seems that Captain Lox has always valued you. Baybeard let out a signature laugh. Bai Yu took Ling Ling's blow, relaxed, and subconsciously said, I would rather he don't value me. Following our captain's naivete, sooner or later, the world government and navy will be blown up. As soon as he said this, he became quiet. Brother Newgate, why don't you speak? Bai Yu was called Big Beard Baybeard to recognize this great pirate. Whether it was his character or the actions he wanted to show up just now, he felt that Baybeard was a person worthy of deep friendship. This is not much different from the memory of the previous life, and the Golden Lion is not as simple as imagined. The relationship with the Whitebeard on the boat is pretty good. Golden Lion Shiji, Whitebeard Newgate, and Roger One Piece all have a sense of sympathy for each other. There was false news from the Navy that when Roger was arrested, the Golden Lion ran into the Navy headquarters alone. When he escaped from the underwater prison, the first person to see the Golden Lion was Whitebeard after he came out, and Whitebeard also warmly entertained him and invited him to drink. This can be explained. The relationship between Whitebeard and Golden Lion is not simple. Gee ha 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 Bai Yu, you are so courageous. The person Captain Locks trusts most is still here. Are you afraid of being blown to the head by the captain if you say this? Golden Lion joked with interest. Of course, Bai Yu knew that Wang Ji hadn't left yet, so he told it, but he didn't mind anyway. Until now, he is not sure if he really can't die, so he can't commit suicide to test it. He is not so naive. There are very few people on the ship who can kill him, and Locks is definitely capable of killing him. But the premise is that Locks is really willing to kill him. Wang Ji, you won't tell this to the captain, do you? Bai Yu, it's normal to be a little crazy. There is no need to tell Captain Locks. Baybeard frowned and said this sentence. Wang Ji smiled. I'm not interested in doing this kind of thing. The captain pays more attention to Bai Yu than you want, and my allegiance is not Locks, but the pirate ship. Golden Lion tentatively said, if you have a chance in the future, follow me. Wang Ji, I value your ability and strength very much. Wang Ji cast a glance at him, and said coldly, you are quite courageous. If I tell the captain of this sentence, you will inevitably be beaten. The face of the Golden Lion changed drastically, and he ran faster than anyone else. Since I'm on this ship, I will never leave this ship. I will never betray this ship. This is my belief in being a man. Wang Ji talked with a smile, and the sea breeze moved him. The bun. This is a typical Oriental handsome guy with Oriental traditional ideas. Bai Yu is sure that Wang Ji never survived the Battle of the Valley of Gods, but was buried in the Valley of Gods with Locks. I hope our naive captain can succeed. Can Wang Ji teach me flying swordsmanship? Has regained his original aspirations, but Bai Yu finally came out. There is no need to take so many things into consideration. Wang stared straight at him, confirmed that this was a serious expression, and nodded, okay. The smart people on the boat knew that Locks would not be long. A smart person like John and Wang Ji that even Bai Yu felt surprised, made him think that he was in the wrong world. The average IQ of pirate world is not based on Wang Luffy as the standard. Ku ha 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 how strong our rocks pirates is, you don't know, there can be no one on the sea who will be our opponent. That's not necessarily true. The world government and navy are still not simple. Bai Yu is very suspicious of the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Only Wang Ji survived the 7 strongest cadres. There was also the strongest cadre he didn't know. I'm afraid it was not a problem. There is no name for that person in the original work. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. The internal and external troubles of the Rocks pirates are not generally serious. He knows how important Locks is to him, but he really doesn't want to accompany that naive captain to conquer the world. Others say that Locks's naive conquest of the world will bring huge disasters to the world. Only Bai Yu knows that naive captain, and just wants the title of the king of the world. Has no interest in atrocities and oppression of the people at all, but the naive one has never thought about how to rule after conquering. Just thinking about turning the poor over and letting the rich down. The problems caused by the chaotic sea, it's really not much lighter than atrocities. Let's take one step at a time. During the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Bai Yu didn't want Locks and Wang Ji to die, but with his strength there is no way to change anything. One was really good to him, and the other wanted to help out of appreciation. He noticed the unique sword force and agreed to teach flying swordsmanship. Whitebeard helps out of loyalty, and Golden Lion's help is utilitarian, but not annoying. After boarding the boat, Bai Yu held the sword, and wanted to cut himself with a sword in his heart to see if there was an immortal buff. After thinking about it, I gave up. If it doesn't, it's not the end. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he still had a chat group. Although the group members of the chat group are still very weak, it does not mean that the chat group will not come to a powerful role in the future. Also, the owner of the chat group seems to be a cute little Lolita who is in the second half of the year. Hey, let's go and make fun of it first. If he really guessed wrong, it's not the little bird that swims in Liu Hua, it's considered to be dying. Just to test whether he is really immortal. Baya, people are on the ship, and a great battle has just ended. Who are you guys? Why does it appear in my mind? Fuck. The group was frying, and the new member actually sent a message. They were just wondering if the new member was belching. Flipped up the news casually. The members of the group are really talented, and they have made various guesses about him. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader at, well, it turns out that the new member is still alive, so I can rest assured, I just plan to cross the invisible boundary to save you. Don't billion at, beep, the invisible boundary line that the group owner said is probably to go to another world to save you. The people in our group seem to come from different worlds. By the way, my name is Zhang Billion. Your name is Zhang Billion? Bai Yu thought calmly in his heart, this character he is very familiar with. Zhang Hulan comes from Qmin alone. He is the protagonist and has an online IQ. He has tolerated for more than 10 years. He seems to have no bottom line, but he has a bottom line. The methods are Ying Wu Lei and Golden Light Curse, which are quite powerful methods. The current strength is at most the level of trainees in the Rocks Pirates group. After all, that national comic is an old-fashioned fan. The young are intrigue, and the old are enthusiastic. Read some news in the past. Zhang Hulan ambiguously echoed the group leader's speech in the group, like a loyal dogleg, madly establishing the image of the group's tall and stalwart. A smile appeared at the corner of Bai Yu's mouth. It seems that this group owner is indeed the familiar second-hand Lori, who has been guessed. Really deserves to be Zhang Hulan. It seems that if Billion doesn't need this, I think there is something wrong with the group leader. In the world under one person, Zhang Hulan lay on the bed in the dormitory, putting away the King teacher's books she had kept for many years. Although he can't do that, but it's not bad to look at it. It hasn't been long since he joined this chat group. At first, he also had doubts about this chat group, thinking that someone was arranging him. Afterwards, I thought about it, who has the ability to put penguins in his mind. This weird group leader, he didn't doubt it at first, he thought it might be because he didn't understand the group leader. The supernatural power of this group leader must be beyond comprehension. As the more exchanges, the more he feels a sense of contradiction and very wrong. In the end, I guessed that this group owner is definitely not very young and is still in the stage of secondary disease. Zhang Hulan has tolerated for more than 10 years and is far more mature than his peers. He has also seen this kind of people in elementary school, junior high school, and even high school. But I can't be 100% sure. Because of this, he thinks it's better to lick this little group leader first. He has always disliked being in the limelight, and didn't want to be in the limelight in the group. Just let these members of the group treat him as a professional shit. Bai Yu saw such an interesting exchange, and realized that his guess is very likely. This cute little group owner does not understand the connotation of saying more and losing, and he sends more messages in the group than anyone else. The strongest conjurer at, why doesn't the new member stop talking? Is the injury too serious? It's a pity that we don't have to be one world, otherwise, I can find someone to treat you. I really want to go to other worlds. Is your world boring? The strongest conjurer, the new member finally speaks again. My world is boring. Do you know how lonely it is that no one can fight with you? The strongest is really super boring. Bai Yu was trembling slightly while sitting on the boat in the sea breeze. Maid? He couldn't beat that naive captain at all. He couldn't beat many people on the boat. This group member is very good at blowing. Conjurer? I have never heard of this profession. Is this Gojo Satoru a new anime character? Bai Yu, it's really arrogant. I might not even be able to get in the top 10 on the boat. You dare to claim to be the strongest. Come over to me if you have the ability. I would like to see how strong you are in the world. He has always looked down on such a guy who is a saint per capita across the network cable. Is still the strongest in the world, like the best in the world with Colonel Monka? I am an assassin with no emotions. Why did you quarrel just after I left for a while? It's also fate for everyone to be together. Why quarrel? Why don't you come to me and shave your head? The host silenced Bai Yu for 5 minutes. The eyes of Bai Yu on the boat twitched, and this group owner still has the power to mute. Don't little Lolita will withdraw me soon, believe it or not, I will go to your world to beat your ass. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader at, malicious provocative behavior is prohibited in the group, it is wrong for you to do this. The strongest conjurer is silenced by the group leader for 10 minutes. Bai Yu suddenly felt better when he saw this news. The true eyes of the evil king of the group at, you are not allowed to use the strongest word in front of me in the future, because the true eyes of the evil king are the strongest? Just when he was mute, there was something more in Bai Yu's mind. Some information. Group member Gojo Gaku comes from the anime spell Return. He is a super conjurer, and his domain is boundless. He is the strongest conjurer in the contemporary era. The member of the group is an assassin who has no emotions. From the anime Assassins 567, the chief assassin of the Sunmyo Kingdom is named 567 after losing his memory. Stunt. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com uses chi to cut. Group members do not want Billion from the anime under one person. His real name is Zhang Hulan, a descendant of 36 thieves, with a tough personality and deep tolerance. The true eyes of the evil king of the group is from the anime Love in the Second Disease. The name is Zionayao Liu Hua, and he is deeply patient with the second disease. After receiving the information, Bai Yu finally understood the cause and effect. It turns out that this chat group is a cheat for reissue, and the system is a cheat for 3 years late. And this group was originally the golden finger of Zionayao Liu Hua. Maybe it was because he was poor, the golden finger was gone, only then did Bai Yu become a member of the group. Becoming a group member of the chat group is also considered a cheat. Unexpectedly, his golden finger, who had been late for 3 years, suddenly came again, pulling the core of the chat group and blew himself up. So when he completed his task, the system and the real core of this chat group are sacrificed. This leads to a problem. This group only has random tasks, and the functions must be unlocked level by level. If you want to travel to other worlds, the mall must be unlocked at least level 5 to have a crossing card, and there are only crossing cards in the mall, nothing else is really empty. There are no fixed tasks, only random tasks. The group owner only has the right to mute and close people's small black houses, but not the right to kick people. But this was originally the chat group of Zionayao and finally left a hand. Helped take care of the group owner, that is, the cute little loli. Randomly appearing tasks will give Bai Yu a priority decision. There are a lot of rewards for completing the tasks, including getting stronger quickly. Is Lori on one side, and the temptation to become stronger on the other? Of course I need both. Bai Yu, do you really think Captain Locks will fail? With the sound of footsteps, Baybeard came to him. Looking at the Whitebeard, Bai Yu sighed slightly. This big brother Newgate, you know better than me. The pirates are not just facing foreign enemies. After all, the ship is full of scattered sand, even if it is really gathered together. It can't beat the world government. At most, it smashed the naval headquarters. After hearing the words, Whitebeard groaned for a long time, just opened his mouth and said, that day may not come. Haha, is it? If that day comes, brother Newgate, would you choose to continue to be a pirate? Yes, I want my family. Bai Yu, how about you? I don't know, I have nothing to pursue. If I can barely say one, I want to be stronger. Sat down beside the boat, Baybeard looked at the sea. This sea is very big. I believe Bai Yu, you will be able to resound throughout the sea and become even more powerful than Captain Rocks. It's not good for us to backstab behind Captain Locks like this. Kohahaha, Captain Locks wouldn't mind such a trivial matter. That's right, he is a naive man. 5 minutes of silence passed. Seeing that the group message of the chat group is already 99+, the 3 group members chat in full swing. Bai Yu looked at the group news. Zhang Hulan doesn't want Billion, she is really addicted to being the dogleg of the group leader. If he hadn't understood the essence of Billion, he might think that this person is a person who has nothing but flattery with other members of the group. Looking at the 3 people in the group, he decided to engage in a wave of things. Video editing. Bai Yu edited the short 10 seconds of the battle with Charlotte Lingling into a video. Deleted everything that should be deleted, leaving only his most handsome performance. Then, he posted the edited video. Ding Dong group member Bai Yu uploaded a short video. Looked at the video uploaded in the group, as well as the name of the video, a sort at random, not worth mentioning. Bai Yu, this is a video of me playing against people just now. It's a little bit of tricks. I hope the group leader can pass his eyes and give some pointers. The true eyes of the evil king of the group master. It's easy to say, let me see your skills. Don't Billion clicked on the short video uploaded by Bai Yu. The strongest conjurer clicked into the short video uploaded by Bai Yu. The evil king really looked into the short video uploaded by Bai Yu. OU is a short video uploaded by Bai Yu by an assassin with no emotions. Everyone in the group clicked in. It seemed that the group members were very probing, and Bai Yu smiled. Just 10 seconds of video, the members of the group quickly finished watching it. After reading, most of them looked confused. The white feather of the video is fluttering in white clothes, his eyes closed, facing the powerful blow that destroys the world. He still has a calm expression until the blow is about to arrive. He just opened his eyes, and with a single blow, he wiped out most of the hundreds of Zhang blows out of thin air, and then randomly broke up the remaining blows with a single blow. This is not the most surprising. I only saw 2 slashes suddenly appeared out of thin air in the distance, cutting a small island out of a big gap abruptly. In the dusty sky, they did not see who the opponent's opponent was, but they could see how powerful this attack was. Presumably the other party was also an incredible opponent, otherwise it would not be possible to issue such a powerful blow. The breezy Bai Yu formed a sharp contrast with that devastating blow, which made the group members even more shocked by this video. The group was suddenly silent, as if time had stopped. No one sent a message. The owner of the chat group, the second little Lori Zionayao hugged her pillow and shivered with her head in the quilt. The members of this group are terrible. The people in this group are really people from different worlds. Zionayao is a second grader, and he understands that there are no such powerful people in the real world. Looking at her name, she suddenly thought of something. She is the leader of the group. These people in the group are not in the same world with her. This handsome guy shouldn't care about her, such a cute little loli. She didn't intentionally mute. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader. I saw it. You are very good. Little Lori secretly sent a private message. Little bird Turliu, I am very interested in the power of your world. Bai Yu, group owner, you are actually very weak, right? Little bird Turliu, are you questioning me? My evil king's true eyes are the strongest? So please don't care about me. I'm only 15 years old and I haven't awakened yet, so I'm very weak. Please don't come to my world to beat me, pitiful. Also posted a picture of herself. Bai Yu is really a little girl. It seems that she saw something like a transit card in the store, and she was afraid that the powerful group members would look for her. S original face was blown out all of a sudden. Bio, okay, you reading www.uukangshu.com. I don't hit you, I will hit your at best. Little bird Turliu, hey, no. Bai Yu, I'm only 16 years old, and of course I have an idea when I see such a cute little loli as the owner of the group. Zionayao looked at the news and was shocked. She was taken by such a powerful boss before she was an adult. If this big boss came to her world and forced her to do lustful things, she would not have the ability to resist. Seeing the little Lori who kept ingratiating and begging for mercy in the group, Bai Yu felt particularly happy. Bai Yu, okay, I won't hit your little anymore. I'll send you our world armed sex, seeing and hearing sex, and the training methods of basic physical skills. Armed sex, you can't practice if your physical fitness is not up to standard. You can try to practice seeing, hearing, color and physical skills. Zionaiaolaiohua, thank you guys. I want to cover up, I can let the big guy come over, hit my little ass but be lighter, I can't stand it if it's too heavy. Bai Yu saw the news and couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. Is this a pie transaction? Bio, please practice hard. As a group leader so weak, when the cross card can be used in the future, there may be powerful group members plotting against you. After all, there are not many men who stick to their heart like me. Zionaiaolaiohua, the big guy is the best. I arranged the little Lolita, and saw that the group news has increased again, all of which are unnutritious news. I am an assassin who has no emotions, Big Brother 666. Don't billion, Big Brother 6666. The strongest conjurer, your strength is very good, this strength is not in the top 10 on the ship. There are really a lot of strong people in your world, and I am a little interested. Bai Yu looked at the news in the group, this person reminded him of a very famous character. The day was clear, the rain stopped, and I did it again. The migrant worker manga, which is as famous as the pirates, and the female host in the migrant worker manga, is a typical case of pretending to be unsuccessful and getting slapped every time. I have a bit of strength and I have to be in front of more powerful people, and I have to slap twice. Had it not been for being released into the sea, I would have received a box lunch. This group of people whose name is the strongest conjurer should be similar to Urshuse. The only difference is that this person really has the strongest name. The super weirdness in that world is a matter of one sword in Bai Yu's eyes. But this guy in the group is very unusual, and it is also a top powerhouse in the pirate. But what about that? I can't beat the naive captain on the ship. This is the character in the ceiling of the real pirate world. The strongest overlord color is matched with the strongest armed color, plus the strongest physique. The physique of Kaido, the 4 emperors who grew up later, was already terrifying, and Locke's physique was an enhanced version of Kaido. Not only was its defense power not inferior to Charlotte Lingling's steel balloon, but it also possessed a super strong resilience. What are the 4 emperors of later generations? What are the world's strongest creatures? It is not worth mentioning. If Locks weren't done, there would be other things. If the pirates divide their combat power, the top powers in the sea are the 4 emperors and generals. The overall strength of the 4 emperors is slightly stronger than the generals, but they are both powerful at the same level. Days and nights are hard to tell the winner. But Locks is different. Bai Yu can't believe it now. It turns out that the pirates' combat power can be raised to a higher level by one person, and there is a level specially prepared for one person. This naive captain knew that he was beaten to death by the crowd without guessing. In the Valley of Gods battle, if half of the 7 strongest cadres were left to help, Locks would not lose so badly. You must know that on Roger's ship, there are also a few strong men who can match the 7 strongest cadres. At that time, Locks was beaten by a few people. Then he lost his life there. The Navy was definitely not the only one of Carp at the time, and cooperated with the Roger pirates. At least the strength of the 2 sides at the time was similar. After guessing like this, Locks was beaten by at least 5 top powerhouses in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. This is also inevitable. Such a strong person should not appear in the sea. Those people will not tolerate the existence of Locks. It is also a sin to be strong beyond the norm. In the eyes of those people, they are afraid, and want to destroy this kind of strong. If Bai Yu were the top powerhouses, he would never allow a terrifying existence that could crush him to live on this sea. Alas, I don't know how long this ship can carry him. If he was the previous one, he would definitely want to retire with his pension after the Battle of the Valley of Gods, but now, Bai Yu feels that it is not bad to be on Locke's boat. The naive captain treated him well, anyhow he has been on the ship for so long. In fact, after retiring, will he really be willing? Of course, he is unwilling to do so, but he has power but can only stay in a certain place. The original heart has been recovered. He is not sure if the immortal buff is really there, but even if it doesn't, he won't let go of his sword. The battle in the Valley of the Gods, did he stay or leave? Bai Yu hasn't really made a choice yet. He really can't beat it? What can be changed by leaving him alone? The group news in the group has another 99+, and the group leader Zionaiaolaiohua chats more happily, and doesn't care if he will be exposed. Except for Wu Liuqi in the group, everyone else should have guessed that the group leader is a kid. The things he gave the little bird to swim Liuhua, except for physical skills, should be difficult to cultivate. The world of Lori in Secondary 2 is still an ordinary world. Fortunately, the people in the group are pretty good, otherwise, after having a crossing card, she will be marked with the attention of the second sickness Loli. Thinking of the private message, Bai Yu smiled slightly. The little Lolita from Form 2 is not stupid. She also knows that she is looking for him as soon as she wants for strength. He still looks forward to the next random task in his heart. The priority is really good. I have communicated with the group leader. You are indeed very powerful. You are the strongest human in your world. I am honored to know you. You won't mind what you said before. The strongest conjurer, of course. Mind, I'm a stingy person. Bai Yu, then you come to my world, I will invite you to drink a bar. I will entertain you with the best wine and play with you again. The strongest conjurer, what you said. Is there any delicious sweets in your world? Bai Yu, yes. The strongest conjurer, are you asking me? Bai Yu, yes, I think your excellency can help in times of crisis. The main function of our group is not that group members from different worlds help each other and overcome difficulties together, even if you are the strongest in your world. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com will also have things you can't do. The strongest conjurer, I see, remember to help me prepare sweets and wine. Omega? Because of Bai Yu's short video, Gojo Satoru is a little interested in other worlds. Will that ship with so many powerful people in trouble? He really wants to see that world. Don't billion, 2 big men, 1 giant, Xiao Meng shivering. I am an assassin with no emotions, 2 big men, 1 giant, Xiao Meng Xin shivering. Evil King True Iad Ou is an assassin with no emotions, Wu Liuqi, you are in your world, and you are also a top powerhouse, a big-time figure. This is what Bai Yu told her, although the big guy should be slanderous of his body, but the big guy is really handsome? There are also things from the boss, although it is useless to her. She can't even do a push-up, not to mention the practice of armed sex, but she has a way out. The main reason is that the big guy is about the same age as her, handsome and strong. I am an assassin with no emotions, I am a big brother? Don't billion? Xiao Liu Hua was in the group as a sacred stick and revealed the identity of Wu Liuqi, the codename of the strongest assassin in Sunwu Kingdom Qi. True Eye of the Evil King at Ou is an assassin with no emotions. Your strength in the heyday is very strong. Don't billion, so the clown is myself? Zhang Hulan looked at the news in the group, thinking that there was another person who was similar to him, but he did not expect him to be the best. Is this group owner really capable? Seeing that the powerful character named Bai Yu praised the group leader, Zhang Hulan was a little confused for a while. Don't billion, hihi I am the weakest everywhere. I am an assassin with no emotions, come on brother Zhang Billion, I believe you will definitely become stronger. So, if you have a chance in the future, you come to my world and I will give you a free haircut. Thank you, the boss giant, for telling me my identity and memory. If there is anything that can be used for me, I will definitely help. I have done what I said, Wu Liuqi. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader, then give me a copy of what you know, and let me have a look at your power. Puppet is an assassin with no emotions, giant, I sent you Yi Yang Yujian. Bai Yu looked at his private message, and Xiao Liu Hua sent him a copy of what Wu Liuqi had sent. Xiao Liu Hua, boss, this is for you. The physical skills and arms you gave me, I can't practice. I can also practice seeing and hearing sex. Bai Yu, physique can take your time, let's practice seeing and hearing color first. If you can practice seeing and hearing color, your talent is still good. As long as armed color is strong, you can get started easily, and you are too anxious. These groups the members are very clever, so take it and let me do it. You can call me Bai Yu from now on. Xiao Liu Hua, thank you Bai Yu, if you come in the future, I can let you play a little ass. Bai Yu, I won't have to talk about this in the future. I am just teasing you. I can't do such silly things as petty ass. I hope we can know the bottom line. Xiao Liu Hua, know the root and know the bottom. Bai Yu opened Huangqiang unknowingly, but fortunately, this little Lolita, who was seriously ill, couldn't understand it. If you understand, he can continue to speak yellow tone, and maybe he can have a relationship with the second Loli. Ding dong new member I am the only king of the spirit realm to join the chat group. I am the only king in the spirit realm, who are you? I'm so courageous I might as well show up. Don't billion, this new member feels amazing? He won't be a big brother again, right? I was an assassin with no emotions, welcome new members. The strongest conjurer, welcome new members. Bai Yu, is the only king of the spiritual realm. You can see the group announcement and that short video. This new member is a bit powerful, and he is still a big boss. If it weren't for the owner of Xiao Liu Hua, Bai Yu would doubt if it was a boss group. Zhang Hulan will gather the descendants of the 8 wonders in the future, and has a close relationship with the 36 thieves, and may become a new generation of rootless in the future. Needless to say, an assassin is still the strongest assassin in the Sunwu kingdom. Wu Tiao Wu's style is both righteous and evil, the strength is the strongest in that world, in the eyes of some people and weird, it is not the biggest boss. Bai Yu's identity is a pirate, or a pirate on the Lox ship. The new members have something in common with them to some extent. Town Soul Street, Hall of Heroes. Xiang Kunlun was lying in the palm of the Buddha statue in the main hall. He is burly tall, handsome, and domineering, and he is the overlord of the world. After watching the group rules and the short video, she fell into deep thought. Is this group chat real? Xiang Kunlun finally thought that this group chat was real, and there were penguins in the world of Zhen Soul Street. He didn't believe that anyone in the world could put penguins in his mind. What's more, the strong man in the short video didn't rely on the guardian spirit, but used another power to cut the blow. I am the only king in the spiritual realm, interesting my name is Xiang Kunlun, which is a big gangster. Bai Yu smiled. Xiang Kunlun comes from the national comics Soul Street. He is the leader of the Hall of Heroes and one of the biggest bosses in the future comics. He is powerful, has soldiers and generals, and has a strong personality. Xiao Liu Hua was shocked when he was reminded by Bai Yu. This new member is amazing? There are more and more powerful people in the group. She is a weak, poor, and helpless little group leader. She must hug Big Feather tightly. The true eyes of the evil king. The new member is a bit humble. I know about the new member. I am the only king in the spiritual realm. Oh, please inform the group owner. True eye of the evil king. You are the leader of the Hall of Heroes. The guardian spirit is the overlord Xiang Yu. Powerful. And you are also a stepping stone for the protagonist of the world in the future, and one of the biggest villains. Xiang Kunlun smiled. He was actually a stepping stone for others. I am the only king in the spiritual realm. Is the villain? History is written by the victor. I am decent if I win. I want to know who I lost to. The true eyes of the evil king. Rakshaw Street. General Fire Cao Yanbing. I am the only king of the spiritual realm. Thank you for the group leader for telling me. I will lead my troops to get rid of him. Don't billion. I am an assassin with no emotions. The new member is so fierce. The strongest conjurer. The group owner. This is the villain who killed the protagonist? Fortunately, I joined the chat group in our world, although I am invincible. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Bio, you are at best invincible in your world, and you are at the level of the top powerhouse in my world. Xiang Kunlun is watching the group, hoping to learn more about the news of other group members. The atmosphere in the group became more and more lively, and Bai Yu also told the group members about his current situation. Bai Yu, what can you do to help me solve the problem? Don't billion, my grandfather once said something to me, which can also be applied to your captain. All living beings in this world are not afraid of heaven and earth, they are afraid of people who are too different from themselves. You are too bad or too bad. Council, they will kill you and step on you. You are too good or too strong, they don't worry, they will suppress you and alienate you. As long as you are similar to them, they will accept you at ease. Then they don't care if you are good or bad. Your captain is too strong, a lot stronger than the top powerhouses on your sea, and those top powerhouses will not allow him to live. If my judgment is not wrong, soon your ship will be in big trouble. Bai Yu, the role of your group chat is not to change the original result. We group chat members help each other, the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, aren't they? Don't billion, my real name is Zhang Hulan, and it's an existence different from ordinary people. I'm not sure if there is anyone like me in my world besides me. Thank you, the host, because I didn't expose me. The true eyes of the evil king. I am not a stingy existence. I know what you think in your heart. I am the only king of the spirit realm. You are not strong enough to control that ship. Your captain is strong but can't control that ship. You can cooperate if you are willing to help him. Don't billion, I agree with what the big guy above said, but I don't know how Big Bai Yu thinks of your own captain. What kind of person do you think it is? Bai Yu, he was a born king with ambitions and ambitions beyond ordinary people's imagination. He was born in a poor town and an abandoned garbage dump is his home. He was used to oppression and darkness, so he yearned to go to sea. Became the strongest overlord on the sea. The only pity is that he did not have a higher cultural education. These are what Lux once said to Bai Yu. He said that he was not reconciled to those people being high above, not reconciled to them, why they were born lowly and to be oppressed. He wants to be the overlord of the sea, and Lux has indeed done it. The power of the Rocks pirates has spread throughout the sea, and the cadres on board are equally famous. Lux does not prohibit crew members from fighting, and advocates the strong eating of the weak, but that is nothing more than a means. His real goal is to make those cadres have a sense of belonging to the ship and make them feel that they are different from the average crew on the ship. The conflicts on the Lux ship seem to be fierce, but in fact, cadres are never allowed to fight with each other. The overlord of the sea is not a fool. If cadres are really allowed to fight each other, then the Rocks pirates will be over before they reach the Valley of Gods. If there is such a stupid person who thinks that the Rocks pirates is completely civil war, it can only show that that person is a stupid who can't live without the protection of a greenhouse. He doesn't even have his brain. This kind of stupid is not qualified to live in the sea. Go down. Bio, the current situation on the sea is. Some people in the pirate world think that the biggest cancer is the pirate, and some people think that it is the Draco. Bai Yu can only say that these people look at the problem too one-sidedly. As an existence with a higher IQ than ordinary people in the original world, he can see more clearly than anyone the most serious problem in this ocean. System. Pirate world lacks a system. The biggest cancer is that the Tianlong people are still alive in the world, a symbol of the gods on the sea. Looking at pirates in previous lives, many people think that pirates are more harmful and ravaging the sea, but how did pirates come into being and why should they become pirates? In terms of harm, the existence of the Tianlong people is larger and wider than that of the pirates. If it weren't for the existence of the Tianlong people, if it were not for the rule of the Tianlong people, this world would definitely not be like this. Under the rule of these self-proclaimed gods, slavery is prevalent and legal. No one doubts the rationality of mermaid hunting and trafficking, and all countries have to hand in heavenly gold. Where did those heavenly gold come from? Is not to search for Minzaiman ointment to pay tribute to Tianlong people to enjoy? This kind of harm is much greater than that of a pirate. Bai Yu, do you know absolute justice? Don't billion, this is too paranoid. The true eyes of the evil king. I just made a bubble, you continue to say. I am an assassin who has no emotions. I don't understand what you said, but the dragon people. I can assassinate for free without charge. The strongest conjurer? Your world will still be a slave society, will it? The three most controversial future navies. Red Dog, also known as the Red Dog, is one of the three animals. Bai Yu saw the shadow of a certain country's police on this person. I am the only king in the spiritual realm. Your world can simply be ruined. When will the pigs be called gods? And absolute justice? Are you trying to laugh at me? Don't billion, take the lives of civilians as grass, and this absolute justice is not to maintain the nobility of the nobility? Maintain the status of those Tianlong people? What is the difference between this and the police of country M, and the race can be divided into high and low? Expensive. The strongest conjurer, at, police of country M? We will not belong to the same world, right? If you are a conjurer, I can recommend you to school. Don't billion, I think you have misunderstood something. I shouldn't be that kind of conjurer. Bai Yu just talked about absolute justice to the group members, and did not mention the Red Dog. After all, this puppy still doesn't know where it is. This is the absolute justice of defending the Tianlong people. In the world of pirates, it is much stronger than the navy of corruption, pirates, and nobles. It can be seen that this world is horrible. Tianlong people are immortal, and the symbol of divine power does not fall. There is no way for the system to make progress, just like people in ancient times would not question why the emperor and high officials could be superior. The harm of the dragon people is much more than that of the pirates, but I don't know why those people in the previous life only saw the things done by the dragon people themselves. Even if those pigs want to do bad things, how much they can do with their pig-like body. But this cannot change the world government. It is the biggest cancer that has lifted the Tianlong people to the position of theocratic symbol, only to knock down the world government and kill him. The Tianlong people killed them if they wanted to. They killed everyone in the pirate world live, letting them understand that these pigs are just pigs. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Not a god. In this way, the slavery system was abolished, the capture of mermaids was prohibited, the trafficking of humans was prohibited, and the raids by the people were reduced. The power of the nobility was emptied, and the new system were gradually implemented. Bai Yu, this is the unique armed color and seeing and hearing color in our world. You can use it for cultivation. The strongest conjurer, that. I will not teach the conjurer's methods. I am invincible in my own world from the beginning. Don't billion, envy separates my qualitative wall. I am the only king of the spirit realm. Your captain sounds pretty good. I am very interested in having a crew like you, but unfortunately you are not a member of my group of heroes. I am also very interested in your world. If you have the opportunity, I can lead my troops to help you overthrow the world government. This is my return to you. My Xiang Kunlun never owes favors. Don't billion, I'm not strong enough, but I have two methods of cultivation. You guys may be useful. Zhang Hulan shared the 5 thunder and golden light curse on her body. The members of the group are all intelligent people, but no one started this head. Bai Yu understood what these people thought, so he took the lead. I am an assassin with no emotions. I will also send you the things for the giants of the group. I haven't restored my memory. I guess I won't be able to help you anymore. The strongest conjurer, I am embarrassed to do it like this. I have collected so many things from you, so be it. If you have any difficulties in the future, I will be there on call. This is the only thing I can help. Place. I am the only king of the spiritual realm. The most important point is, how can we go to other worlds? The true eyes of the evil king. Don't worry about this, I have a way. I am the only king in the spiritual realm. It seems that the group owner can help us solve this problem. I am an assassin with no emotions. The group leader is a giant 666. Don't billion, so I can go to other worlds. I feel so weak that I can't help much. The strongest conjurer, then I can go to other worlds by the way while fishing at work. True eye of the evil king, passing cards and randomly distributed missions can allow you to go to other worlds. Passing cards can only be used by members of the group until the group chat is upgraded to level 5 or higher. The current chat group level is 1. The messages in the group kept sending. Bai Yu was speechless. This chat group is a bit too simple. Basically, there are no functions. Even the cross card can be owned for free after the chat group reaches the 5th level. Bai Yu didn't pay attention to the news in the group anymore. He still had things to do. The somewhat naive captain is holding a banquet. In order to celebrate the newly joined group of members, it is called replenishing fresh blood, which is cannon fodder. Although he is not interested in plundering, he is still interested in banquets, which are good for eating and drinking. Kohahaha Bai Yu, why don't you go with the captain and run to this corner alone to drink? Accompanied by laughter, Baybeard walked over with a wine barrel and sat not far away. That place is too noisy. It's not that I don't like crowds of people, and the crowds of demons are dancing so loudly that I really want to kill people. Kohahaha Baybeard heard a big laugh, did not answer, just drank to himself. Bai Yu and Whitebeard were quietly drinking in the corner of the boat, while the other part of the boat was very lively. There are so many new members on the ship this time, it's really lively. After the Whitebeard drank the wine, he looked at the lively crowd over there with pity in his eyes. These new members still don't know what kind of ship they are on. It was just a moment of excitement. The new members came in batch after batch, and batch after group when they died. This kind of banquet alone has been held a dozen times. Too many people die. Bai Yu answered faintly, then smiled. We should be almost in the Valley of Gods. It will be there after another naval base. It seems that these new crew members are really unfortunate. They will not be happy for a few days. The people on the Rock's pirate ship are real thorns, and the cadres divide forces from each other, and no one but Rox accepts anyone. Had it not been for Lox's order, the conflicts between the cadres would have exploded long ago. Bai Yu took out the wine he had brewed again, Baybeard's eyes lit up, and he took it without hesitation. The two chatted while drinking, and the chat lasted a few hours. Kohahaha Bai Yu, you bastard, I didn't expect to hide so much wine without telling Captain Lox. This is the first time I had such a good drink. It's a good wine. The Whitebeard flushed, and he was so happy after a long absence. He grabbed Bai Yu's neck and laughed. I didn't expect you to be more alternative than me, and you still have this kind of thought. Bai Yu drank too much and shouted in high spirits, I don't care about power, fame, and fortune. The only small wish is that there are groups of wives and concubines. It's best to all be lowly and big-breasted girls. After looking at each other, the two laughed at each other. The wine is finished, it's time to go back to bed. Go, I also want to blow the sea breeze here and sober up. Bai Yu held the sword and looked at the drunk pirate not far away. He wanted to chop a sword to see how many people could be killed. The quality of this new crew is not very high. One went away, another one came. The great pirate king came straight over. I'm out of alcohol here. Bai Yu spread his hands and replied calmly. After the king came straight, he shook his head and only said a word. It's almost the Valley of the Gods, and the captain is preparing to plunder the treasures of the Drago Knights and the heavenly gold they have looted. Many crew members have died recently, and these new crew members may not be able to form a favorable combat effectiveness. The Valley of Gods. That day is coming soon. Bai Yu's Jijin woke up most of the time, and it seemed that he was about to leave. Crossing the card has not had a chance to use it, just rely on him, even if he is immortal, there is no way to turn the tide. The night passed quickly. After dawn, Bai Yu woke up, and the first time he entered the chat group, looked at the group's trends and shops. Shop, traverse card, you can traverse to other worlds, and it can only be opened after level 5. There are several types of crossing cards. The first is to travel alone by yourself. There is a time limit. The validity period is only 1 day, and you will be automatically returned after 1 day. The second type is to take people across. There is a time limit, the validity period is still 1 day, and it will automatically return after 1 day. The third type is the permanent transit card. There is no such card in the store. Only when the task is in the immediate future, will it burst out with a small probability. Seems to be useless, and the triggering of random tasks does not know the law. Bai Yu, at everyone, the group is so quiet, what's the matter with you? You reading www.ucananshould.com. Don't billion, Big Brother, everyone in the group has gone to watch the live broadcast of Big Brother Xiang Kunlun. It's a dot on the group label. Just press it. Live streaming? Bai Yu was a little dazed, and scrolled up through the group news. Xiang Kunlun almost came out with the Hall of Heroes. The purpose is to get rid of Cao Yanbing. He didn't want to make the mistakes the Overlord made in the past. This move will definitely attract the attention of the spiritual realm, and those imperial emissaries might even put on small shoes for him. But Xiang Kunlun can't manage that much anymore, a protagonist who will grow up in the future. Don't get rid of this time, when will you wait more? Group of Heroes players, Xiang Kunlun, Diao Lingyun, Lu Xiangong, Lu Shiyu, Lu Tianyu, Qin Wanggong, Yang Luqi, Li Gukan. Entering the live broadcast room, what is oncoming is an unparalleled high force. The tall and burly man who was leading was Xiang Kunlun. He was followed by a group of fierce generals and a long army of soldiers behind him. The momentum was like a rainbow, and it shocked the members of the chat group. Bai Yu couldn't help but twitched. He knows all these people. Xiang Kunlun didn't evacuate the Hall of Heroes, right? In case someone steals the house, the Hall of Heroes will fall directly. Sent a barrage. Bai Yu, brother Xiang, don't you just take out all of your wealth? Xiang Kunlun replied after seeing the bullet screen. Exactly. I will never make the mistakes the Overlord made. Don't billion, the big guy is awesome. Broken sound. Zhang Hulan was really frightened by this battle. There are at least tens of thousands of people, plus those people besides Xiang Kunlun who are not easy to see. The protagonist of that world is very bad and bad. Looking at the undead army that couldn't see the end, the members of the group were shocked. The strongest conjurer, I feel silent for the protagonist of that world. I am an assassin with no emotions. There are really a bunch of powerful characters in the group. I also recently met a woman wearing a mask. It seems that the group owner said that the Plum Blossom 13. Don't billion, brother Chi? How is it? I heard the group leader say that this is your future wife. Have you got it? I am an assassin with no emotions. It almost got cold. When Wu Liuqi and Mai Hua 13 met for the first time, they encountered a robot who wanted to kill him, and he almost killed him. The kingdom of Sun Wu and the kingdom of Stan are mortal enemies. Wu Liuqi already knows his identity, and understands why the robot made in the kingdom of Stanley wanted to kill him. Don't billion, it's okay. Brother Chi, there will be opportunities in the future. Then you have to dress up. By the way, let me see the true face of my sister-in-law. I heard from the group leader that her sister-in-law is very beautiful. At real eyes, right, group owner, dot. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader. Of course there is nothing wrong with what I said. Xiao Tori Liu Hua can't understand why Bai Yu would know about these group members, but this does not prevent her from holding her thighs. Ding dong, the new member I will kill the darkness of the empire join the chat group. Don't billion, you a new member has joined, maybe it's another big brother. I'll go out and call in the new member. Big Kunlun Xiang, 66. Zhang Hulin left the live broadcast room and did not forget to call Xiang Kunlun. This is his art of communicating with people and living. The other people in the group didn't really think of Zhang Hulin as a shit, but they had a good impression of him. If they really encountered a problem, the other people in the group wouldn't mind helping him within the scope of their ability. Bai Yu, brother Xiang, where are you now? Xiang Kunlun saw the barrage and replied, the gate of Luoxia Street. I am going to break through and enter Luoxia Street forcibly and destroy Cao Yanbing in one fell swoop. The strongest conjurer, if I am not wrong, after we joined the group chat, our original destiny has changed. It is not necessary for you to move so fast, right? Xiang Kunlun, if you don't get rid of the tiger, it will eventually become a major disaster. Bai Yu, nothing wrong. Gojo Satoru changed the subject. He knew that these people in the group were not simple, they had their own pursuits and beliefs. The strongest conjurer, at us only king, I have a feeling that your action might not be too smooth this time. Bai Yu, I think so too. A character with a protagonist's halo in the world is not so easy to get rid of. Bai Yu. I will kill the darkness of the empire and enter the live broadcast room. Don't billion enter the live broadcast room. Don't billion, I haven't started the fight yet. I haven't missed anything yet, am I? The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader. Not yet. I am also looking forward to this battle. The outskirts of Rakshaw Street. Xiang Kunlun brought a mighty, endless army of undead to kill. The generals of these palaces of heroes didn't know the reason, and didn't ask, but came with them. Don't billion, hey. I am an assassin with no emotions, he. The strongest conjurer, the gentleman's eyes are always the same, and this heroic woman feels very strong. Xiang Kunlun glanced at Diao Lingyun beside him, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Hold it back, you must hold it back, otherwise, his action will be ruined. What's your expression? And if you take us all to Rakshaw Street for no reason, aren't you afraid that the old guys in Lingyu will trouble you? Diao Lingyun said playfully. The golden ratio, the devil's figure, has a face that can arouse men's desire to conquer. At this time, she stretched out her tongue and licked her upper lip. The live broadcast gave a close-up shot, which made the male members of the group even more excited. Don't billion, we are serious people. This is a serious group. Bai Yu, have you taken the screenshot? We can show it to Miss May in the future. I am an assassin with no emotions. Wait a minute, you don't really take screenshots, do you? Don't billion, how did I do this? Am I this kind of person? I recorded the video. Omega. Bio, ha, remember to send me a copy. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. I am an assassin with no emotions. You are not afraid that I will also take screenshots. Bai Yu, sorry my mother is single. Don't billion, +1. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader. You are not allowed to talk about in the group? You are not allowed to talk about women. Be careful, I mute. I will kill the darkness of the empire. It's strange you didn't talk about me just now. Bai Yu saw the name of the new member, and couldn't guess who the new member was. The barrage is in full swing. Rakshaw Street is also in full swing. The kingdom organization seems to have come well prepared. If you want to sneak attack on Rakshaw Street, just pass my level first. Cao Yanbing, holding the Cao family hegemony weapon 10 Temple Yama, summoned Suchu, the guardian spirit of the tiger idiot, and shouted to a group of others. The kingdom organization is only Hep Kaner this time, but he came here privately to grab the merits. It is the elder brother of the 9th knight of the kingdom organization. The battle is over soon. Cao Yanbing has killed all the small members of the kingdom organization, and is pouring Xia Ling a wave of chicken soup. There are other soul resurrection streets over there, and I haven't seen any other soul resurrection generals. These 4 enchantments are not seals, right? As soon as S words fell, the 4 enchantments in the sky caused a huge movement. Cao Xianliang, open your mouth. The 4 enchantments produced a huge light, abruptly opening the passage between Rakshaw Street and the outside world. Xiang Kunlun, who was about to forcibly break through outside, saw the sudden emergence of the passage, and laughed. The kingdom organization? It really helped me? The soldiers will kill me? Slay Rakshaw Street today. Following the roar from Xiang Kunlun, the leader of the Hall of Heroes, the mighty undead army swarmed up and rushed into Rakshaw Street. The people in the live broadcast room looked extremely shocked. It was like an epic battlefield. Soldiers followed the king's command and charged. The other people in the group could see through God's perspective, just like the undead army of ant swarms pouring in one after another. Ha, God will help me too. The soldiers will kill me. Xiang Kunlun was holding the overlord halberd. After the soldiers entered, Yuma immediately rushed in, and the generals around him also followed Xiang Wang to kill. The other leader of the Hall of Heroes, Diao Lingyun, although confused, did not ask much, holding a huge iron tongs, and followed in. The whole army of the Hall of Heroes entered Rakshaw Street. The 2 lingering people who were sparring together were stunned. How come so many people come here? Where did these soldiers come from? Hep Kaner, who called back his 3 hellhounds, sneered at Cao Yanbing. It turns out that the dignified general has to deceive too much. Cao Yanbing glared at the little boss of this kingdom organization, then looked at the undead army that surrounded the entire Rakshaw Street. He held the 10 temple Yama and pointed at the army of the undead, and shouted, "Which soldiers are you, dare to invade Rakshaw Street? Don't you know this is the site of my general fire?" The surrounding army lined up neatly. No soldier replied, but the solemn atmosphere permeated everywhere. Cao Yanbing immediately noticed that this is a powerful army, a soldier of hundreds of battles, and an army that has experienced countless battles, secretly surprised. Before the others spoke, Xiaoling, the heroine of Zhenhun Street, who was standing above, yelled, "You fart. Doing more to deceive less is what your kingdom organization likes to do the most, and you dare to slander the miser? You have to be shameless." The female man yelled at her mouth, screaming at the little leader of the kingdom organization. "Then you, how do you explain that there will be so many soldiers coming? It wasn't you who sent it, who could send it?" When he said this, Hap Kaner was very unassuming, as if it really had nothing to do with these people. "This army also looks familiar. This is the king's army, and the king himself led them into Rakshaw Street. Do you have any objections?" Xiang Kunlun, Diao Lingyun and other generals from the Hall of Heroes all entered Rakshaw Street, exuding powerful spiritual power, and shocked everyone on Rakshaw Street. Hap Kaner, as if seeing a ghost, said with a trembling body, Xiang Kunlun, you, why are you here? Cao Yanbing is a member of the kingdom organization, and our kingdom organization is very powerful. Oh, are you teaching this king to do things? Xiang Kunlun's playful words were very light, but they spread to everyone's ears. This kingdom organization member Hap Kaner was so scared that he knelt down on the ground in a duckling position, and quickly begged for mercy. "No, not like this. I just want you to kill me, and I can tell you a lot about the kingdom." Organized news. The Overlord halberd came through the air, and with one halberd, this member of the kingdom organization who was too scared to resist was killed. "You are too noisy." The news of the kingdom organization, how much a person can know, it is better to go to the chat group and ask the group leader. Maybe the group leader will tell him if he is interested in his ability. Seeing the members of the kingdom organization who were still in a fierce battle with him not long ago, and now died in front of him in a flash, Cao Yanbing was sweating coldly, and subconsciously clenched the 10 temple Yama in his hand. The group live broadcast barrage was swept crazy by someone swiping the screen. "Don't billion, Xiang Kunlun, Big Brother 66. The Big Brother asks for a thigh hug. I am the only king in the spiritual realm. I am very interested in the cultivation system your world has. I have time to discuss it in detail, and you can find out if there are other people like you in your world. I am an assassin with no emotions. The big guy is the big guy, even when he kills the enemy. He is so domineering. Don't billion, Big Kunlun Xiang. I recently met a crazy woman who seems to be the same person as me, but unfortunately I can't beat her. Wait until I have a training session on Big Feather's armed color and physical skills. You can beat that crazy woman. I am the only king of the spiritual realm. It will not be too late to talk after I solve Cao Yanbing first. Bai Yu, Zhang Hulan, you can find a chance to contact that crazy woman first, and it's good to understand your world. The strongest conjurer. I agree that a group of similar people is better than a single person. Although I am the strongest, I don't need that kind of thing. The strongest conjurer was silenced by the host for 10 minutes. The true eyes of the evil king, in front of me, dare to claim to be the strongest. Zionaiao Liu Hua received the news of his thoughts in time. This group member seems to be a big brother. She wants to become stronger. She has to hug the thigh of Bai Yu, who is the most mysterious person in the group. I will kill the darkness of the empire. It's amazing. Bai Yu, is this reflection arc a bit long? Don't billion, I don't understand this group member. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com doesn't seem to like talking or communicating. I am an assassin with no emotions. Who are you talking about is great. I will kill the darkness of the empire. That person? The person in the video? Is that the Imperial Army? Bai Yu, the darkness of that empire is cut by me. The people in the group are all from different worlds. That is the organization of the Hall of Heroes in another world. Does your world have an empire? The new member didn't send any more messages, and Bai Yu's appetite was hanged to death, and he secretly guessed who the new member was. Cao Yanbing, known as the Fire General in Rakshaw Street, is at risk. Xiang Kunlun has his own arrogance, and he leads the group of heroes for insurance and to be prepared. But in his heart he didn't want to deceive too much. Killing Cao Yanbing like this was not in line with his character. He is both an overlord and not an overlord. He has the arrogance of an overlord, and he also has the caution that an overlord does not possess. Trident? Xiang Kunlun almost killed Cao Yanbing with only 3 tridents. First, a halberd shook the 10 temple Yama in Cao Yanbing's hand. Then he hit the Fire General with a halberd. With the last halberd, Xiang Kunlun was blocked when he was about to take Cao Yanbing's life. Who are you? Dare to stop this king from killing. This is really murderous. Can't you tell who I am? Xiang Kunlun took a deep look at this person, and there were very few people who could easily block his attack. There were very few in the entire spiritual realm, and this person was definitely not a ghost talisman. The more he looked at this person, the more he looked like a person. It turned out to be Yuhuang Fulongde, the leader of the Hall of Heroes, the most wanted criminal in the spiritual realm. Xiang Kunlun recognized who the person in front of him was. This person was the former leader of the Hall of Heroes, Huang Fulongde, who was called the strongest person in the spiritual realm. The current leader of the Hall of Heroes, Xiang Kunlun, became excited, secretly exerting strength, and the strength on his arm increased a lot. This makes Huang Fulongdo also surprised in his heart. His strength is really not weak. You used to be my idol, but unfortunately you have become the most wanted criminal in the spiritual realm. I am worried that there is no reason to prevaricate the aliens in the spiritual realm. It seems that there are now. As long as I catch you, or fight with you, I can prove that this time I dispatched the army of the heroes for a reason. Huang Fulongdo took off his face mask to reveal his original appearance. Grinning, it was a bloodthirsty smile. This is a tall and burly man with 3 conspicuous scars on his face. This is shocking. Who is in the spiritual realm? Can leave this scar on the face that was once known as the strongest soul sender. The eye-catching red pattern on his head means that he has given up his identity as a person, and he is not entirely a person anymore. You are very good. It's been a long time since I saw such a strong person who excites me, the leader of this generation of heroes. Not bad. Speaking of Huang Fulongdo, he took out a big axe from behind with his other hand and slashed at his opponent heavily. The axe ripped through the air with the terrifying aura and strength, and aimed at Xiang Kunlun's neck, so that he had to take a step back and avoid the beheading. The axe passed by, only a few centimeters away from Xiang Kunlun's eyes, and his face was pained by the terrible murderous intent. Pang! Rakshaw Street was almost divided into 2 halves. The house and the ground were cut straight like tofu by a sharp knife, and bottomless cracks appeared on the ground. That slash was several kilometers long, the coverage was wide, and the intensity of the aura shocked Xiang Kunlun, and it also shocked the other members of the group. Huang Fulongdo showed a cold look, and said lightly, "You are very strong, but Cao Yanbing, you can't kill now." "A joke? I can't kill it. Haha, you are just a wanted criminal in the spirit realm now. You don't even have a person by your side. Do you really think you can go out alive?" Xiang Kunlun carried the Overlord halberd and fought with Huang Fu Dragon. "Okay, let me see what you can do." Neither of them used guardian spirits. They only used their spiritual power and physical body to fight with skill, which caused the Rakshaw Street to shake, houses collapsed, and earth and rocks splashed. "Don't billion, fuck. I fuck. Is this a human? It's really a human, there is a heaven. A group of poor and weak members like me can only tremble in the live broadcast room. I am an assassin with no emotions, poor and weak +1. I will kill the darkness of the empire, it's amazing, join the night attack. The strongest conjurer, this range of destruction, or a casual blow, is it a bit exaggerated? Attack at night?" Bai Yu felt very familiar with these 2 words, as if he had heard it somewhere, but just couldn't remember it. Originally, he was also shocked by Huang Fulongdo's blow, but he was also a strong man who could hold him to the ground, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, there was a muddle in his head. He really couldn't remember, and couldn't guess who the new member was, so he asked, "Who is this new member? Can you tell me the information?" Group News, Chi Pupil, Jean Crimson Eye. The heroine in the anime, a member of Night Strike, is known as the Trump Card Killer, has a stable personality, a strong sense of justice, taciturn, cherishes her companions, has a cute personality, and loves sweets. Zanmei, isn't that an anime in which the protagonist will not survive the finale? Bai Yu smiled, shaking Esquinists, Sundara Lolita Mayan, 2 of his favorite characters in the anime. The most important thing is that one has a big bad omen, and the other is a little arrogant Lolita. There are still rules in the group, which should be made by the group core for the group leader before disappearing. 2 rules. 1 is that group members are not allowed to harm each other in any form, and those who violate it are forced to withdraw from the group. The other is that group members arouse the dislike of the group owner, or arouse the disgust of other members in the group, but the group members can vote to decide which group member to stay in the group. These 2 rules are very beneficial to Bai Yu, especially the second rule, which has a big effect at critical times. These 2 rules are at best to protect the safety of the group owner Little Bird Yu Liu Hua, and the benefit to Bai Yu is to give Little Bird Yu Liu Hua a chance to become stronger and not to be emptied by the group members. Bai Yu faced the sea, cut out a sword gas, and the flowing sea suddenly stagnated. Boom. At that time, the seawater that had been flowing slowly cut off from the middle suddenly, and a 100-foot-high wall of water surged on both sides in an instant, and then retreated to both sides, forming huge waves. The countless sea kings hidden under the sea surface were all stunned. Many sea kings suddenly appeared in the air from the sea without knowing what was going on, and their eyes widened for a while. Water? Why is the water suddenly gone? Even showed human confusion and incomprehension in his eyes. Swing another sword. Yu reading www.yuukayangshu.com. Several of the largest Neptune-like bodies were disconnected from the middle, and then disappeared and appeared on the ship, so that the crew on the ship could not understand this set of operations. The last few sea kings disappeared out of thin air on the ship. For a while, the crew, and cadres, including Locks, all stared. This fucking. How did you do it? This is hiding the fish in the crotch? The darkness that the group member Bai Yu privately sent to the Empire is up to me to cut a red envelope. Cut the sister world. Kaitong is resting in the base camp. There is no mission today, so she is hunting dangerous species and wants to have a full meal. This cute girl has a fanatical pursuit of food. She has a very strong appetite and a big appetite. She has a physique that will not gain weight even if she overeats. She clicked on the red envelope, looked at the bag of cakes and the bag of desserts that appeared out of nowhere in her hand, swallowed her saliva, and started to eat. She believed the authenticity of this group chat, and she will talk to the boss later. She decided to go after eating. Don't billion, at, Big Brother, you can't just post to the new member, I want it to. Big Brother, I have all turned in the golden light curse and Ying Wulei, and there is nothing on me. NS. Group member Bai Yu sent a red envelope. Don't billion grab the red envelope. It was an assassin who had no feelings and grabbed the red envelope. The strongest conjurer grabbed the red envelope. I will kill the darkness of the empire and grab the red envelope. The evil king of the group really grabbed the red envelope. At all members, in fact, some of you shouldn't grab it. This red envelope is not suitable for you, but in order not to favor one or the other, I will post it all. Bai Yu smiled secretly in his heart, smiling very unkindly. The corpses in this red envelope are the corpses of sea kings, and some members are really not suitable for grabbing. In the world under one person. In an inconspicuous dormitory of Nanbukai University, Zhang Hulin was squeezed against the wall and couldn't move. Where is this? Why am I lying on the wall? Who will help me? The huge corpses of sea kings filled the whole dormitory, and the small dormitory couldn't fit in at all. Zhang Hulin, a big living person, could only be squeezed against the wall. In the world where the second disease also has to fall in love. In the courtyard of Little Bird Yuliu Hua, a huge monster like a hill suddenly appeared. The huge Neptune creature shielded the young bird Yulia Hua tightly, and was so scared that the bird Yulia Hua knelt down on the ground as a duck, his eyes widened, and he looked at this in shock. The dead Sea King class. Zionaiao Shiwa, the sister of Liu Hua, the two have not moved yet. So when Shiwa came out, thinking that she was dreaming, she quickly ran to Liu Hua and hugged her sister. Incantation returns to the world of war. In an office, Gojo Satoru drank tea comfortably and ate sweets named Kikufuku with a look of enjoyment. As a result, a huge shadow appeared out of thin air above the office. Gojo Satoru smiled contemptuously and blocked it with his hand, but the next thing was a little bit beyond his expectation. Only half of these dead sea kings remained. The internal organs and flesh and blood were not processed. The yellow-white juice mixed with blood-red liquid in the internal organs covered his hands and flowed into his arms, yearning for him. The direction of the armpit. Gojo Go broke down and shouted, "Ah!" In the world where the crimson eye is cut. Red Hitomi, who was dining in the wild, saw the huge sea king appearing, and couldn't help the white liquid flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and the sound of swallowing was heard. She pulled out a knife, and instantly cut this sea king into a huge piece of meat that can be roasted with tools. After all, this sea king is too big. Don't billion, big guys, help me, guys, I'm going to die. When my roommate comes back, it will be over. The true eyes of the evil king, that, I hate fish. I will kill the darkness of the empire, why don't you say me anymore? The strongest conjurer, I gave that unknown creature to someone else, it tastes good, but I hate fish. Bai Yu, use your smart brain to think about it, how did I send this thing out? Zhang Hulin understood the news instantly, and after cutting a large piece of meat with Ying Wulei, he sent out all the rest as red envelopes. He finally fell from the wall, looking at the messy dormitory, the walls, the bed, and the ground were full of weird liquid and unknown secretions. Zhang Hulin's eyes suddenly went black. He is going to be famous in school. In the group, the red pupil robbed it again, and got a lot of meat. Don't billion, thank you for your advice, I cut off a piece of meat and sent out all the rest. Seeing this news, Zionaiao Liu Hua thought about the existence of mysterious energy in this meat, and she might become stronger by eating more meat. She got excited, ran back quickly, and took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen. The sea kings of the pirate world do have great effects on ordinary people, but ordinary people can't eat it at all, and can't afford it. Most people in the pirate world dare not hunt the sea kings, and the meat of the sea kings can increase their strength and strengthen their own blood. The only people in the group is Xiang Kunlun who did not grab the red envelope, because the battle on Rakshaw Street has reached a fierce stage. Realizing that Xiang Kunlun was suppressed by Huangfu Longdu, Diao Lingyun stepped forward to help. The two strongest men in the world, Wu Ling Jiling, joined forces against the enemy. Xiang Yu kills the enemy with me, good. A burly, domineering man in battle armor appeared, grinning, this is the first time I have seen an opponent that makes you feel such a tricky opponent. Please come out first. A man with a bright silver crown and a 100-flowered robe appeared. Huangfu Longdu watched as he was surrounded by groups, and even knew that he was going to be attacked by the two strongest people in the world next, with a calm expression. Hey, it's finally starting to be a bit interesting, seeing Tian will come out to play with them. A headless war descended on him with unparalleled aura and oppressiveness. The hill-like body blocked everyone's sight, condescending, like a legendary god, overlooking the boundless world. This guardian spirit is far more terrifying than ordinary gods. Xiang Yu and Lu Buledin stared at this hill-like guardian spirit in shock. They had never seen this kind of pressure. When did you have a guardian spirit? Xiang Kunlun's eyes were solemn. He had never heard of the news. Didn't Ling Yu say that this wanted criminal has no guardian spirit? Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. Huangfu Longdu is known as the strongest soul sender, but before he met Xing Tian, he didn't have a guardian spirit, even ordinary gods and martial spirits, he didn't look down on him. It seems that those old guys in the spirit realm didn't tell you anything. Kill. Gave an order. All the generals in the Hall of Heroes prepare to besiege Huangfu Longdu to end the battle. A group of uninvited guests came to the door. Tiangang Dragon Chess General, alias Shenwuling Legion. Mysterious Horse, Iron Soldier, Snow Elephant, Thunder Cannon, Curse Official, Pool Cart, and 6 people appeared on the stage. The Hall of Heroes fought against the Shenwuling Legion, and the two sides began to fight. The two biggest boss forces in the late stage confronted each other from the very beginning, using Rakshaw Street as the battlefield, killing the world and breaking the ground. Don't billion, excuse me for not being able to describe it in words, so I have to say fuck. I am an assassin with no emotions, +1. I will kill the darkness of the empire, it's amazing. The strongest conjurer, the members of the group seem to be struggling. It seems that the protagonist is really difficult to be killed by the villain. On the Locke's boat, Bai Yu looked at the two sides fighting in the live broadcast room, and didn't feel much. After all, he was not at the scene, and the network cable was separated, which was a bit shocked at best. Group random mission, help me to be the only king of the spiritual realm to defeat or repel opponents. After completing the mission, I will get rewards. The more I contribute, the better, the richer the rewards, and the time limit is 1 day. The rewards are as follows: reward the primary draw, the intermediate draw, the number of draws for the advanced draw, the reward practice card, help people quickly practice, all the world speaks Chinese medicine pills, can translate other languages into Chinese, group member language is not the same, you can also communicate. As soon as this group news came out, it attracted the attention of other group members. Don't billion, does this random task mean that we can go to the world of Xiang Kunlun? I am an assassin who has no emotions, wow, is there such a thing? There seems to be a reward, but I don't know if the reward is money. True eye of the evil king, you can do this kind of trifle. I have to deal with other enemies from the invisible realm. Xiao Liu Hua got news from the chat group, knowing what this random task is, and knowing that the rewards of the task are very rich. As long as you complete the task and help other members, you can get a chance to become stronger. She also wants to go, but considering her own strength, even if she goes, she is still a soy saucer. It is estimated that she will not be rewarded. If she goes, she will let the group members know that she is a weak chicken and has a combat power of no more than 5. Kind. She was overwhelmed with grief and had to eat meat in the kitchen. While watching the chat group's task rewards and crying, she ate meat at the same time. Liu Hua, what's wrong with you? Xiao Shiwa looked at this sister who had been against her, and worried in her heart. Ate meat from an unknown source and shed tears for no reason, which made her very worried. This meat is so delicious, oh. Xiao Liu Hua didn't worry that anyone would find Neptunes. No one came to her courtyard. As long as she ate the meat, no one would find that unknown creatures had come to this world. Bai Yu looked at the other members of the group discussing himself. Don't billion, at, the strongest spellcaster, 2 big bosses, the group owner does not participate in such trivial matters. It seems that you are qualified to participate in this random mission in the group. I am an assassin with no emotions, yes, I will sell offal and shave people's hair, I still won't go. I will kill the darkness of the empire, where is this? How did I get here? Don't billion, what did you do with this new member? I will cut the darkness of the empire out. I didn't do anything, I just saw something bounced out, I thought it was meat, so I pressed it down. Don't billion. I am an assassin who has no emotions, why is there an extra person in the live broadcast? Hey, it's a beautiful girl at a WeChat to a beautiful girl. The true eyes of the evil king, I think you have a problem with your IQ. Xiao Toriwio Liu Hua suddenly felt that he was so smart. I am an assassin with no emotions, what? Beauty member, you quickly find a place to hide, the people in that place are all from Monkey Sile. Don't billion, at, the strongest spellcaster, 2 big guys hurry up to save people. The only beautiful girl in the group is about to die. Zhang Hulan didn't know that the group leader Xiao Liu Hua was a super cute Lolita girl with a serious secondary illness, but thought that the group leader should be some kind of creature with a bad brain. The strongest conjurer, wait, I'm still taking a shower, I will go there when I put my pants on. Bai Yu, I also want to talk to the naive captain on our ship, otherwise it will cause a big problem. He will bring the entire crew of the ship and turn the nearby waters upside down. Locks in a separate room. The overlord of the sea sat on the bed and stared at Bai Yu on the opposite side, showing excited eyes. Bai Yu, you figured it out, accompany me to kill all the world's lackeys and overthrow the entire world government. Time seemed to pause for a few seconds, Bai Yu's eyes were deep, and he answered flatly, Captain Locks, you don't think you can use these people on the ship to overturn the whole world, do you? You leave the bottom of the crew alone and use the method of raising goo to breed powerful goo. I can't comment on your method, but I want to ask, how many of those bottom crew can finally reach the level of a cadre? Locks laughed and said, those waste is worthless. What I want is a better crew member. I know what you want to say, Bai Yu. I have seriously considered your suggestion. As long as you get this vote in the Valley of Gods, grab all the treasures of those nobles and take the gold from heaven. We have the money to recruit troops and buy horses. These things can make more people work for me. I can even pull up a huge army. By then, the world government, including the lackeys, will only kneel on Liu Zilox's foot. Rox, do you remember what you promised me? Bai Yu looked at him with burning eyes. Locke smiled. Remember, I can restrain my men from harming civilians, but more and more crew members are dissatisfied. Those rubbish, which one does not come from the oppressed bottom? Bai Yu smiled coldly. When they are pirates, on the one hand, they can't stand the government's brutality, on the other hand, they follow their inner desires. Bai Yu, I have something to do. I will disappear for a while and see you later. Locke, are you going to leave? Do you think that this time the Valley of the Gods is my burial place? I will be defeated by those Navy and world government minions. Bai Yu, if I were to leave, I would have left long ago, and I won't wait until now. He smiled slightly. Captain Locke, the pirate group is very powerful. As long as you don't confront the world government, you can still live freely. I'm Locke. No one in this world can beat me, and no one can kill me at UU reading www.uukangshu.com. Do you think I can't understand the pattern of the sea? No, Captain, your IQ is fairly high in this world, except for being a little overconfident. Bai Yu, our bet is established. Locke said to him. After heard, Bai Yu turned his head and left. The crew on the ship, including most of the cadres, did not know the relationship between Bai Yu and Locke. Even if Baybeard saw the conversation between the two, he would stare out in shock. I don't do it. Whoever does it, there must be someone who starts first. Ha 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 ha. Even if the man on the sea knows that there is a dead end ahead, he has to carry a knife and kill him first. Locke knew that the world government and navy were not as weak as they thought, and he might lose the bet this time. The cadres on the ship have great potential. He recognizes the system that Bai Yu said. The world government, the Tianlong people, let him start this. Ha ha ha. The heavenly gold in the Valley of Gods is real, but the Dragonite treasures were made up by Locke from beginning to end. Even so, no one would doubt Locke, including Bai Yu. Otherwise, how could these people on the ship accompany him to death? The death will be so vigorous. He is Locke. He just wanted to be a man to pull down those aristocratic nobles. It was Bai Yu who opened a door for him, allowing him to see a larger world and pattern. He left his crew alone and knew the contradictions between the cadres. In the Valley of the Gods, few people may be willing to stay with him in the end, but he does not regret it. Even if he loses, he has to let these cadres on the ship witness with his own eyes how Locke fought to the death. The sea belongs to Laozi Locke. Bai Yu returned to his room, took on a random task, and waited for the mysterious and deep passage to appear. After confirmed, he was wondering why there was no response. Where is the hole? How can he get in without a hole? There was a flash of light and shadow, and when Bai Yu recovered, he found that he had come to another world. There is no tunnel in this chat group. Bad reviews? There is no compelling frame at all. A militant with a hedgehog's head in midair, holding a cannon barrel he carried, gave this man who did not know where he came from. The huge white beam of light rushed over and swallowed everything around. This shot is deadly. 6 styles shave. At the moment when the hedgehog's head attack was about to arrive, Bai Yu used the physique of the pirate world to shave, although it is not known whether the Navy 6 types were created at this time. But he, who has the memory of his last life, quickly learned it. The principle of is very simple. It uses both feet to quickly step on the ground more than 10 times, and uses the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. However, if you want to do it, you need a strong body and a lot of practice to reach the point where practice makes perfect. A few teleports avoided the attack far away. The thunder cannon of the Shen Wuling Legion looked at the character who easily dodges his own shot, and laughed a little excitedly. This militant stared at Bai Yu, the unexpectedly strong man. He wanted to hunt this prey. He threw the defeated general of the Hall of Heroes Yang Luki aside at will, and then killed him with Wanjun Thunder. Avoided the attack, Bai Yu just breathed a sigh of relief. Looked up and saw the sky thunder rolling down towards him. Fuck. What a grudge? What a grudge? I didn't do anything, so I just struck me with thunder. I just came here. Can you find someone else? Shen Wuling Legion Thunder Cannon, one of the top powerhouses on Zhenhun Street, and one of the top powerhouses in the pirate world. Compared with the god of Sky Island who has the fruit of thunder in the pirate world, it can only be said that Thunder Cannon is the grandfather of that god, that is the real thunder of heaven. Lei Pao laughed. You are the strongest I have always dreamed of. Let me take another shot. Pang. There was a violent roar from the barrel in the hand of the Thunder Cannon, and after a blast, countless snake-like lightning rushed out, and the mighty and infinite lightning finally turned into a golden dragon, hovering towards Bai Yu. It's just a shot, it's too fierce. After taking a shower, Gojo, who had just arrived in this world, witnessed the scene where the golden dragon transformed from thunder swallowed another group member. Gojo Gaku's eyes were shocked, and he realized that these strong men seemed not to be weaker than himself, and was the member named Bai Yu still alive? Such a terrifying golden thunder dragon, even if he didn't dare to carry it head-on, it would definitely be blasted to dust. Thunder Cannon watched the attack shattered a piece of space, splashed countless dust, and a giant mushroom cloud rose from the center of the explosion. How come? Is it a weak person? Lei Pao's eyes became a little puzzled, even if Huangfu Longdu did not dare to resist his attack. But he clearly saw his attack just now seemed to be blocked by something, and his speed suddenly slowed down a lot. The slowdown mentioned by Thunder Cannon is not slow as most people think, but is similar to the change from 0.001 second to 0.1 second. The dust hasn't dispersed yet. A sword light appeared out of thin air and crossed the space, and instantly appeared in front of the top powerhouse on Seoul Town Street, making him couldn't help laughing. That's right, it's rare to have a good fight. Of course, I want to find a good one, otherwise it would be more meaningless. Patted the thunder drum behind him, drew out countless thunder and shattered the sword light. The sword light was scattered. Thunder Cannon smiled, and touched the blood oozing out of his face. Is he hurt by someone using his sword chi? The mushroom cloud dispersed, and there was a figure in the big hole caused by the attack just now. Bai Yu survived, using the life-saving tricks at the bottom of the box. Space sword skill thousands of gates. This is a skill he specially uses to resist the enemy's tricks. Using the ripple gap generated by the space, there will be a breaking effect after cutting. Using his superb sword skills, it is like a painting by a Chinese hand painter, folding out his own thoughts in the space. The desired result. Kinjuman means literally, it creates many doors equivalent to space with the opponent, which is used to offset and block the opponent's attack. The door of space will be destroyed, but after it is destroyed, he can recreate it, endlessly. And these doors also have the effect of extending the distance. It seems that the attack is less than a few meters away from him, but the distance is actually far away. The only thing Bai Yu didn't consider was that the attack of the thunder cannon was so powerful. Although he delayed the golden dragon by relying on the thousand-fold gate, he easily escaped the attack, but his clothes were blown up by the splashing thunder. A piece. So after avoiding the attack of the thunder cannon, he immediately gave the neurosis a sword. He just came to this place. Before he said anything, he was shot twice and almost killed by someone. In the eyes of the top powerhouses, the opponent's attack can be easily avoided even if it stagnates for a moment. www.navalmtl.com. Lei Pao's face was scratched by Jianqi, because he couldn't hide it at all. Shiraba's swordsmanship was created based on space, and it can be used even in other worlds. The sword given to the thunder cannon was a transfer between two spaces, and the landing point was on the body of the thunder cannon. As a result, it was broken up in the middle of the road, causing the sword energy wandering in the space to appear anywhere near that. This hurt the top powerhouse in Zhenhun Street. Gojo Satoru took the opportunity to come to Bai Yu and greeted him. So handsome, I thought you would die under that attack. I almost died. Fortunately, I didn't use my body to carry it. Has white hair, the roots of the hair stand up, and he wears a black blindfold. He is dressed in black. At first glance, he looks like a dauntless man. This is Gojo Gaku, the strongest conjurer in the world of conjurer. Bai Yu asked curiously, you covered both eyes with a blindfold, can you see the way? Gojo Satoru covered his head and smiled, haha, it's another one. You are not the first to ask me this question. Can you guess I can see it? I'm too lazy to guess, unless you can help me block the air, that guy who is too excited. Gojo Satoru glanced at the thunder cannon in midair. Such a dangerous guy, he didn't want to stop him. As soon as he turned his head, Bai Yu was gone. Wu Tiaogo looked confused, and question marks popped up in his heart. Where did that group member go? Is he left behind? At this time, Gojo Satoru suddenly felt cold behind him, and he was stared at by the guy in midair. It doesn't seem very good. Gojo Goza said these tense words, but the tone made people feel very relaxed. Lei Pao's eyes were fierce, a cruel bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and the fighting spirit in his eyes spurted out. You don't seem to be inferior to the guy just now, you may be better than that. I'm so satisfied. The strength of Thunder Cannon is really powerful. One of the protagonists of Zhenhun Street, Sun Zhantian, was defeated by him. Sun Zhantian is the only woman among the three heroes. She is known as the Tiger Lord. She defeated Liu Yuchen, who had 5 tiger generals. She was of war and possessed 6 guardian spirits. The body of the of war was released, and the 6 guardian spirits were combined, but they were still defeated by the Thunder Gun. Shen Wuling Group, these people are all forces that will only appear in the later stage of Zhenhun Street, absolute top combat power on Zhenhun Street. Where is that girl? Gojo Satoru said at aggression. What girl? Don't make excuses. Come with me in a battle. Numerous thunders appeared out of thin air in the sky, transforming into thunder snakes, wrapped around the thunder cannon. The guardian spirit of the thunder cannon is the 9 heavens Yingyuan Thunder Sound Po Hua Tianzan, the incarnation of the Antarctic Emperor Changsheng, and the highest deity of Libu. Is not in the world of One Piece, the self-proclaimed of Any Road, Sky Island is comparable. That girl is with me. Bai Yu shouted, long live the sweets party. The salty parties are heretics. That guy in midair will leave it to you. Shiraba is in the distance, feeding the beautiful girl with the sweets he carries with him. Kaitong discovered the disparity in strength when he came to this world, and he hid aside for a long time. Gojo Satoru looked at the guy with a beautiful girl in his arms and fed another beautiful girl with his eyes speechlessly, and said with tears, long live the sweets party. You dare to be distracted when fighting with me, I think you are looking for death. Thunder Cannon released the guardian spirit, and the sky filled with thunder flying around the opponent. This is the first time I have met such a strong opponent, and it makes me a little bit enthusiastic. Gojo Satoru opened his blindfold a little excited, his breath suddenly changed. People from 2 different comics have officially fought, and they will not be able to tell the winner for a while. Sweets are delicious, hooray! Chi Pupil ate the sweets with a happily expression, and shouted out the same as the 2 of them. The beautiful girl in Bai Yu's arms is Ying Luki, one of the generals in the Hall of Heroes, and the guardian spirit is Ying Liaolang, who has reached the realm of the unity of man and gun. Looks very good, that is, the skin is a bit dark, not called black but wheatish, not in line with the aesthetics of people nowadays, but in line with his aesthetics. Yang Luki's leg muscles are very flexible, the piece of meat on his chest is not big or small, there is no exaggeration, and his figure is golden ratio. The same is true for the red pupil, which makes people look comfortable and seductive. This is the perfect body, like those with problematic body proportions. I really don't know what those people think. There are still a bunch of people who are looking for it. Bai Yu said shamelessly, Red Hitomi, I will feed it in the future, and there will be delicious food every day. You model me and put on the clothes I wear for you, and take some portrait photos, okay. Chi pupil swallowed the last piece of sweets, liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth, and the chicken nodded like a peck of rice. Good. Yang Luki in his arms woke up and let out a cry of pain. Looked up and saw a handsome guy. Is the enemy? The murderous look in Yang Luki's eyes flashed by, trying to fight with a gun, and struggling to roll over, causing a certain part in front to constantly touch and rub against Bai Yu's body in the ups and downs. Don't rub, my gun has already reacted, and if I rub, I will take the gun and go into battle. Yang Luki. The corners of Bai Yu's mouth curled up, and he said playfully, I think you dare not move. Yang Luki shook his head nervously, don't dare to move. Kaitong stared straight at Bai Yu, wanting to see if there is any dessert. When she heard this, many question marks popped up in her heart. Yang Luki saw the doubt in the eyes of the black-haired and red-eyed girl in front of him, and his pretty face flushed to the roots of his ears. This is too shame. She became a general in the Hall of Heroes at a young age, and when she was 12 years old, she slaughtered the mutant corpse dragon legion on her own. If it hadn't been for a militant like Lei Pao who likes to tell the winner in a short time, she would not lose so quickly if she replaced it with another powerhouse of the same level as Lei Pao. Who are you? The expression on Yang Luki's face was ashamed and annoyed. Let me down quickly. Bai Yu smiled, showing a very charming smile. Do I say that this is your attitude toward lifesavers? Your attitude is very bad. I am the helper invited by Xiang Kunlun, the boss of your group of heroes. Yang Luki lowered his head and said stiffly, I see, thank you for your life-saving grace. This is the first time she has thanked people, and her tone is very strange, which makes some guy with a bad taste sound very happy. Then you, can you let me go? I can go by myself. Bai Yu heard that the gentleman put her down, and cut off a strand of Yang Luki's hair, leaving her palm in front of her mouth and nose to ask. It's so fragrant. Yang Luki's face flushed, like a ripe apple. This person dared to cut off her own hair. She had sworn before, who can cut off her hair? Crimson Hitomi, hurry up to help this person and leave. I see her legs are shaking. I guess she can't even walk. You take her to a safe place, away from this battlefield. This is all the desserts on my body. Is it enough? Bai Yu took out all the desserts on his body, and the greedy red pupil drooled. Enough? Enough. Chi Tong put away the Daigo one stop killing Mura Yu, and helped Yang Luki ran to the edge of the battlefield, preparing to hide and finish the dessert quietly. Seeing the two beautiful girls ran to a safe place to stay with Xiaoling, Bai Yu's heart was relieved. Cao Yanbing was severely wounded by Xiang Kunlun, and he had no fighting ability. The only thing he could do now was to watch Huangfu Longdo incompetently furious. Facing the enemy who killed his parents, he had long forgotten the incident that Xiang Kunlun injured him just now. He even guessed in his heart that the leader of the arrogant and conceited group of heroes must have received some news, so he used him to force Huangfu to fight. Shot. After all, Huangfu Longdo is the most wanted criminal in the spiritual realm, and Xiang Kunlun was able to find and arrest. That was a great achievement. Cao Yanbing didn't know that there were chat groups, and it was not clear that Xiang Kunlun came here to kill him. Although he is very arrogant as the fire general, he also understands how big the difference in strength is with the leader of the Hall of Heroes. There is no need to dispatch the power of the Hall of Heroes against him alone. Xiaoling looked at the two running over, and said with a smile, I heard the miser say that your main purpose is to catch this fugitive, but you don't need to seriously wound the miser. Although the miser has a bad temper, his strength is good. Yang Luki didn't understand the meaning of the leader Xiang Kunlun before he came. Now she understands that the goal of the Hall of Heroes is not the sole town general of Rakshaw Street, but the most wanted criminal in the spiritual realm, the previous leader of the Hall of Heroes. If you don't fight like this, do you think you can force Huangfu to fight against the dragon? Our group of heroes wants to kill a town spirit general on Rakshaw Street. I am enough. Do you need the leader to do it yourself? And do you think that this guy lying on the ground is qualified to participate in this kind of battlefield? Yang Luki's triptych made Xiaoling speechless. Cao Yanbing was even more anxious. The little girl in front of her was indeed very strong. The guardian spirit might not be able to fight one-on-one or even two-on-one, and that was how it was quickly defeated by the monster that was full of electricity. But he is not reconciled. The enemy who killed his parents is right in front of him. He can only lie here and can't do anything. Yang Luki looked at Cao Yanbing plainly. Being weak in the spiritual realm is a sin. She understood this truth when she was very young. AKA Hitomi divided the sweets in his hand in half, and divided half of them for this girl who had a personality similar to her. Yang Luki took it with a flushed face, turned his head to the side, and said bluntly, Thanks. This soul-suppressing general is also a cute girl, but when fighting, he is never ambiguous. The battlefield of Gojo Satoru and Thunder Cannon reached a white-hot stage in a short time, and the two fought in the sky. Thunder Cannon opened the battle intent mode, completely releasing his power, and his appearance completely changed from the appearance of a child to the appearance of a youth, and the power of the supreme god of the live was revealed. The sky with a radius of thousands of miles has turned into a sea of thunder, and he is the emperor in the thunder, overlooking any ants who dare to provoke. This is the strength of the top powerhouse of Soul Suppressor, and the strength of Libu's highest deity. Gojo Satoru opened his own realm, a place of immeasurable void. Yu reading www.uukansho.com. The space around the thunder cannon was suddenly shrunk, as if being moved to another place. Is this your strength? Let me watch a little more and make me more excited. Thunder Cannon was mad, the fighting intent was completely ignited, and the thundercloud covered all the scope of the Wujo Enlightenment domain. Bai Yu looked at the fierce battle over there and couldn't help applauding. Papa. The fight between these two people is too exaggerated, and why a strong like Thunder Cannon would join Huang Fulongdo's Shenmue Spirit Army, which makes him very puzzled. On the other side, Huang Fulongdo had one enemy and two but still did not fall. Fortunately, Rakshaw Street is relatively large, much larger than a city in the general human world, otherwise it is really not enough for people like them. Rakshaw Street has been mostly destroyed, and when the battle is over, it should be in ruins. Diao Lingyun and Xiang Kunlun besiege Huang Fulongdu. In the process of siege, she struggled more and more. Xiang Kunlun can resurrect 1,000,000 dead souls of the Chu army on her back many times, so the fight is more brutal, but she only has one life, and one mistake will kill Huang Quan. At this time, Diao Lingyun, the eldest sister of Kunying Palace, realized that the strength gap between her and Xiang Kunlun had long been very large. Every time I drew a tie with her in front of the generals in the Hall of Heroes, it was just to hide his strength. Xiang Kunlun, do you look down on me and a woman like this? Do I need you to be merciful in normal times? Diao Lingyun roared in her heart. Left from the originally supported position, she wanted to grab Xiang Kunlun's main attack position. Bai Yu, who was about to join the battle, noticed, and Xiang Kunlun also noticed that Diao Lingyun's eyes and position had changed. Diao Lingyun was unwilling to be overwhelmed by Xiang Kunlun. She was also the leader of the Hall of Heroes, so why should she lower her head? Although Diao Lingyun herself was faintly aware of the gap between herself and Xiang Kunlun. In the Hall of Heroes, she is called the Big Sister Head, and she is one of the leaders of the Hall of Heroes. But in the eyes of many generals in the Hall of Heroes, she can only be regarded as a second leader, ranking below Xiang Kunlun. Now it seems that those people are right. Diao Lingyun forcibly snatched Xiang Kunlun's main attacking position and disrupted the rhythm of the battle, which made Xiang Kunlun start to be restrained and unable to use it. Diao Lingyun, what are you doing? Xiang Kunlun roared, if the rhythm is chaotic, Huang Fulongdo will soon find a breakthrough. At present, he doesn't understand why Diao Lingyun did this. I can only say that the boss of the Hall of Heroes doesn't understand women's thoughts. What you Xiang Kunlun can do, I can do the same, and I will do better than you. This position is up to me. Diao Lingyun involuntarily seized the main attack position and accepted most of the battle. Pressure. Huang Fulongdo saw the flaw, and excitedly said, you can be far behind the little devil Xiang Kunlun, are you sure you can stop it? This trick is useful, Diao Lingyun flushed, but she didn't dare to get distracted. Once she was distracted, it was when she died. Xiang Kunlun actually carried it at that time, and was still able to do so, but in the end, she was really unstoppable. There is a certain gap between Diao Lingyun and Xiang Kunlun's strength. In addition, Xiang Kunlun has 1,000,000 dead souls of the Chu army, and can almost be resurrected indefinitely. As long as he is not killed by so many lives in an instant, no one can kill him. Xiang Kunlun theoretically, like Bai Yu, is an immortal body. Xiang Kunlun's incomplete version of the immortal body, so he dared to fight Huang Fulongdo with his life, which further widened the gap between Diao Lingyun and him. One person dares to fight with his fate, one person has only one life. Huang Fulongdo still felt a bit tricky. This Xiang Kunlun was not easy to solve. With Diao Lingyun who was a supporter on the side, it would be very bad for him if he dragged it down. Diao Lingyun's move was in Huang Fulongdo's arms. The victory of the battle began to lean towards Huang Fulongdo. Diao Lingyun suffered more and more injuries, the armor that wrapped her body was getting more and more torn, and the underwear inside became tattered. And there was already a pool of blood on the ground, and bright red blood flowed down the armor on Diao Lingyun's body. Bai Yu couldn't understand the thoughts in this woman's heart, and was very speechless for Diao Lingyun's behavior. It's obviously a support player who has to fight against the road. I don't know if the confrontation road is a real man's battlefield. Isn't it good for an Xian to play support on the side? As expected, women are incomprehensible creatures. The former Bai Yu was the king against the road and guarded the dignity of numerous top orders. A reliable man like the top laner, he doesn't have any support and is willing to follow, but he prefers to follow the unreliable jungler. The top laner can only take a dozen and 5 in silence. Bai Yu took a deep breath. This random mission is that the greater the contribution he makes, the richer the rewards. If he beats Huang Fulongdo and Xiang Kunlun away, he should get the best reward. As for killing Huang Fulongdo, it is almost impossible. If the strong man wants to leave, he can easily evacuate the battlefield and cannot stay. Bai Yu held the sword in both hands and charged up with serious eyes. At the very moment, he rescued Diao Lingyun, who had almost died under the head of Huang Fulongdo's axe. The sword rubbed against the axe, making a harsh sound, and sparks from the collision splashed everywhere. The sword in Bai Yu's hand is one of the 12 supreme swords in the pirate world. It originally had its own name. He didn't like it, so why did he have to use his predecessor's name? So he changed his name to Yungxiao. Diao Lingyun, you can solve other people, so that you can better tear a hole in the battlefield. I believe you can solve one quickly with your strength, and then take out your hand to help us. You should also think that the Hall of Heroes can win. If you lose, those generals will all die here. Diao Lingyun, who was still considering, immediately turned her head and looked in the direction of Lu Xiangong. On that battlefield, her good friend, Lu Xiangong, was beaten back by a member of the Shenwuling Legion, and she was almost unable to hold it. Diao Lingyun gritted her teeth and said angrily, I'll go to support now. I hope that after I solve it, you can still live. Diao Lingyun didn't doubt the origin of Bai Yu, even if she had never seen it before. She was saved by him just now, although she didn't want to be saved by others at all. Xiang Kunlun, I hope the person you invite is strong enough. Diao Lingyun guessed in her heart that this person was the helper invited by Xiang Kunlun, and Xiang Kunlun made a lot of preparations to wipe out Huangfu Longdo in one fell swoop. Did not hesitate to bring out most of the fighting power of the Kunying Hall, and also designed the Rakshaw Street to force Huangfu Longdo to appear, leading to the hidden forces of Huangfu Longdo. If it weren't for Xiang Kunlun www.navalmtl.com, perhaps no one would dare to believe that Huangfu Longde, the most wanted criminal in the spirit realm, had already developed his power to such a degree, and he also possessed the Shenwuling Xingtian. Such a strategy and such strength, as well as the helper he invited over, how long Xiang Kunlun had planned and how deep he was hiding, not only concealed the group of imperial spirits in the spiritual realm, but also concealed her. Diao Lingyun cursed in her heart, how much does this believe me, or think I am stupid? Bastard Xiang Kunlun? After the old lady returns, she won't be the leader. She is really incompetent as another leader of the Hall of Heroes. Overlord Halberd, Cloud Sky Sword, Sky Open Axe, and the huge noise from the collision of the three weapons further intensified the battle on the field. Huangfu Longdo held a heavenly opening axe, the gods block and kill the gods, and the Buddha blocks and destroy the Buddha, shouting, Xiang Kunlun, you really surprised me. You have grown to this point. You are qualified to be Lao Tzu's opponent. Huangfu Longdo also thought in his heart that Xiang Kunlun had rebelled against the army, has not paid much attention to the newly appointed leader of the Hall of Heroes, but instead was surrounded and besieged by this younger generation. The boat was really capsized in the gutter. He was obviously planning to use Xiang Kunlun as Cao Yanbing's stepping stone, but he didn't expect that this stepping stone would even be swallowed by him. Xiang Kunlun in the battle, what is the situation? I came to kill Cao Yanbing? How could a most wanted criminal in the spiritual realm come up? I don't want to help the spiritual realm solve this scourge. How can there be so many powerful men under Huangfu Longdu? Haven't the previous generations of heroes and generals been locked in the Black Prison? And when did Huangfu Longdo have a guardian spirit? It's still so fierce. Xiang Kunlun gets more and more depressed. Brother Xiang, don't be distracted, the boss is still in front of us. Seeing Xiang Kunlun, Bai Yu was a little distracted, and suddenly became anxious. Bai Yu took the Yungxiao sword in his hand and cut out a sword aura that rushed into the sky, trying to block the opponent in front of him. But Huangfu's dragon fighting moves are very open and close, and he doesn't care about the sword energy that Bai Yu slashes out. It just doesn't matter what fancy tricks you do. He breaks it with an axe, and it feels like a force to break the 10,000 magic. Diao Lingyun went to other places to support, leaving the two of them to deal with Huangfu Longdu. The battlefield of the Guardian Spirit was originally 2-on-1. Xiang Yu and LV Buletin dealt with Xing Tian alone, but as Diao Lingyun took away LV Buletin, Xiang Yu blocked Xing Tian alone, and the pressure suddenly increased. Xiang Yu, one of the strongest martial arts, and Shenwuling Xingtian's strength is different, just like the difference between Xiang Kunlun and Huangfu Longdo, not too big, relying on his own immortality and powerful recovery. Ren Wuling Xiang Yu resisted Shen Wuling Xingtian, even if it fell in the wind, he could sustain it for a period of time. But Bai Yu is a bit uncomfortable compared to Xiang Kunlun. Bai Yu knows that his strength is still lacking. It is not as good as the top combat power. If the top powers want to win him, it will be difficult to do it. Whoever makes him practice the sword skills will be difficult. This is the power of space, this is the power of ripples. He is only 16 years old, and his future growth space is far from reaching its limit. Xiang Kunlun also woke up completely with Bai Yu's cry, concentrated and used all his strength to fight his opponent. Xiang Kunlun knew that this matter had not been explained clearly, so he could not say to Huangfu Longde, this is a misunderstanding. I came to kill Cao Yanbing. I didn't want to come and arrest you. This is the first time that the leader of the group of heroes is so excited when encountering such a big enemy, especially when the person in front of him was his idol. He has been following in this person's footsteps and became the leader of the Hall of Heroes, and he is also known as the strongest person in the contemporary spiritual realm. It doesn't make sense. After all, Xiang Kunlun doesn't have the powerful guns like Naruto, so he can only fight to his heart's content. A light flashed. Along with a head flying high, blood poured out like a fountain. And Xiang Kunlun saw Bai Yu next to him trying to touch his broken head. As soon as he wanted to raise his hand dropped, and his whole body fell to the ground. What happened? Xiang Kunlun is completely stunned. Huang Fulongde still has a killer move? It seems that this is coming prepared. Bai Yu's head rolled on the ground, the surrounding air solidified, and the atmosphere became a bit strange in a moment. Huang Fulongde touched a sword mark that appeared on his neck. The wound caused by that sword mark was still bleeding, which made him very scared. He was the strongest soul sender, almost wiped his neck. Is this kid crazy? Is the suicidal attack just now deadly? This kid was too impulsive. He happened to solve a troublesome kid first, and that's how it ended up eagerly for quick success. Huang Fulongde thought of the invincible sword spirit and the weird swordsmanship, and sighed, it's a pity, such a brilliant swordsmanship has since been lost. The little devil in the Hall of Heroes, you are left now. Are you sure you want to fight with me again? Xiang Kunlun's eyes were solemn. He didn't expect that the helper who came over would be so impulsive and would have killed himself so quickly. Fight. Why not fight? I've long wanted to learn your tactics. Let's fight, Huang Fulongde. Come on, kid from the Hall of Heroes. The two roared at the same time, one swept with a halberd, and the other slashed with an axe. The space where the weapons intersect was shattered like a mirror. With the collision point as the center, a huge shockwave spread to the surroundings. The powerful destructive power and momentum rushed to the high altitude, smashed the clouds, and swept the surrounding area. Ah! Pang! With a deafening explosion sounded, Xiang Kunlun and Huang Fulongde retreated at the same time. Xiang Kunlun relied on the frictional force of the Overlord halberd on the ground, gliding for a certain distance before barely stopping, and Huang Fulongde only stepped back a few steps to stabilize his figure. The two competed, and they knew each other immediately. Damn it! This is the first time Xiang Kunlun has been suppressed by absolute strength, and it is also the first time he has encountered such a strong man, so strong that he has a belief that he cannot win in his heart. The little ghost of the Palace of Heroes, if you continue to fight, you will end up like the little ghost just now. Do you want to continue fighting again? Huang Fulongde said this in a flat tone, trying to dissolve Xiang Kunlun's heart. The fighting spirit. This makes it easier for him to solve the battle. This is a strategy that disintegrates people's fighting will. Haha, why don't you be afraid of death, come to fight. Xiang Kunlun proved by his actions that his fighting spirit will never be disintegrated. I don't know how to live or die. Huang Fulongde didn't get very good results. He didn't have any surprises, but he was expecting it. If the leader of this generation of heroes is at this level, it might as well die, although he is indeed planning to kill Xiang Kunlun next. You reading www.uukangsha.com. Raising tigers is a problem, and it will eventually become a major problem. You can no longer let this generation of heroes grow up. What happened? Why is my head on the ground? Xiang Kunlun, come quickly and pick up my head and put it back. Don't fight with the boss. You can't fight a boss like Huang Fulongde. Xiang Kunlun. Huang Fu dragon fight. The two of them looked at the still talking head on the ground at the same time, and they both stunned. What happened? How can you talk even after turning your head off? Don't be stunned, pick up my head quickly. Isn't it okay to hit two with one? Bai Yu's tone was a little anxious. Just now, he was desperately able to hit Huang Fulongde severely, but unfortunately, the opponent reacted and cut off his head with an axe. This action also really confirmed that he really can't kill, at least physical attacks are useless to him. Xiang Kunlun looked at his opponent, and his opponent also looked at him, and the two began to one head at the same time. Huang Fulongde wanted to smash it with an axe, but he didn't believe that this kid could live. He wants to make up the knife? Xiang Kunlun is purely trying to rescue Bai Yu, and one more helper can better contain this person who may be the strongest in the spiritual realm. He wants to grab the head? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Bai Yu's head rolled back on his body, and he was connected instantly, and healed completely, and there was no discomfort in his body. Xiang Kunlun and Huang Fulongde rushed into the air, and the two confronted each other out of thin air. After each stepped back, the two stared silently at the intact Bai Yu. What happened just now? Brother Xiang, why are you looking at me with the look of a monster? Can't you be resurrected indefinitely if you are fatally injured? Bai Yu said with a rare and strange tone, and said with a smile. Isn't this basic exercise? Don't be sick, be calm. Xiang Kunlun looked at Bai Yu with surprise on his face, and said silently, I have a special physical constitution, which is different from other soul senders. I can only be resurrected many times with the souls of millions of soldiers from Chu Kingdom. But what is this thing for you? If you turn your head off, you can still roll by yourself and pick it up by yourself. Bai Yu asked strangely, then how did you connect your head off? Of course it won't fall, and I will be resurrected on the spot. Even if my neck is wiped, I will be resurrected in an instant. Xiang Kunlun explained. Bai Yu's set of operations just now made his brain buzzing, and even their opponent Huang Fulongde hadn't recovered, and looked at the two little ghosts in shock. What are these two kids talking about? Can they be resurrected by beheading them? Could it be that the imps in the Hall of Heroes fought so madly, so don't die? The reason is that the boy in Hall of Heroes has a lot of spare resurrection armor. Did you die for the first time? Yes. Facing Xiang Kunlun's question, Bai Yu told the truth honestly. Xiang Kunlun frowned and asked, you don't have any special feelings? The first time you experience true death, even a strong man with countless fighting experiences will feel it. Could it be that your pain is lost? The resurrection without pain. Bai Yu smiled awkwardly, and replied, with a brush, my head is gone. It may be the reason why my head fell too fast. I didn't feel a little bit, but the moment healed sharply on my neck. Pain. Xiang Kunlun. This three-person battlefield suddenly became embarrassing. Huangfu Longdo was carrying his big axe, not knowing whether he should continue to fight, although he had hidden his strength. The two little ghosts in front of him were not normal. They opened up, even turned on immortality. How does this make him fight? Without finding the weakness, there is no way to kill these two little ghosts. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu immediately pulled Xiang Kunlun aside. The two whispered, and from time to time they looked back to see if the opponent had made a sneak attack, which made Huangfu Longdo suddenly speechless. The two guys chatted and laughed from time to time. On the one hand, Bai Yu and Xiang Kunlun were chatting, and on the other hand, Huangfu Longdo wandered around the two of them while holding a sky-opening axe, trying to find the flaws of the two. This weird atmosphere lasted for a while. Brother Xiang, do you understand? Bai Yu showed a meaningful smile. I know, fighting, only talking about life and death, not about other things. Xiang Kunlun also showed a meaningful smile. Kill. Bai Yu is on the left and Xiang Kunlun is on the right. The two men circumvented from both sides and besieged Huangfu Longdo. This is a life and death battle. Where fairness and justice are needed, those who say such things are often dead. The tacit understanding between the two rose a lot, and they cooperated better and better. The strong cooperation, coupled with the decent strength of the two, gradually Huangfu Longdo began to feel pressure. However, with Huangfu Longdo's roar, a state of blood anger broke out, and his strength soared. With one enemy and two, Bai Yu and Xiang Kunlun were defeated steadily. Bai Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. This opponent is a bit too strong. He also hides his strength, which makes it impossible for people to live. Xiang Kunlun, you start, I'll stick in. Good. Huangfu Longdo reacted in an instant, and the axe drew a beautiful arc in his hand. This time he was fooled by the two. The battle of the top powerhouse is often such a moment of detail that can determine success or failure. Red blood spewed out on the instep of Huangfu Longdo. Bai Yu and Xiang Kunlun smiled at each other, and they succeeded. Immediately, he pulled out the Yungxiao sword and Overlord's halberd. A stern scream was yelled from the opponent's mouth. Huangfu Longdo stepped back unconsciously. His eyes became and staring at the two little ghosts. The two little ghosts dared to lie to him, and then deliberately attacked the back of his instep. Let him subconsciously block his head and waist, without stopping his feet. Is too shameless? Two shameless brats, die for me. Xiang Kunlun laughed and said, shameless, haha, history is written by victors. Only those who survive are qualified to become kings. You can't even understand this, right? Bai Yu shook his head and said, you don't understand, people are getting older, and they don't know what they are. They don't know what a king or a loser is. Hearing that we will be resurrected, they will shrink back, and they won't even have the courage to fight for life and death. Brother Xiang, you have to be considerate of the old man's thoughts. You are right, brother Bai Yu. After hearing these words, the blood-stained Huangfu Longdo started his runaway state, and his strength soared directly to the ceiling in the ceiling of Zhenhun Street. At this time, Huangfu Longdo is the strongest in the spiritual realm, and abandoning all monsters just to fight www.novelmtl.com. Bai Yu and Xiang Kunlun completely angered this monster. Your radical method has succeeded, little ghosts, the warm-up is over, and the next step is hell. Completely crazy? The strength of Huangfu Longdo's axe was completely different from the previous one. The axe cut through the space and shattered everything. Within 7 seconds, the Kaishan axe fought against the Overlord halberd 37 times, and Xiang Kunlun carried it 35 times. At the 36th time, the Overlord halberd in his hand was shaken by tremendous force, and his hands were trembling constantly. In the end, an axe smashed Xiang Kunlun from head to tail, splitting the leader of the group of heroes in half vertically. From the outside to the inside, the internal organs and brain can be clearly seen. Xiang Kunlun's body was split in two and fell to each side, and the blood around him became rich. Within 7 seconds, Bai Yu caused a lot of non-lethal damage to Huangfu Longdo, and the accumulation of small amounts also caused a lot of wounds to the opponents. The blood flowed out, making Huangfu Longdo's breath a little weakened. 3 seconds. The Cloud Sky Sword and the Sky Open Axe fought 13 times. Bai Yu only held it 10 times. On the 11th time, the Cloud Sword in his hand disappeared, and the remaining one cut him into two. Cut. The Sky Opening Axe in Huangfu Longdo's hand was to cut the white feather in half diagonally, so the internal organs in his stomach flowed out. After was cut in the waist, Bai Yu didn't feel much, and wanted to feel like he was being picked back. Huangfu Longdo wanted to make up his knife, and divided the little demon on the ground into 8 segments. Xiang Kunlun was resurrected, and rushed up with the Overlord halberd, once again blocking his attack. Bai Yu also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly reconnect his body again, intact. The pace of this battle was very fast. After Huangfu's dragon fight suddenly broke out, in just 10 seconds, Xiang Kunlun and Bai Yu were killed one after another. One person was chopped in half from the head, and the other was chopped in half. The death of both of them was terrifying. Bai Yu took his body back, and Xiang Kunlun was killed again. S head was blown by Huangfu Longdo, blood was splashed, yellow and white liquid swayed in the air. This time Xiang Kunlun didn't fall in a physical fight. Then, Huangfu Longdo kicked Xiang Kunlun's body. A light flashed. Xiang Kunlun's body was cut in midair. Huangfu Longdo, you who sell the first native chicken and dog, pay your life. In less than 3 seconds, Bai Yu went up to deliver the head was chopped off, and the body was divided into 8 segments. Is neatly placed on the ground, and people who don't know thought it was a butcher selling meat. It can be seen that Huangfu Longdo's current mentality has exploded, and the strongest spiritual sender who has lost his mind is thinking about smashing these 2 nasty little ghosts for him. What happened? Why is this old man hitting harder and harder? He shouted the slogan like a rainbow, but it was not to go up to give someone the head, he was to hit the real injury. Xiang Kunlun was resurrected, and he took a look at the little brother who was still being hacked by Huangfu Longdo. His eyes became very strange. What's the matter? Little brother, why didn't you even scratch a little bit? The only eyeball left by Bai Yu looked at Xiang Kunlun and sent a message. No way, this big boss is too fierce. It obviously appeared in the finale, but it was too big to come out in the early stage. I can't scrape. The two made eye contact. Xiang Kunlun felt helpless, and it was not enough time to breathe, and the two of them died twice each. Scrape it like this, when will they get fatal damage? His guardian spirit Xiang Yu almost couldn't hold it anymore, and was killed by Shen Wuling Xingtian several times. Xiang Kunlun's physique is just a little special, but it doesn't mean that he can be resurrected indefinitely. Although he has 1,000,000 dead souls of the Chu army, every time he is resurrected, he sacrifices 4 or 5 soldiers' souls to complete the resurrection. So as long as someone can kill him more than 200,000 times, he will really die. Little brother, this scraping won't work, let's consider the second plan. Brother Xiang, I think it's okay. Little man, I think it's okay, I can't scratch him either. Bai Yu's only remaining eye was chopped into pieces. Huangfu Longdo was chopping meat like crazy, trying to chop Bai Yu's entire body into mashed meat. The first plan was a siege and unscrupulous sneak attack. Obviously, this plan failed, and it won't hurt much if it continues. High-intensity battle, plus every death will have a huge consumption of energy. This made Bai Yu and Xiang Kunlun dare not fight the war of attrition. Huangfu Longdo, who was almost crazy, went all out, and there was no one who could match him in the entire Zhenhun Street comics. The two of them added the second plan to the first plan. That is ignoring defenses and replacing injuries with life, so that it can scrape faster and actually hit the damage. Let go of me, Bai Yu, what is going on at me? You, the top seller, don't hurry up and give the head to the top. Xiang Kunlun's mouth is not bad, and the heart of the city is deep. There was Bai Yu who took the lead, and he knew what to do. The beast that lost his mind would become stronger and more dangerous. But a beast that loses its mind will also ignore its defense. The two of them only need to attack. Anyway, they can be resurrected, but the moment they are killed will have a very bad feeling. In the face of death, many people with weak willpower will have a nervous breakdown. Even if they can be resurrected, they will only resurrect a living dead. Huangfu Longdo stared at the other target in front of him. His eyes were blood red, and the sky-opening axe was constantly waving in his hand, and the surrounding space was constantly shattered. The net formed by dozens of slashes blocked a space and surrounded Xiang Kunlun, leaving him nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape, so he could only resist. Little man, this guy is starting to attack, I think we should reconsider a plan. Little brother, are you resurrected? I'm going to be hacked to death again. Xiang Kunlun waved the halberd in both hands, and silver flowers appeared in the void, and the powerful but pleasing halberd technique bloomed in the void like this. This is the perfect combination of skill and power. As the leader of the Hall of Heroes, Xiang Kunlun not only has the bravery of an overlord, but also extremely advanced skills and martial skills. Huangfu Longdo's long-range attack was blocked. But this is just a fictitious move, the real ultimate move is still to come. In that moment, when Xiang Kunlun was defending, the opponent was already close to him. The shadow on top of his head is getting bigger and bigger, covering the sky. Xiang Kunlun understood that he was going to die again. Since it's about to die, I just don't stop it. Before I die, let Huangfu Dragon fight. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Xiang Kunlun made up his mind in his heart. Watching the axe fall, he widened his eyes instead, watched the axe fall, and pierced the overlord halberd in his hand. Huangfu Longdo shouted upon seeing this, little devil in the Hall of Heroes, you really think I have lost my mind? This time, I will make you never resurrect. After Bai Yu was fully resurrected in the back, he secretly used the space transfer and appeared behind the big boss. This time, he will kill the boss solo, grab the head, and get the MVP of the random mission. In this way, you can get a lot of rewards and become stronger quickly. You are waiting? Troublesome kid, go to hell. Huangfu Longdo ignored Xiang Kunlun, but turned his hand to kill Bai Yu. Grass the grass, it's obviously that brother Xiang is more powerful, why are you staring at me and making big moves? Bai Yu bit his scalp and prepared to take this move, and his big move CD is also fine. Huangfu Longdo certainly knows that Xiang Kunlun is more powerful, but can Xiang Kunlun be more powerful than him? If it wasn't for the impervious, destructive swordsmanship of this kid in front of him, could he have so many wounds in this battle? Although these wounds are not fatal, they can already affect his state, and long-term fierce fighting is not good for him. At the very moment of the moment, the three of them simultaneously stimulated their greatest potential and strength. The axe of cinder destruction, everything returns to the ruins. Huangfu Longda's axe came from the upper-level interface, with the aura of destruction, devouring everything and everything around it, including space and time, as if it was the name of this trick. Everything returns to the ruins, from 1 to 0, as if everything had returned to its original state before the universe was born. After Huangfu Longda finished his big move, the space was shattered and everything returned to the ruins. Bai Yu's body dissipated under this move, turned into stars in the void, and flew into the distance. Little brother, you are looking for death. The Overlord breaks the formation. Xiang Kunlun seized this opportunity to inflict a heavy injury on the opponent, and directly passed through the opponent's waist, taking away a large piece of flesh and blood. Even dripping kidney Huangfu Longdo roared, forcibly suppressing his pain, and prepared to strike out the little demon in the Hall of Heroes with another blow. Damn it, he avoided it. Xiang Kunlun was about to retreat. His previous blow didn't get the result he wanted. The halberd could pierce the abdomen of Huangfu Longdo, but it only pierced a kidney. What a pity, the little brother Bai Yu sacrificed himself to create such a good opportunity for himself. He still failed to injure his opponent with a single blow, which greatly reduced Huangfu Longda's combat effectiveness. The axe of cinder destruction, everything returns to the ruins. Xiang Kunlun was shocked by the power of this axe, and he felt the breath of death. If this axe goes down, he really might die, and he can't even be resurrected. No, the little brother is really finished, right? Xiang Yu? Special fusion? Ghost King Laikai. Xiang Kunlun burned vitality and fought desperately, and at the same time opened the special fusion of the Guardian Spirit and the Ghost King power obtained by killing the gods. Xiang Kunlun, who turned into a real ghost and god, has a fighting power close to that of Huangfu Longdo, and both belong to the big boss characters on the ceiling of the battle power of Zhenhun Street. The little devil of the Hall of Heroes, this time I will completely cut you off. Huangfu Longdo didn't intend to let Xiang Kunlun go back alive, and if he left the group of heroic imps alive, it would really be possible to swallow him in turn. Bai Yu took a deep breath and came back to life again. Looking at his undamaged body, he laughed excitedly. Huangfu Longda, why didn't you use this trick early? If you use it early, I won't have to connect my head and body by myself. This trick is too powerful, and it directly beats me to dust, causing me to be resurrected on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Space sword skill, space ripples, shattered void. This is the most powerful space sword skill Bai Yu has created, and it is specifically used to kill all hostile creatures and existences. Even he himself dare not use this trick easily. With regard to the space sword technique, Bai Yu has created a total of 9 moves, most of which are just prototypes that have not been perfected. Only 2 moves can be used against the enemy. Space sword skill fighting star shift. This trick is similar to Mirong Fu's Do's Wan Xing Yi, a trick that leverages strength, and can return the opponent's tricks, strength, sword aura and other powerful tricks back. It is a very practical life-saving trick. Huangfu Longda's move was too powerful, even if it didn't have much effect, the attack that bounced back was only a small part of the power of the Axe of Ember Destruction. After his death, that small part of his power was out of control, perhaps even accidentally wounding the friendly army. Space sword skill thousands of gates. Use the surrounding space between yourself and your opponent, use swordsmanship to stir the nearby space to produce ripples, and then create a series of space doors, so that the opponent has the illusion that his attack is about to fall on Bai Yu's body. In fact, the two people's the distance is very long, and there are layers of space walls dedicated to defending and offsetting opponents. This trick is used for special defense. It can give Bai Yu time to dodge powerful tricks among the pirates, and it can also delay time and quickly slip away. Bai Yu's trick is to kill 1,000 enemies and hurt himself by 800. Huangfu Longdo, who was killing Xiang Kunlun, felt cold behind him, and the feeling of death suddenly rushed into his heart. This kid has such a terrifying trick. This move is no worse than the one he slashed at his peak. Xingtian, special fusion. Shen Yuling Xingtian merged with Huangfu Longdu, nearly 100 meters tall, with a hill-like body, holding a sky-opening axe that has grown many times larger in his hand. Huangfu Longdu is really like a descending into the world, suppressing the quartet, with a supreme aura to destroy everything. Space sword skill, space ripples, shattered void. The entire space of Rakshaw Street is unstable, and ripples are produced one after another, and the ripples rippling away in the space. The ripples in the space spread out, seemingly soft and pleasing to the eye, but as the ripples increase, the space of Rakshaw Street becomes very strange. The lethality of this move also began to show. Wherever the ripples went, everything disappeared. Overlord breaks the formation and twists. The axe of the destruction of the embers, everything returns to the ruins. A huge white light flashed, centering on the 3 people. A huge black hole was formed in a radius of nearly 100 li, and the hollow seemed to be able to swallow everything. The strong people nearby closed their eyes at that moment, including the people in the live chat room. Don't Billion, hold the grass? I'm going to be blind. I am an assassin with no emotions. Is this the Big Brother's world? I'll just stay in Little Chicken Island. The true eyes of the evil king. It's pretty amazing. Xiao Niao Liu Hua lifted the table www.novelmtl.com and shouted, beep. Liu Hua, what do you want to do again? I have to worry about it. Xiao Niao was very tired, and it was really uncomfortable to stand on such a sister who had a serious second-year illness. You heresy, I will destroy you today. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and the little bird swims. Liu Hua feels like he can do it again. Ah shouted, and rushed up with a special umbrella. This time she must defeat this heresy. A few minutes later, Xiao Liu Hua hid in a corner shivering, crying sadly, "Why can't I beat you? Because I am an adult." Xiao Shua looked at the doorknob that had been changed many times at home, and sighed. Wondered, is there a problem with that meat? Eating that meat feels like I am about to become a female man. I have become a lot stronger. Little bird Yushua noticed something terrible, but as long as Liu Hua is fine, she doesn't care about other things. Anyway, as long as the meat is eaten, no one will find it. Xiao Shua smiled secretly in his heart. Liu Hua, this little idiot, could not beat me in the first place. Every time I ate less meat than me, Puff I still want to beat me. The battle in Rakshaw Street is over. After one move, Bai Yu lay on the ground and couldn't move. A figure in the distance ran out of Rakshaw Street, waving blood in the air, and Huangfu Longde survived, which was a matter of course. However, this battle is eligible to be recorded in the history of the spiritual realm. The most powerful spirit sender of this era in the spiritual realm was repelled. Bai Yu lay motionless on the ground. He was too tired. Just after the big move was issued, he died several times, and was wiped out several times by the spatial ripples of his big move. He was finally resurrected when the spatial ripples around the space calmed down. If he hadn't bought infinite resurrection armor and couldn't die, he wouldn't dare to use this trick. This is the kind of killing 1,000 enemies and self-defeating 800. However, the effect of this trick is surprisingly good. Even Huangfu Longdu in his peak period was seriously injured and escaped, and he ran out of Rakshaw Street without stopping for a moment. Huangfu Dragon Fight is a monster on the ceiling placed in Pirate World, a monster that can defeat the naive captain on the ship. After this battle, Bai Yu is very satisfied. Although his strength has not improved dramatically, he can still use suicidal ultimatums. He can still severely injure or even kill ceiling-level figures. Huangfu Dragon Fight is really terrible. Bai Yu used his whole cards, and with Xiang Kunlun's cooperation, it only severely damaged the monster. His mental power has reached its limit. If he dies once or twice, he may not be able to resurrect for a short time and enter a sleep standby state. Will not be resurrected until the mental state improves. At the moment when he was killed by the axe of Huangfu Dragon Dijin destruction, Bai Yu felt the consumption of a powerful spirit, especially in this kind of high-intensity battle, being killed time and time again. It's no wonder that the male protagonist in a different world from scratch will be killed and collapsed. This puts too much mental pressure on ordinary people. Huangfu Longde's big move is really terrifying. Even the spirit and existence can be wiped out. I am missing half my life. Xiang Kunlun sighed slightly. Brother Bai, how are you? Xiang Kunlun's millions of dead souls of the Chu army had died by 1%, and they barely offset the Huangfu Longde's Cinder Destruction Axe and the Little Brother's ultimate space sword skills, space ripples, and smashing. He discovered that the big tricks of the Little Brother do not distinguish between the enemy and us. As long as they are near the battle, they will be killed and obliterated. What a terrifying move is this? Get up so cruel and even kill myself? Bai Yu replied weakly, Brother Xiang, I guess I will have to lie down for a while before I can go back. I'm empty. Xiang Kunlun nodded in understanding. Brother Bai Yu, you can die a few more times, and your mental power and willpower will also increase. In the great horror of life and death, your strength will often break through yourself. Bai Yu's face was pale, panting heavily, and asked, Brother Xiang, I think you have died a lot of the dead souls of the Chu army. I feel a little sad, but my big move is really out of control. It's okay. As long as there are enough dead souls in my million Chu army dead souls, they can return. The most indispensable thing in the spiritual realm is the dead souls. I can complete it in 2 days at most. Xiang Kunlun moved his body, and he couldn't hold it anymore, so he sat down. If Huangfu Longdo persists a little longer, we will lose. He doesn't dare to insist. Bai Yu, you may not understand it, but the ambitious nature of Huangfu Longdo will never bet his life here, even if he knows that we may not have the strength to fight next. Bai Yu secretly agreed with Xiang Kunlun's words that Huangfu Longdo had done so many things and had been hiding for so many years, but he did not want to bury his life here for others. After this battle, the two established a life and death friendship in a common confrontation. Xiang Kunlun recognized the younger brother Bai Yu. Bai Yu also recognized Xiang Kunlun as a friend. Brother Bai Yu, the strength gap between me and Huangfu Longdu is not small. After he recovers from the injury, the spiritual realm is likely to have huge turbulence. The first to bear the brunt is the Palace of Heroes, that is, my Xiang Kunlun. I'm really looking forward to it. Who will survive to the end if the king of the spirit realm wins or loses? If I lose Xiang Kunlun, please trouble Brother Bai Yu. You will collect the body for me, okay? Is another unruly king. Bai Yu stood up and laughed. Collect the corpse? Don't tell a joke. I'll wait to see you sit on the throne of the spirit realm the day I will see you become a king with my own eyes. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed presumptuously, and the laughter was full of pride. The friendship between these two men began at this moment. Soon after, the great wars in the spiritual realm have triggered countless great forces in the spiritual realm, and these forces will begin to reshuffle their cards. Disgusting Diao Lingyun looked disgusted and walked up to stare at the two of them. Looking at Bai Yu's pale face, she laughed and said, You can't be dying, are you? You can't do it anymore? Your whole family can't do it anymore? Would you like to try it yourself? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu became anxious and quickly bounced back. Diao Lingyun flushed with anger, and she was about to rush to him with a weapon and cut him in half. Xiangong, don't stop me, I have to give him some color. LV Xiangong clung to her good friend Diao Lingyun, not wanting to fight inwardly. Bai Yu indifferently molested, color? I want to look yellow, okay. He watched Diao Lingyun look from the beginning to the end. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com nodded. Just go to the battle yourself, I think it's okay. Ah. Immortal Palace, don't stop me, I must kill him. Lu Xiangong smiled bitterly, and kept persuading, Lingyun, no. Bai Yu looked at the two girls in front of him curiously. Lu Xiangong, the leader of the Special Forces camp in the Palace of Heroes, and Diao Lingyun are good besties, good looks, body, and the most important thing is Boda. Boda? Tolerance is a virtue? Does not look strange in proportion to the figure, which is in line with Bai Yu's aesthetics. Miss, is there any marriage? Bai Yu approached Lu Xiangong, sniffed, and said with a blurred look, this natural fragrance is really unstoppable. LV Xiangong could see that the man in front of him was not a greedy, anxious person, but just for the angry Diao Lingyun who was about to explode next to her. If at other moments, the female driver Lu Xiangong would play against the little man in front of him and drag him with him. But holding a time bomb that could explode at any time, she didn't feel any anti-mockery mood. At this time, a bit of cold light appeared, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. One gun is one. A spear fell on Bai Yu's throat. Sister, wait a minute, I saved your life. Bai Yu saw the serious look of another girl in front of him, and felt his head big. I once swore that whoever cuts my hair, I will fulfill the promise I once made, but the promise can't be fulfilled. Yang Luki stared at Bai Yu somewhere in the lower body with cold eyes. Now is the best time to cut it off. If I miss it, I won't have such an opportunity. Shiratori squeezed his legs abruptly. Guru after Bai Yu clamped his legs, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Now he is not only a little weak in spirit, he hasn't recovered yet, even his heart is a little weak. Girl. The gun will save my little brother's life, so let's make it clear first. What promise? It's over. Bai Yu really doesn't remember it, but vaguely remembers that it seems that there is indeed such a thing. At that time, it was the Master Tiger Sun Zhantian who defeated Yang Luki in the Zhenhun Street comics, and also cut down Yang Luki's show, Send. But he remembered that Sun Zhantian was a heroine who didn't let her beard and eyebrows. Yang Luki didn't mention this promise. What was this promise? Bai Yu stared straight at the spear, fearing that the spear would actually poke his little brother away. He can be resurrected, and of course his little brother can grow back, but he doesn't want to try what it feels like to be a eunuch, even for a short while. Yang Luo Qi blushed at the sound, with both blushes, put down the spear, did not speak, and kept looking down at his toes. Bai Yu noticed that the roots of this girl's ears were red, and she seemed to have noticed something extraordinary for a while. Diao Lingyun glared at him, grabbed the man's collar in front of him, and exclaimed, "What did you do to Miss Luoqi?" While Lu Xiangong was stunned, he discovered that Lingyun was about to fight the little man. Xiang Kunlun, Chief, you should stop it. Xiang Kunlun smiled casually. Xiangong, if there is no reinforcement in this battle, we are likely to lose. You should understand what I said. Diao Lingyun said in an uncomfortable tone. Xiang Kunlun, my old lady knows that you are talking about Sang and Huai, and you say, believe it or not, I will let Luki and the Immortal Palace, plus I besiege you, let me see who they dare to help. Bai Yu raised his hand silently. Asshole, you dare to raise your hand, do you know what you did? Diao Lingyun yelled without a trace of image. The impression of the beauty of the men in the group suddenly diminished. Don't Billion, such a terrible and cruel woman, no matter how good she looks, I dare not ask for it. I don't even dare to be hardened. I am an assassin who has no emotions, you are too exaggerated, and it looks good, but I dare not ask for it. Recently I took the assassin mission and I was assassinating a dog named Wang Mad. Go to complete the task. Don't Billion. Zhang Hulan suddenly became suspicious of her IQ. Why did this big assassin go to assassinate a dog, and this dog became the target of the assassination? Could it be that all the dogs in the big guy's place became fine? After Wu Liuqi left, the group suddenly became deserted. The owner of the group, Zion Iao Hua, is eating meat and exercising at home, working hard to become stronger, and there is not much time for the water group. She set a small goal to defeat her heretical sister first. There is only Zhang Hulan left in the group, which makes him feel very bored. He is just an outlier in the university, and there is no one who can really understand him. Not long ago, he was still famous in the school. The people in the dormitory originally regarded him as a sand wall, but now they really regard him as an airman. Bai Yu shook his head, and said with a puzzled face what had happened not long ago. Diao Lingyun stared at the man in front of him with idiot eyes, and chuckled, you have a big deal. Lu Xiangong helped to explain, Luoqi has a promise to marry that person who can cut off her hair. Don't worry, listen to me before you speak. If you want to marry Luoqi, there are several conditions. The most important thing is to cut off Luoqi's hair in advance, and the person who cuts off Luoqi's hair must be better than Luoqi and can still satisfy Luoqi. Only when the above conditions are met will he fulfill his promise and marry that man. Bai Yu said with a playful tone, I think it is the most important condition that can satisfy her. If she is not satisfied, will she kill the man? Diao Lingyun squeezed her fist and made a creak. Yang Luo's 7 heads are lower, and the whole person seems to be very disappointed. Lu Xiangong stopped Diao Lingyun and said, Luoqi is not a girl like that. People who are dissatisfied with Luoqi will personally defeat those stinky men, and then they can prove that those men are not qualified to marry her. Cannot fulfill promises. She will only use her actions to prove that women are no worse than your men? Fortunately, she saw you clearly in advance. Bai Yu was a little confused, and did not speak for a while. Yang Luqi secretly raised his head and glanced, seeing the man in front of him behave like this. She became even more disappointed, and she didn't even care about dropping the spear in her hand. When I first saw this man, Yang Luqi felt that this man was a bit stinky and shameless, and cut off her hair. She vowed in her heart that she would defeat this man in the future, and then prove herself. But then, the figure of him and Xiang Kunlun, the leader of the Hall of Heroes, facing the enemy is deeply reflected in her eyes. Yu reading www.yukanshu. She may not be able to surpass this man. The final result also confirmed that this man will be a mountain that she will hardly cross her whole life. From that moment on, Yang Luqi felt that her promise should also be fulfilled. This man is satisfied for some reason. Yang Luqi took a deep breath, patted his face, picked up the spear again and aimed at Bai Yu again, smiled brilliantly. The smile on his face was as beautiful as cherry blossoms in full bloom. I can't beat you, at least now I am not your opponent, but I am very dissatisfied with you, so I must surpass you, and then defeat you and prove myself. I want to say that the promise still works. Bai Yu looked at her with a gentle look. He understood that this self-respecting and self-reliant girl would not allow herself to become weak, and that being weak in the spiritual realm is a sin, and so is the pirate world. Yang Luqi didn't want to become weak, she wanted to be stronger than anyone, including the leader of the Kunying Hall and Huangfu Longdu. Of course it worked, but you don't want to do anything to me. I am very dissatisfied with you. I wanted to kill you just now. You hate me and I won't blame you. Yang Luqi recovered his original form. She took Kaitong's hand and noticed the gentle gaze of the man. She smiled happily. Maid? I didn't miss a good girl. If you are decisive, you will give it in vain, hesitate and you will lose. My mouth is so cheap. Bai Yu's intestines are almost regrettable, and this girl is very satisfied with him. His aesthetics, his usual state is a bit dull, and his unambiguous character in battle is also very pleasing to him. What did he do? This is not a youth romance comedy. How can he say that kind of unconscious words? Feeling that I missed more than 100 million Bai Yu, he looked up at the sky silently. Xiang Kunlun came over when he saw this, and comforted. The little girl Luoqi is not bad in nature, and in terms of personality, I can only say that the person I likes it very much. Don't worry, brother supports you, you still have a chance. Hey brother Xiang, you don't think you can beat me just this little setback. I'm a Xiaoqiang who can't beat me, and I'm naturally skinless and faceless. As long as I'm a good girl, I can't escape my palm. Bai Yu likes girls with strong strength and tough personality. If they look good, that's even better. Xiang Kunlun said silently, Brother Bai Yu, then you are here alone looking at the sky. I thought you were regretting. My intestines are all regretful, okay? It's all because Secretary Fujiwara suddenly flashed in my mind and made me say such stupid things. Bai Yu was very melancholy, and he still knew something about Yang Luqi. Yes, I know what kind of girl this is. He held his sister in his arms to kill, and he couldn't practice swordsmanship that doubled the damage. Secretary Fujiwara? Is he a very powerful character? Can actually affect you in your mind. Xiang Kunlun said with an expression of inconceivable expression on his face, a little curious about this Secretary Fujiwara. In a way, this person is really amazing. I feel that I failed to get out of the order this time because of her gift. Secretary Fujiwara. That's the of brainwashing, the kind that can't stop after listening to it, it's toxic? Is a very dangerous person. Xiang Kunlun secretly wrote down the name. They were able to stay for one day on this mission, so they started the banquet on the broken Rakshaw street. After a banquet, Xiang Kunlun and Cao Yanbing made a good relationship. Fuck. You bastard, do you know how painful it is to beat me? You must find yourself 3 cups and give me a drink? If I can't beat you, I don't believe in drinking or lying on you. Cao Yanbing shouted loudly, wine comes. Xiaoling looked at the drunken Cao Yanbing speechlessly, and hurriedly tugged at him and shouted, don't drink anymore, you are already drunk, you are still injured, you can't drink. What do you know, I am not drunk. I can drink? Brothers get up. A few people are very happy about drinking. Xiang Kunlun knew what Cao Yanbing had misunderstood, but he didn't plan to kill Cao Yanbing anymore. It was unnecessary. He heard the group leader say that he was just a stepping stone for the protagonist, and he didn't want to open it for a while, and didn't want to make the mistakes made by the overlord. Now think about it. He has joined the chat group. What will happen in the future is already different. Xiang Kunlun can be defeated and killed, but he must not back down. Let alone the word surrender, it would never appear on his mouth. Victory, he will be the only king of the spiritual realm. If he fails, he will also fail brilliantly, because he is Xiang Kunlun, a man who has climbed from the chaos to the position of the leader of the group of heroes step by step. Bai Yu shook his head, his face flushed, and his whole body was drunk and said, I am better off every one of my ambitions. Better, ha ha ha. Diao Lingyun snorted, nothing. Who dare to say that I'm not promising? I want to marry a cute, virtuous, and strong girl. If you are so irritable like you, give it to me for nothing. I have to think about it before making a decision. Asshole? I killed you. I can't kill anyway. Come here if you have the ability, come here. Diao Lingyun was directly blown up with anger, and without a word, the two scuffled. Hit and hit. Bai Yu woke up most of the time after drinking. He couldn't beat this girl without a sword, that's not right. Even if there is a sword that doesn't make a big move, he still can't beat this girl. Brother Xiang, save me? Don't hit my handsome face. Hearing this, Diao Lingyun turned her head and gave a look. Can you see what I mean by this look? Xiang Kunlun. This group of heroes turned his head silently, and smiled bitterly in his heart. Brother Bai Yu, it's not that the old man doesn't help you, but that women can't provoke them, especially this mad woman. I don't dare to provoke them. Why are you just one? Vigorously on the verge of death. Yang Luki sat not far away, leaning on Qi Tong, staring at the boy. Thought silently in her heart, I must defeat him, so that I can marry him and let him marry me. The girl's thoughts have been distorted since. She will never put down the spear in her hand again, nor will she weaken herself. After careful analysis, she learned that the man in front of him was not as strong as she thought. That move was a great burden on him. Other tricks can only be said that swordsmanship is unexpected, but it may not be better than her. The most terrifying thing about this man is the trick that can be resurrected, plus that trick barely promoted him to another level. Yang Luki guessed right. If Xiang Kunlun hadn't contained most of Huangfu Longdu's power, his opponent would definitely not carry it head-on, and Bai Yu's sword would not have such a good effect. Yu reading www.uukansho.com. Who made him hang up, or hang up? For others, the move that consumes vitality and blood to explode a powerful force is a magical skill. For Bai Yu, sitting on the side of the red pupil, eating takeaway and barbecue, his mouth was greasy and his face was full of happiness and enjoyment. Does the mission have so many delicious foods? I will come next time, it's really delicious. Gojo Satoru was still thinking about what the guy named Lei Pao said before he left. Hey, you guy is very powerful. This is the first time I played so happy. Since Huangfu Longdo was defeated by two little ghosts, then I should go. The thunder cannon turned into a thunder and broke through Rakshaw Street. The enchantment left a sentence. The next time we meet again, it will be the time to tell the winner. Gojo Satoru's strange thing is not why some strong people can beat him to such a degree, but why he can understand these people. Clearly says different things, but why is there no obstacle to communication? Gojo Satoru was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. He knew that he was the strongest conjurer in the world, but he was limited to his world. There were strong men in other worlds who could fight against him, as well as strong men far surpassing him. He was already psychologically prepared for these. Why on earth can I understand what they are saying? The banquet came, everyone left. Luoqi, do you really want to go with this stinky man? That's another world. We can't take care of you if we go. After this battle, Diao Lingyun knew the gap with Xiang Kunlun and decided to drop the position of leader to assist him. Sister Lingyun, Sister Xiangong, I have decided, you don't have to persuade me, I will follow him, until the day I surpass him, I will come back. Brother Bai Yu, since Luoqi is willing to follow you, she will leave it to you. With her by your side, you can also have one more assistant. Xiang Kunlun saw off. Kaitong and Gojo Satoru had already returned to their own world early, and only Bai Yu was still in the world of Zhenhun Street, and there was a powerful girl beside them. You bastard, if you dare to bully Luoqi a little bit, I will force Xiang Kunlun to take me to your world and set off your whole broken ship. Your world's strongest captain seems to be at the level of Xiang Kunlun. With the strength of our group of heroes, it is enough to destroy your broken ship, so you have to think clearly. Are you sure you want to take away Luoqi? Xiang Kunlun's eyes are speechless. Is he weak? If it wasn't for Huangfu Longdo to be too abnormal, there are few in the spiritual realm that can fight him. Okay. Bai Yu laughed playfully, with an arrogant expression. I just want to take away my home from Luoqi. What can you do with me? I will not only take her away, but when I come back, I will bring a child back. You raise it, said. He reached out and hugged Yang Luki's small waist and returned to pirate world. Dare you? I killed you, bastard. You get me back, give me back Luoqi. Xiang Kunlun, take me to another world. I'm going to kill him. Xiang Kunlun's expression was crying without tears. What was this called, and how it all fell on his head. Fortunately, the last force in the Hall of Heroes has also returned to his heart. From this moment on, he has truly controlled the Hall of Heroes. I really look forward to the future. The locust tree on Luoka Street was wiped out in smoke. Under Xiang Kunlun's guidance, after Cao Yanbing decided to heal his injury, he took Xiaoling to other sites on Zhenhun Street to repair the locust tree, and concluded an alliance treaty with Xiang Kunlun. Huangfulong, the hatred of fighting against one's parents is greater than the sky. Cao Yanbing knew that he was not strong enough, let alone those monsters. He couldn't beat even the slightly more powerful generals in the Palace of Heroes. Xiang Kunlun, I am going to experience it, but don't forget, I still remember the trident, and I will return it to you sooner or later. I'm waiting for you, Cao Yanbing. When we meet again next time, don't be so weak. Huh. Ding, immediately complete the task. Personally repel Huangfulongda. The task completion rate is very high, has received additional rewards. Allow people from other worlds to follow you to this world. Ding, congratulations on your chance to win an advanced lottery. Ding, congratulations on getting 1,000 times the advanced training card. The time is 1 hour. Since the members of this group have contributed the most, we will give you an extra reward of choosing one of 2 options. Please choose 1, get the space and virtual finger. Learning this set of fingerings has a great chance to understand the power of space, and 2, inspire you. The greater potential of the members around him makes the body stronger. Ding, invitation card, with the opportunity to invite people from other worlds to join the group chat in advance, cannot be specified. With the last voice falling, Bai Yu understood how rich this random mission was rewarded. It's not a waste of him that he didn't make the slightest stroke of the random mission this time, and it took many lives to get the full-time MVP. Looking at the extra Yang Luki beside him, he was very satisfied. This group of heroes generals looks good and can fight. The strength is considered to be strong at the level of great scorching heat. Only the top strong ones can beat her. At present, there are only 2 guardian spirits, Cao Yanbing, which is not at all sister's opponent. Yang Luki was also a general candidate level when he got the pirate world. He was better than Bai Yu, who didn't have to commit suicide. He made it into the top 10 on the Lox ship and was no less inferior to the 7 strongest cadres. If there are gunners in pirate world, then Yang Luki must be the number 1 gunner. This mission, he really made a lot of money. Bai Yu's big move can kill all the strong on the ship except Lox. Even with the white beard, the Golden Lion can't confront it head-on, and the only thing that can end up is death. After fighting in other worlds, Bai Yu believes that the Space Ripple's Sugzu move will soon be improved, and it will not hurt allies, nor will it hurt himself. The only flaw is that this move may not necessarily hit the opponent. The opponents have legs, and they can run and hide. No one knows that they will die or stupidly resist. Not all pirates in Pirate World are like Drought Jack, that is simply the representative of Ironhead Baby. Like 7, we will fight side by side from now on. After I solve the problem of the big move, the 2 of us will cooperate with Invincible in the world. Some naturally dull Yang Luki, he was a little daunted when he came to Pirate World. Hearing Bai Yu calling her, she nodded subconsciously. Oh, where is this? How did it dangle? Bai Yu, this is the pirate ship. I will explain to you the pirates of this world later. Yang Luki replied dumbly, I am not as powerful as Chief Xiang Kunlun. We cannot be invincible in the world. She blinked suspiciously, and then said, the pirates are okay, I don't mind. I heard Chief Xiang Kunlun talk about the situation in your world at the banquet www.navalmtl.com. I didn't expect your world to be still the slave world. Bai Yu almost forgot, this girl is a bit dull, but very smart and strong. The 12-year-old slaughtered the deadly corpse dragon army, commanding the army of the group of heroes. And this year Yang Luo is only 15 years old, 1 year younger than Bai Yu. Yes, the Tianlong people, as a symbol of theocratic power, cannot fail. The world is hopeless. Then do you want to save this world? It's difficult, at least I can't do it at all now, and I didn't want to do it in the past. Yang Luki opened the door and looked at the sea outside. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Drifting on the ocean and wandering around is pretty good. Being a pirate is a profession as long as you stick to your heart and principles. The pirate I want to be is different from most of them. A deep smile appeared on Bai Yu's face, and he nodded and said, that should be the same idea as me. We really thought of going together. He approached Yang Luki and looked at that face, it's so beautiful. Yang Luki's cheeks blushed instantly, and they became very beautiful. The female Tyrannosaurus Diao Lingyun is actually right, but I just want to her off. A good girl like you must be a good choice. Besides, with your strength, there are several people who are qualified to cut your hair, and ordinary strong people will not do such boring things. Of course, I did it on purpose. Who made you too attractive to me? I won't allow other men to want to make you think. You don't need to get your hands dirty by yourself. I'll just do these things. From now on, please give me more advice, Luki. Yang Luki Chiao blushed, nodded and said, please give me more advice in the future, Bai Yu. After finished speaking, her little face turned redder, and she was really cute. Wait until I finish getting the reward, we will go out, otherwise the crew will think you are an intruder. Yang Luki held a spear obediently and sat on Bai Yu's bed, staring at him intently. This girl is too cute. Away is dead, Away is alive again. Bai Yu felt a little relieved. As long as he was in his room, there would be no crew or cadres who would dare to spy on them. If anyone dared to spy, then he had to prepare for the outbreak of the war. This is an unspoken rule on the Lox ship. The cadres retain their privacy and prohibit the use of knowledge, and the captain will not use it to investigate at will. Bai Yu doesn't have much feeling for Charlotte Lingling, although the current Charlotte Lingling looks very good looking and has a very good body. But his usual height is only about 2 meters, about the same height as Xiang Kunlun. It would be nice to find a girl who is 1.7 meters tall. He didn't want to stir the water tank with toothpicks and take a trip to the hot springs. Charlotte Lingling's real height is taller than the Whitebeard. She is 8.8 meters tall. Only the giants and huge humans can make her feel. No one can feel normal human beings unless they have rubber fruits. Bai Yu doesn't want to eat devil fruit. If Charlotte Lingling lowers her height, even if it is 2 meters, he can accept it. He really can't do it, and he doesn't dare to rush. Ding group member Bai Yu used the chance of a high-level lottery, and now we are going to draw. Ding, congratulations to the group member Bai Yu for getting the ghost finger, alias blood-cutting finger, is another set of fingerings. Bai Yu looked forward to the introduction of this set of fingerings. At any rate, it was also drawn from the senior lottery area of the chat group. No matter how bad it is, this set of fingerings went beyond Bai Yu's expectation, and when he was trained to the level of a small success, he could cut off the blood of the stronger ones by leapfrogging. If it is a strong person of the same level, one finger will be firm, let alone 1/3 of the blood will be cut off. Is like a strong man who can fight for 10 days and 10 nights without breathing, but only one day will not work. This pirate world is a big killer. There is a strong man in the pirate world, who is not the existence of blood like wolf smoke, but can physically fight Gao Wu Jiaolong. Physical art can be said to be quite important in the pirate world, so the body of the strong in the pirate world is not too bad, and their own blood is the foundation of these strong. Qi and blood are equivalent to the foundation of a strong man. Losing part of the qi and blood is equivalent to cutting off the foundation of that strong man, causing that strong man's energy and spirit to be greatly reduced, and the fighting state is far worse than usual. If you can achieve great accomplishment, even consummation will be even more terrifying. You can directly summon the supreme existence phantom in the heavens and the world, and drop the opponent's soul with one finger. This set of fingerings is difficult to practice. It requires the courage to face life and death, judge life and death, and ignore life and death. Bai Yu smiled. This can be used as a whole card and is not easy to use. Bai Yu feels that in the pirate world, he will soon be invincible. Once his basic strength can be close to Locke's level, and the blood-cut finger is also trained to a small level, there will be no one in the pirate world who can be his opponent. Bai Yu took out a 1000-fold advanced training card from the chat group. Isn't this something that comes as a package? He really has the luck of the emperor. With this training card, he should be able to practice blood cutting to the entry level. Bai Yu really wanted to die, to see if the supreme being in the dark could kill him, but to be on the safe side, he gave up this terrible thought in his heart. Invitation card. It's useless to keep this thing. Let's invite one to try. The members of the group will have a lot of trouble except for the dangerous little bird Yu Liu Hua and Gojo Satoru, who is already invincible in their own world. I hope that this time I can invite a reliable, strong, and powerful person. Use invitation cards. Ding, the invitation card has been used. Ding, a innocent little fox demon joins the chat group, and the true love color is blue to join the chat group. Group notification, a simple little fox demon joins the group, and the true love color is blue to join the chat group. Don't billion, warmly welcome new members to join, please take a photo. Report your measurements. Zhang Hulan, who was isolated in the university, only the chat group can comfort his lonely heart, so he is a long-time online member of the chat group. I am an assassin with no emotions, at all members, please help me, I am about to be killed by my daughter-in-law, Gojo Satoru. I am the only king in the spiritual realm. The chat group did not publish a task, and the reward was not a cross card last time. I can't go to other worlds. Don't billion, what happened? Brother, didn't you go to assassinate others? Wu Qiliu explained in the group that other members of the group knew that Mai Huashizan had also received the task of assassinating Wang Feng, and Wu Liuqi's disguise made Mai Huashizan believe that he was Wang Feng. I am an assassin with no emotions. I was too wronged. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. I really am not Wang crazy. Why does she just not believe me? Bai Yu, puff, I'm a professional, and I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. Puff haha. Don't billion, although it's a bit unkind, I laughed too. Bai Yu, Wu Liuqi, don't worry, you are the protagonist of that world, with the protagonist's halo added to him, and your large size is still the strongest assassin of the Sunmu kingdom. I think this is probably your luck. I am an assassin with no emotions, really? I'm going down first, her offense is too powerful, I need to concentrate. A Zhen fell in love with a Qiang, on a night with stars. Bai Yu looked at the dark night outside and the twinkling lights on the boat, and understood that today is the night when Wu Liuqi and Mai Hua 13 have made substantial progress. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader, New Cheng member, why don't you speak? Xiao Liu Hua is doing plank support at home, his face is flushed, sweat is like rain, and his body is sweating profusely, exhaling like orchids and panting. But as soon as the chat group became active, she couldn't stand the restless heart and sent a message. Bai Yu smiled at Yang Luqi in the room and pointed to the bed. You go to bed first, I have to go outside to watch the wind. You will not be afraid that after you fall asleep, I will sneak into your bed and do whatever you want. Yang Luqi looked at him, holding the spear tightly with some nervousness. She seemed a little sloppy when she came to this world. Puff, you are so cute, I can't do anything, you should go to bed first. I will do it later, anyway, there will be a lot of happy time in the future. Yang Luqi breathed a sigh of relief, took off his shoes and went to bed. This little girl is too cute, so I believe it. Bai Yu smiled secretly in his heart, not at risk, but walked out of the room and gently closed the door. Yang Luqi in the room quietly opened his eyes, secretly looked at the door from the quilt, and saw that the door had been closed. She felt a breath and confirmed that Bai Yu was guarding outside. Her eyes couldn't help showing joy. She put the spear next to her, and she retracted into the quilt and went to sleep. Before entering his dreamland, Yang Luqi thought the last thing, the quilt that the man slept with is not smelly, and it smells a little bit fragrant. This is different from what Ling Yun said. Don't billion, the new member speak up, what's the matter with the new member? Until now, I haven't said a word. Are you girls or men? I hope there will be more girls. There are already more wolves and fewer meat in the group. I am the only king in the spiritual realm, in the group, except for the group leader who does not know the gender. It seems that there is really only one woman. Matter. Don't billion, Ms. Xiang Kunlun, that's your idea. I want my wife and children to get hot on the bed. It's best to get out of the office before the age of 25. Or, Mr. Xiang Kunlun, you also give it to me. Send a girlfriend. I am the only king of the spirit realm. I sent Diao Lingyun to you. Do you dare to ask for it? Do not billion, don't, Mr. Xiang Kunlun. I still want to live a few more days. I haven't gotten off yet. I don't want to die. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader, vulgar, no ambition, knowing that he is so weak and small. If you don't hurry up to exercise, you will know the Tian Tian Shui group. Sooner or later, I will surpass you and become the second weakest group member in the group. After Xiaonaiao Liu Hua went through and failed several times against Xiaonaiao Shiwa, she began to exercise very seriously. In terms of seeing, hearing and sex, she is very talented to get started. She has been able to avoid Shiwa many attacks, but it is a pity that her body can't keep up with the brain's reaction, and she still loses to that heresy every time. 98, 99, 100. After doing 100 push UPS, the bird tour Liu Hua was very satisfied. She made the leap from 0 to 100, and eating more than 10 kilos of meat a day was really useful. Xiaonaiao Liu Hua, Big Feather, can you give me some more meat? My appetite has increased in the past 2 days, and my sister also eats my meat. I want to save a little more to prevent it from being insufficient in the future. Bai Yu, don't worry, when the meat is not enough, just tell me. Xiaonaiao Liu Hua, thank you, Mr. Bai Yu, asterisk, oh, do you know those 2 people in the group? Bai Yu sent little bird Yu Liu Hua news about the 2 new members, and the small group owner went to see the information of the 2 new members with great interest. Liu Hua, a super second-year girl in this grade, likes to watch such things beyond reality. It's obvious that she can be a magic stick, but she doesn't know how to do it. Being a stick is too difficult. She wants to hug Big Bai Yu's thigh tightly. The 2 new members come from different worlds. Fortunately, he has completed a random task and received rich rewards. The color of true love is blue is from life in a different world from 0. It is not a male and female lead, but a female partner named Ram. The most classic is Lost You Ram. This is a very popular character with blue hair, which is called the color of true love. Until the appearance of another popular character, blue is no longer true love, but mentally retarded. A innocent little fox demon comes from the little matchmaker, the fox demon. He is not a male and female protagonist, but also a female partner named Tu Shinrongrong. The most representative ones are Squinted Eyes and Black Belly. This is not a simple little fox demon, and she must not be deceived by her outside. No wonder the chat group adds to the word pure. This time the invitation card is also very European, and 2 girls are invited. The chat group is finally not positive and weak, and there are more wolves and less meat. Although these 2 girls don't seem to be human. But cuteness is justice, lowly is truth. The color of true love is blue. Hello everyone, I just didn't hear when I was doing housework. Am I being confused by you? The members of the group rushed to explain that Ram soon learned that this is a chat group, and also learned the role of the chat group, and that the other members of the group are all from different worlds. Ram was stunned. She thought it was an illusion, but whose illusion was able to bypass those few and cast on her? She hadn't been out for the day, how could she be hit? The color of true love is blue, it's really an incredible group, so I am a lucky one. The true eyes of the evil king of the group leader, that's it. I will kill the darkness of the empire. Congratulations to the new member for joining the group chat. I was in a meeting just now and fell asleep accidentally. The boss told me to have a good relationship with you. What should I do? The strongest conjurer. The relationship between members in our group is already very good. Let your boss rest assured. www.novelmtl.com. What will happen in your world in the future will not happen again. Bai Yu, let your boss be a little bit awkward first. We haven't crossed the card yet, so we can't get to your world. I will kill the darkness of the empire, I said. The boss said that he would consider staying on hold for the time being and wait for you to come and support, but I want to make a good relationship with you first. They are watching me next to me now, and I don't know how to do. I am the only king in the spiritual realm, it's fine to do nothing. There is no need to communicate with purpose, just as usual. Bai Yu, Brother Xiang is right. The members of the group can tell me what they want to eat. I have a variety of sea kings here. Xiang Kunlun is at the peak of his 30s, and the protagonist is also in his 20s together. I will kill the darkness of the empire. Yeah, I still want to eat some sea kings. That meat is very good for the flesh. Bai Yu, wait until tomorrow, I will send you some more. Don't billion, okay. I only left some meat last time, but I was still famous in the school. It's a big loss. The atmosphere in the group is very good, and there are no people who shouldn't join. It's just that the last member of the group has been secretly watching the group without sending any messages. While diving all the time, it seems to be silently observing the chat group. Not far from the room, Bai Yu sat on the deck of the ship, holding a sword, watching the sea flowing, thinking in his heart, I will be in the Valley of Gods soon. After another naval base, Lox will lead them to a small island near the Valley of the Gods to add, that is a carnival island specially prepared for pirates. You can see Roger, the One Piece King in the future, if you don't know. The rewards of random tasks are very rich, and Bai Yu is also very satisfied. Not only got the terrible hole card like the ghost finger, but also got the advanced training card, and used the invitation card to invite 2 new members. There is only one of the last 2 options left. The spatial is indeed very good, and it is not much worse than the life return in the Navy 6 form. But it's not very useful to him. Bai Yu couldn't die again, and he also possessed space swordsmanship. His ability to perceive space is like a fish's perception of water. To comprehend the power of space, it is necessary to comprehend a set of fingerings? No one really needs to comprehend the power of space in a set of fingerings, right? In addition, Dongsu refers to other people's things, which may not be suitable for him, and it is not as against the sky as ghosts and gods. Instead of learning Dongsu, Bai Yu might as well create a set of space fingerings tailored for himself. The second choice is better. Yang Luki has become stronger, but that's not because he has become stronger. There is a 4 Emperor level bodyguard. He can smoke Smog's cigarette everywhere, hang a yellow ape expression, use the pace of Brother Ming, and then laugh with a black beard. Facing the beautiful girls said, "This beautiful lady, can you let me take a look at your fuck?" Bai Yu thought about it for a while, and felt a little improper. When he was doing these things, he would most likely be shot by Yang Luki first, and he was too old. I choose the second one to let the women around me inspire greater potential. Bai Yu asked about the mechanized chat group, knowing that the chat group no longer affects his existence, that is to say, nothing can change his body, and there is no way to stimulate the potential. Fortunately, my talent is not bad, otherwise it would be really uncomfortable. Ding, I'm transforming Yang Luki's physical talents to stimulate greater potential as a spiritualist. After the transformation, the body can withstand 2 guardian spirits at the same time, and the upper limit of spiritual power has also increased a lot. The potential is not in Xiang Kunlun, Cao Yanbing, and others. Under Ding extra reward, a guardian spirit will be automatically distributed to Yang Luki. If the guardian spirit is unwilling to choose the Jilling person will find the next guardian spirit by himself. This chat group is really eccentric to him. It seems that as long as the bird swims Liu Hua well, the chat group will be eccentric to him to the greatest extent and give him extra benefits in completing random tasks. Wait a minute, that guardian spirit still has to choose. If you don't choose, don't do it. Bai Yu was taken aback, rolled up his sleeves and rushed in the door. Then, I saw a handsome man who was more than 8 feet tall and knelt on the floor of the room. Chen, Yang Zexing, see the Lord. Why did you come in? And why did I have an extra guardian spirit? Yang Luki was awakened, opened his eyes in confusion, and looked at them suspiciously. Great Song Yang Zexing, one of the 10,000 enemies left in history, is comparable to Dian Wei and Zhang Fei. Yang Zexing pointed at the person in front of him and asked, "Who is this lord?" Zexing understands. Yang Luki was puzzled. What do you understand? Bai Yu was ecstatic in his heart. Yes, that's what you think. Yang Zexing smiled in the tone of the people who came over. When you are alive again, you will go back to the space to see another one. The Lord must not be too hard-working when he is young. Strength is the first priority for everything. Then you must go. Yang Luki watched Yang Zexing disappear in front of his eyes with a look of confusion, and went to another separate space, which was specially prepared for the guardian spirit to rest and restore vitality. Isn't my guardian Uncle Yanzhao? Why is there another Yang Zexing? I am not of war and you can't tell me. Bai Yu explained this to Yang Luki, and Yang Luki also told him that these guardian spirits have special space, and they won't come out except when fighting. This gave him a sigh of relief. The generals of the Yang family are all upright gentlemen, and Uncle Yanzhao treats me as a daughter, not like you. Yang Luki reacted no matter how natural it was. Hey, who made me a bad boy? Is there any reward for helping you so much? Bai Yu stared at her expectantly. Yang Luki's face flushed, and he stammered, "Then I'll kiss you." Bai Yu moved her face closer. She raised her head, pouted her small mouth, and closed her eyes subconsciously. When kissed up, she realized that something was wrong. Why is it so moist? There is something I want to stick into her mouth. She opened her eyes abruptly, and the two looked at each other face to face. Time seems to stand still. The thoughts in Yang Luki's head suddenly froze and stopped working. He watched the man on the other side constantly ask for him and tried to use his hands. After separated, Bai Yu reluctantly looked at Yang Luki with a shy face. Your eyes are beautiful. Why should you cover the other eye with a black cloth? Is this your cute point? No, my eye was hurt. Yang Luki didn't plan to struggle next. I will heal you, take a good rest, good night. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Good night. Yang Luki's heart, why did he leave? Shouldn't something happen next? Sister Xian Gong didn't say that something like that would hurt a bit at the beginning, and it would be very comfortable later, but apart from her rapid heartbeat, she was always comfortable. One night passed. It will be so difficult? I have used all the advanced training cards, it's just for getting started. I thought it would be a small success. Bai Yu was a little dazed. This ghost finger is too difficult to learn. If he becomes a small player, his strength is one of the best among the strongest cadres, and he is at the level of the pirate's top powerhouse. The door opened, and a very cute girl with a golden ratio came out. Luoqi, you wake up, go to dinner with me right away. Oh, where to eat? I'll be with you. Yang Luki is already at the level of the strongest cadre, and when she is familiar with Yang Zexing's power, she will be the 4 sovereign level powerhouse. All the food on your boat is quite delicious. Who is this person? Yang Lucky pointed at Lox with curiosity on his face. Bai Yu smiled and explained, this is our Captain Lox, you can call him Captain Lox. Yang Lucky said politely, oh Captain Lox, hello, my name is Yang Lucky, Bai Yu's deputy. Lox used his sights to detect the breath of the little girl in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction, slightly surprised. This little girl doesn't seem to be as big as Bai Yu's little ghost, her aura is actually stronger than that of Bai Yu's little ghost. Lox once asserted that there is no better kid in this world than Bai Yu. The red hair on Roger's boat is not good, and the kaido on his boat is not good either. Yang Lucky asked strangely, why are there only 3 of us in this room? Bai Yu said without blushing, because Captain Lox's room, even if the cadres are not allowed, they are not allowed to enter. The most important thing is that Captain Lox's breakfast is more abundant than other people's breakfasts. Yang Lucky understands, no wonder these meals are so delicious. She picked up the small bucket on the side and drank, her face suddenly became strange, and she asked cutely, how can this smell of milk? Bai Yu answered patiently, this is the pure milk I usually drink. It is extracted from a relatively dangerous manatee. It can be made after several fermentations and more than a dozen projects. It is nutritious and healthy. Aren't you drinking? Yang Lucky pushed the milk bucket over. I'm fine, you drink it, I will come later, right, Captain Lox? Bai Yu said with a smile, and took a sip where the girl had drunk. Yang Lucky stared blankly at the place where he had drunk, his face turned red again. When Loxton felt that the breakfast on the table was not fragrant, his expression became sluggish and lost its color. Where is Laozi's wine? The chef, hurry up for me. Lox's yell spread throughout the ship, shocking some of the cadres who were eating breakfast. Longbread delivered the prepared wine and milk to Lox himself, and said respectfully, Captain Lox, your wine, and milk, is here. Lox opened the door, stretched out his head, stared coldly, and said, you never told anyone about me, right? No, absolutely not. Captain Lox, how can I have the guts? Longbread bowed his knees and shook his head vigorously. That's good, you can go now. The Longbread hurriedly left and returned to Charlotte Lingling. Ma Longbread, what can the captain want to do with you? Charlotte Lingling asked, not paying attention to the way she was eating, and gulped the dessert into her mouth. Lingling, it's okay. The captain just asked me to bring him breakfast. Maybe the captain hasn't eaten enough. Longbread didn't dare to say what happened just now, nor did he dare to tell others about the captain's milk drink every morning, including Lingling. Who would have thought that such a terrifying and domineering Captain Lox would actually drink milk for breakfast every day, and he drank 2 servings today? Longbread, this is what you did wrong, the captain's breakfast must be rich in the future, understand? Charlotte Lingling reminded, she didn't want her people to make Captain Lox dissatisfied. Yes, Lingling, I will make adjustments today, and I can guarantee the satisfaction of Captain Lox. Looking at the long loaf and nodding, Charlotte Lingling was also satisfied, so she continued to eat dessert. In the morning, Lox started pouring wine into his mouth and shouted, Bai Yu, you disappeared for this little girl to take the boat. Where did you find such a powerful little girl? Why not bring more? How many aboard? Bai Yu was sprayed with alcohol on his face, and quickly wiped it with a hand towel, and thought silently, I want to take a few more fucks, the point is, can I eat it? Captain, it's not that I don't want to find it. How many things do you think are better than Lucky in the sea? Yang Lucky's talents are ranked first in the Hall of Heroes. He became a general of the Hall of Heroes at the age of 12, and guarded his side at the age of 15. Ha 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 ha. Lox slapped his thigh and pointed at Bai Yu and laughed wildly. I said why you suddenly wanted to disappear, it turns out that you are at that age, and that's right. How can ordinary women be worthy of you? Your kid must have high-sightedness. Don't look down on it. I've been on the boat for a long time, why didn't I hear anything last night? You kid won't start it yet, do it early. Otherwise, there will be many people on the boat making ideas, ha 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 ha. Lox's direct words made Bai Yu sweat profusely. He replied unwillingly, Captain, I am sentimental. Besides, there are not a few people on the boat who can beat the 7th, and in the end it is mine, isn't it? Yang Lucky shook his head, and replied firmly, no. Lox was stunned. Yang Lucky continued, he is mine, I will marry him. Puff ha 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 ha. Ambitious, women on the sea are no worse than men. I support you. The two clinked glasses and turned to look at Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled helplessly, and clinked glasses with them. Before the breakfast of the 3 of them was finished, there was a yelling sound on the boat. The restlessness directly affected Lox's mood for breakfast. What is noisy? There is Laozi. Lox. All quiet down for me. The movement on the boat was suddenly quieter, but there were still a lot of footsteps coming in, which made Lox look confused. Yang Lucky drank the milk, his expression was a little surprised. Captain Lox is very domineering. Bai Yu patted a flattering flattery, that's if our captain is not domineering. How can you reading www.uukangsha.com suppress a group of thorns on the boat, right, Captain Lox? Before Lox died, no matter how great the contradiction between the crew and the cadres was, they wouldn't be like Xebec, go back home. Unless those cadres who have long wanted to be independent have seen Lox's death with their own eyes, and feel that this maritime overlord will undoubtedly die, no one will betray Lox. You kid, don't flatter me. Since you're serious, go out with me to see what's going on. Xiao Lucky, you eat first, I will send this kid back intact later. I'm done eating, I'll go with you. Yang Luo Kakayo did not let his eyebrows be shaved, picked up the silver-white long spear placed aside, and gradually raised his murderous look. Good boy, you have a vision. Lox exclaimed, carrying a 4-meter-long knife, kicking the door open, and walking out grinningly. What happened? I report. Bai Yu was holding one of the 12 supreme large knives, but he was named Yungxiaojian weapon. He frowned as he looked at the panicking pirate handyman and trainee pirate around him. Is the new batch of pirates of such poor quality? Couldn't Captain Lox make a selection? All these things can only be used as cannon fodder. A strong, trembling pirate was caught by Lox, and forced to ask, tell me, what happened? The new pirate said tremblingly, there is a navy, and a navy warship is here. They are here to catch us. The pirate had an expression of horror, as if his death was approaching. Lox was not angry, and wanted to slash this thing to death. Let's forget the captain, this is the quality of the new ones. Lox put the big knife down again, threw the pirate aside, and roared, a shameful thing, let me consciously go to the logistics? Go to the kitchen and cut off the thing under you. Yang Luki scratched his head and couldn't understand. Doubt was written on Xiao's face. What do you mean by Captain Lox? Cut off the place below. The captain is cursing that pirate is a soft egg without a seed, and it is useless to cut it down. Bai Yu explained in words that this cute girl could understand. Is there anything underneath that I can cut? Yang Luki still didn't understand. Did he cut his leg? That thing is very important to men. I will show it to you when I have a chance. Don't be distracted now. Bai Yu looked at the gap in his weapon distressedly and couldn't help feeling it. Oh, this weapon that was invincible in the pirate world was still damaged. That battle was too strong and fierce, causing many gaps in the Yungxiao sword. This supreme big knife is different from Tang swords, Miao swords, Western swords, and other styles. It is similar to the Longquan sword of ancient Eastern countries. Bai Yu likes the handy weapons very much. Unexpectedly, there were still so many gaps in a battle. Lox noticed Bai Yu's heartache in his eyes, followed the boy's gaze and saw the gap on the blade, and couldn't help snarling, damn it, what a hell? How could your boy get this weapon? Cut so many gaps? Even Laozi can't cut it out even with a full blow. Lox once played against Bai Yu, knowing that this weapon is one of the hardest in the pirate world, even he can only leave a white mark. But there were so many gaps in this weapon, how could Lox not be surprised? Bai Yu laughed and cried and replied, Captain, do you know what a ghost is? Don't listen to what I said, just follow me. Beware of Captain Li sue you for infringement. It's not a ghost, I have not only seen it, but also killed it. Lox waved his hand with a casual expression on his face. What's the matter with your kid's weapon? If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I really can't believe it. You wouldn't have met the guy called the god by the dragon people, right? Bai Yu smiled bitterly and said, it was cut with an axe. That man is far more terrifying than the god boasted by the heavenly dragon, and the heavenly dragon's holy land becomes 2 halves with 1 axe. He was killed so many times, only then did he team up with Xiang Kunlun, who was close to the ceiling on Zhenhun Street, to repel Huang Fulongdu. It sounds fierce, I also want to try it, and see if my knife can cut the Denon Kennel in half. Lox thought excitedly, and said to Bai Yu, the reader has a strong interest. Although I don't know how this kid ran so far, and how he got to other places from the sea, Lox didn't ask much. The crew on the ship had secrets. As long as he was alive, no one would know. Betray him. Mama, these are really entangled, you can see it everywhere. Charlotte Lingling twisted and walked onto the ship deck, looking at the navy in the distance, laughing loudly. Gee ha 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 ha, the navy minions, really don't put us in the eye. The Golden Lion Shiji floated in the air and prepared to do a big job. At this time, the Golden Lion is a monster second only to the captain, and Lox also values Shiji's abilities very much. 15 years later, in 1495 of the One Piece calendar, Roger and the Golden Lion battled decisively. If it weren't for the big storm, the winner would be Shiji. It can only be said that this Lion King was born out of time, just like the traveler Wang Mang met the great magician Lu Xiu, and lost to the pirate King Roger. He had an extra rudder on his head, and he propelled the city off a pair of legs and lost his lead. The proud swordsmanship has also lost the domineering armed color. In the end, he was defeated by a kid who had just gone out to sea, and the legend of the old age disappeared. Ku ha 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 ha, is the navy? It seems that we are about to reach the Valley of Gods. Edward Newgate stood in the forefront, holding a naginata, facing the navy, and he was in a position to shut it down. Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe, and a large pirate named Kurikawa stood up. All the 7 strongest cadres of Lox are here. Is just a trainee crew member, Kaido, who has not yet gotten the fruit from Charlotte Lingling, stands respectfully in the corner, carrying a mace, silently watching these big pirates pretend to be. Thought in his heart, sooner or later, I will surpass you all. Step on your feet. His little brother naturally dare not say it in front of the big brothers and sisters, because he is afraid of being beaten. Captain, the navy is here, we listen to your order, do you want to fight? Or do you want to retreat temporarily? John stroked the western sword on his waist and asked Lox for his opinion. John, who looks like an 8th like Jack Spyro, has always made Bai Yu a play. www.navalmtl.com. It's really too much like the legendary pirate he had seen in his previous life. There are thousands of dead in the sea, and Captain Jack provoked half of it. Every time Bai Yu saw this face, he couldn't help but want to ask for an autograph. Wang Ji, the two strongest cadres of John, can be said to be the right-hand man in the face of Locks, who are loyal to Locks. Wang Ji really will not betray the pirate ship, and John does not have the idea of betraying Locks in his heart, but he has other ideas and his own considerations. Wang Ji, John, and Bai Yu were also nicknamed by some pirates as the three beautiful men on the Locks pirate ship. They are handsome pirates who use the power of three people to raise the value of the entire ship. The mere navy is worthy of letting us evacuate, young ones. Kill them for me. Locks showed bloodthirsty eyes, and the 4-meter-long knife slashed through the air, pointing at the approaching naval ship, roaring. NS. The pirates on the ship boiled and looked at the navy murderously. Go to hell, navy minions. Hearing the order from the ship, the Golden Lion Shiji, who had been eager for a long time, finally couldn't bear it. He drew out the two swords of Sakura Ten and Withered Wood, and slashed out two huge cross slashes from midair, killing the warship. The strength of the great swordsman is at a glance. Zeus. Charlotte Lingling, unwilling to be left behind, summoned a dark cloud. She jumped up and let the dark cloud fly her into the air, took off the hat on top of her head, and shouted at the navy ship. Arabaf's Gunwayaguo was also a huge slash, which landed on the warship along with the slash of the Golden Lion Shiji. A navy admiral also jumped out of the warship to try to block the attack. As soon as he fought, the admiral stopped moving in midair. Such a weird scene made Golden Lion Shiji and Charlotte Lingling laugh. Many crew members and cadres on the ship did not understand what was going on. The Navy warship was divided into several parts, and there were screams of panic from the warship, and soon the warship sank. The body of the Lieutenant Admiral in midair exploded directly, turning into a rain of blood and minced meat, and followed the warship into the sea. This is the strength of the Rocks pirates. A Lieutenant Admiral is really not enough. Although there are other warships nearby, none of those naval warships dared to move. They just watched from a distance, keeping the distance away to ensure safety. Another thunderous admiral on the naval ship in the distance, his eyes were shocked and he watched what happened over there. Finally, he put down the binoculars and said suspiciously, "Will it be the Rocks pirate ship?" The most vicious group of pirates in the sea is also the most troublesome opponent of the Navy headquarters and the world government. No, I've heard that even generals dare not go and catch this pirate group alone. Really? There can still be fakes. All of our warships have been killed. Shut up. The lieutenant general said angrily, his eyes filled with horror, and he silently begged this vicious group of pirates not to catch up. In addition to his warship, there are 3 other warships that are intact. They all tacitly kept a safe distance from the Rocks pirate ship. I want to recognize the flag of the Rocks pirates more than the lieutenants on these warships, knowing that it will not be good for them to fight it, and the 4 warships alone can't take this pirates that is a headache for the Navy headquarters and the world government. The Lieutenant Admiral and the other 3 warships tacitly agreed that the 4 warships followed the pirate ship at a distance, and once the pirate ship in the distance approached them, their 4 warships immediately ran back. Fortunately, the performance of naval warships is relatively good, especially those warships led by their headquarters lieutenant generals. Captain, those warships are still behind our ass, do you want me to solve it? Looking at the 4 warships following the pirate ship, the great swordsman took the initiative to ask. Ha ha ha, okay, let's call you Wang Ji. Locks waved his hand and smiled domineeringly. Little ones, wait for Wang Ji to come back later, and have a banquet. The officers and official crew members on the pirate ship cheered. Kaido, who is quite a trainee crew member, raised his mace to show his presence. Bai Yu noticed, and took a look at this somewhat naive trainee crew member, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors who will be called the 100 Beasts in the future. Kaido noticed that someone was watching him, and when he was about to have an attack, he saw that he was a cadre, or a cadre of great strength and potential, and immediately put down his mace, nodded and bowed towards Bai Yu, acting honestly. This is Kaido, who will be called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air in the future. How does it feel like a younger brother? Bai Yu finally has some thoughts about this potential stock. He also wanted to expand his influence and develop some of his own cronies. The future 4 Emperor Kaido is pretty good. If you don't go and beat him first, if one is not enough, then beat him every day until you are convinced. Bai Yu looked at Kaido's gaze more and more satisfied. Yang Luki looked at him dumbly, and said what he was thinking. Do you like men? I like you. Bai Yu looked at her and said softly, and put his arms around her small waist. Yang Luki subconsciously clenched the spear tightly, showing a cute look at a loss. Why are you so cute? I really want to take a bite. Bai Yu felt that Cupid's arrow must have shot through his heart just now. Captain, I want to go, too. Golden Lion Shiji said to Captain Locks, who was not yet enjoying himself. Mama, Captain, I'll go too. Charlotte Lingling, by the way, cast a provocative look at Yang Luki. Brother Bai Yu, where did you find such a beautiful little sister? This ship is not where you should stay, it is very dangerous. While talking about Zeus, she helped Charlotte Lingling to fly in the direction of one of the warships. Yang Luki didn't understand, and asked, what was that woman talking about? Why did she provoke me? What is your relationship with her? Yang Luki's usual cute eyes became cold, and she was about to enter the battle mode. Looking at the increasingly dangerous eyes of the girl next to him, Bai Yu's heart came out with the word danger. Yang Luki saw that he did not answer. Holding a spear, his eyes were aimed at Bai Yu's waist and underside earnestly. If you don't answer, I will take action, but I know you can recover. I'll take it. Bai Yu hurriedly shouted, "You don't want your future life to end, so you can quickly put down the gun for me. The first person I fall in love with is you, Luoqi, Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com. Trust me." Yang Luki changed back to a cute look, and said seriously, "You are a lie to Sister Lingyun, you guys will say that to every woman. Diao Lingyun, you are a fairy, what are you crazy lady talking about?" Bai Yu roared wildly in his heart, a little mad. Wang Ji is the big pirate who can reach a warship the fastest. Everyone else relies on the fruit and thunder cloud Zeus, but he is a flying sword with a fairy spirit, and a flying sword under his feet. Came to a navy ship. Shouted, "Get up." All naval weapons on this naval warship have been removed, and even the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters has left the weapons without checking. The sky full of naval weapons covered the sky, and many flying swords surrounded Wang Ji. Accompanied, he shouted, "Fall." All weapons aimed at the Navy warship and pierced the Navy warship with ease. The battered naval warship sank into the sea. The admiral was covered in armed colors, and barely survived. He was dying, and soon broke off his breath. After Wang Ji finished saying the word fall, he turned around and stepped on the flying sword and floated back to the pirate ship. What a sword fairy posture, he deserves to come from the mysterious eastern country, with extraordinary self-confidence. Not only did some of the pirates who had never seen Wang Ji take action on the Rock's Passage, but even Bai Yu looked envious. It doesn't matter whether this kind of swordsmanship is strong or not, the most important thing is that it is too eye-catching. Being handsome is a lifetime thing? It's a pity that such a handsome flying sword technique was lost after the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Sword Fairy. Yang Luki looked at Wang Ji, who was returning, with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. This man's tricks are a bit like that guy, they are all flying with swords, with a cold look on his face. Bai Yu instantly understood who she was talking about. Iron Soldier. The most compelling character in the town of Soul Street comics is not one of them. From time to time, he speaks of a villain comparable to Hades. He is a man who brings his own BGM as soon as he appears on the scene. Both strength and mind, coupled with a cool appearance and an offensive and defensive swordsman moxie, laid the foundation that this man is the man with the highest style in the town of Seoul, and like the Thunder Cannon, he is the strongest too of the Shin Wuling Legion. 1. It's really alike. They stole the limelight as soon as they came out. People who didn't know thought they were the protagonists. I think these two people should have a good relationship with each other. Bai Yu thought that he would learn flying swordsmanship in the future, and from time to time he took Yang Luki to the naval headquarters, and the world government flew by indifferently in front of the live TV station, with a calm expression on his face. Wang Ji has already agreed to teach him flying swordsmanship, and Bai Yu has never thought about how deep he can practice flying swordsmanship. As long as he can practice flying freely in the sky, it can be used to drive the road and show the sage in front of people. If you can bring a few powerful girls, that would be even better. The imperial sword comes by the wind to eliminate the devil from the world. Bai Yu said this sentence intoxicated, and this sentence is still quite imposing. Wang Ji flying in midair looked down at him curiously, repeating what he had just heard. Yu Jian rides on the wind, the world of slaying demons. This sentence is quite powerful. It turns out that this is the reason why you want to learn my flying swordsmanship. Wang Ji smiled and took out a picture. The hide was thrown to Bai Yu. This is a bit of my experience. It contains the basic practice methods of swordsmanship. It will not waste too much time for you, and it will be enough to achieve the results you want in your heart. Bai Yu unceremoniously took it, and included the practice method of flying swordsmanship. His main interest in flying swordsmanship is to be able to fly, bring his own BGM, and bring his sisters to fly together. Wang Ji, how many flying swords can you defend at most? Bai Yu asked curiously. It depends on how many weapons the enemy has. Wang replied, stepping on the flying sword under his feet, carrying his hands on his back. Bai Yu, Prometheus, fire in the sky. Charlotte Lingling chased after the navy ship, summoned the sun Prometheus, one of the strongest Hormids, injected soul into it and gained the power of fire. Charlotte Lingling's entire fist burned, and he directly aimed at the center of the warship. The lieutenant admiral who was trying to stop was blown away with a weapon. The navy warship broke in two, burned, produced a big explosion, and sank directly into the sea. Gee ha 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 ha, is this all you can do? Navy. Golden Lion Shiji floated in midair with a cigar in his mouth, looking at the sinking navy ship, with cold eyes. In the end, only one of the 5 naval warships ran away, and the remaining 4 either sank into the sea, or only the wreckage remained, still burning and exploding. The surviving naval ships flee wildly in the distance. Golden Lion Shiji and Charlotte Lingling are not interested in chasing them down, so they return to the pirate ship. Locke celebrated for this big victory. Naval headquarters, Marine Fodor is holding a meeting. There are many people familiar with Shiryu in the meeting, and there are many admirals he has not seen. The young Lieutenant Admiral of the Warring States period, the young Lieutenant Admiral Iron Fist Carp, the young pirate Lieutenant Admiral Black Wrist Zifa, and a beautiful and compact female Navy crane. These 4 are the Navy of the same period, and they are also the most outstanding admirals of the Navy's generation. The yellow monkey, the red dog, and the blue pheasant are all on the edge of the corner of the meeting. These 3 future admirals have not yet officially emerged, but among the Navy newcomers, the 3 of them have been called monsters. Huang Yuan yawned happily, and looked at his watch from time to time to see when the meeting could end. The red dog looked at Huang Yuan coldly, with a very unhappy expression. To this colleague of the same period, he has always been displeased. Green Pheasant is relatively easygoing, wearing a blindfold, leaning against the wall lazily, and making noises from time to time. This is how the 3 Navy officers of the future will look like when they were young. At this time, there is only one general in the naval headquarters, that is, Gang Yukong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the future world government. The other 2 admirals, one guards the Valley of Gods, and the other has important lurking tasks, so only one admiral is guarding the naval headquarters. As for the admiral of this generation, Locks had already killed him. The Marine Marshal personally led the order to slaughter the magic, even without a general. www.navalmtl.com. Just like the Rocks pirate ship, want to make a little achievement to win Locks, and then, there is no more. The admiral of this generation can be called the 3 Iron Kings of the pirate world. He forced the world government to issue a notice. The admiral is very important to guard the headquarters. Without the above order, he will never be allowed to step out of the naval headquarters. Gang Yukong looked sadly at the news that had just arrived, and sighed. The Rocks pirate ship is about to reach the Valley of Gods. The 5 naval ships that went to stop were destroyed. What do you think? Just mention it. Come out. The headquarters marshal said that it will take some time to be dispatched. This must be perfunctory to us, so I will take over the post of Marshal of the Navy for the time being in the headquarters. I must guard the Navy headquarters and cannot leave. Gang Yukong looked at Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, Crane, and others. Some of these people will soon take over as admiral. They did not become admiral, purely because the number of admirals was enough, and Carp, Warring States, Zifa and others had insufficient qualifications and insufficient achievements to convince the public. Carp saw that the other people in the meeting room were silent, clasping his nose with his hands, and said with a grin, "Otherwise, send me over. I'll take the new person to CNC. AKA Inu got excited, he wants to get on the boat and go with him. Huang Yuan said with a bitter face after hearing it, "Hey, I'm going to go again, is this counted as overtime?" Ching Pheasant woke up, took off his blindfold, looked at the numerous admirals in the conference room a little confused, and said, "Where is this?" Gang Gakong looked at these Navy newcomers, slapped the table, and shouted, "Be serious? Carp, are you sure you want to take these guys with you? What you are going to capture is the most powerful lock on the sea, the pirates." When Carp heard his boss talking, he still went his own way, grabbed a handful of senbei with his nose and stuffed it into his mouth, and said with a big grin, "Puff ha ha ha, don't worry, leave it to me. Valley of Gods, isn't there still a garrison? Kapu, be serious. I will not be allowed to bring food to the meeting room to eat in the future." Gang Yukong looked at his favorite navy with a headache. If nothing else, Kapu will become the most in naval history, one of the strong navy. Well, I want to hear what the rest of you think. I personally think that the Rocks pirates have developed too fast. Among them, there are 7 top combat forces, including Rocks, and each of them is comparable to an admiral. If this pirate group is left alone, it will seriously endanger the rule of the world government and the prestige of the navy. We must lead by example to eliminate this group of pirates. What do you say? Gang Yukong finished speaking and looked at the conference room. Others want to hear if there are better insights. During this period of time, the navy is extremely powerful. Even if a marshal of the navy dies, it will not have much impact on the naval power. The strength of the Rocks pirates group is comparable to that of the navy headquarters. In a real fight, we can only win but a terrible victory. Are we sure we want to fight? One of the elite lieutenant generals of the division expressed his opinion. In addition to the marshal and the 3 generals, the naval headquarters also has the highest status of the elite lieutenant admiral, except for the candidates of Carp, Sengoku, Zifa, and Crane. Although the red dogs, yellow monkeys, and green pheasants of this time period are not inferior to the average Navy elite lieutenant admiral, they are after all only monsters among the Navy newcomers, and their status and qualifications are still younger brothers in the Navy. I think that Lieutenant General Yoshino is right, but when the Rocks pirates just appeared a few years ago, we didn't care about it, didn't pay attention to it, and finally it became a catastrophe. Today, the Rocks pirates have already it is the strongest pirate force in the sea. If we don't care about it, it will really be too late. The Warring States period offered firm opinions. The Rocks pirates must be eliminated, otherwise there are endless troubles. The Valley of the Gods is the best time. We can bury the Rocks pirates in that place. Gang Gukong nodded, agreeing with the analysis of the Warring States period, and ordered, "Capo, I order you to take these 3 newcomers called monsters to capture Locks. Remember to contact the naval branch of the Valley of Gods. Go and cooperate with General Ziwajiro to take down the Rocks pirates in one fell swoop. After you come back, you are enough to become a general with your strength and achievements. Work hard. I am very optimistic about you, Carp, you will be the future admiral." Carp poured the remaining senbei into his mouth, and clicked. Gang Gukong didn't mind this time. The world government will definitely not send people, and the next admiral should fall to him. There are 3 candidates for the vacant position of admiral, Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa. Among the 3, Gang Yukong is the most optimistic about Carp. "I don't want to be a general. Just leave the position of general to the Warring States and Zifa. Green Pheasant, your kid is following me this time. Have you heard it?" Carp bit the stuffed senbei, grinning grinningly, shouting the Navy kid who has been following his butt. Ching Pheasant heard the voice of Lieutenant General Carp. His eyes lit up, and his lazy expression disappeared instantly. He responded enthusiastically, like a little fan, Lieutenant General Carp, I will. Steelbone smiled with satisfaction. The future naval headquarters will continue to be strong, and Carp sits in the position of Marshal of the Admiral. I believe these 3 new naval recruits called monsters will all agree. Gang Yukong has great expectations for Carp, and hopes that one day he can see Carp with his own eyes and 3 new monsters, sitting in the position of Marshal of the Navy. After this action, it's time to promote Carp to a general. General, in addition to the Rocks Pirates, a group of pirates has emerged in the last 2 years. It is thriving on the sea and is no less famous than the earlier Rocks Pirates. The future Chief of Staff of the Navy, now Lieutenant General Crane, is full and firm. She has analyzed this pirate group and feels that the threat of this pirate group is not smaller than that of the Rocks Pirate group. Oh, there is another group of rookie pirates? What is it called? Gang Yukong has been troubled by the Rocks Pirates recently, and has not paid attention to the other pirates at sea. It's called the Roger Pirates group. It is a rapidly growing group of pirates. It has powerful cadres on board. The left and right hands are the Pluto Raleigh, Jabba, and a group of powerful combatants. Lieutenant General Crane said truthfully. The intelligence came out. Roger Pirates group? Still Pluto? Haha, actually dare to name Pluto, the real pirates that do not know the heights of the sky. It's true, what Roger Pirates, there are many such pirates in the sea. Basically, they all jump and disappear in the sea before long. We should focus on the Rocks Pirates. That's right, General. Gang Yukong thought about it carefully. www.navalmtl.com and nodded. Lieutenant Yoshino, they are right. Not all pirates can be compared to Locke's pirates, the so-called Roger Pirates. The regiment may disappear soon. The admirals present were not optimistic about the pirate group named Roger, and felt that there was no need to take action, and the pirate group would disappear into the sea. The young and beautiful Lieutenant General Crane frowned and sighed slightly in his heart. She thinks that the Roger Pirates is no less threatening than Rocks, but the admirals present are not paying attention to it. What can she do? She can't help it. Carp heard the Roger Pirates, his eyes flashed with complicated expressions. In the past 2 years, he has encountered the Roger Pirates and has played a few games. It is indeed a potential and powerful pirates, just like Crane said. Both of them drank wine once by accident. In the entire conference room, only Crane and Carp have different ideas from the others. The Warring States period noticed the expression of the old friend and asked, Kapu, what's the matter with you? Didn't you meet the Roger Pirates group? Warring States, this time you also go with me. Carp said seriously, General Steelair, please let Warring States go with me. I can feel that this time is very different. Steelbone was silent for a few seconds, and agreed. The Rocks Pirates are indeed strong. To be on the safe side, the Warring States period will also go with you. You don't have to worry too much. Our naval headquarters has long been eyeing Rocks and is ready. This time, General of the Valley of Gods, it will be your merit. The Warring States period looked astonished. Why didn't he know this? When did the generals stare at Locks? There is also one of the 3 generals, and he hasn't shown up for several years. After the meeting, it was decided that Carp and the Warring States would act together with 3 new recruits, 10 lieutenants of the Navy headquarters, and 15 warships to support the Kamiya Naval Division. Kapu, Warring States, you two are really lucky. Being able to participate in this kind of action, the big action of encircling and suppressing Locks, made my blood boil, but unfortunately I can't go if I want to. Black Fist Zifa said enviously, sincere congratulations writing, after I come back, I will call you General Cap. Carp's gloomy expression disappeared suddenly, although he always felt that something would go wrong with this action. He even specifically asked the Warring States period to go with him. But when he heard the old friend say this, he still grinned very happily. I don't want to be a general, this action, Zifa, do you want to go with it? The man called the Black Wrist Zifa shook his head. The Navy headquarters needs me, so I won't go. You know, I don't like killing pirates, especially those pirates who can't survive. Going to sea. The Warring States period carefully looked around and reminded, Zifa, you must never talk about this kind of thing in the Navy headquarters in the future. Ha 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 ha, I see. Sengoku, I will go back to see my family first. This time I won't take the credit with you. Zifa Black Wrist laughed and left. Warring States, this action is not trivial. We have to be careful. As Zifa left, Carp's eyes became serious, and he had a bad premonition for this action in his heart. Kapu, this is the first time I have seen you so serious. I hope you can continue to be so serious in the future. The Warring States smiled. Warring States? I have always been very serious. This action, I must kill the Rocks Pirates. Carp clenched his fists, his armed domineering infiltrated the bones and internal organs, and the powerful momentum shocked the Warring States. Is this why Gang Gukong and the other 2 generals value Carp so much? Such a terrifying armed color, coupled with Carp's physical skills, there are a few pirates in the sea who can hold Carp's fist. Among the 4 Navy candidates in this era, Crane has the weakest strength and Carp has the strongest strength, but each of these 4 candidates has its own merits. Zifa is better at teaching the Navy and can train batches of outstanding newcomers for the Navy. Carp is the strongest and the most diligent. He wanders around the sea every day to catch pirates. He is known as the Iron Fist. Crane has the highest IQ and is the most capable. It has a great effect on the Navy headquarters. The Warring States is the most stable and moderate, and it handles matters most appropriately. This generation is the golden age of the Navy, plus the 3 newcomer monsters below. It can be said that it is the best era of the Navy and one of the strongest. The position of the Navy does not necessarily represent strength, but the generals and general alternates are definitely real strength. Is like a reward from a pirate, and it may not fully represent strength. Some pirates can also have a high reward through burning, killing and robbery, but if the bounty exceeds 1 billion in this era, there is absolutely no weak person. The bounty of this era is particularly high in gold, and the strong with high bounty has no parallel imports. On the Locke's ship, apart from Locke's, only the Golden Lion Shiji and Wang Ji exceeded 1 billion. Edward Newgate did not like to participate in plundering and killing. Instead, the reward did not exceed 1 billion, only 970 million. Gold. John the Great Pirate offers a bounty of 930 million, Charlotte Lingling offers a bounty of 888 million, a Silver Axe offers a bounty of 850 million, and Kurikawa offers a bounty of 801 million. Bai Yu's bounty is 97 million. Who made the Navy think he was one of the more than 30 cadres of Locks, one of the inconspicuous small cadres. Is such a bounty? Bai Yu feels that it is high. Kaido, who is currently the younger brother, offered a reward of 20 million for the first time, and now his value has risen to nearly 100 million. Since the Navy cadre with the lowest bounty of Locks is only 97 million, it has never made Kaido worth more than 100 million. Even if the trainee crew on the Locks ship has done more bad things, the bounty still cannot be paid. Just when Kaido wanted to understand why his bounty could not go up, he was about to challenge Bai Yu, and found that this inconspicuous little cadre seemed to be quite good, and suddenly gave up his thoughts. This is a fart. He doesn't want to go up and be beaten, and the bounty is low. Locks on the pirate ship. Are we going to the Valley of the Gods? When will we get to the shore? Yang Luki stared at the sea blankly and stopped practicing guns. During this time, she has also adapted to the abnormal looks and height of the people on the ship. The Valley of Gods is the next stop. We are going to bypass the naval base near the Valley of Gods, and first go to a small island to replenish. Bai Yu was blowing the sea breeze, stepping on the flying sword, and crawling in midair staggeringly. Oh, I see, there is definitely going to be a war soon, I have to adapt quickly. Ho ha. Yang Luki practiced the basic marksmanship over and over again, elevating himself to the most perfect state. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com prepares for the next battle. As far as the realm of marksmanship is concerned, Yang Luki, who has reached the realm of the integration of man and gun, can be said to be the world's largest gun magnate in pirate world. In terms of strength, after the last transformation, Yang Luki has grown a lot, and coupled with his already strong strength, he has steadily reached the level of the 4 emperors' combat strength and the top pirate power. If you can get acquainted with Yang Zexing's power, no one in the Hall of Heroes except Diao Lingyun and Xiang Kunlun can hold her down. It is estimated that only the captain, Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiji, and Wang Ji on the Locks ship can match her. Yang Luki's current strength is completely capable of assuming the position of the strongest cadre, but if Bai Yu has not opened up, the basic strength is still a short distance from the strongest cadres. Like 7, Carnival Island is here, no more practice. Fragrant and sweaty, Yang Luki, who was soaked in sweat, stopped and said, I'll go back to the room and take a bath first. I don't have any girl's clothes. You can try my clothes first. I see. Waved his hand, Yang Luki returned to the room and entered the shower room. Mama Bai Yu, I found Xinhuan so quickly, it really makes me sad. Charlotte Lingling twisted her waist and walked over from behind. Bai Yu looked up at Charlotte Lingling, who was 8 meters tall, and he was only half the height of this woman's legs. It's better to sit down, stand up, the height difference between the two is almost impossible. Sorry, I don't think we are suitable, I really can't do you. Mama Bai Yu, how can I know if I don't try? The young and beautiful Charlotte Lingling cast a wink at him. Charlotte Lingling leaned down and looked at him. Bai Yu feels a little upsurge of blood, and he has become a bit angry recently. This milk, oh yeah, this thing makes him a little dizzy. It's too big, it's bigger than a watermelon, it can bury his whole head in it. Don't seduce me, no matter how you tempted, I will only say, I really can't do it. Bai Yu thought silently in his heart. I don't know how precious gold is when I'm young, but I shed tears when I am old. But this hole is too big. He didn't eat Wang Luffei's rubber fruit, and he couldn't grow as big as he wanted. It really couldn't satisfy the man in front of him. One fill up, absolutely to be empty. Bai Yu had already thought of it in his heart. In order to satisfy Charlotte Lingling in the future, in the end, his face was pale and his legs tremblingly supported the wall. So horrible. Where is the win-win situation of both parties? This is a unilateral squeeze. He will not do it? Don't you think we have too much difference in figure? Bai Yu said silently. It's not that he didn't want to take in Charlotte Lingling when he was young. At this time, Charlotte Lingling was a big beauty at the female level. But I really don't dare to ask for it, and I can't give up the entire forest for a tree. It's still Yang Luki, my wife, you know, Kai Tong, Diao Lingyun, Lu Xiangong, and Xiao Liu Hua are more suitable for him. It seems that some strange woman is mixed in. Mama, you said so. Charlotte Lingling's face was a little sad. After Locks died, she wanted to build the nations, wanted to create a perfect world, and wanted a place that could accommodate her. The fundamental reason was that even the giants did not accept her, and the Rocks pirates were defeated. After the Valley of the Gods, she has nowhere to go. Brother Bai Yu, such a handsome and powerful man will naturally have no shortage of women. What a pity, if I could have a child for you. Charlotte Lingling said this when she left. I will try to shrink my figure and become a woman about the same height as Bai Yu. What are you talking about? Are you a slutty woman? Seduce him. Yang Luki changed clothes and came out from the room. The spear and the man are in one, and the spear runs through the sky and the earth. Charlotte Lingling took off the double-horned hat Napoleon from her head and turned it into a giant sword. The two hit each other, and the impact of the air wave tore the entire sky, making the pirate ship violently turbulent. What happened? Look at it, the sky is cracked. It's really cracked. Is it the strongest cadre fighting? The pirates on the boat grabbed what they could hold fast, looked at the sky in shock, yelled on the boat with exaggerated expressions, opened their mouths enough to put a watermelon in, and their eyes stared out. Lox was stunned in the room, and quickly perceives the outside with the color of sight and hearing. Your own crew is at war? That Yang Luki's little girl beat Lingling back? Based on the principle that cadres are not allowed to fight, Lox is ready to open the door to prevent them from continuing to fight. Wait a minute? It's not because of that boy Bai Yu, 2 women are fighting for a man. Then I won't go. Charlotte Lingling saw that she was repelled, and she looked at the little girl in surprise. This is the first time she has started to face Yang Luki. Mama, such a strong woman is rare. Are you angry? Isn't it common sense that a strong man on the sea has several women? Just like a strong woman can have many men. Charlotte Lingling wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth and left with a smile. In battle mode, Yang Luki's eyes were very cold, and he saw his opponent gone. Her movement shook her wrists a little numb. I don't want to marry you, I want to marry you. Yang Luki retired from the combat mode, and said seriously with a cute expression. Okay, then we will have the bridal chamber ready tonight. If you know that the spring night is worth a lot of money, then we will have the spring night every night. Isn't it beautiful? There is still a long way to the harbor in the pirate ship. Bai Yu embraced her energetic waistline and hugged her. Fly. Yang Luki was still thinking about the spring festival night, daughters, and the like. His pretty face flushed, his brain temporarily frozen. He was picked up and fell into the arms of the man in front of him without any resistance. The two flew to the harbor on the shore. Yang Luki, I came to this world rashly. Bai Yu used the flying sword technique that he had just learned, stepped on the sky, embraced the beauty, and flew with the sword. Now he is holding his sister in his arms, hurting the watch, and whoever will die. 10 minutes later, flying with the sword, he can faintly see the harbor. There are dozens of pirate boats, large and small, parked near the port of Carnival Island. One of the humble pirate ships is the Roger pirate ship. Bai Yu noticed these pirate ships, but did not recognize Roger pirate ships. Laughing all the way, holding the beauty, the sword flew over. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. At the port, many pirates and local residents who came and went were attracted by the laughter. When they looked towards the sea, a big wave rushed over in a straight line, and one person, perhaps 2 people, could be vaguely seen on the wave. Many pirates heard this kind of laughter at first, showing disdain and cruel smiles, but when they saw this scene, they all lowered their heads. There seemed to be 2 people on the captain. There are 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. The woman in that man's arms looks really good. I really want to go to bed with that woman to try. Fire Demon Pirate Ship, a pirate group that is not too famous. It's a little deterrent on the sea. The captain is the owner of the natural burning fruit. He is not too strong. He can burn, kill, loot, and do no evil. In addition to the natural fruit, the Navy rewards him with a reward of 39,700. 10,000. Captain, how is this person's strength? The captain of the Fire Demon Pirate Group Huo Demon coldly snorted. It's a bit powerful, but too arrogant. In the sea, this kind of stunned green tends to die the fastest. Let me teach him and be a pirate. Too arrogant. Flame shock. The cold flame entangled in the hands of the fire demon, and he slammed it out, with a cruel smile on his face. He can't wait to see the reckless kid buried in the sea of fire. The scream before his death was the voice that excites him the most. A large number of flames appeared out of thin air from all directions, attacking in a straight line with the fire demon as the origin. The flame impact dragged a long tail and burned a whole sea. The sea area near is rapidly evaporating. Bai Yu hugged Yang Luki and felt a heat wave, and then the 2 of them saw a lot of flames rushing toward their faces. It's so hot, put me down. Yang Luki wore wide clothes that didn't fit well, concealing her figure. Under the huge heat wave, she sweated again from the shower she had just taken. Don't let go, leave this to me. Bai Yu was feeling the good figure of the girl with his body, especially the perfect body like Yang Luki who has been exercising for a long time, and he was reluctant to let it go. This is not the same as those who have trained their muscles to be tough. The feeling of getting started makes people linger. Such a good opportunity, he wanted to hold him for a while, and he encountered this kind of thing. Bai Yu clenched his teeth with an angry expression on his face. Where did this flaming come from? It's really looking for death, right? Bai Yu saw the group of pirates whistling in the harbor, and saw the group of pirates making gestures with their hands on their necks, provoking him, and the sea with the burning skull pirate flag. Thief ship. Exit. His left hand used his finger as a sword to cut out a sword gas, and the surrounding sea instantly became turbulent, and a big wave surged and swallowed all the flames. Compared with the flame that burns the fruit, the water in the sea can't evaporate. Bai Yu recognized who it was. The captain of the fire demon pirate group, a well-known pirate in the sea, but that's all. If it weren't for burning the fruit, he wouldn't even remember the fruit that was eaten by Fire Fist Ace and second commander of the Revolutionary Army Sabo in the future. A bit capable, the captain of the fire demon pirate ship smiled, with a confident expression, and commented, "This man is pretty good. If he is willing to hand over the woman in his arms, I will reward him as a cadre. What do you say? Long live the captain. Long live the fire demon. That person will be grateful for the gift of Master Captain. It is a great honor to be a cadre of the famous fire demon pirate group." Bai Yu hugged her sister, accelerated the speed of the sword's flight, and soon arrived at the port. "Put down Yang Luki." He smiled gently. "Hey, wait for me. Please let me this man come forward on this matter." Hearing such firm words from the man in front of him, Yang Luki nodded seriously and said, "I won't do it, come on. I will be back soon." Bai Yu's face was black, and he looked at a group of pirates not far away with cold eyes, and walked over slowly with the Yungziao sword. The nearby pirates, some local people, and outsiders hurriedly evacuated the place. These bystanders are very eye-sighted and will not participate and keep a safe distance. If both lose and lose, this group of them doesn't mind going to reap the benefits of the fishermen, so most of the people nearby have not left. They have various eyes such as playfulness, greed, and awe. The one with the most eyes is greed. The captain of the fire demon pirate group stepped out confidently, and the other pirates followed him one by one. The distance between the two sides soon pulled in. Fire demon confidently said, "Hand over the woman over there. I allow you to join my pirate group and reward you as a small cadre. This is a big benefit of falling from the sky. That is, our captain has made such a good promise. Don't you hurry up to hand over the woman next to you. As long as you hand over that woman, you can become a cadre of the fire demon pirates. This is your honor. Hand it over. Hand it over. Hand it over." A group of pirates roared, their voices getting louder, and everyone present could hear them. "Roger, there seems to be something going on over there." A handsome man with short blonde hair, glasses, a scar on his right eye, but a gentle temperament, a handsome man with a sword in his hand, drinking a small pot of wine, and drew it with interest. His eyes fell over there. This man is Raleigh, Roger's right and left hand. A pirate with a straw hat and a hearty smile like Luffy smiled broadly. "Raleigh, don't you think that kid is suitable to join our pirate group? I'm going to invite him to join us." Raleigh is not surprised. When Roger can be normal, he will think that this is a fake captain. Roger is not like this. At that time, he was caught by Roger and turned to the sea. "Roger, do you say we are going to help them? That kid's little girlfriend is going to be snatched by other pirates." Jabba, the third character on Roger's boat, has 2 axes hanging from his waist, said to Roger with a grin, "My partner is not that weak." Roger laughed and said, "I'm going to invite him and the lady to my boat. Raleigh, let them be our partners." Roger. Riley looked at his own captain who was already on the move, holding his head in a headache. "Deputy Captain, what should we do now? Are you still going for a drink?" a fighter on Roger's boat asked. "Go? Of course, we will go wherever Roger said to go." Laley put away the hip flask and drew out his sword as a top swordsman www.navalmtl.com and followed his house. The captain walked up together. "The captain is still such a fool, Raleigh. Since you're gone, then I'll follow along." Jabba followed. All the other members followed. Roger is a naive man, but he cherishes his partners, so the members of the ship are willing to mess around with the captain. A group of pirates from the Fire Demon Pirates group was very proud of shouting so imposingly just now. "If you don't answer our captain's words, it would be death." The pirate didn't finish his words, he was directly headshot, and the blood mixed with his brain and scattered all over the place. Bai Yu slowly came to the side of the fire demon and smiled. "Why do you have an inexplicable sense of self-confidence when you are so weak? I want to ask you where the courage comes from. Did Liang Jingguo give it to you?" "You." The other pirate Xiaoi still wants to talk. Bai Yu raised his hand and slapped the pirate on the face. Just hear a click. The head of the pirate was like a puppet, and a large rotation of 1,800 Beidou came directly. The head passed through the air in a spiral flight trajectory and fell to the ground, with horrified eyes. "It's too late for you to run now. I really don't understand why the pirate's IQ can't be higher." Bai Yu looked at these pirates speechlessly, drew his sword, smiled and said, "Don't meet me again in your next life." Crazy murderous aura, bloodthirsty eyes, accompanied by a powerful aura, destroyed the fighting spirit in the hearts of these pirates. Armed color coverage? The pitch-black armed color completely covered the whole body of the Yungziao sword, glowing with a black luster. "Smugglers, go to hell." With a cruel smile, Bai Yu killed him with a sword. The unilateral massacre has begun. The Fire Demon Pirates group was in chaos in an instant, and there were countless casualties. Neither the small ones nor the Fire Demon Pirates cadres could stop the madness-killing figure. A figure teleported past more than a dozen young people, and there was no scream like a pig, but there was only an exceptionally quiet and dead silence. The expressions on the faces of more than a dozen pirates stopped moving, their heads leaped high at the same time, and they landed on the ground together. The scene was wonderful. The fire demon furiously said, "You are looking for death. I will use the most cruel method, bit by bit torture to kill you. The flames are entangled and burned to the end, let me die." The port on the island turned into a purgatory of flames in an instant. A large amount of flames emerged from the pirate and covered the entire port. Even the pirates watching nearby were affected by the pond fish. The weak pirate struggled and screamed in the flames. The slightly more powerful pirate saved himself and the crew around him. The more powerful pirate not only blocked the flame, but also attacked the place where the two were fighting. Some unlucky pirates who did not have the protection of a powerful captain made waves of pig-killing noises in the purgatory flames, and then were buried in the sea of flames, with no corpses. The fire demon laughed frantically in the flames. I see it. I don't see it. This is the strength of the fire demon of Laozi. Laozi is a great pirate who has been offered a reward of more than 300 million by the Navy. The pirate who followed him was also burned to death, wailing painfully in the flames. Captain, stop. We are still here. Captain, help us. The fire demon stared at these original crew members and became dissatisfied. How could such weak guys get on my pirate ship? He smiled coldly. Go to death, trash. Crew like you, how many are there in the sea? Laozi is a famous fire demon. A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of the captain of the pirate regiment. It was the flickering star of death in the sky. The figure of Bai Yu holding a sword flashed past his eyes. The large pirate who was offering a reward of more than 300 million in the Navy did not respond, but he noticed severe pain in his body and touched the pain subconsciously. Wet, sticky. Raised his hand and looked at it, a blood-red liquid. No, puff. A sword wound penetrated the entire body of the great pirate, and the damage range was greater than that of Hawkeye's attack on Sauron. The great pirate was on the verge of death in the state of spurting blood. Bai Yu, who was standing behind the pirate, put away the sword, and slowly walked over to the pirate. He looked down at the lingering, desperate pirate in his eyes, and smiled excitedly. Do you know why you haven't died yet? This big pirate, who has just been invincible, lay down on the ground and tried to put back the stuff that came out of his stomach. But even if I plug it back, the blood can't stop. You can probably live a little longer. This is my gift to you. Bai Yu smiled and said, I'm such a kind person. I actually let you, such a heinous guy, live a few more seconds. Tisk tisk your 300 million bounties, of which 300 million are attributed to this fruit. If you have strength, indulge yourself. You don't even have the last trace of being a man. Even if you are a pirate, you must have basic professional ethics. Do you know what a person like you is called? It's better to call a beast. Bai Yu said more and more excitedly, from today, the fire demon pirate group will be removed, and this fruit will return to the sea. Pirate world, not just pirates, the average people's IQ is not very high. With a little strength, any cat or dog can claim to be the strongest. However, people in pirate world are very strong, just like Xiaoqiang who can't die. The pirate was obviously fatally wounded, but he still didn't die. Bai Yu deliberately left the pirate with a sigh of relief and went to hunt down the pirates who were still alive. He had to kill the group of pirates to death. Did he really hear what these gangsters said? The mistakes made, please correct them in the next life. Bai Yu is not a soft-hearted person. When it's time to kill, he must kill him happily, until these people dare not move. It's all dead. It's amazing Pluto Raleigh saw this one-sided massacre and admired this young man very much. The fire demon pirates, Raleigh has also heard of it. The pirates, which specializes in women and murder, are willing to do anything as long as they make money. It is a pirate group that focuses on profit. This is the same as Roger. The boat is completely different. Of course he is very powerful. He is the goal I want to surpass. Yang Luki looked at the man who came by with a gun and vigilantly. This man with a sword in one hand is very powerful, much stronger than the woman named Charlotte Lingling. But Charlotte Lingling still has the potential for development in the future, and the Pluto Raleigh is already close to the peak of strength. www.navalmtl.com. The body is more powerful than the future elderly Raleigh, and the strength lies in the Rocks pirates. They are among the best in the group. Ha ha ha, little girl, I think you are a little stronger than that kid. Jabba appeared and smiled friendly at her. Yang Luki's eyes are serious. Are all the powerhouses in this world Chinese cabbage? How come all of them are such powerful existences? The two men in front of them are equivalent to Wang Ji and Silver Axe on the Rocks pirate ship. And the man in the straw hat who ran towards Bai Yu with a smirk, gave Yang Luki the feeling that the Golden Lion Shiji's strength is close to Locke's, and of course the 7-meter-high giant with golden beard is also very strong. The bounty offered by the Golden Lion Shiji on the Locke's pirate ship is second only to Captain Locke's. Yang Luki stared fiercely at the fighters of the Roger pirates group. Each of them was not weak, not inferior to the more than 30 cadres on the Rocks ship, but the number of cadres was less than half. The number of Roger pirate ships is still relatively small, taking the route of all elites. No, there is also a very weak guy. Yang Luki noticed Bucky, who was lucky and domineering. This guy is so weak, but this red-haired man squatting on the ground to eat has great potential. Yang Luki's vision was not bad, and he judged that the two men were trainee crew members. Are you laughing at my red nose? Bucky yelled with 6 throwing knives in his hand, as if he had been touched on some bottom line and blown up. Yang Luki asked ignorantly, Red nose? Are you talking about your nose? It turned out to be really red. I thought you were beaten by him. Shanks, who was eating while squatting, raised his head. What happened? Ahem, Shanks was choked and slapped himself hard. Water, I want water. Lila smiled and threw the small hip flask he was carrying to Shanks. He was very optimistic about this trainee crew member. Deputy Captain Raleigh, this is wine. At this time, the young red-haired still disliked the taste of the wine very much, especially the wine in the small flask of Captain Riley. This bastard, are you laughing at me for having a red nose again? Bucky exploded and jumped 3 feet high on the spot with anger. Yang Lucky tilted his head and stared at Bucky Red Nose with a puzzled face, scratched his head, and said seriously, "Are you stupid? Deputy Captain Raleigh? She not only said that I am a red nose, but also that I am stupid. I can't swallow this breath." Bucky yelled like a neurotic, jumping side to side. Yang Lucky thought of what Bai Yu had said to her. Pirate world, strength is respected, this rule is the same as her original spiritual realm. Thinking about it, he took his spear and pointed it at the sky and pierced it. One gun is one. A spear of letting me out of Yang Lucky burst out from Yang Lucky, shocking a group of cadres in the Roger pirate group. I saw a ray of silver light from the spear straight up to the sky, penetrating the sky and the earth like a rainbow. Lai, this little girl is not weak. Jabba looked at the girl curiously and smiled. It seems that our captain's vision is as good as ever. Raleigh looked at Roger's back not far away, and said contemplatively, yes, Roger's vision has always been good, and this little girl is not only not weak, it is simple, we have a few such strong on board. It is estimated that no one can beat this little girl except us and the captain. Jabba took back 2 axes and sighed, I wanted to use it. I didn't expect that kid is quite strong. Riley smiled without saying a word, thinking in his heart, this girl is not only weak, but it may not be able to get the upper hand after changing him and Jabba. Bucky watched Yang Lucky's performance stupidly, and found that nothing happened. He suddenly laughed and said, ha 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 ha, I thought it was so powerful, nothing happened? You thought it would scare you? Uncle Bucky. I tell you, what are you doing, Shanks? Hello Bucky, I think you should look up at the sky, Shanks said kindly. Bucky replied impatiently, and looked up at the sky. Can there be, fear, shock, disbelief, fear, etc. All kinds of expressions can be found on Bucky's face. At this moment Bucky's expression is funny and ridiculous, and his chin was so scared that he fell to the ground. There was no cloud in the sky, and an unfathomable big hole appeared in the sky. I looked up and looked at the darkness, as if a hole had been opened from the top of the head. Deputy Captain Raleigh, please help me. Bucky came back to his senses, and at the speed of a top powerhouse, quickly ran behind Laylee, hiding tightly, afraid to even show his head. Yang Lucky was stunned again. What did she see just now? This weak aura broke out so fast in an instant? Is this pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? There is a big question mark on her little face, and she looks puzzled. Haha, this is Bucky, the trainee crew member on our ship. This kid has always been like this. Don't mind, we have no malice. We were prepared to come and help under the instructions of a stupid captain, but we didn't expect to need us anymore. Jabba scolded his captain as an idiot captain, and the other cadres and members were not surprised. Roger Pirates is like this, the captain and crew have almost no sense of distance. Yang Lucky heard it and nodded without paying too much attention. She doesn't believe that anyone in this world can kill Bai Yu, even if that person is the strongest in this world. Huangfu Longde, the ceiling of Zhenhun Street, whose mentality is crushed, has proved that the strongest can't kill Bai Yu. A big wave hit the sea, and a flying sword broke through the air and reached the port. Wang Ji came to the pirate carnival island. He saw a large-scale battle here just now on the ship, and Captain Locks personally ordered him to come and help Bai Yu. Wang Ji saw the little girl named Yang Lucky at a glance, and asked, what happened just now? Did Bai Yu fight with someone? Pluto Raleigh? And you, from Roger Pirates. Wang Ji followed her gaze and saw the neatly organized Roger Pirates, except for the captain. Come on to me. Wang Ji quickly drew out his sword, his eyes solemnly said, the captain will have to wait a while before he can come over. Where is that guy Bai Yu? The members and cadres of the Roger Pirates were also a little confused. Many of them recognized the great pirate King Ji, the famous powerhouse of the Rocks pirates, who offered a bounty of more than 1 billion yuan. This is still in the era when the bounty has not yet increased in price. Reading www.uukangsha.com contains a lot of gold. Pluto Raleigh also looked at them with solemn eyes, and was shocked. Is the Rocks pirates already so strong? 2 more such potential crew members, Roger's biggest opponent in the future Locks. The atmosphere here is very tense, and the atmosphere on the other side is more harmonious. Bai Yu divided the captain of the Fire Demon Pirate group into 108 segments, and did not find the devil fruit, thinking in his heart, it seems that the devil fruit is really the kind that appears randomly. In fact, he still wanted this devil fruit in his heart. The devil fruit of the pirate world is equivalent to the house in the original world of Bai Yu. If you keep it, it will appreciate when you don't know. The natural devil fruit is very precious in the sea, and the price is very high. Hey, my name is Roger. Come and be my partner. Bai Yu, who was thinking about something, was taken aback and turned back sharply. He saw a man staring at him with a smirk on his face, which made Bai Yu feel chills all over his body. But the iconic straw hat on his head, as well as the coat and dress, made him recognize who the man in front of him was. Roger, the one piece of the future, the only man who has reached the finish line of the Great Route. I know you are Roger. I haven't seen you for a while. How are you? Bai Yu greeted casually. Roger froze immediately, staring at him for a few seconds, and then he said, you are a cadre on the Locks ship. I have an impression of you. Join my pirate group, and be my partner. Bai Yu. It's amazing to recognize me. You can actually remember the name of my little cadre. Bai Yu was stunned. He remembered meeting Roger only once, when Lox invited Roger. Roger at that time rejected Lox's invitation, and Lox at that time had just developed and was not the current maritime hegemony, and the threat to the Navy was not that great. So after being rejected, Lox didn't force it anymore, but still had hostility towards Roger in his heart. After all, Roger is a pirate with great potential in the eyes of Lox. In terms of strength and potential, he is no better than the Golden Lion Shiji. Edward Newgate may be an opponent in the future, especially after Roger rejected Lox. These two great pirate groups are destined to have a battle. Do you know? Our captain was very angry after you refused the invitation. Bai Yu was neither humble nor arrogant, chatting with the future One Piece with confidence. Although Roger is better than him, he still has to be able to beat him to death. Why is this? I just refused Lox's invitation. He wouldn't be such a stingy man. Roger grinned broadly. His face was very casual, and he didn't care what Bai Yu said just now. If I refuse you, will you be angry? Of course I won't be angry. Roger still had his iconic smile and said, because you will definitely get on my boat. Don't you think it's a kind of fate that we meet here? Bai Yu, get on my boat and be my boat companion. That's how Raleigh was abducted onto the boat. That smile and confident tone are indeed very contagious. The shadows of 4 people flashed in Bai Yu's mind: Lox, Roger, Xiang Kunlun, and Huangfu Longdu. These 4 villains were different but very charming. I won't get on your ship. I am already a crew member of Lox. I will not betray our captain before Lox falls. Roger, you are a very attractive and outstanding pirate. It's a pity that you are late. Roger looked at him, the smile on his face thickened, and his heart became even more satisfied. No, I'm not late yet. This sea belongs to countless good men, and you belong to my Roger. You are destined to be my partner. Bai Yu couldn't help but give him a white look, and said, I didn't expect you to be so stinky and shameless. You are about to catch up with me. Ha 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 yeah, Bai Yu, then you can get on my boat. Roger grinned broadly, and he had to pack him up and take him away quickly before he walked up. Roger, I tell you don't want to do anything. I am already from Lox. The two pulled on the spot. Yang Lucky frowned, thinking they were fighting. Roger, don't invite me. Captain Lox is coming soon. Beware that he sees you robbing his crew and fights with your pirates on the spot. Roger finally hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, I and Lox cannot coexist. This sea does not belong to him alone, but to countless ambitious men. I will prevent him from dominating the sea. Get on my boat, we will be the freest people in the sea. Bai Yu closed his eyes, shook his head, and said seriously, you and Lox have a chance to coexist. What he wants is to overthrow the world government, so that the people of the entire sea will no longer be oppressed. The so-called world hegemon, but it's a title, he won't do anything, you can actually join hands. Roger was silent for a long time after listening, his eyes were complicated, and the expression on his face was constantly changing. This kind of result may not have occurred to him. Roger came back to his senses and replied with the same seriousness, I believe what you said, just as I believe Raleigh and the others. Lox may have indeed had this idea at the beginning, and he is indeed thinking of overthrowing the world government. But when he really got to that point, would he still maintain his original aspirations? Not to mention that the world government is not something Lox can resist, even with my pirate group. Roger knows the world governments. Some things definitely say that the 2 large pirate groups with the most strength and potential in the sea will not work together. Lox's recklessness will only bring disaster to the sea. Whether he has that idea or not, I will stop him. I will use my own way to liberate the sea. Roger's confident smile finished saying this sentence. So you started the era of great voyages, laid the foundation stone for the liberation of the sea, and embarked on a road different from Lox. Bai Yu thought in his heart, one is to liberate the sea by force and to overthrow the world government. The other is to open the era of great navigation, which laid the beginning for the era of pirates. One represents the present, and the other represents the future. Does Roger think there is no way to resist the world government now? It's a bit unfathomable to be able to support the world government of the Navy headquarters. The guys who were called the descendants of gods www.novelmtl.com must have left a lot of cards. I know Lox better than you. I believe he will not. He is a very ambitious man. Bai Yu refused Roger's invitation, and he must have a beginning and an end. Before Lox fell, he would not join any pirate group. Luochi, come here. I will take you to eat delicious food. Oh, I'm here. Yang Lucky picked up the spear, twisted Xiaoman's waist and ran over. It's dinner, brother Wang Ji. Let's go together. Bai Yu shouted loudly, resolving Wang Ji's embarrassment. Wang Ji put away his sword, nodded to the crew and cadres of the Roger pirates, then turned and left. One Piece Roger's left and right hands, Lila and Jabba, stood in place, watching the 3 leave. It's a pity that it's from the Rocks pirates. I'm still very optimistic about that kid and little girl. A pity flashed in Jabba's eyes. If it weren't for the Rocks pirate ship, it would be coming. Lox's arm is also good. He really wants to fight these cadres in the Rocks pirates, especially the guy named Silver Axe. Lila looked at Roger's return, and said with a smile, Roger, it looks like you have failed. Raleigh, I didn't fail. I can feel that he will board my pirate ship in the future. Roger said confidently. Roger, you should know that Lox became hostile to us after you refused to board the ship. With the current strength of the Rocks pirates, we are not opponents at all. If we really fight, we will kill at most half of his crew. Now we don't have the strength to confront Locks, we must temporarily avoid the edge. As Roger's think tank, Raleigh analyzed the strength of the two sides and made a reasonable judgment. Roger, I think you should listen to Raleigh this time. It is not good for us to fight head-on with the Rocks pirates. Jabba is not prepared to be too foolish with Roger. This is a matter of the life of the entire ship. Captain Roger, let's run away. That's the Rocks pirates. Bucky burst into tears, crying, and begged his captain to run away. Just now, Yang Lookie's blow had already scared him stupid, and when he heard that the Sea Lord Locks was coming, Bucky had been so scared and frightened. If the captain hadn't given the order, he would not dare to run first, so he would lose face in front of Shanks. The future 4 emperors. Shanks looked at his longtime companion with disgust, and said aloud, Bucky, can you not be so unambitious? That's the Rocks pirates. Rocks is even more known as the Overlord of the Sea, a man who wants to dominate the world. Bucky shivered when he thought of this name. Although he knew that his captain was very powerful, it was the Rocks pirates. At this time Bucky is still very courageous. If he changes to a pirate group that is about the same strength as Roger's pirate group, he will have the courage to rush to do it. Roger patted Bucky's trembling shoulders, showing the same smile as usual, and said, well, we just don't have to conflict with Locks for the time being. Let's ask the navigator to stop the ship in another direction. This island is very big, so it's the same if you go to other places to drink. Bucky's trembling body stopped instantly, his eyes were excited, and he said with tears, Captain Roger, Bucky will follow you to the death. The Rocks pirate ship in the distance is approaching, and Edward Newgate, standing on the deck of the ship, can already vaguely see the island. Captain Locks, did the spark that soared to the sky really caused Bai Yu to clash with others? Gee ha 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 ha, it must be that kid who fought with others. With such a beautiful little woman, it is inevitable to provoke some pirates. Golden Lion Shiji said confidently, don't worry, that kid, it must be a victory. Locks also nodded, the spark just now was so powerful that we could see it from such a far away, but in fact the power is very small. The natural demon fruit ability person should be a pirate of average strength. John stroked the western sword. With a charming smile, the captain has sent Wang Ji out just now, and the two of them joined forces, thinking that no one but the captain can take them. Kaido was carrying a mace, standing behind, frankly, and dared to shake in front of the crew members who were not officials. He was afraid that other cadres would hide their strength just like Bai Yu. After the Rocks pirates arrived at the port, all the nearby pirate boats retreated. This is the terrible thing about the Rocks pirates. Before going ashore, someone on the shore shouted, the Locks pirate ship is here. The Locks pirate ship is here. Attention everyone. There was a big gap in the dock at the port. Locks pirates swaggered in and stopped there. Charlotte Lingling guarded the ship, and everyone else disembarked with Locks. This time professional crew member Edward Newgate finally disembarked. Near the ship, the stronger the pirate ship is, the closer it is to the Rocks pirate ship. This seems to be the default among the pirates. It's just that there is no Roger pirate ship among these pirate ships. On the other side of Carnival Island, a small pirate ship stopped here. The pirate flag is a skull with a symbolic curly beard. I didn't expect the wine here to be even sweeter. Why no one came? In the bar, Jabba drank happily, his face blurred and seemed to be drunk. Roger pirates are all here. Bucky was also relieved, and laughed at Shanks for not being able to drink, but also to drink drinks, and there were many Roger crew members around who followed him. Riley asked the boss to help him refill the small hip flask and drink with Roger. Roger, did Locks find us? Raleigh, don't you believe me? I'm Roger. Locke's arrogant character does not think that there will be a pirate group that can threaten him on this island, including us. But we had a holiday with the Rocks pirates. He is hostile to you? Laylee drank a little wine with a worried expression on his face. Roger said nonchalantly, no one's knowledge is stronger than me. As long as we don't take the initiative to show up, Locks will not be able to catch us, and to my surprise, Locks fought fiercely with the Marine Marshal some time ago. They didn't even lose a bit, and they killed the Marshal of the Navy. Yes, Roger, the Rocks pirates are getting stronger and stronger. What do you want to do so much? Anyway, if you can't meet them, we can do whatever we want, drink. Today's wine is treated as if I invited you to drink. I feel that you are a group of very ambitious pirates. I hope you can be famous in the whole world in the future www.novelmtl.com so that my bar can also be famous. The owner of this bar is not so strong and the network of connections, so he can only open a small bar in this remote place, and there is usually no business. Lilac, the boss said he wants to invite us to drink. I heard, Roger. Then we can't let this boss down. The Roger pirates are partying in this unknown little bar. In the luxurious bar on the other side, Bai Yu took Yang Lookie into it and shocked a large number of people. Many pirates focused on them, and most of the male pirates focused on Yang Lookie's bumpy figure. Wang Ji followed him into the bar. Some of the pirates in the bar lowered their heads, and some of them were eager to try. It seemed that they did not recognize the great pirate Wang Ji, one of the strongest officers on the Locks ship. The IQs of people in this world are not too high. There are too many mindless pirates. With a backhand sword, Bai Yu cut the pirates who wanted to surround them in half, splashing blood on the spot. The boss serves the wine, bring me your best wine. He slapped the table hard and said excitedly, it's not okay not to drink at the bar, just to drink milk. Although Bai Yu prefers to drink milk, drinking milk in a bar is too much of a loss. The bar owner saw that he was such a fierce pirate, and immediately brought the best wine in the bar. This is the best wine in our bar. Guests, please taste it slowly. The bar owner stood aside respectfully, waiting for the release. Bai Yu Feng Qingyun waved his hand lightly. Bring me a piece of paper, my sword is dirty. After hearing this instruction, the tavern owner hurriedly fetched a tissue for wiping. Here, guest, your tissues are here. Bai Yu exclaimed, Luoqi, you are sitting next to me, it seems you are too far away. Yang Luqi looked at the embarrassed boss with dull eyes, and took the tissues over. The boss can go now. Bring us 2 bottles of milk and 1 more bottle of wine is enough. The tavern owner stared at the little girl in surprise, confirmed that she was not joking, and nodded, and said, okay, I'll get it right away. The big pirates in the bar all looked at them with strange eyes. Bai Yu was wiping his weapon and his body stiffened. Isn't he going to die? Wait, they looked strangely at Wang Ji, and Bai Yu's mouth was slightly tilted, thinking, that's good, it's not me. I can only sorry brother Wang Ji, let him work for us. Die. That woman didn't belong to him. Let me just say it, definitely not, I have never heard of that person, and the last person who came in was the big pirate Wang Ji, a cadre on the Rocks pirate ship, who offered a bounty of more than 1 billion. It seems that the beautiful woman belongs to Wang Ji, and that person should be the role of the younger brother. As expected of the Rocks pirates, even the younger brothers under the cadres are so powerful. The eyes of the pirates in the tavern were shocked, and they all had an unfathomable sense of fear for the Rocks pirates. At the tavern the owner gave 2 bottles of wine and 2 glasses of milk. Bai Yu grabbed one of the cups of milk and drank it heroically, and picked up Yang Luqi who was drinking milk next to him. Then, he stared at the pirates viciously, most of them bowed their heads out of fear. This milk does not taste as good as in Captain Lox's room. Yang Luqi took a few sips and evaluated it, and drank all the milk without wasting. All the pirates in this tavern suddenly felt like a disaster. They heard something terrifying. The great pirate Lox likes to drink milk. Cough 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 cough. Wang Ji put down the wine bottle and looked at both of them in shock. He has never heard of this. Bai Yu, Captain Lox is dead. If Lox had heard this, he would have killed the pirates for dignity. If it were passed on, his image of the pirate overlord would disappear. Have you heard about this? Bai Yu took a deep breath and looked at these people calmly. No, we didn't hear anything. These pirates deny frantically, trying to survive. Who would dare to admit this? All you admit is death. Really not? Then I can only kill you all. Bai Yu drew out the sword, his eyes began to excite. The pirates, what logic is this? They all said they didn't hear it, so why are they going to kill them? Only dead people are the best way to keep secrets. And this island is either a pirate or a murderous person. It is difficult for ordinary characters to survive, even the bar owner just now has a little bit of strength. Is really a suitable place for killing? Bai Yu was not a bounty hunter at the beginning, specializing in hunting pirates for a living. These pirates on the field all have a bounty, and they can make a fortune if they kill them. After a warm-up, there were no pirates alive on the court except for the 3 of them. Bai Yu looked at the trembling tavern owner, and said with a smile, Boss, look at how much these people are worth. I will give you a 20% discount and sell it to you. I believe you know what to say and what not to say. Right. Yes, I must be tight-lipped about today. Come here, come and clean up. This tavern owner is really not a simple stuff. He quickly calmed down and began to calculate the bounty of these pirates. A total of more than 280 million Baileys are offered as a bounty. I will count 300 million Baileys for you. If you make a 20% discount, it will be 240 million Baileys. Don't you think it? Pay the money, these heads are yours. Bai Yu looked at these pirates disgustingly. Too weak, the bounty added together is not as high as that of the fire demon. Forget it, it's a fortune to make a fortune. Bai Yu is already a pirate, and he definitely can't take these heads to the navy to receive a reward. That would be stupid, it's no different from sending his head to the navy. Dealing on the spot is good, I believe this tavern keeper must have a way, and will be tight-lipped. Once the events of today are spread out, it will not only damage the reputation of the tavern, but if Lox hears some gossip, he will directly bring the crew over to the island. Lox promised Bai Yu to restrain the crew from killing civilians as much as possible, because he also came from the bottom, but he did not promise not to kill the pirates and the navy. Since you become a pirate, you have to be prepared to die. It is normal for you to die or I die with the navy on the battlefield. After the transaction, Bai Yu left with Yang Luqi and Wang Ji. Many people have just died in that place. The smell is too bloody. He doesn't like you reading www.uukangsha.com very much. Brother Wang Ji, where did you say Captain Lox went? Bai Yu asked. This is the first time he has come to this island, and he found a tavern nearby, but he didn't expect to see other crew members and cadres for a long time. The captain should go to the most famous tavern on this island. We can see them when we go there. Wang walked straight ahead to lead the 2. Bai Yu thought of Lox and the pirate's personality that likes to be pushy, and felt that it was very possible that these big bounty pirates had gathered together. Luoqi, let's go there quickly. The public security on this island is still very bad, and it will be better when it comes to the Valley of Gods. Oh, is the Valley of the Gods where those Tianlong people live? Yang Luqi followed him with a bright smile. You are wrong, it's Tianlong pig, not a human. Bai Yu smiled in a good mood. They talked and laughed, and then they reached the tavern. This tavern is a bit big, surely this is not an auction house. Bai Yu led Yang Luki, watching around, and seeing Wang Ji walking in, they also went in with him. In this tavern, he saw many familiar figures. At this time, these big pirates of the old age had not yet entered the underwater jail, and had no chance to eat free of charge. Which Catalina de Pang, World Destroyer Wald, Evil King Abelo Pizarro and others. These people are now the famous pirates in this era of pirates, and they are considered to be the most famous pirates under Locks and Roger. This era is really coexisting. In the distant future, many pirates on the field will become big pirates called the remnants of the old era. Bai Yu feels slightly in his heart that only those with strength are called the remnants of the old era. Who will care about you without strength? These people are very strong, and the aura of several people approached Captain Lox's cadres. Yang Luki calmly looked at the gazes cast by these pirates, and stared back with a murderous look. Spurred a lot of hatred. The most ugly look is Catalina, who was designated by the world government as the worst female pirate. Seeing this girl's beautiful face, the female pirate's heart moved with murderous intent. Bai Yu felt the faint malice emanating from Katarina. Is this female pirate trying to kill Seven? Just her? I really thought I was called the worst female pirate, so I thought I was the strongest female pirate. Too confident. Let's talk about the monster Charlotte Lingling first. You can defeat the Lieutenant General, a natural strong man at the age of 5. The appearance of this Catalina, Bai Yu really can't see it. He can compete with the 4 emperors who will be mad in the future, but it is not comparable to the current Charlotte Lingling. Of course, this female pirate is also a very powerful sea pirate, much stronger than the fire demon, and will be locked in the lowest level of Push City in the future, and is called the most vicious female pirate. After seeing the sky again, he became one of the most powerful cadres under Blackbeard, and his strength was also considered top-notch among the Blackbeard pirates. Bai Yu still cheekily said, Luoqi, don't look at it, it's not good for your eyes, you should look more at handsome guys like me, it's good for your eyes. Yang Luki understood what he said, and the female pirate Katarina also understood. Women have always been very concerned about the topic of appearance, especially the female pirates who like to abuse and kill those beautiful women and have a serious tendency to pervert in their hearts are extremely sensitive to their appearance. After hearing this, Katarina couldn't sit still, and walked in the direction of the two with the weapon. The pirates around recognized the identity of the female pirate and gave her way. You have such a good-looking face, I really want to tear it off, let me leave you some unforgettable memories. The most evil female pirate Katarina smiled cruelly, her eyes looked crazy. They seemed to have seen the scene of these two people begging for mercy under her in pain. This thought made Katarina feel particularly happy. She would slowly torture the girl to death, and then end the girl's life under the painful pleading of the two. But, this man can stay for a few days to play, and it's not too late to throw it away when she gets tired of playing. Wang Ji noticed the killing intent not far away, and turned his head to look behind. Saw Catalina walking towards Bai Yu and Yang Luki. Wang Ji looked at him coldly. This idiot? I dare to provoke them both alone, I can't beat the two of them together. He shouldn't need his help in this matter, but how should I tell the captain about the Roger Pirates group? Wang Ji worried in his heart, the Roger Pirates group should have run away. Then let's not talk about it. With the strength of the Rocks Pirates, it is definitely not a Roger Pirates that can resist. Let me do this, I also want to try my skills, women's affairs should be solved by women. Yang Luki clenched the spear and entered the battle mode. Bai Yu stepped aside and handed the stage to Luoqi. Catalina is not a natural type, but an animal type, an illusion beast species, a dog fruit, a 9-tailed fox form ability person, really blinded by this fruit. Yang Luki didn't know the fruit of this person, but she had a strong foundation. Under Bai Yu's teaching, she soon entered the door with armed color, and even learned the winding type armed color, barely able to entangle the spearhead. Are you trying to fight me? It's too overwhelming. Katarina, dressed in heavy makeup, dressed in strange costumes, with cold eyes, cruel eyes, and crazy killing intent, attacked. You little man hides aside and doesn't want you anymore. Do you want to fight to death? Roam the dragon and the phoenix. Resist attacks from all directions and wield a powerful gun to attack the enemy. Catalina's attack was easily resolved, there were a few more scars on her body, and there was a very conspicuous scratch on her face. Katarina touched her face and looked at her in disbelief. How dare you dare to ruin my perfect appearance, I will torture you to death in the most cruel way. The pirates around were speechless when they heard it. Perfect? Where is your appearance perfect? I am so self-confident. Isn't it a natural one? Yang Luki looked at it with confusion. Her previous blow was only a tentative attack. She thought that this person would escape, but she was injured. The crazy Katarina activated the power of the devil fruit and transformed into a 9-tailed fox. This is an animal-based fantasy beast species. Yang Luki heard Bai Yu said that this type of devil fruit is very powerful for itself. One move will determine the outcome. Yang Luki bends one knee. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com spear to the sky, gaining momentum on the spot. The art of combining humans and spears, like a shadow. The two guardian spirits, Yang Yanzhao and Yang Zexing appeared on her body not far from nothing. The three of them combined their spear skills and made exactly the same movements. This is Yang Luki's strongest one-on-one, and it is also a deadly move. Bai Yu stepped back in silence and walked in the other direction. The outcome of the two has been divided. Catalina actually stood in place to show off her might, allowing Yang Luki's momentum to reach its peak. I really don't know what to say about her, she's really a talent. This gun, if he resists hard, it will also be life-threatening, and Yang Luo's 7-man gun one-piece technique, once the opponent is locked, he can only resist hard, which is a very rascal trick. The gun shooting speed is the fastest powerhouse in the Zhenhun Street comics. Even Sun Zhongtian was able to resist by relying on the Sun family's artifact like De Wangzidian, completely unable to dodge. At the moment when Yang Luki fired his gun, it was clear. Too fast? This will be so fast? Katerina looked at the little girl in front of her without tinted glasses for the first time. This is a strong one? A strong man who can kill her, she can no longer keep her hands. Nine-tailed fox's charming technique was used by her, and she instantly covered her body with armed color. She didn't know where the spear would fall. Go through, your life, I will accept it. The Shanghai thief hadn't reacted yet, and Yang Luki had already stopped his gun. A big hole appeared in the towering nose of witch Catalina, and the blood ran out desperately, and fell straight back. Like 7, you have to learn to make up a knife, you can't forget to make up a knife. You. Catalina instantly widened her eyes, raised her head, staring at Bai Yu, wanting to say something cruel beforehand. Don't hold on, if you are still alive, I will call your father. Catalina fell heavily to the floor, she couldn't catch her eyes. Make up. Yang Luki looked at him dumbly. It seemed to outsiders that her shot was approaching a limit, but only she knew the shot, and she hesitated for a moment. Just now she saw in the illusion created by Catalina. Bai Yu, who was obedient to her, gentle and polite. Yang Luki recognized that it was fake at a glance, but she still hesitated for a moment. Bai Yu saw it. The shot just now was supposed to be a fatal blow, but Catalina seized the moment of opportunity. Under her strong desire to survive, she slightly deviated from the damage point. Although the scar on the face of this witch looked terrifying, she actually survived this shot. Bai Yu drew his sword and looked at the blood on the sword with disgust. It's dirty again. This female pirate is still quite ambitious, but it is a pity that I met a guy like him who specializes in making up knives, otherwise Luoqi might really be confused by her and let her escape. Oh, I know what it means. I was going to stab her again just now because I hesitated for a moment. Yang Luo replied staggeringly, his pretty face flushed, as if to say what a shame. Hesitate. Bai Yu frowned slightly, and asked inexplicably, Luoqi, you are a general of the Hall of Heroes, how can you hesitate? I saw. Yang Luki put his gaze on him. Bai Yu understood, he immediately held her in his arms, and smiled. It seems that we still don't know the roots well enough. In the future, we will have to communicate more. If you know how long I am, I know how deep you are. Yang Luki nodded obediently, and said, I just wanted to make up the knife, but you didn't see it. When I ended the war, I usually have to make sure that the enemy is dead, so you must also understand my depth in the future. That's fine. Bai Yushao unconsciously turned into salted pigsty, floating up and down. Yang Luki felt the unconscious hand on Xiao Man's waist, and he was relieved. This is the real him. Like 7, we must be more eager than before. Sometimes being cautious does not mean that we are afraid of death, but that only those who survive are the real winners. Yang Luki asked back, if you want to win, you have to go for it, right? Bai Yu happily replied, likewise, Luoqi is indeed a genius, and I can't beat it in the future and I can just wipe the solace of my feet. Yang Luki said strangely, but I remember you won't die, do you want to be stubborn? Bai Yu looked at her earnestly, it doesn't necessarily mean that I won't die. Maybe there is a way to kill me. The most important thing is that you are mine, you can't leave me alone. No, you are wrong, you are mine. It's all the same, don't care about the details. Bai Yu let Luoqi begin to touch the corpse. The one who died on the floor was a small boss-level pirate, he would definitely drop something. Not to mention the appearance of this female pirate with heavy makeup, which affects her appetite, but she still has a good taste, and she feels a lot of good things on her body. No, I touched it several times, and the good things are here. After Yang Luki won the war, he would take away the best trophies. The vision he had developed over the years was very good. Bai Yu looked at these on the floor, began to pack up, and decapitated Catalina's head. Luoqi, let's go. Yang Luki stood on the spot with thoughtful eyes, and said, that pirate who can set fire is also worth a lot of money. I'll get his head. Bai Yu smiled awkwardly, and stopped. Luoqi, you don't need to go, the pirate has already been unloaded by me with 108 paragraphs, and I can't put it together anymore. No one will want it. For the bounty, Bai Yu felt distressed, but at least it proved that the devil fruit, he really couldn't get it from other people. He is a little envious of the future little cricket named Blackbeard, so let's take down Blackbeard and do research when he meets him in the future. Came to the middle of the tavern and saw Edward Newgate greeting him. Bai Yu, here we are. Brother Newgate, have you disembarked? Bai Yu took Yang Luki with him, and was a little excited when he saw Edward Newgate. Can't I get off the boat? I have to come down occasionally. Edward Newgate patted him lightly, saw the head on his hand, and smiled. Coo ha 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 ha, it seems you have harvest. Catalina Deppen is a great big pirate with great strength. Gee ha ha ha, not bad, boy, it seems that your bounty can also go up a lot. Golden Lion Shiji drank rum www.novelmtl.com and shouted a little drunk. John raised his orchid finger and asked playfully, you cut off her head, don't you want to go to the Navy to receive a reward, you are a pirate. Really hammered, this is Jack Sparrow's rebirth of the pirate, this standard orchid finger is impressive. Of course not. I'm a pirate who goes to the Navy to receive a reward. It's not that it's not going to the toilet with a lantern. Bai Yu stunned John's appetite halfway through. Hey, you haven't spoken yet, can you finish the rest? John spread his hands, the expression on his face was uncomfortable. He hated this kind of guy who didn't talk halfway through. Wang Ji asked curiously, what does this sentence mean when you enter the toilet with a lantern? Bai Yu smiled badly, the expression on his face changed to the same as that of brother Wu Fei, and said to them, I'm looking for death. Wang Ji was taken aback and reacted instantly. John also understood in seconds, and quietly explained to Captain Lox. Others gradually came to understand. Kaido looked at the expression that everyone else understood, as if he didn't understand it. Kaido immediately pretended to be very understanding, trying to get involved. Golden Lion Shiji laughed loudly, gee ha 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 boy, your tone of voice is really too much. I just like the expression that others want to beat me, but they can't beat me to death. Bai Yu chicly sat in his seat, and let Yang Luki sit next to him. Kaido in the corner of could only watch these cadres speak, feeling very boring, until he heard the words behind Bai Yu. There was a ray of light in his eyes, and he cast an agreeable look at Bai Yu. That's right for a man. This is what Kaido thought. You kid really can tell, I want to beat you up again. Lox laughed and looked at the two young men he was very optimistic about, and shouted at Kaido, Kaido, come here too. Drink the bar. Yes, Captain. Kaido looked honest, and walked over obediently when he heard Lox's words. Stopped in front of Lox and stood straight. Bai Yu laughed and said, ha 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 Kaido, Captain Lox didn't let you come here and sit down and drink at the bar. Kaido took a peek at Lox with his left light, and then obediently found a place to sit down. Gee ha 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 boy, do you know that because of your reasons, this guy's bounty has not been able to go up? Before you fight Lingling, this guy is ready to challenge you. Jin Shiji didn't care about telling the matter with the expression on his face. Kaido at this time can only be said to be good at strength, but it is really not enough in front of Golden Lion Shiji. Kaido, who has not obtained the animal series, fish fruits, and monster species from Charlotte Lingling, still dare not fight against these top pirates. Golden Lion Shiji's sword can really break him, and it's easy to even smash him severely. Kaido, who had suffered a dumb loss, but dared not speak, had no choice but to keep drinking sullen wine. This is too bully. Ski, what do you mean by this? Don't you want to provoke me to fight Kaido? Bai Yu asked in confusion. Kaido bounty can't go up, it's up to him? Bai Yu, who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is the Golden Lion Shiji. Would you use that method? How could this guy beat you? Shiji put down the rum, and said in a flat tone full of arrogance. Kaido said that he wanted to have a seizure, but he didn't dare to speak. Golden Lion Shiji never looked at Kaido from the beginning to the end, nor did he think of letting this intern pirate join his faction. The IQ of Shiji in this era is still online, and he has not forced his intelligence down. Knowing what Kaido is, even if it has great potential in the future, he has no interest at all. Shiji, I hate the most arrogant person in my life. When I see this kind of person, I see one hitting the other. Bai Yu turned his head slightly and looked at the Golden Lion Shiji with a squint. Gee ha ha ha, what's wrong with Laozi being so arrogant? Can you beat me? Golden Lion said arrogantly. This time he felt choked with Bai Yu and started drinking happily. To tell you the truth, I can't beat you, but the woman next to me stabbed the female pirate with a single shot. Bai Yu put his arms around Yang Luki and provoked Shiji with a faint tone. A shot. Golden Lion Shiji fixed his eyes on the little girl next to Bai Yu. The confrontation between her and Charlotte Lingling on the boat, he saw it, was very powerful. Was able to kill this powerful and prestigious big pirate with a single shot, which shows that this little girl is not much worse than him. Bai Yu, it's okay for your kid to hide behind a woman, are you still a man like this? Why Mr. Shiji is jealous? If you have the ability, you can find one. And I, Bai Yu, who has been acting all his life, has never been singled out, except in gang fights, so even if you want to fight, it is me and Luoqi that will beat you one by one. Bai Yu said, shocking all the cadres on the court. How can you be so shameless? Golden Lion Shiji pointed to Bai Yu, as if he couldn't believe the man in front of him would say such shameless words. After hearing Shiji's words, the cadres present showed approval gazes. Golden Lion Shiji said what they wanted to say. Bai Yu said slowly, I'll ask you if you are afraid. The Golden Lion changed the subject and said, then if our captain is more arrogant than you, what should you do, kid? Looking at the captain quietly pretending. Bai Yu firmly believes that the more arrogant a person is, the more he will jump for long. Lox died in the Valley of Gods without accident, and the Golden Lion was defeated by Roger shortly afterwards, and all achievements were returned to 0. That's not what your kid said just now. Golden Lion was anxious, but he couldn't say anything about Lox too casually. It was just now is now, that's different. Bai Yu is not stupid. There is only one person in your Golden Lion. Before Lox broke up, all the crew on the ship belonged to the captain, including himself. Besides, is Lox that arrogant? His name is the Top Iron. Golden Lion couldn't even drink anymore, and was choked out of the mood to drink. Captain, can I fight the two of them? I am very unhappy now. Hearing what Golden Lion Shiji said, Lox shook his head and replied, "No, you cadres should give me restraint. I will soon be in the Valley of Gods. I will never allow any accidents. Coo ha ha ha, luckily I got off the ship, otherwise I wouldn't see such an interesting thing." Edward Newgate laughed boldly. This makes Golden Lion Shiji depressed even more. He who has nowhere to vent www.navalmtl.com looked at the circle of people around and stared at Kaido, and shouted, "You guy came out with Laozi because of your mess that made Laozi go wrong." Kaido couldn't help it anymore. Even if he was beaten to death this time, he would fight the big pirate in front of him. It's one thing to fight or not, but dare to fight is the most important thing. Ski, you are really a stingy man, why don't you ask me something? How do I feel to answer you? Bai Yu just learned the whole thing from Wang Ji. It turned out that Kaido's bounty didn't go up, but it really had something to do with him. What is this called? Then tell me, how did you practice your swordsmanship? Golden Lion Shiji asked a question he wanted to ask a long time ago. Great swordsman level Wang Ji and John pricked up their ears and listened. They were also very interested in this set of swordsmanship. Bai Yu originally answered casually that it was the power of the ripples, so he played the Golden Lion Shiji perfunctorily. Unexpectedly, Wang Ji would also be interested. My set of swordsmanship depends on talent. It is really difficult for you to learn. It is not that I don't want to teach, but that this is my inherent spatial perception ability. I'll just ask, can you perceive the surrounding space as water, flowing and moving? Wang Ji and John understood for the first time that this set of swordsmanship had nothing to do with them. Bai Yu, you should do business. Captain Lox, don't worry, it's all right. Bai Yu shouted to the Golden Lion, dare you join me in solving the other pirates on the field except our pirate group? Gee ha ha ha, who are you when you are an old man? Golden Lion Shiji roared at all the pirates on the court, I'll give you all the fuck, you can die if you don't leave. Golden Lion Shiji had already taken a sigh of relief in his heart. Now that he has a chance to fight, the captain nodded himself. This really makes him so excited. How about Shiji, so you should be able to vent all the unhappiness in your heart. Bai Yu held the sword he just wiped, and thought to himself, this sword is going to be dirty again. The owner of the tavern disappeared into the tavern when he saw something was wrong. The other pirates in the tavern heard the arrogant words of the Golden Lion, and they were angry, and there was always a fire in their hearts. Ming Ming Tavern belongs to all the pirates, but the Rocks pirates occupy the best and largest position, squeezing them all aside. Forget it, after all, they have basically heard of the power of the Rocks pirates. In this era, these pirates also thought in their hearts that if the strongest pirate group were to be selected, that pirate group must be the Rocks pirate group. So they endured it, but now they are pressing hard again. They really don't have tempers like these pirates. Among these pirates, there are also some great pirates, who have a great reputation in the entire sea. If they are driven away like this, even the people of the Rocks pirates will make their faces irrelevant, and they will never have a face on the sea. Mixed up. But many of the pirates really don't have a bit of temper. All of them ran away, fled, and tried to run out of the tavern and stay away from the lunatics like the Rocks pirates. Seeing those pirates running away, Golden Lion Shiji started directly without saying a word. Are you timid guys worthy of living in the ocean? Just die for me. You don't even have the courage to fight a battle, and you don't deserve to live in this world. The Golden Lion held Sakuragi and Kushi in 2 slashes, and killed the group of pirates who had escaped. A large number of pirates who flee were cut off by the slash, falling to the ground and struggling constantly, their eyes still looking at the door of the tavern until the last moment. Maybe outside the gate, it represents hope for them, pirates. A small number of pirates barely survived, because the scope of Golden Lion Shiji's slash this time was not very large, which allowed these pirates to survive. The pirate who was still trying to flee was instantly overtaken by the Golden Lion Shiji, as if he appeared in front of them out of thin air. Looking at the 2 falling swords, the pirate who flees felt desperate and waited quietly for death. These pirates all know the gap with the big pirate Golden Lion. The moment they decided to escape, it was already doomed. They didn't even have the courage to resist. Golden Lion Shiji killed the last batch of pirates who escaped, but said addictively, what are these things? Just these are also worthy of pirates? Killing them is really boring. Bai Yu looked at the Golden Lion and Shiji killed all these pirates like a meat grinder. The quality of these pirates is uneven. I didn't expect the quality to be so bad. The first batch to escape is the worst. It is useless to keep these wastes. The weak are not worthy to survive in this sea. Since you are determined to be pirates, you should be prepared to be killed. Facing the cold words of Bai Yu, several of these pirates stood up. I have heard about the power of the Rocks pirates. Let me try it today. Big Barrel Basque Chote, a monster who kills innocent people indiscriminately when drunk, kills all the people nearby, one of the cadres of the future Blackbeard. Since it is clear that I want to kill us, let's see who will die here. The king of evil Abelo Pizarro, a vicious pirate in the eyes of the navy, and one of the cadres of the future Blackbeard. Is it the most powerful pirate group in the world? Interesting, this title should belong to me. Bundy Wald. World Destroyer Bundy Wald, Momo Fruit ability, is a superhuman fruit, which can increase the size and speed of objects in contact by hundreds of times, as well as increase his own movement speed. Woko? I'm not dazzled. Golden Lion, I think we may have to wait for someone to join. Golden Lion Shiji looked at the 3 powerful pirates in front of him, and smiled frantically, if you dare not go, then they will belong to me. Gee ha ha ha, idiot. Bai Yu cursed secretly in his heart. He was not surprised by those three people. Even if those three people were very powerful, they would not be able to resist for long under the rocks pirates. Bai Yu was surprised by the elegant man in the corner. Even if the three people are added together, it may not be comparable. Golden Lion Shiji may suffer a big loss. That man is a strong man who can match Locks, and he will be on an equal footing with the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates by one person in the future. Lonely Red Barleric Letterfield, a great pirate known as the Red Earl. The strength of the man in front of him or the strength of Locks is stronger or weaker, it is not necessarily true, but the Lonely Red will definitely beat the Golden Lion Shiji to the ground. Bai Yu looked at Locks. This plan was proposed by him. After going to the Valley of God, he used force to take the strongest group of pirates on the pirate Carnival Island. After the Valley of Gods project started, even if the pirates wanted to quit, it would still depend on the Navy to let them go. In addition to scolding their mothers in their hearts, they can only bite the bullet and fight the Navy and rush out. In this way, the plan of the Valley of Gods really failed, and a part of the pirate force could hold the Navy in check and bear part of the pressure for the Rocks pirates. These proud pirates will not cooperate with the Navy like Roger, and Bai Yu will guide them appropriately to make the battle chaotic. The ordinary pirates and the Navy are almost mortal enemies, and they will fight each other when they meet. This is the best way Bai Yu can think of at the moment to pull people into the water. But who knows that he caught a big fish, or a very big fish. This made Bai Yu a little bit excited. Locks also noticed the graceful man in the corner, with a relaxed face. His expression began to move. Is there such a powerful pirate besides him in this sea? This man with a black cloak and slightly gloomy eyes slowly tasted a sip of red wine, then put down the wine glass, and slowly said, "It seems that I have been discovered and noticed. Why do you want to keep me? Then you have to pay the price of a few people." Lonely Gao's Hai Hong stood up gracefully, with a powerful and suffocating aura, and said this question in the most plain tone. How many people cost? All the pirates on the court looked at this man full of aristocratic temperament with surprised eyes. Is such an elegant person a pirate? There are also the costs of the few people, he said. They wouldn't be talking about the strongest cadres of the Rocks pirates, right? And when is there such a number of people on the sea? If it weren't for the powerful aura of Lonely Red, which gave the Shanghai thief an unfathomable feeling, they would all treat the man in front of him as a joke. Those who are not capable are called jokes, and those who are capable are called jokes. Not to mention a pirate like Lonely Red, no one can match in the pirate world. Gee ha ha ha, you said that we should pay the price of a few people, do you include Laozi? Faced with the powerful enemy in front of him, Golden Lion Shiji was even more excited. I have no intention of being an enemy of you, but if you must keep me, this will be your endpoint. Lonely Red said slowly and gracefully, with a calm tone. What do you think of this place? Let this be your burial place. Lonely Red took off the white gloves and put it in his arms, his dark eyes became bloodthirsty. Golden Lion Shiji was furious, a guy with no reputation in the sea, dare to be so arrogant in front of him. The lion doesn't go crazy, he really treats him as a sick cat. Shiji, get out. Golden Lion Shiji, holding two weapons, stopped his attack, and the two swords were only a few centimeters away from the Lonely Red. Lonely Red raised his head slightly, his eyes calmly looked at the tip of the sword close at hand, without a trace of surprise or fear. Stop Shiji, don't fight him, go to other people. Hearing Captain Locke's order, Golden Lion Shiji gave up the goal in front of him and killed the other big pirates. Lonely Red said faintly, your captain made a correct choice, and this choice made you survive. The other pirates who fought against the Golden Lion Shiji fought harder. This lion seemed to have been completely angry and mad. The strongest breaker of these pirates, Wald, broke the ceiling of the tavern with one blow and rushed. Go out. Golden Lion Shiji followed and killed them, and the two hit the ground from the sky, fighting each other madly. Golden Lion Shiji is approaching the peak period. The Wald of this era has reached the peak period, and both of them are much stronger than when the future plot takes place. Under the superhuman Momo Fruit's 100 times the speed blessing, Wald actually fought with Shiji, and the two would not be able to tell the victory or defeat for a while. Bai Yu saw the two strongest pirates, one belonged to Locks, the other was fighting with Ski, and the rest belonged to him and other officials. The Golden Lion and Wald of this period are really strong enough. Bai Yu now understands a little bit about the role of the Navy's propulsion city. Even if these imprisoned great pirates came out alive, their strength is simply incomparable with the original. The theater version of the Navy sent out a number of Kaiukai members to kill Wald the Saboteur, which proved the strength of this big pirate in the old age. The warring states and Carp teamed up in the past, and he was betrayed by his own partner, and the world government CP0 was dispatched. Only after he came out, Wald was arrested in Push City. After he came out, he no longer trusted anyone. But after coming out of Pushing City, the big pirate suddenly became stretched. At first glance, it hasn't been a long time since Pushing City, and his vitality has not recovered. The Blackbeard who learned to release the big pirates who had been imprisoned in the city for many years, and that they hadn't appeared for more than 2 years, and had a stable development force, met the Admiral Akadog, and quickly evacuated with the big pirates. Until the great pirates recovered their vitality, Blackbeard began to show his head and seized the Whitebeard's territory. After the battle with the Phoenix Marco, he became the new 4 emperors of the sea. I have been imprisoned for so many years like Wald, and I have to go to death without finding a place to recover. Okay, I met Wang Luffy in the theater version. Who can beat him in Pirate World? I don't know that the theater version of Wang Luffy kicked locks and punched One Piece. Whoever comes will be eliminated. Following, Locks gave an order, and the other cadres also played. There was chaos in the largest tavern on the island, with melee and fights everywhere, and blood flowed all over the floor. You come with me if you don't want to die. Wald's brother was stared at by Bai Yu, which made Vardal completely crazy, ignoring the attack of the Golden Lion and killing him towards Bai Yu. His eyes were bloody. Look at it, Wald. This sea connects various islands and countries that we have never seen before. Don't you think it's great? Wald, you must go to sea in the future. In this boundless sea www.navalmtl.com there must be an adventure beyond imagination waiting for you. You have to replace me to go to the distance, to see the world, and thrive. Bondi Wald, big brother, I want to go with my big brother and travel around the world, and my big brother will come too. Because of his brother's frailty, Wald kept sailing with his brother's dream until he was old, and the moment he fell to the theater version, all he was thinking of was the agreement and dream with his brother. You are looking for death. Momo Fruit moves 100 times faster. The two swords collided with the fist, blocking Wald's attack, and the impact of the collision was scattered, but the pirates who were still alive on the field were affected. The weak pirates have long been eliminated. Wald, you stop first, your brother and the crew are okay. Wang stared straight at the veins and the blood-red. Wald said, our captain admires you and is very optimistic about you, so it won't hurt your partner, but you want to join us in advance, otherwise I can't guarantee that they will have nothing to do. Bai Yu looked at and wanted to attack. Wald, feeling some tingling arms, explained all this. Wald, listen to them first. Wald said with a little excitement, holding a piece of paper. Big brother, they killed my partner? The big deal is that I will fight them. Bai Yu sighed helplessly. You won't even listen to your own elder brother, are you? Your strength is indeed very strong, but there are 7 or 8 people in our captain's boat that can match you. How long do you think you can last? Gee ha ha ha, it's really enjoyable to play. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. After Golden Lion Shiji noticed that Wald was distracted, he stopped chasing. Wald, listen to them first. Those crew members have betrayed you a long time ago. They are ready to join forces with the Navy to kill you. Brother, how is this possible? They are my partners. Bundy Wald yelled excitedly. The current saboteurs cherish their partners no less than the future Wang Luffy. Bai Yu pointed to the dead group of people on the floor, and said, now that the pirates alive are left with only the strong and a part of the pirates. Those weak pirates are all your crew members. They have not betrayed you, so they are still alive. Our captain admires you very much. If you want to recruit you, he left a real partner for you. After all, you can have your own cronies after you join our pirate group. Binjak, Wald's elder brother, the think tank in the pirate group, asked, where did you get the news? Bai Yu smiled confidently. You can go to these pirates' rooms to search. I believe you will understand. Binjak frowned. Wald cherished his partners and was very tolerant of them on the boat. Could it be that these people really betrayed Wald? We will determine these things. Let us go. What requirements are needed? Wald will not join you. Golden Lion Shiji looked at them and laughed loudly. Gee ha ha ha, since they don't want to join the pirates, let me kill them all. The battle between Laozi and him is not over yet. Bai Yu said innocently, you are the think tank of the pirates. You should be able to understand the current situation. If you don't join, you will only die. We, the Rocks Pirates, value Wald very much, so we treat you very much. I took care of it a little bit. Look at how many people are left in the other pirates. Their pirates don't have any partners, and your pirates still have a few real partners. Those are traitors. If you don't believe it, you can go back and search. But the Rocks Pirates needs a reply, so Wald can only go alone. The 4 of you are going to stay. Beanjack yelled, Wald, don't be impulsive, listen to him. You first go to their room to find if there is any paper or something. Bring all those things, and you will be back soon. NS. Bundy Wald looked at these people coldly, and snorted coldly, when I come back, if I see any of them hurt, I can at least drag one of you to bury it. Gee ha ha ha, this person is indeed qualified to join our pirate group, and he can live a life after suffering a sword from Laozi. Golden Lion Shiji carried the rum and walked over to fight with Edward Newgate. NS. The deep-armed color and strong physical fitness, coupled with the Superman Momo Fruit, is a useful combat power. Wald returned soon, with some papers and a phone bug. Binjak stared at the phone worm, and said coldly, this is a phone worm calling the Navy, they are traitors. Wald suddenly collapsed. He didn't believe that among the friends who got along day and night, someone had colluded with the Navy in advance and wanted to kill him. Bai Yu did not have the slightest surprise. These navies are all human beings. Generally, some Navy undercover agents will come in on pirate ships that do not take the elite route. There are many thieves in the Rocks Pirates, and some of them faintly show their feet. In the original book, the reason for Wald's arrest, Bai Yu knew, and it was easy to guess that these pirates lying on the ground had already colluded with the Navy. You still have at least 4 partners who are sincerely willing to follow you. They are your cronies. What about my proposal to join our pirate group? Wald. Big brother. Beanjekla stayed in Wald, afraid that he would be impulsive, and quickly explained, don't be impulsive, for those traitors are worthless. You still have Garam, Sebastian, Nikin and me. But big brother, I don't want to join their pirate group. We have agreed to pursue the freedom of the sea together. How can we join their pirate group? Wald asked puzzled. At this time, the lonely red gracefully walked over, and Lox also walked over. Oh ha ha ha, I admire the two of you very much. Join my pirate group and become my partner. Lox issued an olive branch to the two of them, wanting to attract them. Long Gao's Hai Hong simply refused. I will not ally with anyone, nor will I join anyone's pirate group. This is my principle. Who are you? How much is the bounty? I've long wanted to ask. Golden Lion Shiji shouted not far away. The group of pirates who were alive on the field didn't even know the Lonely Red, nor did the Rocks pirates know it. Ku ha ha ha, what Ski wants to ask is what I want to say. Edward Newgate didn't know the Lonely Red at this time. This monster who is on the same level with the Whitebeard pirates by one person. www.novelmtl.com has not yet made a name in the sea. Lonely Red answered this question. Barrow-Rick Letterfield, you can call me Red Earl, and my reward is 17 million Baileys. No pirate on the field laughed at the bounty, but was shocked in his heart. I am afraid that the Navy is not a fool. Such a powerful man actually offered a reward of 17 million Baileys. There is no 1 billion that can't be justified. Lox once again invited the two of them and said, join my pirate group, I will give you the status you deserve, I will lead you to overthrow the entire world government. Resounding through the sea, we will become the strongest in this world. It is also the freest pirate group. I choose to refuse. Red Earl still rejected the proposal. His pride will never allow alliances with anyone, let alone join them. Seeing that the Red Earl rider had chosen to refuse, Wald yelled after him, I too, I. Wald's voice is getting smaller and smaller, and the four friends around are still there, and he dare not refuse. Bai Yu clapped his hands and said, in fact, you can choose to join or not to join, but there is a prerequisite for not joining, and that is to have a fight with us in the Valley of Gods. Valley of Gods. Red Earl Rider had heard of this place, and it was on the nearest island to this small island, the Valley of Gods. That place is called the second residence of the Tianlong people, and a large number of Tianlong people live there. You are really crazy enough to have the idea of a dragon. Wald's expression became excited when he heard this. Would you like to come? Just a battle. After the first battle, I will stay with you. Wald, US World Destroyer Wald was very interested in Bai Yu's proposal, and looked at Bin Jack and shouted, Big brother, I don't want to join their pirate group, let's accompany them to the Valley of the Gods and leave. Bin Jack thought for a while before he said, well, Wald, we will temporarily join their pirate group. The strength of the Rocks pirate group is obvious to all. Even the Valley of God, the second residence of the dragon people, is not a dangerous place for this powerful pirate group. Perhaps the main reason is that this pirate group values Wald's strength and potential, and wants to let Wald join them through this action. Bin Jack asked cautiously, I would like to ask, how heavy is your weight? After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, can you really let us leave the pirates on behalf of Lox? The corners of Bai Yu's mouth were slightly raised, and he shouted, Captain Lox, I can be the master. Oh ha 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 ha, this matter is up to you, this kid's words are my words. Lox laughed and walked to the Red Earl Rider and wanted this strong man to join him. Lox thought in his heart, the method of this boy Bai Yu is really good enough. I should have done it a long time ago. It is impossible to cultivate a group of wastes to cultivate a real strong person. You should recruit these not too famous pirates. Bye. No matter what method is used to get these strong men on board first, don't even think about going down when you get on his ship. These two strong men named Ryder and Wald will never be members of the Navy. This action was chosen at random. Lox didn't believe that the Navy could know it, and released these two powerful beings together, especially since the Red Earl Rider was about to catch up with him. Perhaps his strength was about the same. Is stronger than any cadre on board. The current world destroyer Wald is not particularly famous, and the bounty is only 200 million, and the Red Earl Rider is only 17 million. He was attracted by Brooke's bounty before he decided to go to sea. Bin Jack said, Wald, let's join them temporarily. The remaining 3 members are also persuading to join the Rocks pirates. As long as they accompany them for a fight, they can leave at any time. There is no need to lose their lives here. Since you all said that, then we will temporarily join the Rocks pirates, but let's talk about it first. I am very interested in the Valley of the Gods. It is okay to accompany you for a fight, but we must let me after the end. S partner left. Lox stepped forward to hug Wald and yelled happily, welcome to join my pirate group. Lox put on Wald's shoulders, and said to the crew, little ones, when you go back, put on a banquet to celebrate the new members. Long live the Rocks pirates! Long live the captain! Long live the Rocks pirates! Long live the captain! The Rocks pirates are cheering, happy for the powerful new members to join. Ha 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 ha. Wald laughed after seeing this. The World Breaker at this time cherishes his partners very much. After knowing that he was betrayed by those people, he first couldn't believe it, then he was angry, and finally calmed down and thought about the partners who had not betrayed him. He temporarily joined the Rocks pirates under Bai's proposal and Rock's invitation. Ryder, even if you don't join my pirate group, it's okay to get on the boat and drink. Lox still doesn't want to let go of this super strong, so his pirate group is very complete. Bai Yu can be the chief of staff and chief financial officer, John and Wang Ji are his left and right hands, and Red Earl Rider can be the deputy captain of his ship. A party. Red Earl Rider was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Is there any Binks wine?" "Yes. I have everything on my boat. Get on the boat and have a drink." Lox wanted to trick this guy into the boat quickly, and after waiting for a while, he didn't even think about leaving. Bai Yu said, "Mr. Rider, you can leave at any time. You must be very curious about the Valley of Gods." Red Earl Rider nodded and agreed. Lox Pirates was even more cheered. Red Earl Rider, a man who allowed Luffy to defeat only with a cannon, World Destroyer Wald, who ignored the invitation of Blackbeard, was taken by the world government's CP0 through bribing the crew of the Big Pirate, plus other alive some of the powerful sea pirates. The Rocks Pirate group has skyrocketed in strength for a time. Bai Yu said with excitement and playfully, "Kaido, you remember to sing the Wine of Binks, have you heard? If you can't please this, Captain Lox will beat you to death." "Oh ha 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 Kaido, since Bai Yu has said so, you have to behave well, don't let me down." The future 4 Emperors 100 Beasts. Kaido was stunned, looking at Bai Yu with innocent and poor eyes. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. He has never heard of Binks's wine, isn't it killing him? He can't beat any of these people. Even Bai Yu, who is slightly weaker, has a strong bodyguard beside him, which is more difficult to provoke than the 7 cadres. If you don't sing well, wouldn't it mean that you have offended Captain Lox and Red Earl Rider at the same time? Does he still have a chance to survive? These two are added together, even if he develops well in the future, he can't do it. Only the cool part? John slapped the table and shouted loudly, "Boss, come out. The matter is resolved, take out all the fine wines in your place." "I'm coming." Lox Pirates ransacked all the wine in the several large taverns on this island, and everyone returned to the pirate ship to start a banquet carnival. Charlotte Lingling, who guarded the ship, looked at these extra people with a look of confusion, looked at Kaido passing by, and asked, "What happened?" The captain recruited a group of new members. "Don't bother me, I'm carrying Binks wine." Kaido, who was in a bad mood, went straight up. Charlotte Lingling smiled coldly. "Kaido, it seems that you are not going to ask for the devil fruit, then I will give it to little brother Bai Yu." Don't. Lingling, I was wrong, you promised me the devil fruit." Kaido was crying and begged Lingling to give him the fruit. Wang looked straight at the crew on board, thoughtfully. Silver Axe and Kurikawa were sent to the Valley of the Gods to inquire about the news. Does Captain Lox have any deep meaning? Still saying this is Bai Yu's arrangement. Golden Lion Shiji is very ambitious and has always wanted to leave the pirates. Kaido, a trainee crew member with great potential, I'm afraid I'm thinking that I'm going to work on my own. Among the remaining cadres, Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling are not so loyal to Lox. Once Lox falls, these 2 big pirates will immediately leave the pirate group without hesitation. The boy Bai Yu used to think about how to retire all day long. Just like a hamster, he put up a bunch of good things and waited for him to go somewhere to live in seclusion after retirement. Wang Ji guessed that the place where Bai Yu lived in seclusion was probably the East China Sea, which was called the weakest sea. Now there is Meijiao Niang. According to previous inferences, Bai Yu should also be after Captain Lox failed. Ran back to Donghai to live in seclusion with Meijiao Niang, and then lived a shameless life with the little girl Yang Luki. But now Wang Ji is a little confused. What exactly is Bai Yu's thoughts in his mind? He clearly didn't want to be involved in dangerous things, and didn't do anything on the boat. When it comes to fishing and paddling, Bai Yu definitely ranked first before. Bai Yu, what are you thinking? With the strength of our pirate group, it is impossible for a garrison in the Valley of the Gods to take us. Wang Ji finally did not bear it any longer, so he asked. "Brother Wang Ji, I haven't thought of betraying Captain Lox. My bet with Captain has not yet been completed." "A gambling appointment? Do you have a gambling appointment with the Captain?" God Whitefeather smiled mysteriously and nodded. "Yes, it's just a bet. I want to see if Captain Lox will fail again this time." Wang looked at him with a full face of doubt, and couldn't help asking, "Bai Yu, what are you talking about?" "I see the future. Our Captain Lox will be defeated in the Valley of Gods. I want to witness whether it will be the same." Bai Yu carried the sword and walked with Yang Luki. "Our pirate group is not one mind. If other pirates and the navy join forces, we may not be able to survive this time." Watching Bai Yu and Yang Luki leave, Wang Ji was silent. Pirates joining forces with the navy often happens. Some navies even collude with the pirates to burn, kill, and looting civilians for the benefit of money and women. If there is really collusion between the pirates and the navy, and they can defeat Captain Lox, then it is likely that the Roger pirates and the navy have cooperated. The Rocks Pirates group was unhappy, and halfway through the fight, I saw that the situation was a bit wrong. It is estimated that a lot of cadres were about to leave, including Kaido, Golden Lion Shiji and other big pirates who had long wanted to stand on their own. It seems that before the captain fails, Bai Yu not only does not intend to leave, but is also ready to help the captain. Wang Ji also wanted to understand why these pirates had to be recruited. The purpose was to share the combat power and reduce the pressure on the Rocks Pirates. But if Bai Yu really saw the failure of Captain Lox, then it would be a temporary pull of these pirates into the water and let them participate in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, and there would be no way to get a fundamental alleviation. These powerful pirates can also run at any time. If they want to run with the strength of these pirates, it is very simple. The target of the Navy is Captain Locks. As long as Locks is left, the Navy will probably not take care of the escape and departure of other pirates. At most, it will catch pirates who are not particularly powerful, like cadre level ones. As long as they don't resist desperately, the Navy may even open one eye and close one eye and let them go, save it for later. These are the methods commonly used by the Navy. Capture the thief first, capture the king, destroy a pirate regiment and destroy the captain first. As long as the captain is wiped out, it will take a long time for other pirates to regenerate the climate. During this period of development, the Navy can send people around to catch them. Red Earl Rider, World Destroyer Wald, and other large pirates, although they are powerful, but how much they can help, these people at most clear some of the navies blocking them, and leave after breaking through the encirclement. Gee ha 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 Bai Yu, your kid is just here to drink. What are you looking at there? Guru Golden Lion Shiji drank happily at the banquet, and saw Bai Yu staying in the corner. Ski, didn't I always stay here? Your place is too noisy, I don't like it. Ma Bai Yu doesn't like places that are too noisy. Charlotte Lingling walked over with the dessert and looked at the sea with Bai Yu. I don't like places that are too noisy, I like places where there are many girls. Bai Yu took Yang Luki's hand, and looked at a giantess who was more than 10 meters tall and Charlotte Lingling who was 8 meters tall. He can only cry at the acupoints. The only two flowers in the rocks pirates, he really wants to pick and rain. I am also very beautiful. The beautiful girls on our boat are all by your side. The giantess Nana sat aside wearing a swimsuit. Yu reading www.youcanshould.com hugged Bai Yu with her hands. Yang Luki glanced, not too concerned. The difference between their bodies is too big, and Bai Yu would not choose them. Although the two girls are very beautiful, they are too big. Why is it so big? It's a pity that it's too big, and neither of them will feel it. The female giants in the pirates seem to have relatively high facial values. Bai Yu raised her head from the gentle village, looked at the giant female, and seriously commented in her heart, this female giant has a very high facial value. It appears in the original work. The female giants have good looks, but unfortunately they are too big, if only they can be reduced. Bai Yu remembers that in the original work, there seems to be a giantess who ate a devil fruit, and then has the ability to grow bigger and smaller. I don't know if that fruit has been eaten now. If it doesn't, he just eats by himself, not knowing if he can get bigger and smaller at will. Does that mean that any part of his body can get bigger? If this is the case, please let him eat the devil fruit. Whether the power of this devil fruit is good or not, Bai Yu is mainly interested in the ability to become bigger and smaller. If he has the ability to become bigger and smaller, then he doesn't need to worry about anything. Nana, your female giants are usually with male giants, right? I don't think other races are suitable for your body shape. The giantess Nana retorted, no, as long as you have a fancy, you can be together no matter what. Yang Luki frowned, staring at the huge size of the giantess and asked, how can you be together with such a difference in body size? What if you suffocate each other while sleeping together? The giantess Nana hugged Bai Yu tightly, rubbed it with her facial cleanser, and said with a smile, no, I just need to find a strong man. It will not suffocate him. Bai Yu raised his head helplessly and said, I'm going to be suffocated by you, and my head is a little dizzy, it's too big, let me slow down first. Charlotte Lingling cast a wink and raised her eyebrows with amorous feelings. Brother Bai Yu, a powerful man on the sea can have many women. I heard you say that the strong women on the sea will also have many men. You don't have to hit me alone. Charlotte Lingling bent down and looked down at Bai Yu. Am I not beautiful? You are the man who kissed me strongly. I really don't want to let go. Yang Luki immediately noticed something wrong, picked up the gun and pointed it at Charlotte Lingling, looking at some part of Charlotte Lingling very uncomfortably. Is it because she is too big, so she is more attractive to Bai Yu? What's so big about it? Bigger than a big watermelon. Yang Luki cast a sad glance at his chest with the left light, his eyes even more sad. Bai Yu noticed the girl's eyes, and quickly comforted, Luoqi, you have great development potential. Now you almost have C. I think it's enough. Really, just enough to catch it is very suitable. Bai Yu said with a serious face, I like your kind that is not too big or small, and it feels better than other cup sizes. The giantess Nana smiled tremblingly, a scene of turbulent waves rushing toward her face. Bai Yu stared for a few seconds, and felt, it's really big. This one can be a bed. Guru. My milk. It's my milk, don't want to drink it anymore. Yang Luki drank all the milk that Bai Yu had secretly hidden beside him. Looking at the empty bottle and the unidentified white liquid remaining at the corner of Yang Luki's mouth, Bai Yu said that he wanted to take a sip. Ma, little sister Luki seems to be angry, maybe we did too much. Charlotte Lingling twisted her waist and sat down, picked up the dessert on her body and started to eat. Hey how come, Sister Luoqi is not such a stingy woman, of course a good man is shared by everyone. The giantess Nana smiled with waves and waves. You two are enough, let me go, don't tease you, beware that she goes crazy, you will all suffer. This sentence really worked. Charlotte Lingling and the giantess Nana stopped teasing their little sister. This little sister is really going crazy, they can't stand it, and they don't want to fight against a strong man of this level. When they reach their level, they generally won't really fight to the end with the powerhouses of the same level. These two guys are finally gone, huh? Luoqi, where are the people? Bai Yu had just sent away the two women who had stopped him looking at the acupoints, and found that his family's luoqi had disappeared. Bai Yu, I saw Xiao Luqi go back to your room just now. Lox reminded him and gestured to the door. You will officially take down Xiao Luqi today. Bai Yu just had nowhere to vent the anger that was teased. It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day, just today. Today, he is going to do the same thing in broad daylight. Soon, Bai Yu ran back dingy and drank with Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiji and the others. During this period, there was a burst of laughter, and the strange eyes of Charlotte Lingling and the Giantess Nana. That's it. The door is closed. As a gentleman, how could I force others to do that kind of thing? Bai Yuqiang explained what happened just now. Gee ha ha ha, the pirate is still strong or not? If you like it, go to her. You are not unseated, are you? Golden Lion Shiji seized the opportunity and mocked Bai Yu. Shiji, do you think Laozi is the same as you? Laozi is married to a daughter-in-law, and he doesn't specialize in that kind of thing. Wouldn't it be better to go to a higher-end place to do that kind of thing? Bai Yu and Golden Lion Shiji fought so much that they just started to fight. I don't know why Golden Lion Shiji feels that he gets more and more scolded. Even Edward Newgate didn't give him such a feeling. Although he did not have the upper hand, he felt that it was not bad. If Bai Yu knew what Shiji was thinking now, he wouldn't be surprised why Golden Lion Shiji would be entangled with Roger endlessly. It's not bad to hear for a while, but the rusty singing sounded. Oh, Binks whines. Facing the wind, rain, and huge waves. My favorite flag is flying under the clear sky. The dignified man, let me go to the ends of the world. Binks whines. Opened a new chapter in the era. For each other's dreams. Oh, we have wine and friends partying till dawn. At the end of the song, Kaido is not singing alone www.novelmtl.com, but most of the people on the boat are singing along with it. Yang Luqi also came out of the room, came to Bai Yu and sat down, lying in his arms. Two people sang together. Red Earl Rider was very satisfied and sang along, and the new saboteur Wald also enjoyed the time at this moment. The banquet was open all night. Ryder, are you sleeping here? Go to my room and sleep. Lox looked at the Red Earl and sent an invitation. Dear Lord Lox, I will not leave this pirate ship for the time being. Rather than sleeping on the bed in the room, I prefer to sleep with the night outside. The general strong people have some quirks, and Lox no longer insists on it, and goes directly to the room to sleep. In this era, the heroes gather, and the one standing on the top must be the Red Earl Rider. This elegant man has never been a pirate for the sake of being a pirate. He has only become attracted by Brooke's singing and wanted order. Although the Red Earl Rider knew that the pirate he was looking for was not the strong, his worship was by no means a vulgar adoration of the strong. When it comes to the strong, there are a few people on the sea that can match him. Red Earl Rider has the ability to head-on defeat the steel-boned heir of this era, which is at the peak of his prime of life, and the steel-boned heir of this period is a bit stronger than the current carp. This elegant man is one of the few ceiling-level powerhouses in the pirate world. Bai Yu once liked to analyze the strengths and standards of the top powerhouses in the pirate world, and how many people there are ceiling powerhouses in the pirate world. And this period is the most brilliant era considered by Bai Yu. According to this timeline, Carp is close to his peak, but he doesn't have the title of general. The current strongest person in the Navy should still be Steelbone Kong, and later he was transferred to the world government as a high official. The pirate ceiling power is Red Earl Rider, Lox, and Roger. The current ceiling combat power of the Navy is Kappa and Gangyu Kong, and the warring states, Zifa and other generals are even worse. Edward Newgate, the Golden Lion Shiji hasn't really reached the peak. After leaving the Rocks Pirates, the two began their journey to the peak, sharing the same fame as Roger. The future Kaido is still in the long developmental stage and will not mention it. Obviously, he will be the younger and middle younger brother in front of the big guys. Wang Ji has no peak period at all, and the Valley of Gods is gone. John survived somehow, and possessed the wealth of a wealthy country. At this stage, Wang Ji, John, Charlotte Lingling, Golden Lion Shiji, Edward Newgate, and others are the top combat power among the pirates. Wald, who newly joined the Rocks Pirates, is also a top combat force. Like the Golden Lion, after coming out of Propulsion City, he became a stepping stone for Wang Luffy. The lineup to catch Wald into Propulsion City can be described as extremely luxurious. The world government CP0 is dispatched, the Navy warring states and Carp are dispatched, and traitors have also appeared on their side. If Wald hadn't fallen so quickly, his achievements would not be much lower than Golden Lion Shiji. But in any case, Roger of this period is better than King Lion Shiji, Edward Newgate, Wang Ji, and others, although they look like a dragon trap. When Roger was about to die, he still had that kind of strength to compete with Whitebeard. One Piece deserved it. Roger in this period was some distance away from Lox, but the difference was not a huge difference. It was equivalent to the gap between Bai Yu and the strongest cadre without having to die. If Bai Yu hadn't been one-on-one with the strongest cadre, he would have been killed. But the strongest cadres don't want to kill him easily. If you want to kill him, you must be prepared to pay for a few parts. It is impossible to kill him without paying a little price. Now the original plot has been deviated, and the butterfly effect of white feathers keeps flapping its wings. The naive Captain Lox shouldn't be finished in the Valley of God this time. Bai Yu unknowingly helped Lox set up one. During this period, Carp and Roger and Red Earl Rider and Lox played one-on-one, and there was almost no possibility of winning. Roger's ship currently has only 3 top combat powers, Barrett, Raleigh, Jabba, and the Redheads have not yet grown up, and Myshon has not joined them. At most, he is constraining the 3 strongest cadres of Lox. Carp took the Navy rookies. Those 3 Navy rookies were barely able to temporarily resist the 3 strongest cadres, and they would be beaten under pressure when they really fought. The Valley of the Gods is guarding a general. There seems to be a traitor on the Rox pirate ship. This battle doesn't seem to be too easy to fight. Sleep to sleep, a dog's life matters. Luochi, I'm in bed, I turned off the light. Bai Yu watched as the shy young Luki got directly into the quilt and hugged her tightly. Feeling the tenderness of the girl in her arms, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. This is life. Lox said it was right last time. Life without a girl is too boring. He has done what he should do. If his fate remains the same, he can only say that he hopes Lox will not be so unlucky. In the captain's room, Lox hasn't fallen asleep yet, looking at the drawn map of the world. This time Lox did not have the desire to be the king of the world, but determined to grab this order and began to recruit troops and develop it. Bai Yu's suggestion, he seriously considered it. Lox pirates should also have a place to stay. Dressrosa is very good. The Fisherman Island can also be divided under his command. Lingling's idea of the world is also very good. After talking with Bai Yu, Lox decided to neutralize it. With Dressrosa as the foundation, various races would be accepted, and that race's potential powerhouse would work for him. After more than 10 years of development, he is absolutely qualified to go to war with the world government. The Valley of the Gods is the second largest residence of the Heavenly Dragons. Although the Heavenly Dragons' treasures were deceived by him, the place itself is a big treasure. Countless heavenly golds were searched out by the Heavenly Dragons in various countries. There are also some powerful characters imprisoned in the slave hall, which can be recruited. Not to mention the countless precious things in every Tianlong family. Anyone who runs the house can be worth the income of a small country for many years. After doing this, it is likely to be tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of wealth. With this wealth, he can develop with peace of mind. This action, Lox will definitely succeed. Bai Yu's gambling agreement has begun. Lox once agreed with Bai Yu that if he survives in the Valley of the Gods and seizes all the wealth of the Tianlong Grand www.navalmtl.com, Bai Yu will become his chief of staff for him. Conquer the world and make suggestions. On the contrary, if he fails, but is still alive, he must obey Bai Yu's words and hide in secret. Gather grain, then recruit troops and buy horses, and slowly become king. Lox actually agreed with this idea, but he just wanted to go to the Valley of the Gods, just to prove that even if it was fate, Lox would break this fate. The worst result is that he died there, but Lox believes that sooner or later someone will inherit his will. That person must be Bai Yu. After doing this vote, he can at least shorten the development time of more than 10 years. Laozi is Lox, the dragon people, the navy is waiting for me, the D-clan is bound to be carried forward by me. Lox is still going to bed, and will officially enter the Valley of Gods tomorrow. He must recharge his energy and be prepared for the Great War at any time. Based on Bai Yu's narration and analysis, Lox knew that the world government was in deep water. If he were to fight head-on with his current strength, the pirate regiment would be annihilated. It's not that Lox doesn't want to go, but the Valley of the Gods is very important. After this village, there will be no such shop. Apart from the Valley of the Gods, where else can he go to get such a large amount of wealth? Is it possible to go to the Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land and take the entire ship to Mang? To send? The pirate fishman Fisher Tiger who liberated the slaves was lucky, and he didn't do anything extra so that he could survive the world government headquarters, the Holy Land Marigio. If he does go, it is estimated that not many people in a boat will survive. Early the next morning, all the crew and cadres on the ship waited in full battle and embarked on the road into the Valley of Gods. At the moment when the Lox fleet reached a port somewhere in the Valley of the Gods, Silver Axe and Kurikawa, one of the strongest cadres, also came to greet them. Did Silver Axe and Kurikawa be sent by the captain to inquire about intelligence? John looked at the 2 cadres in the port with a thoughtful expression on his face, and subconsciously clenched the western sword on his waist. Gee ha ha ha, many pirate groups have come over from other places. Should we warm up before going to the island? Golden Lion Shiji took out 2 weapons and looked at it with excitement. These pirates. The newly joined them are still guests on our boat for the time being, and they can leave after the Valley of the Gods. Wang Ji said straightforwardly, walking in the direction of Lox. Captain, we can plunder before going to the island. The Valley of Gods still needs cooperation. Lox raised a smile, pointed to the pirate ship not far away and said, then we will go and grab all their treasures and resources. Long live Captain Lox. Kill. Ha ha ha, it's amazing to be the Rox pirates. Wald, who stood near Kaido, looked at them with eager eyes. Are you also a cadre on the Lox ship? Are you the strongest cadre? Wald's female crew were very interested in the tall Kaido in front of them. Kaido shook his head and replied, no, I am a trainee crew on this ship. Wald's gaze turned away again. Even if a trainee crew member is not bad, he is not interested in talking to him. Under the attack of the Rox pirates, the surrounding pirate ships quickly scattered and fled, and the cadres who had finished warming up went directly to the port. In the port, Yingsa and Kurikawa glanced at each other. Their eyes became strange. Why are there so many strangers on the ship? Lox, is this recruiting a new crew? The two of them recognized several well-known big pirates: Saboteur Bondi Wald, Evil King Abalo Pizarro, Big Cask Bacchus Chode, and others. These pirates compare to the 7 strongest cadres in their eyes, but compared to other cadres, these pirates are not inferior. In the eyes of most pirates, Wald is a super newcomer, with a bounty of only 200 million, and he has not officially done some major things. Red Earl Rider is even less famous. The 17 million bounty is not as good as soy sauce on the Locks ship. Bai Yu didn't participate in this operation. It was purely because he made a lot of money on the last island. Salted fish was good. He has no interest in killing unarmed civilians. This is very boring and does not bring the slightest sense of satisfaction. But the Navy, pirates, Revolutionary Army, bounty hunters, gangsters, nobles, etc. can all be killed. The simple thing is that he can kill anyone except civilians. Under the premise that these people are opposed to him and threaten him, the end will only be death. No, I must get a nuclear bomb, plant flowers in the sacred place of the dragon people, Mary Joa, so that the dragon people understand what is called the real world nuclear peace. Yang Luo Kamangmenda's gaze suddenly became serious. It can't be done. The spiritual realm and the human realm will not interfere with each other, even if it is the leader of the group of heroes, Xiang Kunlun. Bai Yu sighed for a long time and cursed. This thing is difficult to handle. If you can get a few, even if the strong people in the world government can survive, those Tianlong people will basically die. At this time, we are rushing to pick up people's heads, and we can definitely destroy the world government. Yang Luki drank the milk and said seriously with his spear, even if we get this kind of thing, how can we accurately put it in that place? White feather, sigma, degree. You seem to be right. Let's rob the Valley of Gods honestly. I believe this time there shouldn't be any big accidents. You mean you have the ability to see the future, and you lost when you met Captain Locks? Bai Yu observed the crew around and whispered, like Chi, I can't say anything about this. The hearts of the people on the boat are already unstable, and the Panday men are still on the boat. Yang Luki turned his head and looked strangely at the Panday men who were looking at them not far away. She thought it was weird a long time ago. Why is this Pandaren standing? Can speak? Kill it first? Internal troubles must not stay. Yang Luki instantly entered the battle mode, and the powerful aura burst out. The crew nearby all looked at her with a strange expression. Who is going to kill this crew member who has just joined? Lost 7, don't be impulsive, that's a national treasure. Bah, what am I talking about? It doesn't matter if you kill the national treasure now, this is another world. Bai Yu grabbed Yang Luki and coaxed her off the boat. There are a lot of insiders on this ship. I can see that there is a problem with the Silver Axe and Kurikawa. At least 10 of the more than 30 cadres on the ship have problems, and the panda man just now gave me the feeling very much strange. Yu reading www.yuyukonshu.com. That Pandaren is not easy, leave it alone, let's go shopping. Locks will not launch an attack for a while. Yang Luki saw from the beginning that this ship had a big problem. It seemed to be powerful, but in fact it was a dish of loose sand. It didn't take long for the two of them to meet Kaido, who was bare-chested and had a dragon tattoo on his left arm. He was walking slowly on the road with a huge mace. Yo Kaido, let's go together. After hearing the familiar voice, Kaido turned his head suspiciously, his eyes widening a lot in an instant. Kaido roared in his heart, why did I run into him again? I have no time to run now. He just wanted to come out and relax, by the way, in front of other people. Do you want to play with him like this? Brother Bai Yu is right, let's go together. Charlotte Lingling twisted and followed from behind. Take Nana with me. The giantess Nana also chased after her. These two huge women are by no means rapes, but Charlotte Lingling is likely to run away in the middle of the fight. Bai Yu remembers that in the original book, not only Locks, but some cadres also died in the Valley of Gods. If these cadres did not die, their future achievements would not be too low. My stupid brother, if you dare to refuse, you don't want the devil fruit. Charlotte Lingling threatened nakedly. Kaido turned blue with anger, and finally his eyes turned red. He held back the tears, nodded and said, then let's go together. That's right, Nana likes a bold man like you. After talking about the giantess Nana, she wanted to hug Bai Yu. Kaido lowered his head and walked forward. He doesn't want to control these people. Every time he is depressed, he meets Bai Yu, but he can't beat it. Kaido's current strength is already very good. The 7 strongest cadres on the Rocks pirate ship can completely suppress him. Although the rest of the cadres have many better than him, those cadres cannot kill him. He couldn't beat those cadres because of his abnormal recovery ability. Except for the more powerful cadres, the rest of the cadres shouldn't leave wounds on him. Failure to beat them would kill them, although Kaido would be beaten countless times before killing those cadres. But the top power in the sea is absolutely not something he can fight for now, let alone it's exhausted. He doesn't even have the qualifications to fight back. The final result of the fight is that he is hanged for a few days and nights, and then fell to the ground. Looked up at the sky. Brother Bai Yu, where are we going like this? Charlotte Lingling twisted her waist and clung to her side. Bai Yu and Yang Luki were sitting on the shoulders of the giantess Nana, while Charlotte Lingling followed. Going to buy clothes. There are no clothes on the boat suitable for Falling 7, and my clothes are a bit too big for her. Yang Luki touched some loose clothes on his body, and replied unnaturally, I think it's good. It is inconvenient to fight, especially when encountering a strong enemy. If such exaggerated clothes break and easily do points, I don't want to let some miscellaneous things see. Bai Yu glanced down, feeling very deeply. It's bigger in this position, and it's so deep, I can get in. Then I will go and buy it together. Nana wants to buy clothes too. All three of them looked strangely at the giantess Nana, who only wears underwear. I'm going to buy underwear. The three humans, who totaled nearly 30 meters, occupied most of the road. Kaido took the lead, honestly doing his job as a little brother and clearing the road ahead. The pedestrians on the road all avoided in fear. Charlotte Lingling held the devil fruit of the animal type, fish fruit, and monster species in her hand, and Kaido looked at it eagerly not far away. Brother Bai Yu, do you want this devil fruit? Charlotte Lingling tempted him. I'm not interested. Although the power of this devil fruit is very good, it is not what I want. What Shiraba wants is the devil fruit that can grow bigger and smaller. He is more ambitious than Sanji, who just wants to take a peek at the women's bathhouse. Sanji is guilty and dared to take a look, but after he grew bigger, he carried his gun and went into battle. Brother Bai Yu, did you recognize this devil fruit? I only know that it is an animal devil fruit. I don't know what it is. On the sea, the three types of devil fruits of nature, Superman, and animal can still be distinguished. But if you want to understand specifically what it does, you need a devil fruit illustration. I know that this is a precious Eudemon's devil fruit. Charlotte Lingling looked at the fruit in her hand with a look of surprise, and glared at Kaido in front of her fiercely. No wonder Kaido wants this devil fruit so much. It turns out that this is not an ordinary animal devil fruit, but a precious animal species. My dear brother Kaido, if you recognize such a good fruit, don't tell your sister, do you want this devil fruit so much? Kaido's entire face was gloomy, staring at the devil fruit, and muttered, you have already eaten one devil fruit, and you can't eat the second one. It's better to give me that devil fruit. If I knew this was a Eudemon's species, how could it be given to you? This is more precious than the ancient animal fruit. Charlotte Lingling put away the devil fruit. Kaido is in a bad mood. He is the incomplete picture book of the devil fruit accidentally, and there is an introduction to the devil fruit in the picture book. Animal system, fish fruit, phantom beast species. After awakening, it can become a dragon form. It is a very powerful devil fruit. Now it seems that his chance of getting this devil fruit is very small. Brother Bai Yu, are you really not interested in this devil fruit? Charlotte Lingling seduced with the devil fruit, and two big and one small ball shook up and down together. I said that I am not interested. If it is the fruit of the thunder, I will reluctantly think about it. Bai Yu took three sisters, and a little brother swayed in the street. After helping them buy clothes for each, when they were going to go back, a riot broke out. Run away, get out of here. Heavenly dragons are here. Everyone give way, hurry up and kneel down. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Hurry up and take away your beautiful wife and daughter. 5 people stopped on the road, looking at a group of people coming slowly from the other side. www.novelmtl.com. A strong pirate was crawling on the ground like a dog, sitting on him with an oxygen mask. Very ugly people like pigs. Seeing a few people who didn't kneel down in front of him, the Tianlongren noticed the big and white girl when he was about to have an attack. Hey, is this a giant? They all look very tall. There seems to be no giant among my wives. Let them be my wives. Tianlongren commanded his men to grab these 2 women. 2 men in black uniforms walked up and said to the 2 big pirates, congratulations, you 2 have become the 35th and 36th wives of the silly Buletinliji, as the wives of the Tianlong people. You must bring this. 2 men in black are holding an enlarged version of the slave collar, trying to subdue the 2 giant women in front of them and put them on. This kind of slave collar is difficult to take off as long as it is brought on. Once the slave wants to resist, the collar will have a big explosion, and then the slave will be killed. This is an extremely cruel way of keeping people in captivity. People are no longer regarded as adults, but as livestock. Wait a minute, you first get rid of the other people, but you dare not kneel to me, I will kill them all. This silly and unrelenting Tianlong man slowly raised the exquisite pistol he held tightly in his hand, and aimed at Kaido at the front and pulled the trigger. Boom, bang, bang. For these unruly untouchables, the benevolent stupid Buerji will bless them with the gift of death. Just when the Tianlongren thought he would see the giant falling in a pool of blood, he heard a few muffled hums and then the sound of bullets falling. A few bullets were shot out of the pistol of the Tianlongren silly not pull a few pistols, and struck the ignorant pariah through the air. This Tianlongren originally thought that this untouchable would die, but he did not expect that although this untouchable did not dodge his bullets, but somehow he did not die, but survived. Kaido hard the next few bullets and patted his broken new clothes. The 4 emperor of the future, Kaido, is in no mood worse than it is now, but Bai Yu just bought him this piece of clothing. Kaido, who was in a better mood after the clothes under his hands, changed his impression of Bai Yu and met such a dog. Not only broke his new clothes, but also provoke him. Kaido took a deep breath and asked angrily, Bai Yu, can I take action? I'm going to tear this dog alive. Bai Yu stared at the pig not far away with disgust, and shouted at Kaido, Kaido, you look dazzled. Where is a dog? This is clearly a pig. We are the Rocks pirates. Let's talk about the killing of the dragon. Good. Kaido raised his mace high and rushed towards him with murderous aura. Thunder and gossip. What does this want to do? I am the most noble sky dragon people. They are crazy. They are just a small group of pirates. Where did the admiral die? This is the best idea of this silly dragon for a few days. A huge figure appeared behind the Tianlonggren and stood up, and when he turned his head, he saw a hot spring-like rain of blood sprayed out. Such a scene suddenly made Kaido smile. This is how I provoke Laozi, I will ask who else. Kaido's roar sounded through this area, roaring out all the depression in his heart during this time. The pedestrians kneeling on the street watched this scene with horror. Why is the head of Tianlonggren gone? Does this person dare to kill the Tianlonggren? Isn't he afraid of the admiral coming over? Run. The admiral is coming soon. Get out of here. There was a mess on the road, and pedestrians scattered and fled. These people reacted in the initial shock, and each ran away, trying to stay away from this place of right and wrong. The guards on the side were going crazy. How could anyone dare to kill the heavenly dragon? Or he did not hesitate to give the heavenly dragon a headshot. They are going to die, and they will be buried with the noble celestials. Now their only choice is to take these people, or die in the hands of these people, so that at least their families will not be harmed. After thinking about all this, these guards surrounded Kaido. It's too easy for the Tianlong people to die. He forcibly married more than 30 wives and died so easily after decades of delinquency. No wonder there are many male compatriots who want to become Tianlong people. Bai Yu looked at the two men in black who had fallen in a pool of blood, drew out their swords and chopped off their heads, and broke their legs. Don't be a dog for this stuff in your next life. It's nauseating to think about the clutter of the Tianlong people. Kaido was fighting among these guards, and he couldn't kill them all for a while. After all, he was a bodyguard for the Tianlonggren, and the current Kaido is not one of the future 4 emperors who will rule the sea. Brother Bai Yu, you are so blatantly killing the heavenly dragon, and the admiral will soon be over. Charlotte Lingling squeezed a man in black on the head, and blasted him with a backhand punch. No matter what we are here this time, we will provoke the Dragonites. What the captain wants is the treasures of the Dragonites. A general shouldn't cause us such a headache. Bai Yu joined the killing team and slaughtered these Dragonite guards unilaterally. With the addition of Yang Luki and the Giantess Nana, soon none of these dragon guards died. The last guard looked at them with grateful eyes before he died. Yang Luki walked over and looked at the guard. Bai Yu noticed, smiled slightly, followed up and helped the guard close his eyes. In this way, the world government may not affect the families of these people, and of course it is not necessarily. Who knows what orders those Denonians with brain problems will give. Kaido snorted at the fallen people, and came over with his mace. We should leave, the admiral will be coming over soon. Captain Locks is estimated to give us an order, let's go and gather first. Bai Yu took Yang Luki and jumped onto the shoulder of the Giantess Nana. Kaido and Charlotte Lingling heard about it, they were ready to leave with them. Laozi's new clothes. It's not just that I bought one for you. Didn't the boss make several for you? Charlotte Lingling pointed to the big bags over there and ordered, remember to take those things back. How many are there? This is your clothes. When Kaido heard this, he ran over and carried big bags. Several people are going to leave. Thank you www.novelmtl.com. Thank you so much, I can finally be free. Bang. The pirate behind took up the weapon guarded by the dragons and killed his last life with his own hands. The 5 members of the Rocks pirate group did not turn their heads. They just saw that the pirate who was used as a walking tool was biting the meat of the dragon man viciously, swallowing and tearing. One can imagine how much hatred this is. The pirate finally retained the last bit of dignity and ended himself. Lox's idea is not bad in this chaotic era. In the Valley of Gods battle, maybe the naive captain would be better if he wins, Bai Yu thought in his heart. There are many things in this era that he can't contrive, such as the fruit of thunder, who knows where the devil fruit is, and he doesn't know where to find the pure gold thing. It can only be said that if there is loss, there is gain. As long as Bai Yu firmly grasps the future in his hands, he can achieve his wish. If Lox really accidentally died in the Valley of Gods like the original, then his salted fish days will come to an end. Several people returned to the gathering place. Lox is passionately agitating the pirates present to away the wealth of the Celestials and take the treasures of the Celestials. Although these words are very tempting, many new pirates on the field are still beginning to get scared. Dragon people are world nobles after all. These low-quality crew members recruited not long ago would even feel scared when they encounter naval ships, far inferior to the group of pirates who were newly aboard yesterday. Lox said, watching the expressions of the people below. From now on, I will never recruit these crooked melons and jujubes casually. The more Lox looked at the crew on his ship, the more dissatisfied it was. How did this crew get on Laozi's ship? At that time, he should have a good selection. Even if these crew members are capable, they are still useless without the corresponding courage. So many unplanted things should be cut off. A small group of crew members who listened to Lox's speech below did not notice that the captain's expression was ugly, but was self-consciously frightened. This is an enemy of the world government. What they are going to do is crazy. Tianlong talents are the facade of the world government. The Navy can only be said to be an affiliated institution. In the eyes of their pirates, they are the lackeys of the world government. What Lox is going to do is to deal with the dragon people, which is an enemy of the whole world. Even if the Rocks pirates were powerful, they couldn't compare to the naval headquarters, plus the world government, which made these pirates very uneasy. Bai Yu came back, went to Lox and reported what had just happened. What? Lox heard that they had killed the Tianlonggren, and shouted, I haven't given an order, you have acted without authorization. I have to say, this thing has been done beautifully. The group claiming to be descendants of God, all of the awful should be killed. The family of Lao Tzu didn't say anything, and a group of pigs dared to call themselves gods. Bai Yu thought of the Battle of the Valley of God helplessly. It seemed to be the internal fighting of the D clan. Together, these three families of D will be able to stand on their own and share the world with the world government even if they cannot overthrow the entire world government. Gee ha ha ha, you have the smell of blood. What did you do just now? Golden Lion Shiji sensitively sensed the smell of blood on several people, and asked, just you answer Laozi, hurry up. Kaido's heart, this doesn't mean him, is it? How come it's my business again? We just killed a celestial dragon. Kaido answered Ski's question honestly. He doesn't want to be beaten, especially at this stage he hasn't developed yet. As soon as said these words, some of the pirates' scared expressions on the court had been exposed, and it was almost written on their faces. Gee ha ha ha, a group of unkind bunnies, are you worthy to say that you are a crew member on the Lox ship? It is just a group of Draco people, they are just rubbish. We only need to move faster, and leave before the support of the Navy headquarters and the world government come over. There is only one general here. Do you think he can stop our Rocks pirates? You bunch of rascals. Tell me, can you? The frightened group of pirates also felt a little relieved. Even if they were newcomers, they had heard of the strength and record of the Rocks pirates, which was the monster pirates that killed the admiral. Now there are so many powerful new members in the pirate group, and accompany them to the Valley of the Gods to make a big fuss. Cannot. Our pirate group is the strongest pirate group in the sea. It's just a dragon, what if you kill it? Bai Yu showed a bad smile, and whispered to the girl beside him, Luoqi, you said that if I told them at this time, what would happen if we killed a celestial dragon? Yang Luki patted him lightly, and replied, you are a bit too bad, right? If you say this, all the morale of coming back is gone. Hoo ha ha ha, it's not the first day you knew I was so bad. Will Captain Lox of the Valley of Gods win this time? Bai Yu was silent for a few seconds before he said, I don't dare to pack the ticket for this. Let's take a step and take a step. Although he has this butterfly effect, who knows how powerful the original work is. Many warships appeared in the sea not far from the Valley of Gods. One of the warships is the Koto warship. Carp was standing on the warship eating senbei, with a laid-back look on his face, without the tension of the upcoming war. The pirate ship not far from the warship spotted these naval warships and saw the dog's head flag through the binoculars. It's Mad Dog Carp. Retreat. It's that Mad Dog, let's get out of here. Other people's Mad Dog is staring at us. In this era, Carp's Mad Dog is even more terrifying to pirates than ordinary admirals. General is not easy to go on horseback. When the Mad Dog sees a pirate, he will chase him for a long time until he catches the pirate back. In the Navy, Carp has the title of Iron Fist, just like the title of Fighting Dog, Red Dog, and Yellow Ape. It has been accompanied by Carp during the naval rookie period. Zifa's Black Fist title was long before he became an admiral. But for the pirates, the title of Kappa's Mad Dog is even more popular. If Kappa becomes a naval admiral, he is likely to be called a Mad Dog General instead of an Iron Fist General. Seeing the pirate ship escaping hastily not far away, www.novelmtl.com, Carp put down the senbei in his hand. Bring out the cannonballs, don't let these pirates run away. Two Navy soldiers pushed a large box of shells one after another and stopped in front of Lieutenant General Carp. Carp took the cannonball and said with some excitement, don't even want to run for me. Fistbone Meteor Group. The cannonball in Carp's hand was thrown at the escaped pirate ship at a high speed. It was more powerful than the fired cannonball. One cannon after another was thrown out by him. Most of the artillery shells hit the pirate ship with precision, and the pirate group sank in the sea after a while. Really, my warm-up is not over yet, why is it gone? Carp put the shell that was about to be thrown back into the distance, and began to eat the senbei again. This shell can still be saved, so save a little. The Navy's military expenses are in the hands of the world government. As the oldest person in the four-man group, the Warring States period is a bit more mature than Carp. He was prepared to die in battle for this action. The strength of the Rocks pirate group is too strong, so powerful that it makes the Warring States feel unbelievable. It is precisely because this pirate group is too powerful, this time he must leave Lox there. The Warring States decided to cooperate with Carp and team up with the generals to win Lox. The record of defeating Lox is enough to make Carp a general. Kapu, but you invited me to come with me, you should be more serious. The Warring States couldn't help saying. Warring States, I know that this time is different from any time before. I have no bottom in my heart. I may make some extraordinary actions in this operation in order to win. What extraordinary move do you want to do? Carp, I tell you that this action can't be missed. Carp's old man, Warring States, looked worried, afraid that Carp would do anything unexpected. Warring States, you have to believe in the justice behind me. Justice will never lose. Carp roared confidently, clenching his fists. The Warring States also let go of the worries in his heart, and said to the green pheasant who was standing aside, looking forward to it, Kuzan, you have to perform well in this operation. Among the rookies in the Navy are you and Soccerski. The three of Russell Lino are the best, and they have come up with their own names. Many people in the Navy think that you are the candidates for the three generals in the future. Green Pheasant nodded, and replied earnestly, I will definitely not let any pirate off this action, for the justice behind it. Puff ha ha ha. Warring States, you don't know that this little pheasant is usually lazy, but when something happens, he is more reliable than anyone else. Carp grinned broadly. Among the 3 future Navy generals, his favorite is the green pheasant. Although the Navy rookie Akainu Sakaski also carried out justice and showed no mercy to the pirates, he never left his hands on the civilians. It was just those civilians who, under the oppression of the pirates, did not dare to resist and help the pirates. He concealed the news and silently suffered the squeeze of those pirates. Those civilians who have no strength, even if they want to resist, they don't have the strength to resist. The end of the resistance will only be death. Just like the civilians in Windmill Town, they did nothing wrong, but were oppressed by the pirates. Sakaski is still too extreme, is still full of enthusiasm, and the green pheasant that implements the concept of justice is even more popular with Carp. It's okay to be lazy in normal times, and he is like that too. The little devil, the green pheasant, will follow him. I just need to be serious when doing things, just like him to implement justice, and never let the pirates go. Maybe because of the principle of same-sex attraction. Carp likes Kuzan very much, and Kuzan also likes to be a little brother with Carp. Lieutenant General Carp, I can act with you this time, and I will let you see my strength. The green pheasant walked to Carp excitedly, looking at the Valley of the Gods not far away, and said expectantly, "After this action, Lieutenant General Carp will become a general." Tsuru said with a smile standing behind. "I'm not going to be a general. Leave this general position to Zifa, but you guys will train with General Zifa soon after you return. You have to work hard, Ching Pheasant." Lieutenant General Carp, he is as handsome as always, he is so handsome. King Fi stood beside him like a little fan, clenching his fists excitedly. Moshi Moshi. Polisalino Yellow Ape picked up the phone bug in the room and received a call. This is really bad enough, the Rocks Pirates is really terrible. After Polisalino came out, he told the Navy that was present. After listening, most of the admirals present were silent. Only the Red Dog roared, "Kill all the pirates and bombard the Valley of the Gods. Never let a pirate be spared." The Warring States period stopped and said, "No, Sakarsky, your idea is too extreme. There are still civilians on the island. Civilians can also sacrifice, for justice, even if they sacrifice it." Sakarsky said categorically, vowing to carry out justice to the end. Lieutenant General Crane reminded, in addition to civilians on the island, there are also world aristocrats, Tianlonggren. You don't know their status, do you? This. Sakarsky hesitated. Of course he knew what it was, the world nobleman, Tianlonggren. The first lesson the Navy headquarters taught the recruits was not to say what justice is, but to tell them the details and status of the dragon people. They tarnished justice. Sakarsky stepped back and changed his words, "Even if we can't order shelling, we can't spare any pirates on the island, I will execute them myself." At this time, the young Red Dog still couldn't understand the existence of the Tianlong people. Maybe he didn't think that he would protect these strays in the future. Kappa, the leader of the team, yawned and explained to Sakarsky, "Our main purpose of this operation is to take Locks, and the other pirates will be put aside first." Sakarsky said excitedly, "Why? Lieutenant General Carp, please give me a reason." Carp's face darkened, and he said gloomily, "Do you know how powerful the Rocks Pirates is? It is an unrealistic idea to want to leave all of the Locks Cadres, you know. How much sacrifice will your thoughts cause the Navy? For justice, sacrifice at all costs. Sakarsky is like an active volcano about to erupt, which will explode at any time. Sakarsky, I'm the leader this time, I can randomly ask you to roll back to the army headquarters." The Warring States intervened in the middle to say, "This action is mainly to capture Locks. www.navalmtl.com. Sakarsky is not allowed to act without authorization. If this action is disrupted by you, you should know what the consequences will be." The Warring States period didn't want Sakarsky to be sent back to the Navy headquarters with injuries all over his body from Carp, but he didn't want any mistakes in this operation. The Rocks Pirates are too powerful, as Carp said. They can't eliminate them all at once. They can only leave behind the leader captain, so that the other crews and cadres of the Rocks Pirates can also become effective for the time being. Can't control the climate. Yes, Lieutenant General Carp, I understand. Sakarsky lowered his head, said in a low tone, and went back to the room. The Warring States period sighed for a long time and said, "Sakarsky is still not convinced. I hope he will not cause any trouble in this operation." Carp nodded his head and said, "Sakarsky has his own way of justice and will carry him through. I hope he can really follow through. It's best to kill the gangsters of the Celestial Dragon together. That's it." Sengoku shouted, "Kapu, are you crazy?" Carp clasped his nose and bounced his nose on the forehead of the Warring States period. "Puff ha ha ha, Warring States, don't be so serious. I am not completely opposed to Sakarsky's justice. If he can be less extreme and kill civilians together, his justice will be very good." The Warring States wiped off the booger on his forehead, and the black line was full, and he roared at Carp, "Is this what I said? Warring States, I know what you want to say, Denon is a bunch of rubbish, isn't it?" Carp pulled out another tuft of nose and looked at the Warring States not far away. "I say two things seriously, one is that the dragon people cannot be killed, and the other is, you dare to hit my forehead and try." Patter another pile of booger was bounced on the forehead of the Warring States period. The Navy. "Kapu, what are you doing?" Carp looked at the Warring States period with his small innocent eyes, and asked strangely, "Didn't you let me try it?" Warring States. If it weren't for the next big battle, he would have to fight Carp's shit, then Carp into the shit, and finally, hit him with Carp's shit. The warring states had imagined this kind of scene in his mind, and my heart suddenly became more comfortable, so I didn't care about the fool in front of me. Roger, it's the Roger pirates. Carp came and shouted in spirit, where is Roger? Let me deal with him. Lieutenant General Carp, the Roger pirate ship is not far away. They should be going to the Valley of the Gods. A Navy soldier pointed to the sea. Carp and Senguo frowned. Strange, why did Roger pirate ship enter the Valley of Gods from here? Their navy prepared to attack the Rocks pirates from such a remote place in order not to provoke them, so that they could catch him by surprise and reduce naval losses. But why did the Roger pirate ship sneak into the Valley of Gods? Capo, wouldn't it be the Roger pirates and Rocks pirates teaming up? The warring states suddenly had this thought in his heart, and the expression on his face suddenly became frightened. The two big pirate groups join forces, and the entire naval government may not be enough to fight. Are they trying to subvert the entire world? Carp shook his head and said affirmatively, warring states, Roger, this pirate, I have dealt with him. He will never join forces with people like Locks. This action, I want to do something extraordinary. Sengoku frowned, not understanding what Carp wanted to do. The Rocks pirate group has been further strengthened not long ago, and there are more powerful cadres such as Bai Yu and Yangluki. The people we are preparing may not be able to win Rocks. I want to try. Work with him. Are you crazy, Carp? Sarkersky is still on the boat. The warring states period wanted to stop Carp's crazy thoughts. The pirates and the navy are able to cooperate, but they are all secretive cooperation. How can Carp be so blatant? If this is in front of the world government, how will the Steelbones deal with it? That kid doesn't want to be beaten to death by me and sent back to the navy headquarters. Just come and have a try. Carp decided to cooperate with Roger. He had dealt with Roger, the pirate, and drank alcohol. He knew what kind of pirate Roger was. This action may be able to leave most of Lox's combat power in the Valley of Gods, and make this pirate group completely disappear into the sea. Captain Roger, there are many warships behind. Are they here to catch us? Let's run away. Red-Nose Bucky looked at the Navy warship chasing from behind with horrified eyes. Jabba the Voyager, the third in command of the Roger pirates asked, Roger, we are about to reach the Valley of Gods. Shall we stop Locks next or run away first? Jabba didn't want to face the Rocks pirates right now. There was no chance of winning. Roger looked at the many warships chasing from behind, and noticed the conspicuous Doghead warship. Little ones, we will kill all the dragons on this island next. The wealth of the dragons is the treasure of the dragons. Maybe some of you don't know it, so let me tell you. The wealth of a dragon is at least several billions, or even tens of billions, and there are dozens of dragons on this island, and there are a lot of heavenly gold. Do you want to grab it? Locks raised his arms, his face madly agitated the pirates below. Wald the Destroyer, Golden Lion Shiji, Edward Newgate, Kaido and other cadres were stunned. Even the Red Earl Rider was shocked by this large amount of wealth. Does the Tianlong people have so much wealth? Yang Luki heard these figures and knew what a fortune this was. In addition to the large amount of heavenly gold obtained by squeezing civilians from various countries, this can be said to be a great treasure. NS. The Tianlong people can spend hundreds of millions to buy mermaids at will. Once someone attacks the Tianlong people, the Navy headquarters will immediately send generals to eliminate all threats to the Tianlong people. This is the wealth and power that the Tianlong people have. Bai Yueshi explained. Little ones, as long as we succeed, the handyman will reward 10 million Baileys, the trainee crew will reward 30 million Baileys, the official crew will reward 50 million Baileys, and the cadres will reward 100 million Baileys. The crew members who won the head of the Tianlongren will each be rewarded with 100 million Baileys. The Wald, Ryder, and others who have joined temporarily, all your wealth in this plunder belongs to you. Follow me, Locks. Kill them all, rob all of these Sky Dragon people, let the whole sea know the strength of our Rocks pirates, let those people know that Sky Dragon people are not superior, and the Navy and the world government are not incapable of provocative existence. This time we want to make the Navy and the world government faceless. www.navalmtl.com. The powerful people and people in the whole world who were ruined by the Dino-Knights will submit to my subordinates. At that time, we will be able to rely on this. This fortune has attracted a large number of powerful people. We will overthrow the world government and rule the whole world. Locke's expression became more and more crazy. Almost all the crew of the pirate group were shocked. What a crazy idea, what an ambitious man this is. These pirates got excited because of the huge reward. Oh, kill all the dragons? Grab their wealth. Seeing that the time was almost there, Locke yelled, little ones, go and take away your wealth. Pirate handyman, trainee crew, and official crew almost all rushed out. Kaido looked at Bai Yu who was pulling him with a puzzled look. Don't go, Captain Locke hasn't finished speaking yet, let's wait. Bai Yu looked at the pirates who rushed out, and sneered in his heart. These brainless pirates only saw the rewards, but didn't expect them to get their lives. Locke said that the reward is so rich, doesn't it just want them to die? Locke looked at Kaido on the side, and whispered to Bai Yu, after our action, it's time to retreat. It is better to rule the world than to be my maritime hegemon, but I think those Dragonites and the world government are very upset. I'm sorry for my name if one of the clan doesn't knock them down. If our action is not unexpected, we can get a lot of wealth, enough for our development, and there will be many people who provoke the authority of the world government on the sea. Kaido was stunned when he heard these words from the captain, and looked at Bai Yu honestly. Why are you looking at me? Just listen to Captain Locks, let's go quickly, Shiji, Lingling and the others have already killed them. Bai Yu took Yang Luki, a powerful bodyguard, to prepare for a robbery, but the Tianlong people were richer than the other. Ku ha ha ha, it turns out that the captain has such an idea, and I will definitely support you. Baybeard laughed and raised Naginata with an astonishing momentum. Locks looked at the naive Kaido, nodded and said, it seems that he is not a traitor, he deserves to be the one I fancy. Bai Yu smiled in his heart. Kaido is indeed not a traitor, but it doesn't mean that he can't run halfway through the fight. At the beginning of the battle, the Rocks Pirates group was in a state of crushing. The masters who stayed beside the Tianlongren could not stop the Rocks Pirates from advancing, and the small part of the navy station there was only a drop in the bucket. After beheading one navy after another, they rushed into the garrison of the Dragonites. Yang Luki looked at the dead navy, his eyes fluctuated slightly and said, they are also soldiers, and we should respect them. Bai Yu smiled frivolously, I am not a virgin, and I will not show mercy to the enemy. Now that these naval soldiers have taken up their weapons, it means that they are ready to kill and be killed, and I will act as a pirate. Way to end their lives. However, treating the enemy with respect is also part of the principle of pirates. I will give them a happy one. Yang Luki looked at the pig who was called the Tianlongren not far away, as well as the large number of guards around the pig, and said, I will kill him and bring the spoils back by the way. Launch 7, be careful. The long spear crossed the sky, and the dragon guards who had been suppressed by the powerful guns before people arrived could not breathe. A shot fell, and the gunfire continued. This shot these guards should have avoided the edge temporarily, but when they thought that the fate of avoiding would be worse than death, none of these guards dared to avoid it. I dare to pick up my gun. Yang Luki held his gun and stopped in the direction where the Tianlongren wanted to escape. The dozen or so guards standing in the forefront roared forward. The weapon in his hand broke apart every inch under the power of this gun. They retreated sharply, vomiting blood, and died. Trash? It's all trash. What's the use of me raising you? Give it to me and kill her. The Tianlong said in an anxious manner. His ferocious expression and funny actions made him more like a pig. Yang Luki looked at the Tianlongren, his eyes finally cooled down, and he completely entered the battle mode. Rushed into the protection circle of the guards first, breaking through the layers of protection of these guards, repelling these guards while advancing. The distance between her and the Sky Dragon was shortened in an instant. Looking at the Tianlongren in front of him, Yang Luki exhaled, his figure disappeared in place, and he was already behind the Tianlongren when he reappeared. Yang family marksmanship returned to Carbine? The Tianlongren who was still flying to the back in midair had a big hole in his stomach, and it seemed that he would not survive. These guards saw that the Tianlongren was dead, and rushed forward regardless of life and death. After a while, the bodies of a group of people fell on the ground. Gee ha ha ha, is it so strong? Golden Lion Shiji was a little surprised. Those Sky Dragon guards are also considered a bit strong, and they can be regarded as one of the strongest if they can solve it so quickly. This little girl is better than Bai Yu, right? These two guys are just as strong as they are really two monsters? Lion Power Daijun. The ground where the Tianlongren lived was lifted up and turned into a number of mountains nearly 1,000 meters high in the shape of a lion's head, overwhelming the sky, destroying everything in front of them on a large scale. A lot of the Dragonites and guards were swallowed up. Gee ha 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 ha, Draco is nothing but that. Golden Lion Shiji became more and more frantic, setting off one huge lion head after another to devour everything in front of him. Bai Yu beheaded a trainee crew who had just boarded the ship not long ago. Looking at the crew member who fell in a pool of blood trying to invade that beautiful slave woman, he smiled coldly. After you got on the ship, did you new crew members learn some rules? Still don't know what the Rocks Pirates has. Rules, do you need me to teach you? He hates QJ crime the most in his life. This pirate dared to do such a thing in front of Bai Yu, it was really looking for death. Whoever dares to attack these slaves is provoking me? Provoking the rules laid down by Locks? We do not kill or rob the weak, because we are the strongest pirate group on the sea, and our goal is the nobles. Yes, the other pirates who dare to challenge the Rocks Pirates are the Denonians and the world government. Take out your abilities, and let me see if you are kind of men or unkind waste. Come on, prove it to me. Both the new crew members and the old crew members are excited. www.navalmtl.com including Wald who temporarily joined the pirates. Captain Wald, I found the Rocks Pirates a bit like us. Wald laughed, of course, we are all kind of men, young ones, this time we will accompany them crazy and kill these dragon people. Momo fruit 100 times acceleration. Wald rampaged through a group of guards, massacred, and stared at the Sky Dragon people. Long live the Rocks Pirates! Long live Shirayu-sama! Long live the Rocks Pirates! Long live Shirayu-sama! Long live the Rocks Pirates! Long live Shirayu-sama! Kill, kill, kill. All the pirates stared at the Celestials with madness and excitement. It was clear who was the Celestial and who was the slave at a glance. Ha ha ha, the world's noble Tianlong people are nothing but a bunch of pigs. I really don't know why these people are called descendants of gods. A pirate cut off the head of the celestial dragon and laughed crazy. Bai Yu shouted loudly, I have seen your performance. The one with a hood on his head is the Tianlongren, chasing and killing the Tianlongren. Some of the Celestials who were alive on the field quickly took off the hoods on their heads flexibly. They can live even if they take off their hoods. They just don't want to breathe the same kind of air as the untouchables, but because of the crisis of the situation, they still took it off out of heartfelt considerations. The one who is not wearing black is the Denon. A part of the dragon people quickly took off the clothes of the guards and put them on themselves. Those who look like pigs are Denon. Some fat dragons cried. The one without a collar on his neck is a Denon. When those Tianlong people heard it, they quickly asked the guards to bring the collars over and put them on. And a pirate suddenly attacked from behind and killed a Dragonite wearing black clothes and a collar around her neck, shouting loudly, "I also killed a Dragonite, the world's nobleman is nothing but that." As he said, the pirate was killed by the guards of the heavenly dragon who rushed over. Bai Yu looked at this funny scene and couldn't laugh or cry. This group of Tianlong people is really funny, saying that they are pigs is really wrong for pigs. At any rate, the pigs' IQ is quite high. Although there was a one-sided situation on the field, many pirates were still buried under the guards of the dragons and the navy. With the generals stationed in the Valley of the Gods, they did not reverse the situation on the field. One person pressed and beat. The pirates present were all tacitly aware and did not use the domineering look. The news of their arrival in the Valley of the Gods must have been passed on to the navy headquarters by the traders on board. At this time, it is very likely that the overlord's domineering will accidentally injure his own crew before the follow-up navy does not join the battlefield. These cadres with domineering look will not be used to clear troops for the time being. For the overlord, Bai Yu also believes that the biggest role is to clear the troops, sweep the battlefield and leave the victory or defeat to the top combat power to decide. On the other side of the Valley of the Gods, the Roger pirates were watching this scene, and there was a group of navy around. Rox just said something like that. Raleigh asked in shock. Carp had a cold face when he heard it, and roared, "I must stop Locke. Leave him in the Valley of Gods." None of these people noticed that Roger's eyes were very complicated. In addition to those words, he also heard some other words. But no matter what, this behavior of Locke's will cause a series of problems, especially since they do not have the strength to confront the world government. He must not let the world become like that. We can't defeat the Rocks pirates. Jabba looked at Carp and others nearby. The warring states snorted coldly, "This is just an accident. Next time we will arrest you and enter Push City. We are cooperating with you this time. After the matter is over, I hope you don't talk about it. Our purpose is to stop the Rocks pirates. We hope that this time we can temporarily reach a cooperative relationship." Lieutenant General Crane looked at it. These pirates said with complex expressions. They still joined forces with the pirates. Let Sockerski pay attention, don't attack the Roger pirates. If this action is disrupted, I will kill him on the spot. Carp said nervously, afraid that a pig teammate would suddenly appear and let them deal with it at the same time. Two large pirates. Sockerski knew the severity, and replied in a deep voice, "I will not do it arbitrarily in this operation. If I violate it, please kill me on the spot by Lieutenant General Carp." Lieutenant General Carp has no malice, but he is afraid that you will act indiscriminately. The combat power sent by our navy cannot provoke the two large pirates. Once the navy is defeated, it will bring serious consequences. Kuzan persuaded. At this time, he and Sarkersky have not so much disagreement, and the two people also have a passion for the future of the navy. Kuzan, I know, when I become a marshal in the future, I will kill those Celestials first. Puff ha 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 Sockerski, I hope you can really fulfill what you said today when you become a marshal, and I support you. Carp laughed heartlessly from the side, trembling with anger. Carp, let us join forces this time and defeat Locks together. Roger said seriously, now is not the time. He wants to leave the opportunity in the future and let the new era change the whole world. For the peace of the world, I will join hands with you once. Carp and Roger led the navy and the pirates to kill them, and the two went straight to Locks. The admiral was almost unable to hold it. Roger, you actually joined forces with this mad dog. When will the pirates join forces with the navy? Locks flew the general with a punch, and the dark, armed and domineering colors merged. Facing Carp hit Roger in the air. If you want to take my life, come and get it. Carp and Roger also shot Locks. The three of them hadn't touched each other after a certain distance, and a wave of anger exploded. Bai Yu looked at silently, is this the legendary beating through the air? This level of armed color is really exaggerated. If it weren't for the surrounding movement, I thought they were posing pose through the air. Locks, stop, your behavior will bring a huge disaster to the whole world. Carp roared at Locks. Cap, Roger, do you want to stop me too? Dream. Locks saw this situation and finally understood why Bai Yu would say that he might fail here. Roger roared, Rox, this time I have to take you down. I'm Locks, if you want to stop me, just give me your life. The three roaring emperors fought each other fiercely through the air. These three people are the center of the battlefield. Except for one person, no one dares to participate at this time. Roger, Carp teamed up to fight Locks. Bai Yu almost analyzed how Locks had failed in the first place, and it would take at least a few days and nights for a strong like them to decide the victory or defeat. It is estimated that many cadres have betrayed Locks before the victory was determined, which led to the tendency of the battle to be one-sided. The vacant top powerhouse also went to beat Locks, who had consumed a lot of energy, and ended the Valley of Gods battle. Kaiduo immediately gave Charlotte Lingling a look, and the two reached an agreement tacitly. Wang Ji and John stared at a cadre alone and watched the movements of Kurikawa and Silver Axe. The Pandamon who was in the boat also disappeared. Gee ha 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 ha, let this uncle come and see what you can do. Raleigh, the king of the sea. Golden Lion Shiji rushed towards Raleigh. Two of the best swordsmen of this era fought fiercely. Sword chi shoots everywhere, with extremely strong destructive power, almost evenly matched, and even the entire sky is separated under this powerful sword aura. These two people are monsters? They are monsters. The sky is split again. Bai Yu looked at the domineering look of these people wantonly, and looked at the messy Tianlong people's residence. Luoqi, we will find something to step on, and the island will definitely sink. Aha. The residents of the island had all left the Valley of Gods after Kaido killed the Tianlong Gran. This island has been completely reduced to a battlefield where pirates and navy fight each other. The speed of the two great swordsmen's swords was so fast that they were overwhelming. They split the sky and smashed the earth. In the battle, each identified with this powerful opponent on the opposite side. Laili and Shiji have long been fascinated by each other, and the Rocks pirates did not allow large-scale battles between cadres. Golden Lion Shiji just wanted to fight and there was nowhere to fight. Even if he was playing with Wang Ji and John, he didn't have the feeling of enthusiasm. What he wanted was the fierce battle between life and death with soaring adrenaline. This level of battle involved many people from the beginning. The battle on Locke's side was empty except for the Red Earl Rider watching the battle, even if there were broken corpses. In the aftermath of the battle between the three of them, Earl Red finished his last sip of the red wine he brought from the boat, and smiled slightly. Your Excellency Locks, the wine on your boat tastes very good. Let me stop someone for you. Oh ha 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 ha, thank you very much. After the battle, I will invite you to drink wine and sing Binks wine together. Locks became excited. Bai Yu is right, as long as this kind of powerhouse treats them well, he will have unexpected gains. Letterken intervened in this battle, and Locks would definitely win this battle. Earl Red Rider looked at the battlefield of the three and rushed in, divided the battlefield, separated Roger, and the two began a battle. Carp looked at the battle on the other side in shock, and roared inexplicably, when does this kind of strong appear again in the sea? Why is there no news about the Navy headquarters? Locks, where did you find it? Locks retired Cap with a boxing, haha laughed, oh ha 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 Cap, you crazy dog didn't expect it. His name is Barleric Letterfield, he is Lao Tzu's friend. You lose this time deal. Hearing this name, Carp recalled the wanted order he had read, and finally thought of the new wanted order issued by the Navy not long ago. The pirate Red Earl with a bounty of 17 million. Carp wanted to go back and beat the who issued the reward to death, and let the come over to see how strong this guy is. During the battle between Roger and Ryder, he asked inexplicably, why do you, a strong man like you, want to join the Rocks pirates? Oh, why do you think I will join the Rocks pirates? Roger was stunned, and then he invited, then you come to join my pirate group, and be my partner. Ryder looked at the opponent in front of him and thought the pirate was very interesting, so he answered his question again, I will not join any pirate group, nor will I unite with any pirates. All I do is repaying the wine, and that night, they let me understand what it's like to be a pirate. One-on-one, Roger couldn't beat the powerhouse in front of him at all, and could only hope that the other side would break the battle. Puff ha 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 Locks, you didn't expect it. I called the warring states together to deal with you this time. It's Carp's turn to laugh at Locks this time. Carp, you shameless guy, you have the ability to play one-on-one with me. Locks fell into a situation of one enemy and two again. Warring states roared while fighting, Kapu, don't be influenced by him, the two of us join forces to take him down first. Of course I know, Sengoku will end Locks here together. Although Roger is better than the warring states period, he is not as strong as the warring states period and Carp in terms of tacit understanding. This makes Locks feel that his situation is not much better than just one enemy and two. No wonder that boy Bai Yu said he would die here. If it weren't for Ryder, then three people would beat him one by one. Wald, we should go now. The battlefield here is not something we can participate in. The main goal of the Navy is the Rocks pirates, and it will not be nosy for us people. Think Tank Bin Jack persuaded. Brother, let's go first, what I worry about most is you. The Rocks pirates helped me solve the traitors. I can't go now. Wald looked at the battlefield and made up his mind. Wald, big brother, go ahead, no one can keep me at my speed. Beanjack saw Wald's determination and sighed for a long time. Wald, if you see something wrong, you have to escape immediately. The four of us will be waiting for you near the port. Big brother, you three take good care of my big brother, please. Captain, we will. Captain Wald must return safely. Wald rushed into the battlefield and was stopped by some of the strongest guards among the Sky Dragons, and the remaining 4 crew members left the battlefield. No one stopped them from leaving, because the Rocks pirates had already run away a lot, and there was no navy to stop them. The combat power on the field is indistinguishable. These people flee, but instead can make many people in the navy and Roger pirates take a little breath. Silver Axe, Kurikawa is really sorry that you can bear it till now, and you two traitors should also go to death. Wang Ji stared at the two people, and with a wave of his hand, countless flying swords on the field jumped into the air and pointed at them. Lost these two people. John stood beside Wang Ji, drew out the western sword, and pointed it at the two men as well. Silver Axe was stunned for a moment, then looked at the two in front of him with a wrong expression, and then furiously said, "You guys don't fart on me? Don't think that you are the captain's cronies. You reading www.uukangshu.com can do whatever you want. Lao Tzu is falsely accused. At this time, Kurokawa, one of the other strongest cadres, showed a weird smile and issued a command behind Wang Ji, do it. After the order was given, he slammed the silver axe under the misleading expressions of Wang Ji and John. John knew that he had guessed wrong, and he quickly reminded him, Silver axe, beware of the traitor next to him. Kurokawa, how dare you betray the captain? The silver axe was attacked by a sneak attack and survived with the help of John. While Wang Ji felt a severe pain in his back, he was hit and flew out, and fell to the ground and spit out a large mouthful of blood. The man behind just broke through the defense that Wang Ji quickly formed with countless flying swords, and severely wounded him. John, Silver Axe looked at the man who attacked Wang Ji in a sneak attack. Isn't that a handyman on the ship? Wang Ji, you are too careless, and you want to block the admiral's attack by temporary defense. It's too overwhelming. This man is the last admiral of the Navy headquarters. He has long been lurking on the rocks pirates, and he has also seen the fall of the Iron Marshal. In that battle, he didn't do anything. Until now, he was finally exposed, and one blow hit one of the most troublesome people in the rocks pirates. The big pirate Wang Ji's flying swordsmanship can be offensive or defensive. Without the absolute strength of locks, Wang Ji can hold it even if he is besieged by several powerful men of the same level. This dramatic scene appeared in front of Bai Yu's eyes, making him feel unbelievable, thinking, the rocks pirates will not be finished in this place, right? Is the original effect so terrifying? As soon as the Battle of the Valley of Gods began, Locks suffered a big loss. Bai Yu couldn't help but vomit. It's over. What the is going on? A Navy admiral came to our ship as a handyman? None of us found out. Is there anything more cheating than this? This result, he really did not expect, how a Navy admiral could hide so well. The cadre Wang Ji was seriously injured and the silver axe was injured. Only John retained all his combat power. One person faces the enemy's three great forces. Spark Jabba on Roger's boat came over with two axes and stared at the silver axe of the cadre of the rocks pirates. This battlefield looks like 3-3. Silver axe, I have heard of your name, and I wanted to compete with you a long time ago, but unfortunately I couldn't fight with you in his heyday. Suddenly, I had no choice but to leave you here. Jia Yan waited, did not despise the man in front of him, even if the silver axe had been injured. BXWX*co. Sometimes the injured beast becomes more terrifying and crazy. Lao Tzu, this is the best condition. There is no better time than this. Let me tell you what a big pirate is. You running dog who cooperates with the Navy. Yin Axe roared while holding a huge axe. Are you really okay with the strike of the silver axe just now? John asked worriedly. Of course I am okay. You should worry about yourself first. Wang Ji can be injured badly. Then you will face a situation of one enemy and two. After Silver Axe finished speaking, he went up to fight with Jabba on Roger's boat. Zyra.org Zyra. Both are positive head-to-head types. Seeing Wang Ji who barely stood up, a shadow fell over John's heart. What is going on with this general? The handyman who has been on the ship for so long, hasn't anyone noticed that he has a problem? Even the captain did not see it. Wang Ji supported his body with a sword, panting heavily, and wanted to adjust his state as soon as possible. Kurokawa, the captain treats you very well, why are you betraying the captain? John didn't know why Kurokawa betrayed, so he asked this question. I am CP0 directly under the world government. I have been lurking on your ship since the beginning, and there is no talk of betrayal. Kurokawa explained seriously in the style of a pirate. The admiral who has been a Locks handyman for a long time also explained, I ate the superhuman devil fruit in disguise, which can eliminate my sense of existence. Because of this, I have been able to remain untouched by you on the pirates. Discover. These days, I have been very careful to avoid showing my horse's feet, for fear of being discovered by you at the last moment, but you did not find me. This shows that your rocks pirates will surely perish in the Valley of Gods. Kurokawa's strength is not as good as that of the admiral. Originally, that admiral was the CP0 that was trained, so after eating the superhuman fruit, I didn't expect that the general's later strength surpassed Kurokawa. This allowed the world government to decide to send to the naval headquarters to become a general, as the facade of the world government to deter the sea. The dead marine marshal learned of the effect of this devil fruit, and sent this general to lurk into the rocks pirates. Unfortunately, he met the 25 sons and died in the hands of rocks. John snorted and said mockingly, no wonder your marshal looked at the pirate ship with unbelievable eyes before he died. It seems that he wanted to ask you for help, but you actually watched your marshal died. In the hands of the pirate. You are really a rubbish. I will help the pirates clean up the today. John, you don't have to provoke me anymore. No matter what, you must die here today. The general said excitedly and madly, with this kind of feat, and the admiral is dead, the next marshal will inevitably fall. Come to my head, so that the Tianlong people will definitely value me again. John, you can leave me. Bai Yu has already told me that this battle in the Valley of the Gods is likely to be the cause of the disappearance of the rocks pirates. He can see the future. Wang Ji knows his physical condition. Determined to accompany Locks to die here. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think my John is the kind of person who defected? John said excitedly. Bai Yu said you can live, go quickly now, and I will help you to stop them temporarily. Wang Ji temporarily returned his spirit to his peak state, and he could finish his last journey as a swordsman at any time. John looked at him with complicated eyes and asked, "You know you are going to die, why don't you leave?" "Because I can't betray my sword." Wang Ji smiled freely and completely ignored life and death. "I'll go crazy with you. Anyway, I'm also with you and become a right-hander. Didn't you say that treasure is the most important thing to you?" John looked at him, and the corners of his mouth raised arrogantly. "I think I have found the best treasure." Wang Ji, John played against CP0 Kurikawa, the Navy's 25 boys. Western swords, Chinese swords, the combination of Chinese and Western, is invincible in the world. In this battle, the king is against the king, and the general is against each other. Charlotte Lingling was also spotted by Douglas Barrett, and the two of them just started fighting. www.navalmtl.com. Bai Yu and Ying Luki, who were going to support Wang Ji, were stopped, looking at these two unexpected people in front of them. Bai Yu felt a headache. The butterfly effect is a bit too exaggerated. The next three will really come. He considered it according to the bad results, and then it really became like that. Bai Yu looked not far away and couldn't hold it for long. For the first time in this world, he felt nervous for others. Bai Yu's perception of Wang Ji is even more cordial than that of Newgate, and it may be the same as an oriental face. Wang Ji was really good to him, and taught him the precious flying sword skills. "Lucky I won, I'll give you something to eat. Brother Wang Ji is still waiting for us, but I can't be blocked by these two little ghosts. Well, I will take care of the monkey as soon as possible. I will be hungry after the fight, so remember to go back and give it to me." Kuzan and Polo Salino glanced at each other. "Who are you kid calling you kid?" The yellow ape, the saltiest fish, couldn't help being called a little ghost by a guy much younger than himself. "Who else is a monkey? Just a pirate. Justice will surely impose sanctions on you." The lazy face of the green pheasant was gone, and a fire was burning in his eyes. Me. This time justice will punish the two people in front of them. "Yo, you also have a combat mode. I will solve you as soon as possible, and the one who blocks me will die." Bai Yu exuded a terrifying killing intent. The armed color entangled, so that the Yungziao sword was covered with a layer of reflective black. "Give way or die, choose one. Like me as a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, please collect. I am a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, the update speed is the fastest. I will never give way to the pirates, because justice will not be defeated." The green pheasant was stopped by Bai Yu's only way. "It seems that you have made your choice and preparation. I gave you a chance. A pirate is a pirate." The two had nothing to talk about, and the battle came together. Bai Yu slashed with a knife, and the green pheasant was divided into two without the feeling of cutting from the bottom up. "Armed look is really dangerous, you almost killed it." The body of the green pheasant shattered into ice crystals, and then recondensed into shape, relying on the color and the early elementalization to escape the attack of Bai Yu. Seeing and hearing the color has been well trained, so will the elementalization. The green pheasant of this period already has the strength of a lieutenant general. It seems that it is a bit difficult to solve this future general in a short time. One sword flow, killing indiscriminately. Bai Yu's hands clenched the weapon that completely covered the domineering armed color. As soon as he raised his hand, there were thousands of sword auras. The countless sword auras created countless points of light. The biting slashes and countless swords auras formed an intertwined sky. Jian Wang blocked all directions. The overwhelming sword net covered Kuzan, who wanted to escape. In addition to space sword skills, Bai Yu also created other genres to be used in normal battles. Space sword skills, except for the not-so-stable big move, all other tricks prioritized life-saving and escape. This move is a combination of armed and domineering and has a wide range of attacks. The green pheasant understands that it is impossible to escape this move by virtue of elementalization and seeing and hearing, and there are few wounds on the body. Puck. The green pheasant released 5 icicles from the palm of his hand and shot it nearby, wrapping himself up and covering it with a layer of armed domineering. This trick can be used to control the enemy, or it can be used for self-defense. This is the trick that the green pheasant used to trap the Whitebeard in the top war for a few seconds. The overwhelming sword net shredded the ice ball, and the shattered ice ball turned into dots in the sun. At this moment, the green pheasant was holding 2 ice blades, covering the armed color and blocking the remaining attacks. Body full release. After Bai Yu finished saying this, water vapor appeared on his body, his skin became all red, his body became much larger, and his height was 20 or 30 centimeters higher than before. He is a lunatic. After confirming that he would not die, he began to study the body, plus the original theoretical research on space and the delayed practice methods. Bai Yu wanted to try to build a stable space in his body to store energy, and release all of it at the critical moment, reaching full activation of the potential for a short time, just like the group of warriors in Wano country. Under the blessing of the Ice Ghost, the power in the body was stimulated to the limit of life. Sacrifice as 75zhongwen.com. Sacrifice as 1 sword flow, instant cut. Freezing time capsule. A shock of cold air was born under the feet of the green pheasant and frozen everything, and the ground where it passed by ice was sealed from a long distance. It's useless, your justice can't save you. The green pheasant wanted to turn into an element to escape, but saw it instantly appear in front of him, with a ferocious look in his eyes and the white feather with a face that looked like an evil ghost, and he was slashing at him with a sword. Armed color, full body coverage. Ice cube, 2 thorn spears. The green pheasant launched the ice spear formed around Bai Yu to penetrate through Bai Yu's abdomen and chest. In his shocked eyes, the opponent had appeared behind him. The supreme big knife combined with the domineering armed collar broke through the armed collar of the green pheasant, causing huge wounds to him. You lunatic, the pirate is the pirate, I won. The green pheasant clutched his bleeding abdomen desperately, and fell to the ground, without the strength of a battle. Bai Yu looked at herself who hadn't died, wiped her neck first, and then stood up intact in the shocked eyes of the green pheasant. Hi, I'm not surprised, I'm not surprised. Puff you. Seeing the green pheasant who was about to be mad, Bai Yu was also very happy that the battle ended so soon. If it were to be played according to the normal process, Bai Yu would take at least half a day, or even more than a day, to win the green pheasant. When he wins, Wang Ji will be cold. The victory of the top powers really takes days and nights, but Wang Ji is in a half-blooded state, and his peak combat power will not last long. What justice will prevail? Only the winner becomes justice. Is the justice you advocate really called justice? In my opinion, isn't your navy a dog raised by the world government and the Denon? Bai Yu kicked the green pheasant blocking the road. It's definitely not this way. Justice won't allow you, this pirate, tarnished. The severely injured green pheasant can only let out an angry scream. Are you full of hope and enthusiasm for the future of the navy? I tell you, you are just dreaming. With the Denon and the world government, you will always be a dog. Racial discrimination, slave trading, heavenly gold, allowing countries to squeeze the people's remaining money for the enjoyment of the Tianlong people. Most of the funds used by your navy are squeezed from the hands of civilians. It is their living money and their hard-earned money. Where do you think your navy's military expenses come from? Every money you use is based on countless lives. www.navalmtl.com. Don't tell me that it was issued to you by the world government. Don't you navies, under the banner of justice, take peace of mind. Miscellaneous and lackeys, I tell you, it is precisely because of this that the pirates in this sea will never die. What you call justice is extremely ridiculous. Bai Yu did not kill the green pheasant, but rushed towards Wang Ji with a murderous aura. It is useful to keep this future admiral. The sea is dirty enough. There are very few people like the green pheasant. In his previous life, Bai Yu liked the navy very much, and insisted on the bottom line of justice. He fell in love with the future admiral. Although the green pheasant of this period is still lazy, but he has a passion for the future of the navy, and he executes orders with a burning concept of justice. It wasn't until the O'Hara incident that he saw what Sakaski Akakan had done, and became confused about the justice he insisted on. Instead, he turned into lazy justice and returned to his original appearance. The blue pheasant, who had a miserable childhood, decided to devote himself to the great cause of the Navy headquarters after joining the Navy. Just now he still had a lot of blood, until he heard what the pirate said. Confusion appeared in the eyes of the green pheasant. He knew about the Tianlonggran after he joined the Navy, and no one understood the hardships of the low-level civilians better than him. Me. His miserable childhood made him never have expectations of this world before joining the Navy. In order to survive, he sneaked around and did a lot of bad things. Is justice really wrong? Like me as a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, please collect. I am a crew member on the Rocks Pirates. The update speed is the fastest. Whitebeard Newgate also noticed Wang Ji's battlefield and saw that everyone else had their own opponents, so he planned to support them in the past. Otherwise, the 3-on-3 situation on the battlefield will soon become 1-on-3. If the opponent's 3 top combat powers are not limited and join other battlefields, it would be a disaster for the Rocks Pirates. Navy Kid, do you dare to stop me alone? Baybeard took a naginata and killed a decent guardian with a good strength, and he saw a Navy imp in front of him. The Navy Kid carried a sword behind his back, his face was serious, and his eyes were cold and merciless. The future Admiral Aquino stared at the great pirate in front of him, like an active volcano that would erupt at any time, brewing earth-shattering power. The great pirate Edward Newgate, today is your death date. I will punish you on behalf of the Navy's justice. Sakaski's aura pressed towards Edward Newgate like a volcanic eruption. It seems that the Navy also has excellent brats, but you choose the wrong opponent, and you will pay for your arrogance. Sacrifice such as ubaichu.com. Sacrifice such as. Victory is on the side of justice. No pirate can have the hope of escaping under justice. Sakaski drew the sword behind him, and Newgate raised the naginata high. The sword and the sword collided fiercely. Edward Newgate was about to grow to his peak power, and he knocked Sakaski to his knees with one blow. The earth split under the power of the two of them. Puff. Sakaski was beaten and bleeding under this force, with blood in the corners of his mouth, but his eyes became even crazier. The pirates are going to die. I must punish you on behalf of justice. We will help you. Sakaski, hold on. The surrounding navy surged up, a large area densely packed. Newgate laughed boldly, releasing a powerful and domineering look. Under this unreasonable dominance, the navy fell a piece of it. Go back to drink milk, Navy Kid. Boom. After the one-stroke battle retreated 100 meters from Sakaski, Newgate danced with naginata to be a navy that swept through thousands of troops and could still stand on the ground. Under the domineering look, what can still stand is the elite navy, but it can't stop Newgate's power. Canine-tooth Red Lotus. Sakaski's arm turned into the shape of a dog's head, and under the blessing of the Navy's 6-style shave, he flew fast and punched Newgate's chest. Is it a natural fruit? It turned out to be a candle-lighting Navy imp. If I can't beat me with swordsmanship, I want to use the power of the devil fruit to beat me. Newgate's eyes became sharp, and a stream of light flashed across his eyes, and a huge white halo wrapped his fist, and slammed it fiercely on the head of Sakaski, who was talking about magma in his arm. Get out of here. The white halo wrapped around Newgate's fist shattered Sakaski's lava, hammered the dog's head, and punched the future admiral in the face, knocking him out. Heaven dog. Sakaski, whose face was deformed, would rather die than retreat, and was determined to kill the big pirate in front of him. Sakaski turned into magma and continued to attack Newgate. The candle-lighting kid, I also gave you a chance. Newgate's veins violently burst, clenched his fists, and escaped the attack of the magma kid under the sight and strong physical quality. Sideways, he punched the magmaized Sakaski's face with another punch, and the armed color attached to this punch directly hit Sakaski's body. Under Newgate's full blow, Sakaski's face was pressed against the ground, and the punch was compressed on the ground, almost becoming a plane, and the space was shattered under this force. The ground of the Valley of Gods cracked once again, and this time the Valley of Gods was truly divided into several areas. This is the real destructive power of Zhen fruit, and it is also the power of the Whitebeard that is close to the peak period. And Sakaski was hit into the ground with this punch. The winner has not yet been divided. Edward Newgate, don't you want to run? Newgate was stunned, turned around and looked over with a naginata, and found that the magma imp came out from the ground covered in blood. As the three biggest generals in the future, Sakaski, who is the thickest and most resistant to fight, did not die against Newgate's punch. Magma kid, you are really amazing. A Navy kid is able to do this step. Newgate became a little impatient. Wang Ji in the other area is in danger. He doesn't want to waste too much time on a Navy rookie. Who knows how long Wang Ji can last. Reduce bxwx.co. Newgate took off on the spot, and the ground he was stepping on was instantly stepped out of a big pit. His tall figure leaped high, covering Sakaski, who was severely injured and gasping, and a familiar halo appeared in front of Sakaski again, crushing it with great pressure and strength. Sakaski, who had been hit twice, had a psychological shadow on the white halo. Damn it, I will never allow this to happen. Go to death www.novelmtl.com. The big pirate. Sakaski fully mobilized the power of the fruits on his body, turning his body into magma, the highest peak among the three great generals in the future. The attack power was faintly revealed. It's useless, magma imp, your magma can't hurt me, I can't let you waste time here. The terrifying power of Newgate is far beyond the ability of ordinary strong to stop. For the development of shaking fruit, it is very likely that no one in this world is stronger than Newgate, and only when Newgate was young, he was like a monster. The body can fully display the power of this devil fruit. No matter how angry Sakaski was, under Newgate's power, he couldn't stop him for a second. The red magma was swallowed by the white halo. The muscles on Newgate's arm soared, and the surrounding space was completely shattered under this force, like a mirror falling on a high place. With a punch, Sakaski flew away, carrying a powerful white shock wave to clear the Navy and Draco escorts in this area. Not to mention Sakaski at this time, even Sakaski, who will become the three generals in the future, can't stop the Whitebeard Newgate who broke out at his peak. Looking at Sakaski flying in midair, Newgate swung a naginata and slashed forcefully, and a crescent-like white sword gas caught up with the magma imp. Sakaski used armed color and elementalization under the strong desire to survive, but unfortunately he still couldn't stop the blow. Newgate's sword aura is covered with armed colors, combined with his fruit-shaking power, invincible. Sakaski vomited blood directly in the air, and fell below the Valley of the Gods, not knowing his life or death. Whitebeard Newgate and Bai Yu quickly resolved their opponents and rushed to the other side of the battlefield of 3-on-3. Wang Ji, are you okay? Can you still hold it? John asked nervously, cursing at the two people in front of him. You two shameless navies, have the ability to come to me alone. Wang Ji suffered more and more injuries, and it was difficult to maintain his peak state. The two navies in front of him specifically targeted him, using him as a breakthrough point, and attacked whenever they had the opportunity. This made Wang Ji's situation even more difficult, who had been difficult to hold on one-on-one. Kurikawa laughed treacherously, and mocked, we can do everything we can to deal with the pirates. This is all for justice, Wang Ji, I know you can't hold it anymore. Don't resist. Admiral Baichuan attacked and tried to dismantle them with words. Wang Ji, you are very powerful and capable, and our naval headquarters also has a high evaluation of your personality. As long as you can put down your weapons and not resist, I can guarantee that you will become a senior officer of the Navy headquarters. It is not impossible to become a naval admiral in the future. If you say this, I just want to ask if you believe it? You want me to put down my weapons, unless I'm dead. Wang Ji forcibly raised his spirit and began to defend his sword while resisting. I don't know whether to live or die, then go to hell. Kurikawa attacked with all his strength, not giving Wang Ji a chance to breathe at all. Although John tried his best to contain Admiral Baichuan, he could not stop the admiral from setting the target on the wounded Wang Ji from time to time. But if the battlefield is separated, it means that he will give up Wang Ji. A Wang Ji who can't play his peak combat power for long, without his support at the critical moment, the final result must be in Kurikawa's hands. In this case, no matter which fighting method they choose, it will be a huge pressure for John and Wang Ji, not to mention how long the silver axe fighting nearby can hold. The Silver Axe's opponent is Roger's left and right hand, Jabba. Damn it, if it weren't for Wang Ji to be attacked by your general, even if you two go together, you may not be able to take him in a short time. John and Wang Ji have discussed many times, and he knows how difficult Wang Ji's flying swordsmanship is. Flying swordsmanship depends on the 7 swords that Wang Ji wears. One sword is held in his hand to confront the enemy, and the other 6 swords are used to defend the opponent, interfere with the opponent and defend himself. In addition, flying swordsmanship can protect the enemy's weapons as disposable items for consumption, defense, offense, and interference. As far as the degree of difficulty is concerned, apart from the great swordsman who specializes in the development of Go's deadly swordsmanship, Wang Ji is the most difficult one, and it is also the top great swordsman that many top powerhouses are unwilling to match. Stop talking nonsense, you are better prepared to die, Bai Chuan. Asshole? Come at me. Sacrifice such as zuishyugan.com sacrifice such as. John was confused, holding a western sword in his hand and slashed at Kurikawa who dared to attack Wang Ji. Wang Ji looked at the 2 people who came at him again, and they were preparing to resist and defend again with all their strength. How long they could last. But at this moment, Wang Ji discovered the problem and hurriedly shouted to remind him, John, be careful. They are here for you. Ha ha ha, it's late, this time we will kill you all in one go. Kurikawa, who had been waiting for the opportunity, turned around and blocked John's western sword in midair by turning around. Navy Admiral Kitagawa leaped from behind Kurikawa, with a domineering punch entwined with a powerful arm, hammering at John, who had lost his measure and had not yet reacted. It's over. Just when Bai Yu and Whitebeard Newgate both came to feel finished, John unexpectedly took out a beautiful pistol with his other hand and fired at the Admiral. Times have changed, my lord. Bang. Bai Yu saw this scene and understood why John had always been one-handed against the enemy, but he was still hiding one hand. No wonder they didn't have a gunman on the pirate ship. Until this moment, he didn't know that John was a gunman in addition to the identity of the great swordsman, just like the deputy Captain Beckman on the red-haired ship of the future 4 emperors. The shot was aimed at the Admiral's heart and Bai Chuan had to avoid the fatal attack. John was shot and flew out. After being hit with a full blow by the Admiral Bai Chuan, he spit out a mouthful of blood and suffered serious injuries. The Admiral held the pierced wound on his shoulder and let out an angry roar. I will kill you all, Kurikawa. I will do my best to kill these 2 injured guys. CP0 Kurikawa did not expect that their perfect cooperation, or the ultimate move hidden by John, caused Bai Chuan to temporarily abolish one of his arms and weaken his combat effectiveness a lot. Kurikawa, Kitagawa took this opportunity to launch the strongest attack in order to kill the 2 enemies in front of him. Fist to fist. Sword to palm. The attack of the 2 of them was blocked. BXW from now on, this battlefield will be taken over by Brother Newgate and I, Captain John, you can take Brother Wang Ji to rest. Bai Yu blocked the attack of the traitor Kurikawa and went down. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com looked at them with cold eyes. The traitor's fate is terrible, what do you think of Brother Newgate? After Whitebeard Newgate punched General Bai Chuan back, he laughed at Bai Yu, Ku ha ha ha, the guy who betrayed should die. This is the most unforgivable behavior on the sea. Edward Newgate, why are you Bai Yu here? Didn't the others stop you? Where is another general? Bai Chuan looked at John who was leaving Wang Ji with a roar of anger. Road. The feed I got was just slipped away, and the cooked duck is gone. Kurikawa prevented Bai Chuan's continued incompetent roar, and reminded, since the 2 of them are here, it means that other battlefields are very urgent. We only need to contain the 2 big battles of the Rocks pirates. This mission the greatest credit is ours. After Kurikawa reminded him, Bai Chuan began to sneer at Bai Yu and Baybeard Newgate. I and Kurikawa have contained the 4 major forces on the Rocks pirates. You think it depends on the remaining battles on your pirates? How long can you last? It won't be long before you will be under siege, ha ha ha. You're too much nonsense. Brother Newgate and I have to hurry up to support others. Bai Yu stared at them coldly, and asked Baybeard beside him, Brother Newgate, how long will it take you to solve that general with a disabled arm? We are in a hurry. Me he mi Whitebeard Newgate clenched his fists and replied confidently, give me half an hour, and I can put him on the ground. Pay attention to the public account, book friends base camp, pay cash and coins when you follow. Edward Newgate, you are too arrogant. Bai Chuan was stimulated by their words and fought with Whitebeard Newgate. Even the Admiral with only one hand left is still extremely powerful. Newgate knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to win this general in half an hour. He said that mainly to off the general. Bai Yu looked at the battle on the other side, knowing that Big Brother Newgate's battle would not end in a short while. After all, that is the Admiral of the Navy, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, which is not comparable to the current Sakaski. Even if it is a general who has abandoned one hand, it is also the top power in the sea. It seems that we are the breakthrough point in the battle. Are you ready to die, you traitor who betrayed the pirates? Kurikawa's face darkened, and he retorted, you don't have to provoke me anymore. I am not from the Rocks pirates from the beginning, but the CP0 of the world government. I advise you to put away your little ones. Means, small cadre, Bai Yu. Ha 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 ha, since you said these things and answered me, it means you are in a hurry. Are you very uncomfortable? Traitor Kurikawa, the running dog of the world government, I'm so scared. I'm afraid. Go and die, Bai Yu. The CP0 of the world government still couldn't help but was so angry, How could this little be so irritating? When he was on the boat before, he couldn't tell that this kid was such a bastard. Are you in a hurry? As a running dog of the world government, your mentality is not at home. You should go back and reforge it to save yourself a lot of shame. What do you know, Lao Tzu could have become a general of the Navy headquarters instead of the CP0 of the world government. Kurikawa's eyes fired, his face turned black, and he was dying with anger. Bai Yu fought and retreated, and was suppressed under the attack of this CP0 mad dog. Really? It turns out that you were originally trained as a future Navy, but why did you do CP0? Oh, I see, it's because you are too wasteful and inferior to another person, so you can't be a general. Kurikawa's offense became even more frantic, and Bai Yu suddenly struggled a lot. It's not because I got it right, you're not really a general who can't become a general because of insufficient strength, Bai Yu exclaimed in surprise. I believe that the person who raised you must be disappointed in your trash, right? Kurikawa suddenly stopped attacking, but stepped aside and launched a demon fruit attack. Smelly boy, you are really accurate in guessing. My strength is not as good as Bai Chuan. I wasted a good fruit, but it is enough to deal with you. Bai Yu was stunned. What? This CP0 also ate a good devil fruit? I saw many vines and trees growing on the ground beside Kurikawa, as well as a large number of sturdy tree roots suddenly emerging from Bai Yu's feet, entwining his body. Is this thing pestering my body? Bai Yu suddenly cursed. You are mean. You have to die here today anyway, I won't argue with you anymore. Kurikawa closed his mouth, as if he had opened his mouth, and activated his Superman-type forest fruit ability. Countless sturdy roots and trees came out on the ground, chasing Bai Yu closely, trying to wrap his body. This fruit will not be the fruit owned by the future Admiral, Green Bull, right? Bai Yu was a little skeptical in his heart, waving the weapon in his hand, cutting off all the roots and trees that tried to entangle him. Don't even think about running away, no one can escape under the power of my devil fruit. Kurikawa laughed arrogantly, as if he saw this kid die under the strangulation of tree roots and trees. Really? Then your devil fruit is natural? Wood fruit? Bai Yu asked by the way, surrounded by the huge trees, cutting down the trees continuously. Hearing this, Kurikawa's eyes filled with joy, and the boy finally died, and his mouth couldn't harden. Ha ha ha, since you asked me sincerely, then I will tell you compassionately. Kurikawa waved his hands, and a dense forest appeared again. He explained, I am the owner of the superhuman forest fruit. I can accelerate the growth of plants and form a forest to surround and kill each other. I almost became the man of the Admiral. This is really a familiar pirate style. Bai Yu learned from Kurikawa the type, name, and a small part of the role of this devil fruit. Huh? You want to be the man of the Admiral, are you gay? If you don't become the Admiral, you just think of the Admiral, you bull. Bai Yu taunted and said, how many times have you been in that general's bed? You are so hungry and thirsty, don't you even let the man go. Kurikawa was so furious that he couldn't say a word. www.novelmtl.com. Seeing Kurikawa with cold eyes and a cold face, Bai Yu knew he was going to be serious. Forest strangulation. The speed of these trees has become much faster, as if they have been given vitality. Even their flexibility has been greatly enhanced. Through the entanglement, whipping, and encirclement of the branches, Bai Yu is prevented from leaving. Why is the skill of this fruit so unrefined? This is not a fruit for serious people. Bai Yu murmured in his heart, holding the sword and cutting off a branch that wanted to wrap his body. The hardness of these trees is very high, even harder than ordinary steel. Coupled with the inherent toughness of the trees and the robustness of these trees, it is very difficult to deal with. At this time, Bai Yu found that all the leaves on the trees in this small forest stood up, pointing in his direction. Can you still play like this? Wan Yi Fi Hualiu. The leaves on those trees all aimed at Bai Yu, adjusting the direction as he moved. As countless sturdy roots began to surround him, the moment he wanted to wrap his body, countless leaves broke away from the branches, turned into a long green dragon, and pounced on the white feathers. The hardness of these trees is beyond his imagination. If Bai Yu chooses to cut off these tree roots, he will face the end of being pricked into a hedgehog. If he chooses not to attack, these tree roots will wrap around his body. Although Bai Yu won't die, he can be resurrected if he is dead. Maybe it would be better if he doesn't die. There are also these two methods of death, which is too awkward. Be entangled to death or stabbed to death. No matter which method, he didn't want to choose. You forced me to make a big move, Brother Newgate. When I make a big move, remember to run quickly, or you will be implicated together. Bai Yu reminded Whitebeard Newgate. Road. Do you want to dance too? After hearing this sentence, Kurikawa felt inexplicable. Who is going to dance? Isn't this little bastard's head broken? Whitebeard Newgate looked at Bai Yu in a puzzled way. What kind of big trick was so exaggerated that he would accidentally hurt himself? This trick is more than just hurting his own person. This trick is so cruel that he even kills himself. Space sword skill, space ripples, shattered void. Bai Yu gathered momentum and raised his hand to send out this big move. Not only did the surrounding space fluctuate, but even the entire area became shaky, making people unable to stand firmly. Suddenly, Kurikawa felt uncomfortable in his heart, and his figure shook with this area. The big trick of this little is very dangerous. With this trick, he might die. Forest shield, all-round defense. Countless tree roots and branches grew from the ground, wrapping Kurikawa tightly and covering it with a thick layer of armed color. Bai Yu felt that this time, Perhaps he could control the direction of this move, and slashed at his opponent with a sword. Layers of ripples rippled away in the space, shattering everything around them, and the forests made of trees dissipated in the air like dust. Wherever the ripples went, everything disappeared, including Bai Yu. He himself was the first to dissipate. CP0 Kurikawa looked at what was happening before him in shock. The whole forest that he started with devil fruit, which was harder than steel, dissipated. The big trick of this little is too terrifying. Kurikawa knows the power of his devil fruit better than anyone else, and also knows how strong and hard the trees in that forest are. No, I want to run quickly. This little would rather give up his life to kill me. I don't have such a big grudge against him when I step on a horse. As for me, I don't even want my own life. Kurikawa waved his hand to activate the forest fruit ability. A huge vine broke out of the soil and flew towards the distance with a green ball that was completely wrapped. Bai Yu, who was resurrected this time, saw Kurikawa's escape method as soon as he was resurrected. I'll go? Can you still play like this? Don't run if there is a kind of. When one vine is destroyed, another vine appears, just like a relay race, taking his owner away. Under Kurikawa's crazy escape, he finally survived, avoiding the result of being swallowed by the ripples of space. The big green ball fell down, was rubbed to the edge of the surface, and disappeared completely. Kurikawa walked out of the green ball and barely survived, but half of his face was completely destroyed, and even the powerful self-healing ability of the forest devil fruit could not help him heal. Why are you still alive? Kurikawa stared at Bai Yu with a look of a ghost on his face. I have died several times, okay. Bai Yu consumes a lot of energy, and after a few more big moves, he will fall into deep sleep and dormancy temporarily. The spirit of most creatures has a limit. Bai Yu's limit is relatively high, but it can't stand so many deaths in a short period of time. If he were an ordinary person, he would have already collapsed. In the end, the system left Bai Yu with the immortal and immortal buff. He was very satisfied, retaining the basic emotions and essence of being a human being. Fortunately, he has not become the kind of walking dead who ignores life and death and has no feelings at all, and he can't even experience the sense of victory, satisfaction, etc. as a human nature. That kind of immortality is meaningless. On the contrary, life is not as good as death, not even a person. This kind of immortality is what I hope. Unfortunately, I didn't give the system a good comment before it left. Kurikawa dared not act rashly anymore. Bai Yu didn't dare to make random moves, for fear that the traitor would use that move to run away again. The two looked at each other awkwardly. It's not to fight, it's not to fight. You traitor, come here to fight. Are you capable of this? Aren't you afraid? You are not allowed to use big tricks. I will come over and fight with you. Okay, I don't need a big move, just come over if you have a seed. I believe you a ghost, you little is very bad, I won't go there. I ask if you are angry. Bai Yu and Kurikawa finally couldn't fight each other, and the two began to fight each other, trying to verbally overwhelm each other. This led to a very embarrassing scene on the court. The other places are all in full swing, but the two of them are very special, scolding each other in the air, and swearing at each other. On another battlefield, Whitebeard Newgate obeyed Bai Yu's words and hid far away, and saw the horrible move that shocked him. The scope of that move was not as great as the shock, but the damage was comparable. The shaking fruit is much more terrifying. Wherever he went, the smoke disappeared, even Bai Yu's own body disappeared. Although Whitebeard Newgate couldn't understand why Bai Yu appeared out of thin air intact, it might be the power of devil fruit, but he still couldn't understand what was going on that side. What are these two people doing? Brother Newgate, you have solved the problem of the general. If you have solved it, come and help me. This guy will run away and I can't catch up. www.novelmtl.com. Bai Yu shouted at Baybeard. Kurikawa also shouted at the general, Bai Chuan, when can you get rid of Newgate? If you get rid of it, come and help me. I don't believe that this little can't be killed. Whitebeard Newgate. Bai Chuan. These two people are embarrassed. If the two of them were really that easy, it would be nice to take down their opponents. I won't be able to take Newgate for a while. Ask the guy in Roger Pirates when he can take down the silver axe. General Bai Chuan reminded him in the head-to-head battle with Whitebeard Newgate. One sentence. Fight with me and dare to be distracted. Who do you think I am? I am Edward Newgate. The angry Whitebeard activated the ability to shake the fruit and hit the General Bai Chuan with a punch, knocking his opponent back hundreds of meters away. Newgate, your power to shake the fruit is nothing more than that. Bai Chuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mocked at the Whitebeard. Kurikawa looked at the battlefield between Jabba and Silver Axe. Jabba prevailed and defeated the Silver Axe steadily. However, the Silver Axe, which was not injured as badly as Wang Ji, could be carried for at least a long time. Don't think about looking for foreign aid, come and fight with me. Little bastard, do you think I am stupid? If you have the ability, you can use your big move a few more times. I don't believe that your big move can be used unlimitedly. I am now prepared. Your big move is to wipe it out. Really? Bai Yu showed a weird smile, which made Kurikawa's hair suddenly horrified. Luochi, help me control him well. I don't need a big move this time. We will kill him with 2 fights and 1. Good. A long spear burst through the air in Kurikawa's shocked eyes. A girl with a height of 1.7 meters followed his spear and appeared in front of him. Little bastard, there is a kind of singles. Don't fight in groups. 1-on-1? Yes, do you choose one to single out the two of us, or choose the two of us to single out you? Please make your choice. Bai Yu stretched out his hand gracefully and said calmly, "Is there a difference? Little bastard, don't let me know your weakness, otherwise I will let you know who is a member of the CP0 organization." Kurikawa gritted his teeth and stared at the little bastard. "You have to know why you can fight alone, and your navy is also Carp and the Warring States team to beat our captain? Are you still men? Shameless." Bai Yu said naturally, taking a bite back. "Don't you also want to hit me with two?" Kurikawa jumped like thunder, and with a wave of his hand, he called out a large forest, entwining and blocking the pace of the two people, and he could move anywhere in the forest at will. Bai Yu attacked and said, "I was shameless, Luoqi is not a man, she is a woman." Kurikawa's face turned black. What this little said seems to make sense. But who would admit that he was shameless on the spot? Luoqi, has that guy who looks like a monkey solved it? Bai Yu easily blocked the tree attack this time and asked, "No, that monkey is too flexible. I want a chance to shoot him, but he doesn't fight me at all. Instead, he keeps moving in the sky and emits lasers to interfere with me." Yang Luki said angrily. "That monkey bullied her and couldn't fly. Then where is that monkey now?" "I don't know." Yang Luki replied shyly, thinking to himself that he was embarrassed again. Sacrifice as 99bxwx.com. Luoqi, it will probably take some time for the two of us to join hands to win him. His devil fruit is a bit tricky. Bai Yu hated the ability to kill and stalk the fruit. "Do you want this fruit?" Yang Luki saw from his eyes that he wanted the fruit with a shot pierced through the heavenly tree for nearly 100 meters. Bai Yu nodded and said, "I really want it. The power of that devil fruit is very good. If I add my own abilities, I can completely kill others in a battle." He didn't want that kind of unscrupulous entanglement and binding ability, but fancy the strength and difficulty of this fruit. The ability of this fruit is second only to the ability of the fruit to grow bigger and smaller. In Bai Yu's mind, it was a powerful fruit alongside the thunder fruit. The ability of this fruit was similar to that of the Mudan in Konoha-ri Senjuju. Maybe after he got it, he could still develop tricks to top the Buddha. That's the best way to show the saint in front of people. Compared with Bai Yu's terrifying big move that even kills himself, that move is even more shocking. Well, then let's take down his ability to seize his fruit. Yang Luki summoned his two guardian spirits, Yang Yanzao and Yang Zexing. The situation on the court immediately became 4-on-1. "You are shameless. Why are there two more?" Kurikawa consumes even more. This kind of fruit ability is very physical. In order to continue the battle, he did not even heal the wound on his face. "Don't tell me you see how good your fruit ability is, but why did it fall into your hands? Don't you think it's a bit of a waste?" Bai Yu's eyes were cold, and he sneered, "You can rely on this fruit. The ability is 4-1, I really want the fruit from you. Ha ha ha, little bastard, I advise you not to think so much. The power of the devil fruit cannot be captured. Even if I die, you will not be able to get it." Kurikawa laughed arrogantly. "It looks like your trump card, it's all over. As long as I hold you back, someone will come to support me soon. You are very confident. Little bastard, first look at the few little pirates left nearby, and it's not too late to make a conclusion. No need. Top combat power is the key factor in determining the outcome of this war. Luoqi, me, and her guardian spirit will go to support others as long as they kill you." The Valley of Gods has been divided into several areas during the battle. The handymen, trainee crew members, official crew members of the Rocks pirates, including some cadres, were all gone, dead to death, and fleeing. They also reacted and survived quickly, and those who reacted slowly have been buried in the Valley of Gods. Coupled with the betrayal of 7 or 8 cadres, another 10 or so cadres died, and all the rest ran away. Only the powerful large pirates in the Rocks pirates in the Valley of Gods remained. The weaker navies have all withdrawn one after another and began to block the surrounding seas. The outcome of this battle depends mainly on them. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Rocks pirates have suffered heavy casualties. If you win, it's okay. Even if the Valley of the Gods sinks, the cadres who didn't eat the devil's fruit on the ship will soon be able to get those treasures and grab a few more warships. This time, it will definitely be enough. As long as the top powerhouse is not dead and the rest of the crew will need to be as many as possible, the Rocks pirates can quickly pull up a team, but the navy will not be so easy to add bxwx.c*o. Aren't you leaving? John led Wang Ji away from the center battlefield www.navalmtl.com to the edge. "We have to wait for the captain to return. If the captain doesn't leave, we won't leave." Wald's 4 partners watched from the edge when their captain would return. Wald, who has 4 good partners, is the luck of his life. "John, you can help, I can still hold it." Wang Ji sat on a rock, supported with a sword, his face pale and sweaty. "What silly thing are you talking about? If I leave, you will be picked up by the snarling navy. I am not in my heyday. I can't help much if I go. It's better to stay here and guard this boats. In this way, when the captain and them come back, we can run away immediately." John's eyes were full of sadness, and they lost too much this time. There will always be the moment when Dongshan rises again. This time killing so many Celestials, I believe the world government and navy will not be well. Wang Ji panted heavily, his spine almost under the attack of the general. "It's broken." The spine is known as the dragon bone on the human body. After Wang Ji was seriously injured, he went through that kind of fierce battle. One can imagine how badly he was injured. "You navy, if you have the ability, you can stand up against me? What kind of ability to bully me as a trainee crew member?" Kaido's roar of grief and indignation spread far from the Valley of the Gods. Kaido won't be beaten to death, right? Probably not. His body is very special, with its resilience and self-healing power and strong. It should not be so easy to be killed by other navies. John and Wang Ji glanced at each other, and they could only hope in their hearts that the trainee crew member would survive. Me. Like me as a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, please collect. I am a crew member on the Rocks Pirates. The update speed is the fastest. A scream of killing pigs spread throughout the Valley of Gods, shocking everyone in the fight. Who called this? This sound is too horrible, too scary. It almost scared my soul away just now. Bai Yu patted his little heart, looked in that direction, and suddenly felt that the sound was a bit familiar. This seems to be the scream of the big tattooed man. Yang Luki was afraid that he would not understand, and added an explanation. It's the fierce big man carrying a mace. Kaido. Bai Yu was puzzled. Which navy is Kaido against and how could he be beaten like this? Luoqi, this battle is very detrimental to our pirate group. A quick fight is made. This guy in front of you consumes so much, he can't last long. One sword flow broken mountain. Human and spear in one, playing dragon and phoenix. The Yang family's marksmanship, breaking formation. The Yang family's spear technique, sweeping through the ages. The four men violently renewed destruction in the forest, attacked in the direction of Kurikawa, and got closer. Kurikawa once again activated the fruit ability and moved himself to another place in the forest. In hand. The trees, roots, and branches in the forest, under the attack of the four, the speed of destruction is greater than the speed of growth. Kurikawa feels that the strength in his body is rapidly losing, and at the same time using the fruit ability to deal with the four powerhouses, it consumes too much physical strength for him. If this continues, they will soon find a flaw. It's troublesome. I knew that I should have used that trick in the first place. Bai Yu and this guy have been entangled for more than an hour, and it is estimated that this guy's physical strength can last a day or two. If only a part of this guy's blood was cut off with a blood-cutting finger at the beginning. Now this traitor was fighting with them in guerrilla warfare, and he didn't dare to approach them at all. He relied on his fruit ability to stop him. Bai Yu's trick was just useless. This traitor's go is almost catching up with me. Luoqi, do you think there is any way to get me close to him? Bai Yu asked the girl with more combat experience. No, this guy can activate that strange ability and appear anywhere in the forest in an instant, unless you can also appear in front of him in an instant, so that he can't react. Yang Luki frowned his good-looking eyebrows, and asked in a low voice, do you have any idea? This guy looks panting, but in fact he is still very physically strong. We want to kill him, every day or two. It's hard to consume. Not only is this world so strange that most people look strange, but the ability to grow something called devil fruit is all odd and weird. Yes, I have a way to cut off the blood on his body, so that he, who could have been able to last for a day or two, can last at most for a long time under this trick. Bai Yu uncomfortably took the branches around him that wanted to wrap his body. All cut off. It's definitely impossible to provoke him, he's not that stupid, or else, come here. Yang Luki rolled his eyes around, suddenly thought of a way. Bai Yu moved his ear to the side and listened quietly to the little cherry mouth of the girl. It can be like this. But this method is a bit dangerous, and it may even disappear with you. It's okay, just use it. In the distance, Kurikawa saw a scene that made him puzzled. What are these two little ghosts doing, and why do they have that strange look? Yang Luki held the spear high, holding a white feather whose body had shrunk a lot on the spearhead. Puff. Luoqi, don't laugh, be serious. Yang Luki nodded, looked at the 1.2 meter too cute and beloved Bai Yu, holding back a smile. This is another purpose created by Bai Yu's space ability and his own powerful chi and blood. It can compress the body and enter a state of full release. Compressing his body didn't improve his combat effectiveness at all, but it would affect his combat. Therefore, Bai Yu usually maintains a normal height of 2 meters, and will only use the full release state when he is really desperate. Man and gun in one, ultra-long distance launch. No one knows how fast Yang Luki's gun is. The speed at which she can fire the gun with all her strength is unmatched. She can only hide and defend. After Huang Yuanbola Salino lost an arm in an instant, he did not dare to pretend to be in front of her, but kept flying the kite at the maximum distance. At that time, Yang Luki saw that the monkey said that he was too weak, so he shot him one arm. Unexpectedly, she wouldn't even be able to hit her next time. Knowing that she should have been in the first place, she took the monkey's life with a shot. That girl is a master at the level of Newgate and Wangji, so why would he obey Bai Yu's little bastard? Are those two people summoned by the little girl? Kurikawa was jealous. Yu reading www.yuyukangshu.com. As the CP0 of the world government, he has no such master. This strength is the bottom of the top powerhouses. At most, he is a goalkeeper level little bastard. Why have such a strong powerhouse? Except for that terrifying big move, that little is inferior to him even after using that kind of desperate state. At the moment when Yang Luki fired his gun, the surrounding space was distorted in an irregular shape in Bai Yu's eyes, and the nearby space was deformed under the gun, but it was not destroyed. What a perfect force control and mastery ability. Huh. Bai Yu flew out at a speed faster than riding a rocket. Why do you feel so much malice and jealousy from his face? Do you think you can catch me this way? Too naive, the forest fruit ability is activated. Kurikawa activated the fruit ability. At the moment when it was activated, Bai Yu appeared not far away out of thin air, launched an amputation finger at him, and hit Kurikawa. Unexpectedly, I can teleport short distances. In another part of the forest, Kurikawa appeared out of thin air, his face pale, and his legs tremblingly supported the big tree beside him. His physical strength, his vitality, why is he gone? He was imaginary, what did that little do to him? How's it going, did you hit it? Yang Luki came to him and pulled out the spear that was deeply inserted under the ground. Of course it was hit. The traitor's death date has arrived. Bai Yu looked at the dirty spear, took it from his arms, and finally took out a clean towel. You can wipe it with this first, and I will clean it for you when you go back. No, get rid of him first, it's just a bit dirty, not so hypocritical when fighting. Yang Luki who entered the battle mode was almost the same as usual. Okay, Luoqi, let's kill him first together. Bai Yu cut out dozens of sword auras in an instant with his sword. One sword flow, killing indiscriminately. The dense sword net appeared again, cutting off many sparse branches. Under this move, all the roots and branches of the trees that were attacked were chopped to pieces and passed away with the wind. Bai Yu and Yang Luki looked at each other with joy. The traitor's physical strength really fell a lot, and their chance came. Kurikawa, a former cadre of the Rocks pirates, was unremarkable among the 7 cadres. He was proficient in armed and domineering, and had a good physical skill. Compared with other cadres, he lacked his own characteristics. Now it seems that this traitor who owns the fruit of the forest is very difficult to deal with, because they all look down on him. Bai Yu and Yang Luki, who were full of stamina, ignored physical exertion and hacked and killed in the forest. After a short period of time, the forest shrank many times and turned into a small forest. Kurikawa's figure also appeared on a big tree in the sky. He was supporting the big tree, his face paler than before. Damn it! Damn it! Why is that little bastard's trick so strange? And that trick that specifically restrained me, caused me to lose so much physical strength. Kurikawa can no longer maintain such a wide range of attacks, and the ability to continuously use the fruit violently, even as a CP0, can't sustain it. In terms of physical skills and endurance, he was very ordinary compared to the other cadres on the ship, and far inferior to Kaido's physique of endurance. Kurikawa is good at hardening and entanglement of the whole body in the knowledge of armed color. He does not flow cherry blossoms, and armed color cannot be destroyed from the inside. His only greatest advantage is the power of fruit. Little bastard, next is your doomsday, vine tentacles, armed entanglement. The ground vibrated, and this area began to sink, and thick vines came out of the ground, raging in the air. These vines wrapped in armed colors are shiny black, long and thick, and stretch their long bodies like living creatures, entwining them towards them. Abandoning the concealment of the forest, and using more flexible vines to deal with us, it is because your physical strength is not enough. Bai Yu looked at these long and thick vines, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this devil fruit was so good. Serious. He really likes this kind of less serious and powerful fruit. Bai Yu attacked the 2 vines that kept wanting to wrap his body with the sword in his hand, making the sound of metal collision. 8 vines, is this Kurikawa's bottom line? Up to now, you still want to be able to hold it, waiting for others to come and support you. Your idea is really ridiculous. You who hold this idea have been eliminated. Take out your only remaining strength and work hard, let me see your strength. At least at the last moment, you can die vigorously, rather than suffocated to death. Bai Yu asked Yang Luki to help share most of the vines and approached the opponent who was about to run out of strength alone. Little bastard, do you want to arouse me again? Dream you, I will definitely live to be the strongest shield of the CP0 organization. Kurikawa roared loudly, venting the fear in his heart. Oh, you are not the strongest shield of the CP0 organization. Bai Yu has always been curious about the CP0 organization, and Luchi became CP0 in the previous life. It's no wonder it wasn't you, such a good fruit, it's a bit wasteful to eat it for you, let it be to me. Armed color entwined, armed color is released. One sword flow broken mountain. A sword that can cut the mountains, how can it be possible to cut 2 vines? Kurikawa, your death date is here. Bai Yu cut the 2 long and thick vines with a sword, broke through the obstacles and came to him. The price of betrayal, you should pay it back. The black sword in front of him made Kurikawa red eyes and went crazy. I'm dead, so I have to drag one another to die together. Bai Yu smiled cruelly. He won't die. If he could really change his life, that is, let his energy drain, and he would be able to recover easily after a day or 2 of rest. The big forest is here, tear this island apart. I don't think she has a place to stay. As a fruit power owner, can she still live on this sea? This time the ground shaking was completely different from the last time. It was like a volcanic eruption, the whole area was shaking, and towering trees rose from below the ground. In an instant this area was destroyed on a large scale, and the overwhelming towering trees covered this area, enveloping the people of Yangluki and enveloping them, forming a big ball in an instant, dragging the 3 of them to the bottom of the sea. Die. One sword flow, instant cut. The armor color covering Kurikawa's body was broken, and blood splashed out www.navalmtl.com and fell into the air. The self-healing power and resilience brought by the fruits of the forest made him not only survived, but he was constantly repairing the wounds that almost cut him in 2 segments. Ha 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 ha, I killed 3 and made a profit. Kurikawa clutched his stomach, let out a roar, and stood up. Little bastard, you are right. People who have no determination to die will be eliminated by the sea sooner or later, so let me give it a try before temporary. Die vigorously. Covered by vine armor, the snake of Mandora, Kurikawa mobilized his remaining stamina, used the last power of the forest fruit, and drew his own vitality for the last fight. The thick rattan armor, with a hardness comparable to that of a sea-building stone, turned into armor to protect him. Dozens of vines entangled, merged, and became thicker, stronger, and harder. A giant vine shaped like a snake jumped into the air for hundreds of meters and leaped towards him. This is my last strength. Bai Yu, can you stop it? Ha ha ha. Kurikawa rushed towards him with a knife made of vine armor in his hand. One person, one snake, occupying both air and land offensive directions. Bai Yu's sword power had reached its peak, and all the restrictions on his body had been released, and his eyes were so excited that he couldn't help himself. This is the battle he was looking forward to. The sword rises and the sword falls, the snake's head is broken, and the victory or defeat is divided. You are a respectable opponent. In fact, if you don't talk to the Navy on the last day, the captain will not mind, but will accept you. This is what the captain said to me. Bai Yu fell to the ground with serious injuries. There was a huge snake head lying on it. Hearing this sentence with complicated eyes, Kurikawa closed his eyes. Yes. It's a pity that I'm a running dog of Tianlongzu. Help me speak to the captain. I'm sorry, I have been a dog for a whole life for the Tianlonggran, and I saw it through before I die. Puff cough cough. The CP0 of the world government and one of the 7 most powerful cadres in the former Lox Pirates group fell. Kurikawa's strength is average among the 7 cadres, but it is also one of the top powerhouses in the sea. It's just that compared to the General Bai Chuan, he has a good fruit, but the basic strength is not as good as Bai Chuan. As a result, even the people who trained him are very disappointed in him. Their expectation for Kurikawa is the future marshal or CP0's strongest shield. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. With such a good fruit, Kurikawa's strength is about the same as Bai Chuan. If he feeds Bai Chuan, he might be able to train the strongest admiral of this generation. He was burdened a lot, and death was a relief for him. Bai Yu lay on the side, her body hurt too badly to move. It's embarrassing this time, I can't even commit suicide. Who will give me a knife? Brother Newgate, are you finished? Come and give me a knife. Bai Yu shouted weakly, and his voice couldn't pass. As Kurikawa swallowed his last breath, the forest fruit's ability became ineffective. No matter how strong the fruit's ability was, it could not heal a dead person. The vines softened, the area lost its support, collapsed suddenly, and quickly sank into the sea. Bai Yu's pupils shrank and gave a wry smile. It seems that I am going to be drowned, and I don't know how the fighting is going on in other places. It seems that the situation is not very good. Bai Yu saw the cadres who had all his cards, and these top-level powerhouses who were deeply hidden. In addition to being a great swordsman, John also uses a spear. Kurikawa is a demon fruit-capable person, and a handyman is a general. Even Captain Lox is also a demon fruit-capable person. During the battle, Bai Yu noticed that a large area of darkness enveloped everything in a certain area, and a whole 5 powerful auras rose into the sky, fighting fiercely with each other. It's no wonder that Lox was defeated in the Valley of Gods, and met 2 powerful physical skills on the ceiling of the ocean, and dark fruit simply couldn't play its due role. Hope this time Captain Han Han will survive. After he is resurrected, his spirit will not last long. If he died again, Bai Yu would really be autistic, and his spirit would enter a state of automatic protection, and it might take a while to complete the resurrection. Simply put, even if Bai Yu is resurrected, he will not have the strength to fight the top powerhouses, unless the spirit of those top powerhouses has reached the limit in the long battle like him. He is about to decide on the superhuman forest fruit. Only a few days after the death of the capable person, this fruit will return to any place in the sea. As long as the Han captain can survive, he can use the dark fruit power to help him capture the forest fruit. Although Bai Yu had guessed for a long time, he didn't confirm that Lox had hidden the dark fruit and had concealed it from all the crew members until he saw the large area of darkness. There are few that can force Lox to use dark fruits on the sea, but those few are basically in the Valley of Gods. After Bai Yu sank into the sea, a green ball on the other side floated up, and there was a person inside the ball. Yang Luki was fine, and took the guardian spirit back into the space to rest. Bai Yu, where are you? She shouted loudly toward the sea level. Without getting a reply, Yang Luki started to feel anxious. Couldn't it be that something happened? Isn't that bad guy capable of infinite resurrection? Yang Yanzhao, Yang Zexing, come out quickly and help me go to the sea to find someone. When the Lord yelled anxiously, the 2 guardian spirits who had not yet sat on the stool came out again. Yang Zexing is here, the Lord is not anxious, I will go down to find another Lord. Yang Yanzhao is here, and I will follow along to find it. The Lord will just wait a moment here. Puff puff. With the sound of falling into the water, the 2 guardian spirits disappeared into the sea. Yang Luki was holding a long spear and staring nervously at the sea. Regardless of the fighting still taking place in other areas, he only thought of him in his heart. I came to this world just to defeat you and marry you. Don't have anything to do with you. Kaido? Can you do it? Didn't I eat that fruit for you? Charlotte Lingling was annoyed by Barrett and shouted loudly. I just ate. Otherwise, the 2 of us will change opponents. I would rather be beaten by one person than be besieged by others. Kaido roared angrily, and was rubbed on the ground by several navies. But it can't be beaten to death. Charlotte Lingling smashed Barrett into the air, and she was also shocked far away by the powerful recoil. Look at the lineup that beat Kaido. Vice Admiral Tsuru, wounded Admiral Sajiro, and injured future Admiral Huang Yuan Polis Alino. Kaido, you hold on first, don't die, but I gave you the precious fruits of you demons. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. Don't let me down. Charlotte Lingling turned around and took the initiative to rush towards Barrett. The two fought fiercely and quickly, and Barrett became more and more excited as he fought, without the slightest pity, and fisted Charlotte Lingling. I thought you were a woman, but I was very upset about why you were assigned to your opponent. I underestimated you. Ha ha ha. Barrett recognizes you, woman. Another fist hit Charlotte Lingling in the face. You bastard, do you look down on women? Pang, pang, pang. Lingling, come and help me. If you continue to fight, I will really die. Kaido looked miserable and didn't know how many attacks he had suffered. He faced Huang Yuan's ultimate move that already possessed the strength of the Lieutenant General, and was attacked by the General and Lieutenant General Crane. If you continue to fight, Kaido, who hasn't developed yet, might really die in this place. I'm not doing it anymore. Whoever wants to fight, let me fight. Anyway, I won't fight anymore. Kaido ran away. Kaido, are you crazy? Are you trying to betray the captain? Charlotte Lingling was a little panicked. If Kaido, the anti-harmful shield, ran away, she would face the siege of 4 people at the same time. Lingling, this time the Navy has been so fully prepared. Do you think we still have hope of victory? I just saw that Bai Yu has sunk into the sea and died. You can take a look at the surroundings of the Rocks pirates. There are a few people left. They ran away long ago. Charlotte Lingling heard Bai Yu sink into the sea, and then looked around. After Wald solved the few dragon guards, he left, and now there were not many people on the field except for them. Kaido, wait for me, and I will follow you too. Charlotte Lingling saw Kaido run away, and ran with him. Some navies wanted to catch up and take down these 2 great pirates, but they were stopped by Lieutenant General Crane. Don't worry about them. Our main goal here is to capture Locks. As long as we catch the captain, the others will not be able to become a climate for the time being. Lieutenant General Crane's words are far-sighted, and he can see that these pirates have great potential, and the trainee crew member named Kaido has great potential. But if they want to truly grow up, and even reach the status of the Rocks pirates on the sea, these pirates are still far away. Take Locks, this sea should be much quieter. Barrett, who was about to catch up to fight, saw that the Navy hadn't continued to do anything, so he snorted at them and turned around to help Deputy Captain Raleigh. He is not stupid. Jabba clearly has the upper hand and doesn't need his help. This group of Navy wanted to take advantage of the fishermen, and Barrett would not let this group of Navy succeed. Once the Rocks pirates are defeated, the Navy will immediately focus on their Roger pirates. With the power invested by the Navy, if they turn a blow, maybe the Roger pirates will follow in their footsteps. Barrett wanted to liberate the rest of the ship's combat power as soon as possible, and then wait for the captain to return to prepare to deal with the Navy's power. From the moment the victory of the battle leaned towards the Navy and Roger and the pirates, a tripartite force was formed on the field. The 3 forces are jealous of each other. At present, the Navy retains the strongest strength, and it is very likely that after the defeat of Locks, it will launch a surprise attack on the Roger pirates. The situation on the court gradually became more complicated. Lieutenant General Crane stared at Barrett, who was going to Lila to help, and he sighed long. Barrett could have become a soldier of the future admiral. Why should he join the Roger pirates? General Zyuajiro cast a wink at Huang Yuan Polis Alino, and the 3 went to another place to discuss other things. At the edge of the Valley of God's Island, there are many ships parked, one of which temporarily belongs to the Rocks pirates. John, Wang Ji, Wald, and Wald's 4 partners are all on board. That's Kaido and Lingling? They came out. Sharp-eyed John noticed the 2 who escaped. Wang Ji followed John's gaze and saw Kaido and Charlotte Lingling board the long-bread-prepared boat, and then sailed away under their noses. Even Lingling and Kaido abandoned the captain and left. It seems that they both think the captain will die in this place. Wang Ji did not condemn the 2 who left, and the Rocks pirates were not the only ones who fled. These traitors? And that Nana turned out to be a giant lieutenant admiral of the Navy headquarters. If Captain Locks wins, I will never let them go, and I will not let these people go. John was entangled a lot. The bandage said coldly. John, you are not like this normally. Wang Ji leaned on the boat, his body covered with bandages. Wang Ji, I can't relax in this situation. Silver Axe, Shiji, Newgate, Bai Yu, Yang Luki, and the captain and rider. They don't know what's going on. There are 7 of them. John said with a heavy heart. With our strength, we can't get in. The outcome of this battle still depends on Locks and Red Earl Rider. If they can win, the Rocks pirates can win? Wald considered and said. If they intervene on the battlefield at this time, they can't help much, but they may not help. Wald has done his best to help kill the powerful dragon guards. Compared with the cadres and crew who ran away before long, it can be said to be very loyal, and he can't let him go desperately. Wald is not a real Locks crew member, just temporarily boarding the ship, staying on the ship to accompany them to the Valley of Gods to make a fuss. That's the evil king. He was caught by the Navy. Bingjiik pointed to that side and shouted. John and Wang Ji silently watched the captured evil king. Their crew ran away a lot, but some temporary recruits were desperate. He should have become addicted, and he could not leave the battlefield in time before he was caught by the Navy. Beanjack thought about it and analyzed. On the other shore of the Valley of the Gods, many warships and Roger pirates were parked, as well as a few Drago Knights who were lucky enough to survive. They were shaking all over on the naval warship, so scared that they couldn't control themselves. This day is really the end of the doomsday for them. The heavenly dragons, who used to be invincible, have only now discovered that they are not as good as the falling water dogs. They are the weakest side on the field and they are not considered power. A big green ball floats on the sea. Yang Luki and Bai Yu are sitting in the big ball, studying the corpse in front of me. www.navalmtl.com. Change it for me? Yang Luki looked ignorantly at Bai Yu, who was in that tooth dance claw, shouting that it changed, and then shouted together, "Give me the change." After a while, they stopped. Luochi, this method should not work. We can't take his devil fruit from the dead. Let's wait for Captain Locks. Bai Yu gave up unrealistic ideas and said, "Then we don't do anything now?" Yang Luki asked with a cute expression and blank eyes, blinking. "Let's help Big Brother Newgate solve that, General. This time I will assist you and you will be the main attacker," Bai Yu said seriously, looking at Yang Luki, who had almost intact combat power. "Okay, let's go and support it soon." Yang Luki agreed with his spear. Came to the white-hot battlefield of Whitebeard Newgate. "Brother Newgate, we're here to help you." 3 people besieged him. He can always win. The General Baichuan, who had already abolished one arm, looked at them with horror, knowing that Kurikawa is dead and he wants face 3 people alone. "Ku ha ha ha, it seems that you have already solved the other one. I was talking big, and it is not enough to solve a general for half an hour." Whitebeard Newgate used the power of shaking the fruit to suppress all aspects. Playing with the injured general. "Why is there no one to support me? What about another general? What about the other navies?" General Baichuan thought of the 3 people he was about to face, and his mentality collapsed. His mentality exploded? Needless to say, Edward Newgate's strength. Bai Yu also showed quite strong combat power in the battle against Kurikawa, plus a monster Yang Luki. This time, he might really be going to die here. "Your brother is very lonely down there. Why don't I send you to accompany him? You didn't defile his head." General Baichuan calmed down and couldn't help asking. The dead Kurikawa was his brother, but due to some helpless reasons, they could not recognize each other. "Kurikawa is dead. He died with great dignity. He died vigorously in battle." Bai Yu's serious words reached the general's ears. "I will not tarnish the dignity of a soldier, but the devil fruit on his body is like oppression, so I temporarily left his body. After I take out the fruit, I will bury him myself. After all, he was once a member of our Rocks pirates, but unfortunately, he chose the Sky Dragon and the world government in the end." "That's good. It seems that you have a way to use special abilities to grab the fruits of others, but it's a pity that Locks can't go out alive. You should be able to feel the changes on the battlefield over there. Anyone will come to rescue him. Your captain can no longer survive. You are free. Go to the sea to roam freely. Do whatever you want." In order to survive, the general wanted to persuade these guys away. Bai Yu, Yang Luki, Newgate looked at the battlefield of Locks, Ryder, Carp, Roger, and the Warring States' 5 people, only to find that there were a few more people on the battlefield, and the situation seemed to become very uncomfortable. "There is also a powerful aura coming here from that side. It is the aura of Red Earl Ryder. Locks will not die in the Valley of Gods again, right?" Not long ago, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling fled, which led to the liberation of several top combat forces on the other side. The Golden Lion Shiji was suppressed under the joint hands of Rayleigh and Barrett, and the fight was steadily defeated. "Gee ha ha ha, Raleigh, your swordsmanship is not as good as mine. You lost," the Lion King roared excitedly, and went all out to resist the attack of these 2 men. "Shiji, my swordsmanship is indeed inferior to you. Maybe you are the #1 swordsman of this era, but in this battle I am not comparing swordsmanship with you, but to solve you." Lei Li's eyes seemed to flash. With a bright light, the sword energy of the shot became more and more lingering. Barrett is also the main attack on the side. Barrett in this period already has the ability to tie with Pluto Raleigh, and the strength is quite not weak. The 3 of them disappeared in the fierce battle. When he reappeared, Golden Lion Shiji had a few more sword marks on his body, and he received several punches from Barrett. The Golden Lion Shiji is not a stupid person. The situation on the field proves that the Locks pirates are no longer good. Captain Locks may die in this place, so that he can pull up a team alone. His Golden Lion Shiji wants to conquer the sea, punch the Navy headquarters, and kick the world government. "Gee ha ha ha, you play slowly, I'll go first." The Golden Lion Shiji, who activated the Fluttering Fruit ability, quickly fled the battlefield without losing his head. Raleigh and Barrett didn't stop him, but prepared to join the battle on the Silver Axe. When Silver Axe saw that the situation was not right, he repelled Jabba with all his strength, followed Shiji's direction with the help of recoil, and speeded up and ran away. The 3 powerful forces of the Roger pirates were all liberated, and the militant Barrett was excited to join the final battle. "Jabba, there must always be someone to watch the pirates. Are you on that battlefield? Or me? Come on, I'll look at the ship." Jabba watched the direction of the Navy and reminded, "Raleigh, the next battle will be different. Remember to be careful and bring the captain back intact." The Navy's wounded General Sajiro also joined the final battle and participated in the legendary battle. Lieutenant General Crane commanded the Navy to capture the few pirates left nearby, as well as the pirates who had no tools to escape nearby, and the pirates at the bottom of locks were all swept away. The future 3 Navy generals, a blood-thick and terrifying man covered in blood, lay on the ground and panted. The red dog Sakaski was still alive, and was picked up by the green pheasant Kuzen, who was barely able to move after half an hour's rest. Sacrifice like bxwx.co sacrifice like. Are you saying that our navy and military expenses are obtained by plundering the people's property? Sarkarski's childhood was as miserable as Kuzen. He took up arms and resisted in the most extreme way when he was very young. Everything. Now that Sakaski heard all this, he thought of the first lesson taught in the navy. Sakarski, we should have guessed that all the funding for our naval headquarters is provided by the world government, and the world government's money is obtained by squeezing and plundering civilians. The navy spends so much expenditure and training every year. It's all civilians' money. Our navy, under the banner of justice, sits and plunders the same way as pirates. We are the running dogs of the world government. Compared with pirates, we are legitimate plunder, and their pirates are unjust plunder. Kuzen of the O'Hara incident was already confused. Kuzen, take me out of here. I want to leave the navy. There is no justice that I want here. This is evil in itself. Sakaski, who had just joined the navy for a short time, couldn't accept this www.novelmtl.com when Sakaski was young. It was more to eliminate the pirates and let most civilians live a good life, but what Kuzen heard from him made him unacceptable. I'm going with you. I want to understand what justice is, and for whom is the justice behind us. The 2 future admirals secretly left this place in a small boat. In the end, several people were added to the battlefield. The outcome of the battle has completely begun to tilt towards the Navy and Roger pirates. Lox looked at the 3 newly added combat forces and understood that the general situation was gone. Just as Bai Yu said, the Valley of the Gods was where he fell. Diminish. Oh ha 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 ha, it seems that I lost the bet. He is nearly 3 meters tall and has sharp edges and corners, revealing a powerful aura, covered in blood, like a demon crawling out of hell. Lox killed himself. Yan laughed boldly before he died. Your Excellency Lox, if I leave, do you know what you will face? Ryder maintained that graceful posture even in the fierce battle. Of course I know what I will face. The next battle is my last battle for Lox. Help me see if Bai Yu is alive. Let him inherit my will. Seeing Ryder's departure, Lox Hedgehog's hair stood up, exuding a magical breath. Me, Cap, Roger, Warring States, and you guys. Come here. Laozi is the overlord of the sea, Lox. Lox screamed up to the sky, laughing wildly against the most terrifying group of strong men on the sea. Like me as a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, please collect. I am a crew member on the Rocks Pirates. The update speed is the fastest. Lox, the overlord of this sea, is as fast as the wind and lightning fast, resisting the attack of the 6 strong men with his own strength. He was full of red hair dancing wildly, and he was extremely powerful, and the already substantive armed domineering and domineering almost merged together. The terrifying aura was like a devil in hell, crushing the past forcefully. This is the power of the strongest overlord in this sea. Even if it is against 6 strong players, Lox can be tough for a while. Dark fruit darkness devoured. Endless darkness continuously emerged from Lox, eroding the central area of the Valley of Gods, and engulfing all the 6 powerful men who besieged him. Hateful. Lox punched Kappa back like a mad dog, resisted Roger's attack, and restrained the Warring States period with the secret fruit. Barrett watched the flawed maritime overlord plunge into a state of madness. He joined the Roger Pirates in pursuit of ultimate strength, and he wants to surpass Roger? And at this moment there is a stronger existence than Roger. This is the existence he wants to defeat. Lox? Armed destruction. The senior armed color wrapped Barrett's fist and hammered at Lox. This is a blow to destroy from within, and only a strong man like Barrett who pursues physical strength can be armed to this level at this age. Little devil, even you dare to shoot Laozi. Who do you think Laozi is? Lox, who was suppressed by the 6 people, broke out in an all-round manner, ignoring the attacks of Raleigh and the general, and punched Bar with an angry punch. Special. Lox's killing blow abolished Barrett's arm, hammering the little demon in front of him into the ground several thousand meters deep, and the sea water rushed up. None of the places swept by the aftermath of Lox's attack were completely destroyed in an instant. The entire Valley of Gods began to vibrate violently, and the area where the 6 of them were located collapsed and sank toward the sea. This terrifying sight is the result of a full blow by the maritime overlord. Barrett. Roger slashed Lox with all his strength and shouted toward the abyss. The rest of the people on the field entered a more tragic fight, and the 6 top powerhouses on the sea, and even the sealing powerhouse, were wary of each other. There were 3 people on the Navy side, 2 on Roger's side, and Lox was the only one on his own. Raleigh left an eye on them. After Lox died, the Navy focused on them. Before the Navy had noticed, he secretly reminded Roger. The islands in the entire area sank into the sea, and these strong men were still jumping on the rocks for the final battle. The fighting spread to other areas. The formation of this situation is related to the first escape of the high-end meat shield Kaido. In the end, the situation on the battlefield was powerless. The departure of Charlotte Lingling, Golden Lion Shiji, and Silver Axe from the battlefield brought all the pressure to Lox, and Ryder's departure was the last straw that overwhelmed Lox. After a long period of fierce fighting, this maritime overlord finally came to an end. Locks, covered in scars, stood arrogantly on a falling rock, mocking these navy and pirates wantonly. Oh ha 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 Roger, you coward, you are not allowed to do things you are not sure to do, and you are not allowed to do things. People like you will not end well even if they have family members in the future. And you running dogs of the world government, you are willing to serve those pigs? Why are there a steady stream of pirates popping up in this sea? Don't you know in your heart? Carp? Tell you why will there be so many pirates? Carp's face darkened. Their naval headquarters can do this. Every year, naval training, salaries, construction, food, warship maintenance, all these require a lot of money, all of which are issued to them by the world government. Although Carp has never received a salary, the other navies need that money. Oh ha 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 ha, your navy is no different from our pirates, but you are strong enough. You have formed a system, so that you can plunder and kill the civilians on behalf of justice, and under the banner of justice for them. Just like the boy Bai Yu said, he still set up an archway when he became a bitch. Loudsa, I have played this game enough, I will either overthrow the world government or be buried in the sea. This is just a game of lousy. If I lose, someone will inherit my will and continue to play with you people? Oh ha 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 ha. Lox was completely frantic for the final fight. Kapu, don't listen to his nonsense, take him first. The warring states turned into a state of a big Buddha, the golden body of the Buddha's face was broken a lot, and the shockwave was launched towards Lox tottering. When the six faced off again, Lox killed the admiral in front of them. www.navalmtl.com Raleigh. Roger, what are you doing? Looking at the dead admiral, Lox fell from a high altitude with satisfaction, fell to the sea, and let out a last laugh before he died. Oh ha 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 ha. Roger and Raleigh drew the two swords on the admiral. The two people and Carp, and the warring states period were jealous of each other. Your navy is too strong. After Lox is defeated, I don't think you will let us go. Looking at the admiral who also fell into the sea, Raleigh smiled slightly. This way the combat power on the field will be balanced. You don't want to continue fighting, do you? Raleigh, take Barrett, we should go, otherwise the navy must go out and arrest us in turn. Roger carried Barrett, who was still alive, ready to escape. Baichuan Sainer, one of the three generals of this era in the navy headquarters, serving the Dino Knights. In this era, he is a well-deserved powerhouse and represents one of the navy's highest combat capabilities. He died under the siege of many strong men. Justice will never be trampled by you. Bai Yu cut off the man's head and spit on it. What kind of pretense? If you really represent justice, you won't just watch your admiral die in the hands of Lox, and say in front of us, the next admiral will be in my bag. I'm going? How did this island move? Does it also think of dancing? No, all these areas are going to collapse. This small island will soon sink into the sea. In Bai Yu's shocked eyes, the island collapsed and sank to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the battlefield in the center of the Valley of Gods, Bai Yu and the other crew members were silent. Lox won't really die, will he? Why make up the knife? Isn't he dead? Yang Luki, who had exited the combat mode, asked with a cute expression. Ahem. Bai Yu was a little embarrassed, and casually explained, Luoqi, you don't understand, these strong men on the sea have various abilities. Maybe the fruit of this general has the ability to resurrect. Don't prevent it, I call it cautious. Oh I see, it would be difficult for him to resurrect without a complete physical body, right? Looking at the man in front of him, Yang Luki's eyes became more admired. Sure enough, he was more experienced in the battle in this world. If she herself had to make up a few shots, she wouldn't cut her head off like Bai Yu. What does Luoqi make up for? The eyes are almost glowing? Sacrifice as meowbyfang.com. Bai Yu thought about whether he would be able to do more in-depth piston movements after returning this time to promote mutual understanding. It seems that his relationship with Luoqi should go further. Had it not been for the fact that Bai Yu had been worried about the Valley of God incident, Bai Yu would have wiped out the girl Yang Luki. This admiral's death here has nothing to do with his Mao. The main forces who killed this admiral were Yang Luki and Whitebeard Newgate, plus a golden lion Shiji who had just arrived soon. Bai Yu hit the soy sauce on the side, or Yang Luki stabbed the general's heart and gave a fatal blow. It's just that he thought of making a knife in the game, and grabbing a head can get the most benefit, so he made a knife and chopped off the head of the general. No use, he didn't feel a little stronger. A breath disappeared nearby. Who is it? Is it Lox? Ski? Do you want to betray by calling the captain's name? Edward Newgate? It's up to you if I don't betray you. Don't you want to find your family? Hearing the words of Golden Lion Shiji, Edward Newgate opened his mouth and laughed. Coo ha ha ha. I joined in before and thought I could get a lot of family members, but it disappointed me, but now I think I might get family members. NS. The four partners of John, Wangji, Wald, and Wald sailed here. Newgate, Bai Yu, little sister Yang Luo, and Shiji, are you going to get on the boat? Wang Ji used his sword as a cane, standing on the deck of the boat, watching them invite. The Rocks pirates on the field is very bleak compared to the past. There are only so few people left in the tens of thousands of pirates. But Wang Ji, one of the strongest cadres of the Rocks pirate group, stood on the deck of the ship, but he was as high-spirited as ever, different from the introverted in the past. This time he showed his sharp edge -B. This great swordsman is ready to start his final battle at any time. The guy with silver axe was too badly injured and consumed too much. He was killed by the navy when he broke through the encirclement. John carried a western sword in his right hand and a delicate revolver in his left hand, and said sadly, Everyone on the boat felt a sense of sadness. They were the only partners on the boat. I don't believe it. Let's find a place to break through and break out of the encirclement of the Navy. Just as the Golden Lion was about to activate its abilities, Whitebeard Newgate's fist and Yenglooky's spear were aimed at him. What do you want to do? Does the captain want infighting as soon as he dies? Ski, don't just give it a go. If Captain Lox dies, isn't you the happiest one? Why are you like that pig, clamoring to split up? Do you want to be your daydream? Well, after all, there is everything in the dream. Bai Yu mocked mercilessly. Bai Yu has never agreed with the goal of Golden Lion Shiji. He has neither the strength of Lox nor the considerable foresight. After the Rocks pirates were over, they began a desperate journey to death. Had it not been for the world government that hadn't taken care of it, but had allowed the three legendary pirates to restrain each other, this arrogant lion would have been killed long ago. Mr. Ryder, does Lox have something to tell me? At this time, Bai Yu was inexplicably reminded of Lox, who kicked the door of the bar when he first met Lox and filled his mouth with 2 words, until he couldn't forget it. At that time, Lox only wanted to conquer the sea, just like Wald was a pirate with dreams before he was betrayed. Red Earl Ryder disdained to participate in the siege of the Admiral, standing aside as a quiet beautiful man. After hearing what Bai Yu said, he nodded and said, Your Excellency Lox left a word, the bet between us, you won. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yu covered his mouth, lowered his head and laughed wildly. Yenglooky patted him on the back worriedly, and in the laughter, she heard a sense of sadness. After laughing, Bai Yu stood up and looked at the few remaining crew members, the thoughtful cadres and Wald, Ryder, and others who were not part of the Rocks pirates. He shouted to these people on the court, The Rocks pirates is over. If you want to go out and do it alone, you can leave if you want to leave. I'm going back to see how our naive captain is going. www.navalmtl.com. Don't worry about me, you can go first. Luochi, you are not allowed to follow, this is my business. Holding the sword, Bai Yu's eyes were frivolous, and a playful smile appeared in his mouth, firmly toward the center of the battlefield. Move past like a teleport. Yenglooky followed him without hesitation. This time the Valley of Gods battle killed many strong men, Silver Axe, Kurokawa, Admiral Baichuan. This is a cruel world, and everyone has the possibility of death. But there is no shortage of men at sea, nor is there a lack of real men who give up their lives to accompany others for a touch. Ku ha ha ha, I'll go there first. Whitebeard Newgate followed him with a naginata. Wang Ji and John glanced at each other, and they got off the boat, stepped on these floating objects in the sea, and chased them. The man on the sea does not need to say more. No need to commit, live, and die together. Golden Lion Shiji watched the only one of Lox's cadres left on the boat and did not pass. His eyes became cold, and his entire face turned black. The 2 lunatics Kaido and Lingling both abandoned the captain and fled, so why let the uncle die with you? I will break out of the Navy encirclement now, and the sea will be my uncle and mine by then. The Golden Lion Shiji flew halfway, and suddenly in the strange eyes of the Red Earl Ryder and the destroyer Wald, he turned his head and flew to the final battlefield. The Navy over there is the least, and this uncle can surely kill it. Navy offenders, wait for this uncle. Me. One of Wald's men said silently, pointing in that direction, isn't there the most Navy in that place? It seems that it is also the most difficult place to break through. Like me as a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, please collect, I am a crew member on the Rocks Pirates, the update speed is the fastest. It's really a group of interesting pirates, is this the sea? Red Earl Ryder looked at the arrogant Golden Lion with a smile on his face. Your Excellency Brooke, I have become a pirate under your guidance. I will find you. Wald was shocked in his eyes, what kind of role is it to guide such a strong man? Red Earl Ryder, in Wald's eyes, is an absolute first-class and first-rate monster and monster in the sea. It is such a monster that was led to become a pirate. This incident can shock him, a big pirate, let alone other people. Beanjack looked at the corpse on the ship strangely. Is this an important figure in the Rocks Pirates? Luochi, didn't I tell you? Don't follow, I won't die. If you die, I won't find a girl like you. Bai Yu noticed a few breaths following him. Turning around, I saw Yenglooky, and said worriedly. Yenglooky looked at him cutely and blinked, trying to pass the level cutely. Bai Yu, Zyro like Kanzei on gyi.cc Zyro. Don't take it as an example. And if it is really dangerous, I will force you to return to that world. But I don't have a child yet. Didn't you say that I have to take a child to go back? Yenglooky suddenly thought of what he had said. But the child picked it up from the trash can. There is no trash can here. Bai Yu opened her mouth wide and looked at her speechlessly. Luochi, who is your biology teacher? I don't have a biology teacher. Sister Diao Lingyun told me this. If you go back intact this time, I'll tell you how to make a child. Bai Yu took the girl's hand, and the two jumped on the sea together. Okay, we'll make children together after we go back. Yenglooky had simple eyes and a bright smile. Gee ha ha ha, don't listen to this kid, he didn't report any good thoughts, but it will be quite painful then. This uncle dare to guarantee that the 2 artificial children are not what you think. Golden Lion used ability floating in the air, interjected. Shiji, don't you old rascal want to run away? Why did you follow? And you are all bullshit. It is obvious that both of you making children are very comfortable, okay. Bai Yu dropped a sword gas casually, and went over. Frightened the old hooligan in midair. My uncle has done more women than you have seen? Your sword aura is so weak? Isn't it bad? Shiji smiled disdainfully, and smashed the sword aura with a single sword. A bigger sword aura from the little hooligan. Upon seeing this, Yang Luki picked up Bai Yu and easily escaped, glaring at Shiji with a pair of nice eyes. Ku ha ha ha, you don't make trouble. After you rescue the captain, you can fight as you like. Whitebeard Newgate consumes a lot more than ski. There are not many remaining battles for these people. The combat power is relatively well preserved, and only Golden Lion Shiji and Yang Luki are the only ones who have the power of World War I. As soon as they came to this battlefield, they found that Carp, Sengoku, Roger, and Raleigh were fighting. Which one of you sees and smells better? Help feel the breath of the bottom of the sea and see if our naive captain is dead. Bai Yu focused on armed colors, seeing that the colors weren't too outstanding, so he asked. John, this guy has the best knowledge, and it is said that this guy's knowledge has been developed by him for another purpose. Shiji opened his mouth and exposed. Ski, are you investigating me? John couldn't help but question. Let's put this aside beforehand. While they are fighting, you can quickly check if anyone is alive below. Is our captain dead? Wang Ji stopped him, staring at the sea. John used the color of seeing and hearing, and the surrounding environment became a three-dimensional map in his eyes. After a short while, I found it, and the captain has a breath, right down there. Follow the direction John is pointing. Puff puff. Bai Yu and Yang Luki jumped into the sea, looking for Locks. They found a corpse in the bottom of the sea, and they could see that this corpse was very powerful in his lifetime. The fatal wound that penetrates the chest is a masterpiece of Captain Locks. In addition, there are 2 sword wounds on the back of the corpse. Bai Yu judged that he was given 2 swords by surprise and was given by Captain Locks. Killed. Yang Luki poked him and pointed at the huge figure over there. Bai Yu swam over and found that it was Locks, and he still had a breath. I have to say that the vitality of the strong in pirate world is really too strong, but Locks will not be able to support it for long. Bai Yu didn't want to give Locks artificial respiration, let alone let Luoqi give him artificial respiration. He is a Tauren with a single blow. Now in this situation, if you want to save Locks, you can only ask the members of the group. Bai Yu, at all group members, help. My place is urgent. Any one of you has a medicine that can save your life. I need it very much now. If you don't let it go, you will die. Xiang Kunlun, what's the matter? It's not that Yang Luki's accident, right? Diao Lingyun will settle the account with me. Bai Yu, it's not her. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com is a man. Xiang Kunlun, oh then it's okay. Bai Yu. Zhang Hulan, boss, I was beaten up by a crazy woman for a while, and my life was miserable. Long Hushan has life-saving pills, but I can't get my skills and status. Bai Yu murmured inwardly, after you participate in the Lushan Daijiao, you will know how amazing your background is. Dragon Tiger Mountain is your home, and the old Heavenly Master slapped a kid down the mountain. Red Pupil, I'll ask the boss to see if there are any medical supplies. You wait. Finally there is a reliable one, bxwx.co. Bai Yu, thank you for the help of Sister Kaitong. If you have time, let's have an in-depth exchange. Red Pupil, okay. Gojo Satoru, oh it sounds like a lot of things have happened in your world. Why don't you invite me over? Bai Yu, do you think I don't want to? I wish I could invite all the strong people in the group, but the chat group has not yet reached level 5. How do I invite it? Group notification, the chat group has been upgraded to level 5, and new members are invited to join the group chat. Group members can purchase temporary transit cards to travel through. If they want to travel through the world of other members, they need the consent of other members. The maximum time limit for temporary transit cards is 10 days. Gojo Satoru, oh finally upgraded, first give me 10 time limited 10-day crossing cards. Me. Zhang Hulan, looking at the boss, thinking of my poor self, I silently shed tears of envy. The face slap came too fast, like a tornado. At the last moment, Bai Yu was still thinking about why the chat group hadn't risen to level 5. The next second this chat group rose to level 5. Does this mean that he can invite other group members to come to his own world? Ding, the Pirate World's Valley of Gods incident has deviated from the future. Locks, who should have died in the Valley of Gods, has not died yet. A special mission is issued. 1. Kill Locks and return the plot to the original track to reward a 10-day crossing card. 2. Change the original to save Locks, bring Locks out of the siege from the Navy and Roger, and reward the Navy for 6 type life return and a 1-day crossing card. Please make your choice. The chat group's mechanical prompt sounded, and Bai Yu finally made a choice. Save Locks and change the original. He had planned to come to rescue Locks, even if he didn't have a reward, he would save him. Of course, it would be better to have a reward. No one thought the benefits were not enough. After taking Locks' life-saving medicine, Bai Yu said, Xiang Kunlun, Wu Tiao Wu, Tu Shinrongrong. Come over and help me, as many people as I can take, I need support. Gojo Satoru, I said one thing, don't get excited. Bai Yu, I'm not excited, just tell me. Wu Jiao, this chat group seems to be flawed. I don't know if it's because the group owner didn't repair and set it up. This chat group doesn't seem to have points. This means that we can't redeem the transit card at all. Come on, me. I believe you young. Puff Guru. Bai Yu directly choked a large mouthful of sea water. If Wu Zhou Wu said, he had forgotten this moment, this chat group was incomplete, and the core had been ascended to heaven along with his system a long time ago. Xiang Kunlun, how many deaths can your spirit survive? If it doesn't work, just take Yang Luki and run with you. Wu Liuqi, wow, it's so lively in the group today. 2 new members have come. Crowd members. Zhang Hulan, aren't there just one group member? Where are the 2? Wu Liuqi, a simple little fox demon, isn't this a new member? It's the first time I saw him. Lem, no, Mr. Wu Liuqi, the group member you mentioned came in with me. Ram, who was cleaning, looked at the news in the group chat and spoke to help another member explain. On the Tushan Mountain, in a wing room, a pair of petite and cute squint-eyed fox monsters with a long waist, wearing a green dress, sitting on a chair, and after finishing the paperwork, stretched out. After seeing the news in the group, he held his chin with both hands and smiled. This fox demon has an exquisite and beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure, but a certain part is slightly flat, and the instep can be seen by lowering the head. What a sad thing. Unexpectedly, there really is such a thing in this world, coming from different worlds. Bai Yu, no wonder my sister and I couldn't find you no matter how they looked for it. It turns out that you ran into another world and hid. Really, I couldn't catch it. Are you right? Tu Shinrongrong's squinted eyes widened in an instant, and a terrifying demon power erupted from her body. The entire Tishan red line boundary was shaken by this demon power, and even the tall fold-eared fox demon with a red robe and white and tender long legs under the tree of misery also looked up at the source of the demon power burst. What happened to Rongrong? Such a powerful demon power suddenly broke out. Tu Shinyaya thought of what happened at the beginning of Bai Yuecho when she was about to grow up. In a while, it will be time for the younger sister to marry. This time it must be successful. This time I caught you, bastard. I will definitely not let you go. Don't want to run away. Tu Shinrongrong withdrew the demon power from her body and looked at Bai Yu, who was unaware of the chat group, with playful eyes. Tu Shinrongrong, hello everyone, I am different from you. I am a little fox demon. My sister said that the humans outside are very bad, so I dare not communicate with you for fear that you will do bad things to me. Bai Yu was cold just now, and when he saw the message from Tu Shinrongrong, he said in a cheerful heart, Small, I really thought I didn't know you. If I had a plug-in, I would really be just as simple as you. The little fox demon was cheated. Ram, it's okay. The people in the group are pretty good. I'm not a human. It doesn't matter. Come to us if you have anything in the future. There are many powerful people in the group. Wu Liuqi, you should really talk to the group members. Your sense of existence is too low. Zhang Hulan, that's right. You are such a weak group member, you have to hug your thighs, do you know? There are also little fox demon explosion photos and measurements. I will send you the golden curse. Wu Liuqi, I can also give you Yuki Yujian. Remember to send a private message. Bai Yu looked at these 2 crazy guys, and decided not to remind them. There will be a good show in the future. Looking at the news in the group, Tu Shinrongrong broke out again, and said in a dark-bellied voice, the members of this group can really talk. It is true that Bai Yu is a man in the group. From now on, if they come to Tishan, I have to entertain them well. Bai Yu www.novelmtl.com. Wu Liuqi, Zhang Hulan is full of spirits. Is the sea so cold? Why am I trembling from the cold? Bai Yu brought Yang Luki and Lox toward the surface of the sea. If you don't go up to Lox, you will really suffocate and die. This kind of death is one of the most humiliating methods of death for Lox. Gojo Satoru, you don't have to bully a little fox like this. Fox demons are all very cute. Zhang Hulan, it's because of cuteness that I want to bully LSB Skaze map. Wu Liuqi, a compliment on the backhand. I'm also that kind of person. The gentleman who lost everything. What are you talking about? It seems very interesting. Get cash, read envelopes and read books to get cash. Pay attention to WeChat. The official account book friend base camp, cash/point currency waiting for you. Zhang Hulan, this time the new members are not going to dive? Then introduce yourself first. The gentleman who has lost everything, is there such a rule? Then I will introduce it first. My name is Marco. My father Whitebeard is the most powerful pirate in the sea. I am the captain of the Whitebeard first team. Bai Yu stopped watching the news in the group. Parallel world? This. Guru Lox woke up under the influence of strong physical fitness and medicine, and just wanted to ask where it was, and even drank several mouthfuls of sea water. Han captain, don't talk for now, and then you will really get cold. Bai Yu vomited in his heart, kicking both legs faster. Puff hoop suffocated me to death. Fortunately, I have learned to swim and dive, otherwise it would be really, fuck. A fist big as a sandbag appeared in front of Bai Yu's eyes. Bai Yu is still experiencing carp storm-like attacks and a harder fist than Hailishi. Punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Hundreds of punches. Under the mad dog carp's full burst, the double fists turned into afterimages. Countless fist shadows took every part of Bai Yu's body, with hideous madness and fierceness, and he used his opponent as a sandbag. The last punch hit Bai Yu's heart, penetrated his body, and burst the heart. The mad dog finally closed his hand and put his fist back. The blood in Carp's eyes faded slightly, and his expression was not as crazy as it was then, and he recovered a bit of reason. This mad dog carrying naval justice raised his head and looked in front of him, with a look of horror in his eyes. Is he laughing? This guy is actually laughing? Bai Yu, who was about to fall into the sea, looked at Carp at the last moment, with a weird and horrifying smile on his face, which was better than the madness of the clown. The show has begun. Carp is waiting for me? Kill, kill, kill. An extremely angry cry of killing came from behind Carp. This monstrous killing intent, the lonely and lonely cold, with the will to die, made this mad dog chill behind his back. The spear pierced thousands of meters of the sea and set off a huge wave of 100 meters high. With the purest murderous intent and craziness in Yang Luki's heart, he stabbed the mad dog that hurt him. Yang Luki's Shura mode started. The moment she saw that scene, it broke. With a frightened and horrified expression, Carp turned around and punched, covered with a powerful armed color hammer. How could a temporary punch withstand this shot that was at the peak of its momentum and murderous intent? Combination of man and gun, one line of thousands of miles? Go through it? Pray. The collision of the fist and the gun, under the squeeze of the powerful force, formed a short vacuum state in the nearby sea area, and the surrounding sea water spread all around. From the sky above, it can be seen that the sea has been punched out of a semicircular shape. Yang Luki's spear broke through that layer of defense and plunged deeply into Carp's fist, roaring, his eyes filled with a sense of death. Pick up. With the blessing of her and the two guardian spirits, the spear flew into the air with the flesh on Carp's arm and a few fingers. Under the intense pain, Carp became twisted and hideous again. The mad dog is back? Yang Luki looked at his undead opponent. His eyes became more and more indifferent and ruthless, like a killing machine that knew no pain, no rest, no emotion. The blood doesn't drain, the fight is endless. Yang Zexing's power was completely controlled by her, and the power of the two guardian spirits merged together and concentrated on her. 3 people in one, only offensive but not defensive? In this state, Yang Luki surpassed the 7 cadres, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Kunlun, the leader of the Hall of Heroes, whose strength had completely exceeded Bai Yu's expectations of her. Bai Yu didn't even think that Luoqi would reach this level in such a short period of time under this situation. Yang Yanzhao and Yang Zexing stood behind Yang Luki. The two looked at each other, both of them worried about the state of the Lord at this moment. The Lord's state is too crazy, what should we do? Re-seeing, trust the Lord, we only need to convey the strength to the Lord, and accompany the Lord to kill the enemy together. Good. Be crazy with the Lord today. Children of the Yang family, the army is hard to stop, and money is hard to find. Dachan's Yang family's marksmanship can take the first level of the general in the army. Yang Luki is a freak in the Hall of Heroes and a freak among all the soul senders. Every lingering person in the spiritual realm pursues special fusion, because special fusion can greatly enhance the strength of the lingering person. But she didn't pursue special fusion, only practiced guns, and practiced guns day and night. Soon her marksmanship got stronger and stronger, and her skills got better and better. The Yang family's spears and marksmanship are great. Break through the big success, the man and the gun are one. Yang Luki knew that his skills had reached an extreme and it was difficult to make progress. She began to pursue fast, and she was about to break the world with a single shot. Her gun is not only fast, but also fierce. When the two people fell in the air for just a few breaths, thousands of spears and flowers danced densely in the air, blooming with the beauty before death. All the shots stabbed all parts of Carp's body without falling. Too fast, too much. How could humans shoot so many times in such a short period of time? Failing to block all the attacks, Carp got more injured. In the battle against Lox, no one can guarantee that he will not be injured. Carp, who is bleeding all over his head and body, has entered the final state of fighting. Yang Luki's fighting spirit rose again, and the deadly indifference in his eyes would make anyone look at him with a sense of scalp-tingling fear. This is no longer a human, this is a monster. Carp was full of dignity, and for the first time there was an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. www.navalmtl.com. The muscles all over his body were subconsciously tightened. This was the instinctive reaction of the beast when it encountered danger. No matter how powerful the tigers and lions of nature are, they cannot withstand a few bullets, especially the sharpshooter's sniper bullets. Carp suppressed the trace of fear in his heart and turned into a mad dog to take the initiative to fight. The battle between the two escalated further. The two men's spears and fists wrapped in armed colors were fighting fiercest, fastest, and all out. In the mad dog state, Carp's punching speed is fast enough, and he is also one of the best in the sea, and Yang Luki is more than 10 times his. Too many guns broke through Carp's defense and landed on the mad dog, making numerous metal collision sounds. Carp's armed color is almost as perfect as Locke's, and with the strong physique he has trained, there are very few people who can break his defenses on the sea. But Yang Luki happened to be one of them. If one shot is blocked, then 10 shots, 100 shots, concentrate on attacking one place. It was the first time Carp encountered this type of strong man on the sea, and almost every shot brought him severe pain in his body, and he aimed at the weak parts of his body. Under the intensive marksmanship, the large and small wounds on Carp's body were all holes bleeding out. When Carp lost too much blood, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and the force and speed of his punches became much slower. If he continued to fight, this future naval hero might really be buried here. No, I can't die here. Lox is not dead. My justice is not over yet. Carp saw Lox, who had not died, from behind, and roared in his heart. He must end the Rocks pirates here, otherwise all the efforts of the navy will be in vain. Lox must die here today. Justice will defeat evil. The mad dog Carp also entered a state of complete madness, roaring and roaring in his heart, I bear the justice of the navy? I must not lose here. Ah! The roar of a mad dog resounded throughout the sea, and the sky was spilled with blood. In this battle, he will fight to the end for justice. Carp's crazy eyes slowly congested, and the pain on his body disappeared in this battle, leaving only excitement and madness, and pure fighting. His fists creaked. His height of nearly 3 meters was even more frightening than a mountain-like giant, and his explosive muscles were full of power and great terror. The two people blasted each other. The sea was surging, the clouds dissipated, the sky split, and there was a terrifying scene of apocalypse. Everyone who watched the game from afar was scared and sailed farther, and the faces of these top powerhouses also had shocked expressions. The nearby Golden Lion Shiji was implicated, and ran away, using the power of the fluttering fruit to fly farther. Ski, do you want to escape? Laeli, with broken glasses, waved the long sword in his hand, sending out a sword aura. What are you talking about? This uncle will not run away. You are the only way to escape. If you have the ability, you will chase this uncle over. Shiji shouted in a very uncomfortable tone, and used dead wood and yingshi to dispel one. Deo attacked the sword energy. The battle over there is too exaggerated, the little girl seems to have lost her mind, and that's right. Seeing his man be beaten like that by that old carp, I definitely couldn't bear it. Ski felt a little grateful that he hadn't been too provocative against Bai Yu. A set of mixed doubles was not something ordinary people could hold, so he couldn't hold it. Did that little die? It would be a pity if it was really dead. Shiji still thought about that little get on his boat and accompany him to conquer the world. If he could invite that little bastard, it would be buy one get one free. It's a good deal. Rayleigh, standing on a floating object, watched the battle over there. That little girl is really amazing, able to fight the mad dog Kapu. It was he and Jabba who underestimated the girl that day. Ski is right. Roger and I will indeed be implicated here. Roger and I don't need to fight them desperately to help the Navy contain a few people. We will leave the rest to them. It won't last long depending on Locke's appearance. Raleigh considered the gains and losses in his heart, and chased the Golden Lion Shiji away from the battlefield here. Seeing Bai Yu sinking into the sea, Whitebeard Newgate wanted to help in the past, but was entangled firmly by Roger. If he left, the injured John alone would not be able to stop the attack of the future One Piece. In this environment, Newgate's shocking fruit cannot play its due role. If all the nearby floating objects are lost, Newgate will have no place to stand. Once the devil fruit-capable people fall into the sea, they will be weakened and lose the ability to fruit, and they will be slaughtered. Whitebeard Newgate couldn't avoid this defect either. He didn't dare to use the fruit-shaking ability on a large scale, and could only wrap it in his fist. The main reason is that the powerful cadres on the rocks pirates basically seem to be able to fly or fight in midair. The Whitebeard Newgate is a land creature. He really envy those guys who can fly, fight freely on the sea. Every time he saw Shiji showing off his fruit ability, Whitebeard Newgate wanted to use the fruit ability to beat him down. The Battle King Ji on the field was unable to participate, and Captain Locks, who had passed out into a coma, needed someone to take care of him, and he was the most seriously injured cadre on the field except Bai Yu. I can only stay here to take care of the captain and watch them fight. Captain, our pirate group hasn't lost yet, you must hold on. Looking at the Warring States period who was going to help Carp, Wang Ji held his sword and was about to catch up. In the heart of the Warring States period, Carp is much more important than a Locks who cannot escape. The Navy has already lost too much to lose the future naval hero Carp. This is his partner who has fought side by side for many years, and the Warring States will never choose to abandon Carp and go to kill Locks in front of Wang Ji. Once Carp is dead, the outcome on the court will be very unfavorable for the Navy. The cooperation between their Navy and the Roger pirates was only temporary. During the Siege of Locks, the Warring States also accidentally hit the shock waves on Roger, Barrett, and Raleigh several times during the Siege of Locks. Barrett almost died in the hands of the Warring States, and suffered a full blow from Locks and lost his combat effectiveness. The death of the Admiral was also related to Roger and Raleigh. Their Navy headquarters and Roger pirates had almost torn their faces, if not for Locks hadn't died yet. www.novelmtl.com. These two cooperations, the forces have already started to do it. In the fierce battle, Carp's fists were dripping with blood, pitted with wounds, facing the threat of death at all times. Kapu, I'll help you. The Warring States roared, leaping high, stepping on the air with a moon stab, and jumping behind Yang Luki, turning into a big Buddha with thunder in the palm of his hand. The shockwave of going all out was even worse than the shockwave of hitting the Blackbeard team. The abilities of the Warring States animal system, the Yedemons, the human form, and the Great Buddha were activated, and a huge white light group enveloped Yang Luki without hesitation. Under the crisis, emotion suddenly appeared in Yang Luki's eyes, which was angry and cold murderous. Ignoring the shockwave of the Warring States period, the spear thundered, and one shot can penetrate the world? The Navy in front of us must die. Puff Yang Luki stubbornly withstood the shockwave of the Warring States period, spitting out a big mouthful of blood, and the blood turned into blood mist under the strong pressure, dotted in midair. She was bloodied in her battle armor, and the woman didn't let her eyebrows be shaved. She was talking about a woman like her. Yang Luki endured the pain forcibly, stabbed the spear in his hand and penetrated the mad dog, causing almost fatal damage. When that shot almost penetrated the heart, Carp's tempered body muscles subconsciously helped him escape the fatal blow, only piercing his ribs, not piercing the heart. Seeing the Navy survived, Yang Luki clenched the spear tightly, and the chill in his eyes became even worse. Stop it to me, go to death, pirate. The warring states took the opportunity to further expand the results, and the shock wave condensed in the palm hit Yingluki once again. A figure broke through the water, stopped in midair, and stared at the warring states period with an icy killing intent. Warring states? Do you think of dancing too? Bai Yu stood on the long sword and stayed in the air, his gloomy eyes staring coldly at the warring states period. His gentle expression had long been replaced by ferociousness. Fijian flashed past and came to Yingluki's side. I'm going to take her away today, let me see who of you dares to stop me. Bai Yu's calm tone revealed a terrifying killing intent, and his gloomy eyes exuded a terrifying chill, and he squinted at the warring states period. Under the gaze of this gaze, Zhengguo and Carves' eyes became solemn. Luoqi, are you okay? The gentle words were different from those just now. Bai Yu was full of annoyance, and pityingly helped her wipe off the blood from the corners of her mouth. You shouldn't be so desperate, I won't be resurrected, and you don't know that no one on this sea can kill me, including myself. Luoqi, I will take you out of here. Yeah. Yingluki's eyes returned to clarity, and he quit the Shura mode. Tears began to appear, and said with a bitter smile, let's leave here together. Han Captain, Brother Wangji, Brother John, Brother Newgate, Shiji, we all have to kill out alive. The Rocks Pirates will always be the strongest overlord ever in this sea. Let us put an end to the perfect ending of the Rocks Pirates, let's fight. Gee ha ha ha, that's right, let these Navy scumbags and these running dogs who cooperate with the Navy know that we are great. Raleigh, do you really think I only have swordsmanship? Golden Lion Shiji replied with a strange smile. Road. Lion Power Daijuan. Shiji, the Valley of the Gods has sunk, and there is no land on the sea for you to use abilities. Layli is also a first-class swordsman in terms of swordsmanship. He saw that his opponent was preparing to activate his abilities on the sea, and said Road. You are a devil fruit-capable person, are you not afraid of dying by your own tricks? Gee ha ha ha, you don't bother to worry about this, my uncle has his own way, take it, Raleigh. When the Golden Lion's voice fell, the sea began to tremble. I saw a shadow on the sea getting bigger and bigger, breaking through the water, and it was a large-scale lion head formed from mud hovering on the sea. Gee ha ha ha, Bai Yu, have you seen it? This is the true strength of this uncle. The Golden Lion Shiji directly sucked up the land on the bottom of the sea to activate his abilities. The terrifying lion head was so huge that it covered the sky and covered the sun, pressing it in Lila's direction. Ski, this lunatic? Isn't he afraid of consuming too much of his ability to escape the encirclement of the Navy? Raleigh was scared into a cold sweat by this move. There is no stable foothold near here, there are only some scattered floating objects. These floating objects simply cannot withstand the destruction of this trick. One sword stream thunder move. A huge sword chi cut everything, split the sky across the sky, and split the lion heads into two. From the gap, the Golden Lion took the dead wood and the cherry 10, and smashed at Layli with a strange smile. Whitebeard Newgate also launched a large-scale attack, but not against Roger, but against a naval ship in the distance. Coo ha ha ha, Roger, you are a very good pirate, I hope you don't stop me from driving a road. Baybeard grabbed the void with both hands, and pulled it hard, and the space was caught in his hand. With just one move, a huge tsunami was set off, and the world-destroying power rushed directly to the warship staying in the distance. In the hands of the Whitebeard who had the fruit of the shaking, this sea area turned into the most ferocious natural disaster, and the big tsunami roared, without the ability of the green pheasant. The Navy warships in the area on the other side, including the several surviving Tianlong people, were in front of this natural disaster, and almost the entire army was wiped out. The pirates and the Navy had different positions, and Whitebeard wouldn't keep their hands on them, and Bai Yu was the same. Coo ha ha ha, it seems that I have killed a few Dragonites again, it's so happy. You almost lost my boat. Roger roared with a gloomy face, knocked back John, and slashed at Whitebeard. Coo ha ha ha, Roger, how can your ship be destroyed so easily? Don't be so stingy, our pirates can't get up to too much weather, can't you let us go? Baybeard asked tentatively said, our captain's thoughts may be different from what you think. No, your destruction of the Valley of the Gods will bring huge disasters to the entire world. At that time there will be wars and chaos, and the world government has ruled the sea for so many years. It is not as weak as you think. Roger thought of Locks. Couldn't help but say, are there few disasters in this world? The Valley of Gods have been destroyed. You still want to help the Navy and the world government to kill us. Aren't you also pirates? Whitebeard Newgate was angrily a fist hit Roger. Newgate, people want to be the dog of the world government. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. We don't want to stop him, it's just a brave bullshit. John really didn't expect such a big pirate to follow him. Navy cooperation. General Little Pirates cooperate with the Navy in many situations, but the Roger Pirates, as such a powerful pirate group, cooperate with the Navy headquarters only to prevent a huge disaster to the world. It's ridiculous words, as if this terrible world is very good. John loves treasures and has a persistent pursuit of treasures. The thing is that his life since he was a child is extremely miserable. The family was poor. My mother went to the sea in order to live. My father died under the pressure of the nobles. Sometimes he couldn't eat for several days, so he could only pick up something in the trash can to fill his stomach. Of course he loves money. With the treasure, he can make his mother live a good life. With the treasure, he can bribe the nobles and let his father survive. With the treasure, he does not need to be hungry every day, don't have to live a life that is inferior to a dog raised by a nobleman. Why is he so obsessed with treasure? It's not because of this world. Except for the nobles and the Tianlong people in the pirate world, most people lived miserable lives when they were young, and lived desperately and hard in this world. Bai Yu picked up the sword again and stood on a floating object, pointed at the warring states and carp not far away, and sent out an invitation to fight with all his sorrow. Come on, warring states, carp, 2 vs 2 is fair, you guys, isn't it because you dare not fight? Looky, can you still fight? If you can't, they will be handed over to me. Hearing such a relaxed tone, Yang Luki understood that he was not as relaxed as he thought. With the bloodshot eyes of Bai Yu, he was squeezing the last spirit, trying to resist the protection mechanism of the spirit. This time, he wanted to make these navies feel the same pain. Kapu, warring states, you are both very good navies, but their positions are different. As a pirate, I will go all out to fight you. Bai Yu's expression was distorted with excitement, bloodthirsty aura filled the surroundings with a powerful momentum, overwhelmingly pressed towards the two navies. Such a state is a powerful force that Bai Yu has gained from the extreme limits of the spirit, regardless of the loss of life, burning vitality and blood, and stimulating the potential and strength of the whole body to the greatest extent. He has been completely numb to the pain, and his spirit is about to collapse and extreme distortion. Only pure fighting is left. I'll help you block one, I choose him. Yang Luo's 7 spear pointed at the scarred mad dog carp. Okay, Luoqi, be careful, this mad dog is more cruel and fierce. Be careful of hurting yourself. With the burst of power from his body, Bai Yu came to the warring states at a flashing speed. This big Buddha just hit the 7 with his right hand, then cut off that hand, and Bai Yu smiled grimly, as if returning to the boxing arena where he died that year when his adrenaline surged. Warring states, can you make me more excited? You lunatic, justice will dictate you. Suddenly an astonishing aura broke out from the warring states, and the aura that swallowed the world rushed toward the pirate in front of him. Domineering? This is the qualification that only one person in millions of people can have, and it is called the qualification of the king. Obviously, he has his own pursuit, and he can clearly become a king. If he doesn't do anything good, he just wants the dog of the dragon man of the day. Bai Yu also broke out with a ferocious aura to the extreme. The same overlord color, his overlord color is more aggressive. The two chi swallowing the world's momentum collided with each other, and each did not back down. Where can you get better? A pirate who burns, kills, loots, and does all-out evil. Doesn't he think he is great? The warring states, who launched the devil fruit ability, reached its peak strength, and a shockwave hit him. Justice is under the premise of strength, and there is truth under the canon. You are the plunder of justice, and our pirates are the plunder of evil. I understand, right, the future marshal of the navy. Bai Yu blocked this with a sword. The powerful impact broke, and did not retreat in one step, but instead smashed the golden body of the Buddha. Damn it, how could he have such a powerful force? The larger the warring states, the more frightened he was. His defense could not stop by his sword. He was an animal type known for its defenses, or a precious animal species. Why couldn't he stop his sword? 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. 1 sword mark, 2 sword marks, 3 sword marks. There are as many sword marks on the body of the warring states as there are 2 people fighting. This time the warring states finally reacted. This was playing with him? I want to kill him slowly? In addition to the shockwave that comes with the fruit of the Eudemons, the warring states also possesses powerful armed colors and seeing and hearing colors, but his seeing and hearing colors under the swordsmanship of Bai Yu seem to have no use at all. This kind of invincible swordsmanship, warring states, was unable to judge where it would appear, and it seemed that it was imperceptible to see, hear, and color. What kind of shameless swordsmanship is this? The warring states had fought with countless pirates, among them there were many swordsmen, including the great swordsman, but no swordsman had such a weird swordsmanship, and even seeing and hearing could not help him too much. The only thing that works is the armed color, so the warring states will cover the armed color to increase defense and reduce damage. It's just that the warring states period doesn't know that there is a hidden rule in pirate world, that is, people who use full body armor, whether it is a pirate or a navy, will be defeated in the end. It's not that Bai Yu wanted to play the warring states period, but that the skin of the Eudemons was really thick. With the armed color, it would be difficult for him to break the defense. First, scrape the guasha. When the blood is thinned, the navy can be beaten by one sword. If he fists to the flesh, it is not that Bai Yu does not want to fight like this, but that he is a swordsman, and he is not a strong man who is famous for his body. In comparison, he is not as good as these strong men who specialize in physical skills. You can think about the idea of fisting to the flesh. Next to the warring states period, I want one of your arms. You should give way. Bai Yu stretched out his finger to judge the grandeur of life and death, using his pinnacle finger so far. Ghost finger? This is his most perfect finger ever. Near the limit of death, the spirit surpassed the limit, burned his life, and was in a state of full release. He was like a madman, suppressing everything else with battle. With this finger down, the warring states suddenly lost a third of his vitality, and his face turned pale. You? What did you do? He lost too much blood, fought fiercely for a long time, and lost 1/3 of his vitality. The warring states period was no longer able to use his abilities, and he temporarily retreated from the state of the great Buddha. One sword flow, instant cut. A sword light flashed. Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. One arm flew up, and a scream sounded. Ha 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 ha, I want your hand. One sword flow, killing indiscriminately. The countless sword aura draws countless points of light, and the formed sword net will fly in the air with the arms, chopped into a rain of blood under the horrified eyes of the warring states. Rox must live today, I said. Can't take him away. Those who stop me die. Those who stop me die. With a cold killing intent, Bai Yu vowed to kill the warring states. Bai Yu, don't kill him, catch him alive? We can use his life for us to go. Wang Ji stood by Lox and shouted loudly. Bai Yu directly gave the warring states a sword. The sword must be stained with blood and returned, and a scar with deep bones appeared on the chest of the warring states period. It's still useful to keep you now. You have recovered a small life. Fortunately, you still have a useful purpose alive. Bai Yu took the sword back, not forgetting to taunt. Warring states watched his defeat, his justice was trampled on, tears flowed from his eyes. Tears of weakness and humiliation flowed from the eyes of the future admiral. The warring states, who had always been calm, saw Carp, who did his best and would never stop fighting until the last moment without fighting. He finally understood what the gap between himself and Carp was. This is giving up. Your justice is not good. You should go to sleep. Bai Yu's armed palm hit the nape of the warring states period. Luoqi, don't worry about Carp. If you don't kill him, that mad dog will haunt you. We can leave. By the way, we have to blackmail a sum in the hands of the Navy. Yang Luki smiled on his face, preparing to leave this place with him, only to see Bai Yu falling into the sea in front of her. Bai Yu's spirit has reached an unbearable level. Humans have limits, even if they have white feathers that can be resurrected infinitely, they also have limits. With his highly tense spirit, after taking the warring states period, he heard Wang Ji say that they could leave, subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, his tense high-end broke. During the Battle of the Valley of Gods, he was too tired and died too many times. He used life-consuming tricks unlimitedly and maximized his physical potential. Although every time he died, his body was still in its peak state after he was resurrected. But the mental tension has overwhelmed him. After he died last time, he should enter a state of spiritual protection and dormancy. But in that situation, he was not allowed to sleep, surpassing the limit of his spirit, and resurrected again, doing something that a madman would only do, consuming his blood and vitality in exchange for strength. Jumping left and right between life and death, on the contrary, he truly understood the essence of ghosts and gods. Using this trick to deal with a warring states that had been fighting for 3 consecutive games was simply a catch. Compared to Kurokawa's troublesome fruit ability, it was better to deal with the warring states. Thanks to Lox and Roger, they consumed a lot of physical strength in the warring states period, which made him feel the enjoyment of crushing the top powers. This great satisfaction is really unstoppable. Sacrifice such as Zuio.com sacrifice such as Bai Yu, who was in a dormant state, shouted loudly in the boundless darkness, "Why? Hurry up! The battle outside is not over yet. Where am I? There is no physical body or human form. I am a consciousness and soul body. It turns out that I am too tired, and I have reached the limit. Luoqi, I may have to rest for a while, and I will leave the rest to you." Bai Yu has completely entered his own protection mechanism and fell into dormancy, just like a person who has not got enough sleep for a long time, and will fall asleep unconsciously under various circumstances. This is also the protection mechanism of the person protecting himself. His record in the Valley of the Gods was brilliant enough this time, and he was clearly not far from the top-level power in basic strength, but he created an almost impossible achievement. Together, Luoqi killed Kurokawa, although Luoqi restrained a large part of Kurokawa's power. Together with Newgate, Luoqi killed the Navy Admiral Bai Juan. This time he played a soy sauce and assists. The general's heart was pierced to death by Luoqi, and he picked up a head after his death. I defeated the warring states, which was not in its heyday, alone, and won with a great advantage. Lox really wasn't dead yet, at least he didn't die before he hibernated. He did his best in this war. If Wang Ji hadn't been attacked in the first place, the battle would not have been so difficult. Bai Yu won't be tired enough to go to sleep. His body fell into the sea. This was the 3rd time he passively sank into the sea. Bai Yu. Yang Luki showed an anxious expression on his face, trying to get him up in the sea. Justice will win. Carp, a mad dog, chased and bite reluctantly. He was already covered with wounds. He was clearly injured in the battle with Lox, but this mad dog just won't fall down. He carried the justice behind his back, and he held the belief that he would never fall down. For justice? He has a reason why he can't lose. The injury of this mad dog is already extremely serious to others, but a mad dog is a mad dog. The less blood, the more crazier it is, and the strength is even more brutal than just now. With Carp in his current state, no one can get any benefits in his hands. This is the sea devil called a mad dog by countless pirates. Yang Luki was firmly entangled by the mad dog Carp, and couldn't separate himself. He could only watch Bai Yu sinking deeper and deeper. She received several punches with high-level armed color on her body, broke several ribs, and the internal organs in her body began to bleed. She was about to enter that state again. Shuhu. 2 flying swords, one took the warring states period, and the other sank to the bottom of the sea and found Bai Yu. The location of Wang Ji's injury is very unique. His waist can hardly be exerted, and he sweats profusely when it hurts when he uses it violently. Unable to do anything, he could only stand by Captain Lox's side, watching the other cadres desperately. Sister Yang, your sweetheart is okay, concentrate on dealing with that mad dog, don't get hurt anymore, this kid will love you. Wang Ji smiled and said. He finally has something to help. Both the comatose warring states and the dormant Bai Yu were brought by him with flying swords, and the three lay neatly. Lox woke up for a short time after being too injured, and then went into a coma again. Wang Ji watched these three men barely stand up and took up their swords. After doing this time, he should be scrapped, and he may no longer be able to pick up the sword in his hand. This is his last battle, betting on the honor of him and the sword, and absolutely not allowing one person to come and fight the next few people. The navy in the distance also approached this place under the command of Lieutenant General Crane. Jabba of the Roger Pirates was worried that the captain would also come, and he saw Barrett and Go who were lying on the side reluctantly. Wang Bucky, it's great that you are still alive. The red hair crouched on the boat rail www.navalmtl.com exclaimed excitedly. Shanks, of course I am still alive, and I saved Barrett bravely. Bucky was stubborn from beginning to end, and with good luck, he really gave him to the end, and found that he was caught. Roger stayed in Barrett, who was unconscious in the distance. Hurry up and take Barrett aboard, Bucky, I'll go kill Lox. Jabba took down the two axes on his waist, stepped on various floating objects on the sea, and pounced on Wang Ji's direction. The main goal of the Roger Pirates and the Navy is to kill Lox, and Lox must die at the final critical moment. Nana, I didn't expect you to be a Lieutenant Admiral. Captain Lox treats us cotters not badly, right? Wang Ji stared at the group of Navy with cold eyes. Nana, don't be influenced by him. You are the Navy and represent justice, and if they are pirates, they should be punished. Our mission has not yet been completed. Lieutenant General Crane, I understand, Nana will not be merciful. Me he am I future Admiral Huang Yuan, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant Admiral Nana of the Giantess, Roger's right and left Jabba. You people came here with a purpose, you want the captain's life to pass my level first, come. Step on my corpse. Wang Ji stood firmly in front of the three of them and pointed his sword at them. Issued the last pride belonging to a great swordsman. Can one person with one sword stop a million divisions? Although I have to love it, I can only join forces with the Navy. This battle is really a pity. I didn't meet you in a heyday. I knew that on that island, I should fight you first. Jabba looked at Wang Ji and said with a pity, Lieutenant General Crane, you said that if I killed this Navy for negotiation terms, would you let us go? Wang Ji was in the final negotiation, barely taking advantage of his 9 flying swords as a backstop. This is impossible. For the justice of the Navy, the sacrifice of the warring states period is very valuable. The 2 cotters and Lox buried him with him. This is a great honor for the Navy. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head, his eyes calmly he said this, but the hands hidden under the robe of justice kept trembling. Do it. After Lieutenant General Crane said this, he started doing it with others. You are really a ruthless person. Such a sensible Navy is rare. Wang Ji knew that he had encountered a Navy with a high IQ, and this battle was inevitable. Lieutenant Admiral Nana, Lieutenant Admiral Crane, and the Navy rookie Huang Yuan all shot together. 8 feet Kaing Guyu. This is the long-range, large-scale attack of Huang A Polusalino, stopping in midair in an elemental form and launching countless dazzling beams towards the immobile Lox, which is very lethal and has a wide range. This trick is very rascal, not hitting Wang Ji, but the person lying down. Polusalino is very clever. Fighting Wang Ji may not be effective. Fighting Lox lying on the ground, no matter what it does not work, Wang Ji will intercept it. Flying swordsmanship and anti-shield? The 4 flying swords formed a 10, stopped in midair, and began to spin at high speed, resisting the yellow ape's long-range and large-scale attacks, and blocking the light hitting the deadly parts. Polusalino has already contained his 4 flying swords. We should attack. The Wang Ji who is dragging this body will not last long. Lieutenant General Crane could see how much Wang Ji was injured, his face paler and his body still trembling. Sacrifice as 9duxes.com sacrifice as. It was not a fearful tremor, but an unbearable tremor of his own injury, and a tremor that could not be concealed in front of them. The Admiral's sneak attack really almost abolished Wang Ji. If it weren't for the strong in pirate world, their physical fitness would be different from that of ordinary people. If the spine was interrupted, ordinary people would have died early, and would be paralyzed if they did not die, so a strong of Wang Ji's level could still support it. The battle between the strong will not unconsciously expose the back to the other strong. Even if it is given, it will actively give it like Yingluki, avoiding the fatal injury of the shock wave to the heart. Wang Ji, you shouldn't be able to stop, and you shouldn't stay here either. Get on our boat, Roger, and I will guarantee you to leave here. Jabba hacked with both axes and persuaded. You don't have to persuade me anymore. I just said that I want to go over and step on my corpse first. Wang Ji blocked the 2 attacking axes with a sword and said with a smile. Jabba looked at Wang Ji who was struggling to support, shook his head and sighed. Why are you? Silver Axe is already dead here. Do you want to die here with Lox? As soon as the battle started, it immediately entered the white-hot stage. This battlefield was left to a few of them. The rest of the Navy and pirates did not dare to participate in this battlefield. It would be a death to blend in with their strength. Bucky and Shanks watched the earth-shattering battle nervously on the boat. Shanks, these people are as strong as monsters. When do you think we can leave? There are all navies around, and these navies will not attack us too? This uncle doesn't want to die. Bucky, there is a captain, we will be fine, you have to trust Captain Roger. Shanks watched the battle, his eyes kept on the great swordsman, his eyes exuding a different light. This is a great swordsman who is different from Deputy Captain Lily. He must also become a great swordsman in the sea. On the other side of the sea, Yingluki was entangled in the mad dog carp and couldn't get out. She wanted to support Wang Ji very much in her heart, but is this navy crazy? Both large and small wounds appeared on their bodies, and they entered the final stage. Carp's injuries would take a few months to heal even in his physique. Carp now has no reason or consciousness, only fighting is left in his mind. Fighting? Fighting? Newgate, you go to support Wang Ji, remember to take the captain away from this battlefield alive, and leave it to me. John said seriously, resisting Roger in the state of red eyes. Are you crazy? What will you do if I leave? Whitebeard Newgate rejected the offer. If you don't get past, we will all die here. The captain can't last long, Bai Yu can't last long, and Wang Ji's situation is worse than mine. I will help him deal with his injuries. John holding the sword, he took the initiative to take the sword that Roger slashed at Whitebeard Newgate, and shouted loudly. Newgate? Go, leave it to me here. Let's continue sailing with the captain on the sea with my will and dream. Whitebeard Newgate turned and left, tears flooding in his eyes were red, and he roared, leave it to me, John? I will definitely take the captain and them all out. Roger www.novelmtl.com. Where do you want to go? Our battle has not yet been determined. You don't think I am really weak, do you? Jeez will stopped Roger, who wanted to participate in another battlefield. I think I have found the best wealth on the sea, and my journey should be over. John went all out, leaving no room for himself. John desperately stopped Roger. The top power on the sea was not the opponent of the ceiling power, but it was enough to block for a while. Whitebeard Newgate jumped into the air, smashing the space with one blow, and knocking out the yellow ape in the air. Newgate, why are you here? Wang Ji looked at the sudden appearance of Newgate in surprise, before looking at the battlefield in the distance. He understands, John is using his life to change time to take them out of here. It's amazing, John. This time I made you tired. You wouldn't have died here. As the captain, we will be brothers in our next life. Wang Ji said silently in his heart. Me. Wang Ji, you have lost an arm? You dare to be distracted in front of me? Why did you do this? Jabba stormed up with a double axe in his hand. Why? You ask me why. If it were your captain and partner, would you do this for them? Wang Ji used his only arm to resist the attack, and asked rhetorically. This. Jabba understood. I will give you one last ride, Wang Ji. You are the strong man I admire, and I will never let the Navy kill you. You Navy, give me the battlefield. I, Jabba, will never allow you to tarnish the dignity of such a strong man. Jabba forced the Navy back on the field with an axe, toward the strong man he admired. Roared. Come on, Wang Ji. Lieutenant General Crane's complexion darkened, preventing Lieutenant General Nana from continuing to attack, looking at the warring states who had fallen in a pool of blood. She decided to leave this battlefield to Jabba and Wang Ji, and let their group of pirates eat the black and bite the dog. When both lose, their navy will close the net. This navy's true wise general, the IQ is a ceiling-level figure among the pirates, maintained his sanity and endured it. Lieutenant General Nana, accompany me to help Polo Salino. He is almost unable to hold it in Newgate's hands. Yes, Lieutenant General Crane. The giantess who was once a cadre of the Rocks pirate group turned her gaze unbearably. She didn't want to participate in Wang Ji's fall, nor did she want to see Wang Ji's tragic death. In the Rocks pirates, she admired Wang Ji the most. She had recommended this pirate to the Navy many times, hoping to recruit him and make him a Navy general. Her favorite is Bai Yu, because he never plunders civilians and sticks to the bottom line. Although he is lustful and lip-synced, he is measured and seldom makes any outrageous actions. Except for the strong kiss of Charlotte Lingling, I really hope. That time he forced her to kiss her. The most important thing is that he looks very handsome and has a strong body at a young age. Captain Lux also restrained his subordinates as much as possible. He only plundered nobles and wealthy merchants, and did not allow mass killings of civilians. Newgate was even more interested in pursuing his family. He was not interested in treasures, adventures, and plunder, and he was greedy for money but not lustful at all. John. These pirates left a deep impression on her. I really hope that you people are not pirates, but the Navy. That would be great. The Navy. Lieutenant Nana was very painful and tortured inside, making her feel devastated and thinking about this battle. Hurry up. The three Navy commanders besieged Whitebeard Newgate together, and it was time for the battle to end. Their navies did not want to be able to eliminate all the people from the Rocks pirates, and the Navy headquarters could not afford that price. Lieutenant General Crane thought very clearly, as long as he kills Locks and the two cadres, the other big pirates can be released while fighting. The situation on the court has exceeded her expectations. This time, the idea of killing Roger pirates completely fell through. Her navy, even the cadres of the Rocks pirates who were still alive, could only fight while playing. The one who released the water ran away. I hope that Roger can kill the one named John, so that among the remaining strong men of the Locks pirates on the field, at most 3 cadres can escape. Golden Lion Shiji, Edward Newgate, Yang Lucky, and Roger pirates, their navy did not intend to eliminate them in one fell swoop. The 3 naval generals who besieged Newgate did not desperately, nor did they go all out, but with the idea of temporarily trapping the great pirate. Whitebeard Newgate also discovered the thoughts of these 3 naval generals during the fight. He exploded with all his strength and blasted the giant Lieutenant General Nana with his full strength, making a gap, regardless of Pelussalino's long-range attack. Rushed to support Wang Ji. Edward Newgate, don't think about it. This time they must die here. You pirates don't need to fight for the dying Locks, he is not a good captain among you pirates, right? Lieutenant Crane blocked Newgate with his graceful body and persuaded him. Whitebeard Newgate laughed and yelled, "Coo ha ha ha, I am not doing my best for the captain, but for my family." Lieutenant General Crane's pretty face turned black. This Edward Newgate really doesn't know how to promote him. Does he have to speak so clearly? As long as they die, the Navy can release the water to release you. But this cannot be said in person at all, and once it is said it will cause the Navy headquarters to be disgraced. Roger, why did you keep your hand for that blow? If you take it hard, I won't be able to stop you. John was standing staggered on the sea, covered in scars. There was a splash and fell into the water. You are really a good partner. I want to invite you to my boat. Let's go to the sea together. Roger looked at the pirate in front of him with admiration, and moved his mind to dig Lox's corner. John caught a floating object nearby and got a chance to breathe. Huh? You want to invite me to your bed? That won't work. I'm Captain Lox's. John regained his strength and said weirdly, "You guys from the Rocks Pirates are really interesting. You don't have to die. Momo fruit 100 times impact. Sacrifice such as 75zhongwen.com sacrifice such as." Walled. John's eyes widened, and he didn't expect the great pirate to return. He thought that the pirate and Red Earl Rider had left together. www.navalmtl.com. Roger blocked Wald's attack with a backhand, and the power shattered a large area of the sea. What are you doing in a daze? You don't have to die. Your dream is fulfilled by yourself with them? This is not your endpoint. Wald roared, "Follow your partner and go to the sea together." John? Thank you, Wald. I thought this was the end of my journey. It seems I can hold on for a while. John stood up from the sea again with his scarred body. Roger, I haven't lost yet. Come again. Wald and John teamed up to fight Roger. This time Wald, who had barely consumed his energy, took most of the attack. New Hope also appeared on the other side of the battlefield. Wang Ji, who was chopped off with an arm and even his thigh bone with an axe, was about to die under Jabba's axe. Retreat, you let your captain take the pirates away. You don't want to be folded on the Navy, or do you think you can beat me? Red Earl Rider hit Jabba with an axe. Kicked away, with a flat tone of domineering declaration. Seeing that it was the monster Red Earl, Jabba hesitated for a few seconds before retreating. The injuries on his body were serious, Barrett on the ship was unconscious, Roger and Raleigh were entangled, and the Navy was watching. Wang Ji, you are a very respectable opponent. I hope to see you in the sea in the future. Red Earl Rider looked at the man, nodded and said, "You can rest, they will be fine." "Me he am I thank you." Wang Ji pulled a smile on his bleak face. He held it. Wang Ji fell down covered in blood. Red Earl Rider looked at the 4 people who had fallen neatly on the sea, and was stunned for a while before he saw that it was a few wooden boards and a rope that had tied them together. He wanted to tie Wang Ji with a rope, his eyes widened as soon as he touched it. How did this person last so long? Wang Ji's spine had all been shattered, and it was a miracle to be alive. Even if he left alive this time, it would be destroyed. 4 of Wald's partners rushed in a small boat. Except for Bingjaik, a think tank with no combat effectiveness, the remaining 3 are pretty good. They are at the cadre level under Wald, compared to the future Kaiwuhei. The top cadre of Brother Ming should be stronger. The average Lieutenant Admiral really can't take the 3 of them, and the high-level combat power on the field is restrained. These 3 are like wolves entering the sheep's nest, tearing open the encirclement of the Navy warship in a short time. "You guys get on the ship soon. We have to pick up the captain," the young and beautiful lady under Wald shouted loudly. "Don't be rude to Mr. Ryder. Let's bring them up soon." Bingjaik commanded the 3 of them and brought Bai Yu, Lox, and warring states all over. When Wang Ji finally arrived, several people were worried. Nakin, the female ship doctor on the Wald pirates hurriedly shouted, "Don't move. Let me come. If you move him again, he will really die. You help me buy time." Whitebeard Newgate saw hope, and one person blocked the pirate who dared to commit the crime, and supported it with only some of his physical strength. This female pirate who is proficient in Chinese boxing and various drugs dealt with Wang Ji for a long time before carefully taking him aboard. "Mr. Ryder, have you studied medicine?" Nakin asked curiously. "Understand a little bit." Earl Red is proficient in medical techniques and also understands various organs and parts of the human body. It can also be said that the pirates on the sea are more or less aware of some emergency medical measures for treating traumatic wounds. Thanks to Mr. Ryder's urgent handling, otherwise his breath just vented, but even the gods can't be saved. Nai-Chin patted her chest with joy, and breathed a sigh of relief. Red Earl stared at the female ship doctor of the Wald pirates, and was a little surprised that she was actually rescued. Such a superb medical skill is one of the best in the sea. In many ways, he is indeed not the most apex figure on the sea. This sea is really wonderful. Lieutenant General Crane was desperate. Their navy was about to fail in this operation. Although many pirates were killed, the navy also caused huge losses. In addition, Lox had not lost his last breath. This operation was not worth the gain. "Coo ha ha ha, give it up, the laser-emitting kid, the lieutenant lady, and our former companions, you have already failed. Whitebeard smashed the Vice Admiral Nana and punched again. Pola Salino, who was elementalized, laughed at the three navies. No, we have not failed yet. All the navies listen to my orders, regardless of the consequences. No sacrifice. Leave locks behind. Make sacrifices for the justice behind. Lieutenant General Crane issued the order, and the surrounding naval ships began. The gun was fired. Bang, bang, bang. This is not a cannonball with a human stroke. Almost every shot is accurate, and it falls in the direction of the boat. Block those shells. Don't let these shells fall on the pirate ship. Bin Jack commanded the three of them, protecting most of the ship. Red Earl helped Yang Lucky get rid of Carp and kicked the seriously injured and irrational Mad Dog into the sea. The two returned to the boat. Yang Lucky held a spear and guarded Bai Yu's side. The Red Earl looked at the hull damaged by the shells, waved the shells from an area and sent them back to the Navy. Hurry up and pick up the others, we should leave here. No, the boat can't get up. The left wheel is destroyed, I can't drive the boat. Nakin, a female boat doctor and sailing professional, made a helpless voice. After hearing this, Earl Red hurried to take a look and found that it was indeed the case. Then I have to kill it. Gee ha ha ha, no need, I can take you away. Golden Lion Shiji came to the ship panting heavily with 3 skeletal wounds. I won Raleigh, and that guy was shot into the sea by me. With a pale face, Ski activated the ability of fluttering fruits, and flew the boat with them to Newgate's direction. The rest of the people who could stand up stood around the boat to block the flying cannonballs. Whitebeard Newgate saw this, holding a naginata, jumped onto the boat in one fell swoop. Newgate? Do I have any grudges against you? You can't move a little bit when you get on the boat. The Golden Lion Shiji's body kept trembling, and his face became paler. Seeing such a Shiji, Baybeard knew that he was at the limit, so he didn't quarrel with Shiji. He was afraid that Shiji would be so angry that he would fall into the sea with a boatman. Wait, I haven't got on the boat? Don't fly so high, John, and I have not got on the boat yet. Wald used Momo's ability to carry John, who could not support the coma, and rushed into the sky. Sacrifice as 9bzw.com sacrifice as. Golden Lion Shiji looked at the two people who rushed over with a horrified face www.navalmtl.com, so scared that their eyes were almost staring. Red Earl Rider saw Shiji's dilemma, and stopped the two people to let go of the momentum.bxwx.co. Ski can't hold it anymore, Wald shouldn't rush so fast. Whitebeard Newgate looked at Wald and said. Wald put down John, who was in a coma, pointed to the back, and shouted, "It's not that I want to rush so fast, but someone is chasing after me." Whitebearded Newgate, Red Earl Rider, and the people who were awake on the boat all looked at the people who came behind. Roger, this madman is catching up? Your crew has been seriously injured. If you don't help them, the Navy will look at them. Red Earl Rider stopped Roger on the deck of the ship and said, pointing to the sea, Roger, your current state is not my opponent. Give up. This sea can hold them. They are all a group of real pirates. Their way shouldn't stop here. Go to your crew, your action has failed. Me. Roger held up the knife and looked at the people standing on the boat, sighing long. I failed, but the brilliance of the Rocks pirates is gone. Even if Wang Ji and John survive, they won't be able to have their original strengths. Rocks, the maritime overlord, is dead in name. Roger felt Wang Ji's state in his sight and color, and he thought unbelievably that this pirate could still fight Jabba with such an injury. He gave up and turned to find a partner. Everyone on the boat was relieved when they saw that Roger had given up. They could finally leave the sea alive. In this battle in the Valley of Gods, there are no winners, but all losers, which makes the world government cheaper. Red Earl Rider saw Roger leaving, so he went to help take care of the wounded. Gee ha ha ha, little ones. Let the uncle take you away. After the addiction of being a captain, Golden Lion Shiji used his remaining physical strength to activate his abilities and led them out of the Navy circle. Roger also took Jabba, Raleigh, Barrett, Shanks, and other partners and sailed away. Lieutenant General Crane, do we still need to chase? Lieutenant Admiral Nana asked worriedly. Chasing, we must chase. Puff. The falling object fell from a height. The Warring States period was discarded as useless waste. The Golden Lion's little physical strength could not last long, and basically everything that could be dropped on the ship was left behind. Lieutenant General Crane sent someone to fish the Warring States period and checked his breath. No need to chase, let them go this time. You guys are tired and go back to the room to rest. Lieutenant General Crane looked at the Sengoku and Carp who were undergoing treatment, his eyes reddening. Just stay alive. Half an hour later, the Golden Lion Shiji finally couldn't hold it anymore, and reluctantly fell down with a boat of people. Ski can't hold it anymore, we still have to fix the boat quickly, and then leave this place quickly to find a peaceful island to rest. Whitebeard Newgate almost couldn't hold it anymore, leaning on the deck of the boat, gulping. Panting, his body was covered with bandages. I'll go for treatment. If the sword wound on his body is not dealt with, it will cause infection and inflammation, and then it will affect the strength. The ship Dr. Nakin walked over with her medical supplies. Then quickly give this uncle a treatment, and make sure it won't affect my strength. Golden Lion Shiji exclaimed excitedly. After Nakin had bandaged Shiji, she went to see Wang Ji's situation. After such a serious injury, he was also abolished. When he woke up, he could only be paralyzed in the bed, lost an arm, crippled a leg, and lost the strength of the whole body. Is it really good to save him? that John is even better, as long as she has enough medicinal materials. Under her superb medical skills, she can still recover after a period of recuperation. Don't worry, the ribs you broke will be better. When you get to the place and take the medicine I boiled on time, you will soon be better. Fortunately, your beautiful little face is not broken. Nakin helped catch Yang Luki's twisted calf, and prescribed some prescriptions for external application and internal use. Soak your hands in the potion twice a day, and it will heal in 1 week. Make sure that your hands look as good as before. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Nakin is still a young and beautiful girl at this time and cares a lot. Your appearance. What she prescribed to Yang Luki was a prescription specifically for the treatment of hands. Is he okay? Oh, you want to talk about your little lover, right? I don't know what's going on. I don't have any injuries at all, but I can't wake up. It's the first time I've seen that kind of situation. I checked his eyes. It seemed that he was too tired and too tense, and then he entered an automatic protection state. Maybe he will wake up in a few days. The ship Dr. Nakin said his guess. Yang Luki let go of the worries in his heart and firmly believed that he would wake up soon. Your captain was lucky. He was caught by a strange potion. Anyway, he saved his life. It is estimated that he will be able to wake up in a few days. It's the swordsman named Wang Ji who may never be able to hold a sword anymore. On the deck of the ship, Golden Lion Shiji, Whitebeard Newgate lay down and fell asleep. Wald was also covered with bandages, but he was in a much better condition than these people, ready to watch the night. Looking at the standing Earl Red, he shouted, I plan to join them with my partner. By the way, be a deputy captain, how about you? Me? I wanted to be the king of this sea. It's not bad to be a One Piece. The last guy who wanted to be the king of the sea and conquer the sea was beaten and sunk into the sea. If it weren't for the crew's desperate rescue, it would have been finished. I will stay on this ship for the time being. Let's take a look first. Red Earl Rider looked at these people, and for some reason he hated alliances and implemented the creed of loneliness, so he decided to stay temporarily. The ship is repaired, we can set off. Golden Lion Shiji was awakened by these words, and shouted, little ones, let's go. Newgate, the Whitebeard who had just been woken up, stared at Shiji with an expression of wanting to punch him. Ski, when the captain wakes up, I will tell him about it. Gee ha 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 Newgate, the captain is not here, I will give orders, nothing wrong. Golden Lion Shiji arrogantly smiled, Captain, he won't blame me, who made me the number 2 on the ship. Whitebeard Newgate. Why is this person so shameless? The boat moved, and carried everyone to the nearest island. The prosperity is gone, the life is cold, the glory is high, everyone embraces. These cadres were all people who watched him rise up, watched him collapse, and experienced the glory with the Rocks pirates, and never left when they were in the trough. When I arrived, there were tens of thousands of crew members, but only 13 people were left. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, in addition to killing a lot of the Sky Dragon people, the Rocks pirates could be said to have returned from a disastrous defeat, and they did not even reap any benefits. A few days later, on a small island with little fame. Gee ha 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 Wald, I didn't expect you to take so many good things away. Golden Lion Shiji looked at the large boxes of treasures and the devil fruits in them with a weird smile. These things are only part of the treasure we obtained by copying the residence of a Dragonite. The assets of these Dragonites are comparable to the income of a small country for several years. Bin Jack, as a think tank, answered this question for Wald. Sacrifice such as 9bzw.com sacrifice such as. The few of them did not find the most critical treasure. Those Tianlong people hid very deep and could only take away some of the treasures on the surface. Where is this? Why am I here? Bai Yu woke up and found that someone was pressing on him, and when he looked up, he seemed to be a girl. That girl seemed to be woken up by him accidentally. Lost 7. Well, I'm here. Yang Luki hugged Bai Yu in surprise, holding tightly and refused to let go. Bai Yu's hands paused in midair, and then naturally hugged the girl in his arms. Ha 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 I have a girlfriend. Bai Yu laughed wildly in his heart. This is a true feeling that can't be faked. It's not like putting on your pants and leaving, or the kind of 500 a night. Bai Yu was holding her sister tightly, not letting go, enjoying the warm fragrance of nephrite in his arms. It's so comfortable, girls are really fragrant. It's hard to find a clean and innocent girl these days, let alone a girl who is innocent and able to beat. Luoqi, I miss you very much, I miss you in my dreams, you don't know me. Bai Yu was about to say a little bit more to close the relationship. Then, when he raised his head and slanted his eyes, he accidentally saw the Whitebeard Newgate staring at them outside the door. Bai Yu. Whitebeard Newgate waved his hand, fled, and shouted, you continue to leave me alone, I am here to call you to eat. Bai Yu murmured inwardly, I am socially dead. Fortunately, I haven't said the worst things later. Let's take a look first, Captain Han Han, Brother Wang Ji, Brother John, and Bastard Skyna, and see how they are, and if they all escaped, so that everyone can go to the waves together in the future. He led others to break through the pirate world, overthrow the world government, kill the Tianlong people, then liberate slavery, lift the table of the nobility, vigorously promote the high-yield food in another world, and gradually change the world. First, implement the parliamentary system and have every capable, prestigious, and far-sighted person in charge, and slowly change the lives of the common people, and system changes must be done step by step. When the people are full, they will not be taken into slaves for no reason, to build large-scale projects to provide Tianlong people with enjoyment and play. In this way, there will be fewer and fewer pirates in the sea. They will be able to eat and be safe, and there will be no bullying by the nobles. A few guys who are full and have nothing to do will become pirates. At most, it was a handful of pirates or some adventurers bxwx.co. These Tianlongzhou can't do too many bad things on their own. At most they kill hundreds of people, marry dozens of wives, and rely on their guards to do evil. He was a little bit so envious of this treatment. Slavery, heavenly gold, and orders to convene a large number of civilians unconditionally to go to some high mortality things, just like Qin Shi Huang's repair of the Great Wall, will cause a large number of civilians to die. But can a beast like Tianlong Pig be comparable to Shi Huang? Of course not. Sacrifice like Yunsuange.org. Sacrifice like the first emperor's repair of the Great Wall is also beneficial to future generations, and the palaces and all kinds of messy buildings and things built by the Tianlong people have a shit. In some places, they might even stay in that place for a day or two because of the visit of the Tianlong people, and then they will do a lot of work, build palaces, and various places for the Tianlong people to play. In fact, those Tianlong people would get bored after staying for a day or two at most. Those nobles who built the building did not dare to live in it themselves. Even if the Tianlong people left, they were left there. It did not benefit the civilians at all. As a result, the money was paid by the civilians, and the buildings were repaired by the civilians. Every year, a large number of civilians are called to die from exhaustion, and there is no subsidy, and the calling is compulsory. Bai Yu doesn't remember the first few words of the original manga. He just mentioned a little about the large amount of labor that the world government convenes every year. After all, it is for the masses of hot-blooded anime. You can't mainly mention these too many dark sides. The Navy also sends a large number of conscript ions as artillery fire in various places every year to help the world government maintain the so-called order. The manpower and financial resources required for conscription, plus the cost of training recruits, are all paid by the world government. The Navy also uses these dirty money, which is squeezed from the hands of civilians. The civilians who could not stand the oppression went out to sea to become pirates, and some people who had lived in the deep and hot days since childhood also had the desire to be pirates in their hearts. Pirates represent freedom and hope in the hearts of these oppressed civilians, a place that can carry their dreams. Civilians turn into pirates. When there are more pirates, the Navy will have to conscript. It requires a lot of funds. It can only help the world government and nobles to oppress the civilians and squeeze their hard-earned money. Then the Navy has military expenses, and the world government also has a lot of income every year. Source. Part of the source of income is given to the Tianlong people to enjoy, and the other part is to cultivate their own strength. While naval conscripts and pirates will die in battle, the dead will still be conscripts. This is like an infinite vicious circle, as if someone is secretly controlling everything, and the key to breaking this wireless circle lies in the attitude of the Navy. Once the Navy changed its attitude, it was not to help the world government, but to become an independent force. Bai Yu is sure to take the Rocks pirates to overthrow the world government. He is a man with a chat group. Is he afraid that other people cannot be upgraded? As long as the world government is defeated, the most important part of the wireless vicious circle can be removed, so that the formula for the wireless vicious circle will not hold. I'm such a genius. No matter who the person is secretly controlling behind him, he will lie on the ground under absolute strength. No matter if he is Yim or other people, he will die. When the time comes, slap the man who is secretly manipulating and slap him on the ground. Climb for the Lord. Looky www.novelmtl.com. Let's go to do the rice first. Bai Yu is a rice dryer. No matter whether he is hungry or not, he must eat rice. Okay. Yang Luki replied with a worried expression, his eyes still a little erratic. How should I explain to him the current situation of brother Wang Ji? As soon as Bai Yu saw it, he could tell that Luoqi had something on his mind, but he just kept his doubts in his heart and didn't ask them out. The rewards for the chat group are already in hand, the Navy 6 life return and 1 day pass. The return of life is what he wants most at this stage. With the return of life, he can raise his basic strength to the same level as the top powerhouse. No matter how this set of Navy Type 6 life return can make his blood thicker, so that he has more blood to burn his life, and the Navy Type 6 and other men know how to use it. Can make you firmer, harder, and more durable. For the future life, Bai Yu also has to practice hard, and the proficiency of life return is satisfactory. This is the function of the chat group, so that people can have the experience of practicing the return of life for many years, without you having to spend a lot of time on pondering and trial and error. The proficiency of the exercises is complete, but the chat group can't make changes to Bai Yu's body. He can only practice honestly and practically at the full level of experience, self-sufficiency, and self-reliance. With full-level experience, his training speed will be faster than riding on a rocket. When he trains his body well, and then eats the superhuman forest fruit in his stomach, his basic strength will be completely improved. The broken chat group still has a little effect. For example, it can eliminate the defects of the devil fruit. Mihimi Bai Yu thought about the current affairs in his heart. How can we maximize our strength? Where should the Rocks pirates go in the future? If he improves the basic strength, he will return the Navy's 6 type life to practice. If he improves the overall strength, he will eat the forest fruit, and he will have a wide range of control and containment capabilities, strong resilience, and then develop the fruit ability. Perfect? It's not that Bai Yu doesn't want the ability of the fruit to become bigger and smaller, but that he can't find where the devil fruit is at all, and it doesn't even matter whether the thunder fruit is in the sky or not at this stage. The best fruit at this stage is the forest fruit on Kurikawa. Bai Yu is still very optimistic about the power of this devil fruit, especially Kurikawa's last big move, which dragged Luoqi and the two guardian spirits in one move. In the sea. After he develops it, and then develops the top of the Buddha, who dares to say that his strength is not the level of the top power, or even the level of the ceiling power. Luoqi, how long have I slept? Holding Yang Luqi's hand, Bai Yu strolled on this unknown island, and was in a good mood ready to go dry. You have slept for several days, and you didn't wake up until today. Yang Luqi followed him, enjoying this peaceful time, and replied in a good mood. Huh? I slept for several days? My fruit? My big and thick fruit is gone. The smile on Bai Yu's face suddenly stiffened, and he wanted to cry, but today is a very happy day. Yang Luqi pinched Bai Yu's face with his hands, trying to sort out that strange expression. Like 7, my strength may not be improved temporarily. My stomach is not good. The doctor said I have to eat more soft rice. Yang Luo was stunned. She didn't understand. Is there something wrong with her? Let's go there quickly, I'll let Nakin show you. Yang Luqi hugged him up with an anxious expression, and ran away without a trace. Bai Yu shrunk her body, maintaining a figure of 1.5 meters and lying in her sister's arms. This soft rice is so fragrant. The variable range of his body is 1 meter 2 to 3 meters. It is the average general height when he reaches the sky, or he can become that tall in the state of fighting the warring states period. It seems that Lox and them all survived. Nakin seems to be a particularly powerful ship doctor on Wald's ship. In the future theater version, she will also create a potion that can change her appearance and combat effectiveness when she was young. This is a very capable crew member. She did not leave. It seems that Wald did not leave. These people can be included. Decrease bxwx.co. The Rocks Pirates should also be disbanded and reorganized, and I don't know how many people are left in the end. Whether Red Earl Rider is there, if they are, it would be fine. Don't worry, Nakin's medical skills are superb, and your stomach will be healed soon. My disease can't be cured. Bai Yu yawned and felt sleepy again. It will be cured, it will definitely be cured. Yang Luqi stopped, and the expression on his face became ugly. Bai Yu couldn't help his curiosity, and began to ask, Luoqi, let me go down. What happened? Yang Luqi told him about Wang Ji's situation. The battle in the Valley of the Gods made Wang Ji unable to wake up, so he could barely hang on to a sigh of relief. He might not be able to move in his life while lying on the boat. No miracle happened to Wang Ji, whose spine was completely broken. After Bai Yu listened, he staggered and almost fell to the ground with an unstable body. Yang Luqi held him in time and hugged him. This is a bolt from the blue for him. This kind of injury should not be treated with normal medical treatment at all. Chat group? He also has a chat group, and the members of the group may have a way. Go, Luoqi, take me to see brother Wang Ji. When he arrived in the room, Bai Yu saw Captain Lox, the Han captain, lying on the hospital bed with bandages. He also saw Wang Ji, who was unconscious and sleeping on the hospital bed. Captain, brother Wang Ji, he will definitely wake up, pick up the sword again and continue fighting with us. The spirit of the Sea Lord Lox was exhausted after that battle, and he had not fully recovered his vitality. The once overlord of the sea is not as vigorous and arrogant as before. Sacrifice such as WNBar.net sacrifice such as, Bai Yu, you don't need to call me captain anymore. You won our bet. From today on, I will be your deputy captain. Lox grinned and said, and you are right, Wang Ji, he is just one. The tough man on the sea will definitely pick up the sword again. Our pirate group will be renamed the White Feather Pirate Group in the future, how about it? Bai Yu looked at Captain Han Han on the hospital bed, and looked at Wang Ji, who had been keeping his eyes closed, and said expectantly, Brother Wang Ji, the day the broken sword is recast? I'll wait for your king to return. Captain, our pirate group is still called the Rocks Pirate Group. It sounds good. From now on, our pirate group will have to cultivate for a while, expand its territory and develop its influence. www.navalmtl.com. We should have a long-term foothold, and I don't want to be a captain and be beaten by a crowd. I prefer to gang beating others. You should be the captain of this pirate group. Someone should always stand in the front. I still prefer to be in the back easily. Don't let me go so hard next time. You don't have many people. Bai Yu took Yang Luqi's hand, and they were going to eat. Oh ha 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 ha, you kid, when are you going to deal with the affairs of the seventh sister? People have been taking care of you after being busy these days. As soon as I woke up, I asked me to help you. Bai Yu, I took out the fruit for you. You are lucky, and the fruit has not dissipated from Kurikawa. And the traitor. I asked Edward Newgate buried him. Lox woke up very quickly, and his physical fitness completely exceeded the ship's Dr. Nakin's expectation. Me. In addition to his physical fitness, Nakin's superb medical skills also played a significant role in this sea overlord who could wake up so quickly. Lox didn't feel very angry after knowing Kurikawa's betrayal, and he even had an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in leaving these people with him. The captain of him shouldn't be bad for these cadres. Bai Yu, the little devil, is indeed too junior, too young, and weaker in strength, but this ship is because he hasn't completely collapsed. I'll be the captain for the time being. Bai Yu waits for you to grow up. I will take them to accompany you to do anything. I really look forward to your future. Locke smiled in his heart. Hearing these words from Captain Han Han, Bai Yu didn't look back, but raised the hand that held her tightly. Captain, Luo Qi is mine, and no one can take it away. I want to give her the grandest wedding, spread my will to the whole world, invite countless people as guests, and hold an unprecedented wedding in the pirate world. Yang Luki blushed. The light in his eyes was like a child who had just gotten candy, with a look of satisfaction on his face. It doesn't seem to be right. I shouldn't be the one who married, she reacted abruptly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Hastily, the offensive was reversed. And Captain Han Han, before Kurikawa died, let me say I am sorry to you. He is also your crew member, but his position is different from ours. He has not changed his position. There was a sad emotion in the eyes of Locke lying on the hospital bed. Will this king of the sea also have this emotion? I know, each is the master. He insisted on his own position. He is also a man on the sea, who died vigorously in battle. I will not hate such a strong man. They are worthy of admiration. Bai Yu shouted, Captain, I'm going to eat first, and I'll bring you a copy by the way. Remember to bring me wine. Bring me the meat again. Yang Luki poked at him and whispered, our Dr. Naiqin said that Captain Locke is forbidden to drink during this period, so that he can take a good rest. Oh, I get it, Captain, you can take a good rest. I won't take the wine for you. Bai Yu joked in pain. You bastard. I'm so good to you. You show me John who is basking in the sun. I'm not allowed to drink, and he is not allowed to drink secretly from me. John, who helped bring out the sun in Wald, said he was very embarrassed. He was stabbed by the captain? I'm really sad lately. I almost don't look like me. Wang Ji, you wake up quickly. We are still waiting for you to go to the sea. Locke woke up and saw Wang Ji's tragic situation. Hearing the bad news of the Dr. Nakin's diagnosis, his eyes became red on the spot, and almost couldn't help crying. Yang Luki helped to explain. Wald took John out to enjoy the sun. The fruit you want to eat is in the remaining treasure box of our rocks pirates. Mr. Red Earl Rider also stayed. On this small island, I have a strong interest in a devil fruit. Bai Yu smiled. No wonder he didn't see Brother John in the hospital bed, because he was taken to bask in the sun. The fruit that Red Earl Rider is interested in, is it the animal family, the monster species, and the bat fruit? This fruit was eaten after Red Earl Rider ran out of Propulsion City. If the current Red Earl ate it, the strength would be even more terrifying. Maybe he could easily defeat Gangbone Kong and then talk to the card. Universal War. Brother Wang Ji's leg can still be cured under Nakin's superb medical skills, but the hand is very difficult to heal. The original arm fell into the sea, and the conditions at the time did not allow them to enter the sea to find it. Nakin's medical skills were so superb that she couldn't conjure an arm out of thin air to help the king directly, and her spine was completely shattered. Even if she had a hand, she would not dare to undergo surgery to pick it up. The danger was too great. Sacrifice as Bawa likes SW.com sacrifice as. It seems that he can only turn to the chat group for help. I hope the group members or the chat group itself can solve this problem. Yang Luki took him to a lawn. John, Golden Lion Shiji, the Wald brothers, Red Earl Rider, Edward Newgate, and others all started eating here. Brother John, your injuries are so bad, why don't you go back to the hospital bed? Isn't it uncomfortable to lie down? Bai Yu picked up a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread was gobbled up in front of everyone. Even if you are not hungry, this kind of satisfaction and enjoyment of tasting food is really overwhelming. This milk is so delicious. Gee ha 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 little bastard, I'm not mistaken, you are still an unweaned baby. Golden Lion Shiji said with a belly laugh. My uncle's wound is about to burst open with laughter. A real man should drink alcohol. Bai Yu raised his and said with contempt, that's because you have no knowledge. The real strong should drink milk, and beware of a little milk-drinking baby slap you to death. Gee ha 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 little milk baby? Still shooting me to death? My uncle is almost out of laughter. You little definitely wants to make my uncle laugh alive, and then want to inherit my uncle's second position on the ship. Whitebeard Newgate looked at Skie, thinking that he should be able to beat him now. How could this guy's face be harder than Hai Lushi? John, what are you looking at? Bai Yu finished a bottle of milk and took another bottle of milk. Several large boxes were placed on the lawn. There were a lot of precious gold jewels and a few devil fruits scattered where the boxes were broken. Count Red was holding one in his hand and was looking at it. The treasures on our ship are the only ones left. Captain Locke's other treasures are used to support his hometown. This is what Wald got when he ransacked his home in Tianlong www.navalmtl.com. Although John found the best treasure, but he is still a pirate who loves money, and he doesn't have the slightest resistance to this kind of shiny, golden treasure. Treasure, you need as much as you want in the future, don't worry, you should recover for a while first. That's what I said. John lay on the chair, his eyes fixed on the wine, and finally chose milk. Bai Yu found a place and sat on the lawn, watching these children playing nearby. Many of them were still watching them curiously. Brother Newgate, do you like children? Bai Yu couldn't help but ask as Bai Yu looked at these children lovingly. Ku ha 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 I like these children very much, and I really want to take in some sons. I plan to go out to sea in 2 days to find some children to bring them back, and nurture them well. Bai Yu suddenly felt that smell, and wondered whether the son Newgate would take in later would call him uncle. He looked at a bunch of uncles sitting on the lawn, and some of them were expecting Brother Newgate to take back the people from the future Whitebeard pirates. Me. They called him uncle. He was not really interested. He just wanted to ask how the Ice Witch was maintained, how her figure and face were so young and beautiful during the war. He wanted Yang Lucky to learn from this girl. Of course, if those people insisted on calling his uncle, he wouldn't mind acknowledging their nephews and nieces. Brother Newgate, then you have to charge a few more reliable ones. What we need for the redevelopment of the pirate group is not exclusively elites, but reliable and potential partners. Don't worry, I will find some talented children to train them and help us create more families. Whitebeard Newgate thought about it and said with some expectation. Bai Yu thinks it's pretty good. There are very few white-eyed wolves in training since he was a child. The Blackbeard who joined him halfway is not counted. Perhaps the moment when Newgate accepted him, he could see what kind of person the Blackbeard is, but he still accepted him. However, these people who have been cultivated since childhood are also flawed. Under the protection of Whitebeard Newgate, they cannot really grow to the extent of being alone. This problem is easy to solve, and it has been solved. They have no shortage of top-level combat power, and low-level combat can easily be recruited. What they lack is these mid-level and high-level combat power. Marco's strength can be beaten by a general and the 4 emperors. Foil Baista is also one of the best swordsmen. If these cadres are cultivated, they will be able to challenge the world government in the future. Strength. Bai Yu held the superhuman forest fruit, and knew in his heart that this was the upper fruit of the superhuman lush fruit, and the owner of the lush fruit was the navy who mixed with the future Zifa. The main reason why he was so impressed with this man was that Ai Yin's legs were too long and too white. He remembered the reason Ian and Bins followed Zifa, because the fool who claimed to be the Whitebeard too slashed and beat Zifa with one arm. He also killed all the other navy during that period, and his family was retaliated by the pirates. Zifa was discouraged and left the navy alone. Whitebeard I's stuff must be slaughtered. Brother Newgate has never had a woman, let alone a son, and if that stupid Whitebeard too is really Whitebeard's son, Big Brother Newgate had picked him up a long time ago. Anyway, that thing is definitely going to be slaughtered. It's disgusting. After the death of Whitebeard Newgate, he killed many captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and said he inherited the will and property of Whitebeard. Big Brother Newgate's property is obviously all used in his hometown, where are other properties left? Such a disgusting thing, Bai Yu must kill him, even the disgusting mother of Baybeard too. There are many people in pirates who look strange, but it is really the only one who looks so nauseous. Gee accepting your son, that's really your style. If I say, I should recruit a large number of crew members to fight with them, and turn the whole world upside down. Golden Lion Shiji said excitedly. Bai Yu chuckled. This Iron Lion is making a fool again. He raised his middle finger. Ski, you didn't let you understand in the last war, right? Conquer the world? You should save the province. Even if we are still in the heyday, I dare to guarantee that if we want to overthrow the world government, there is absolutely no going back. Maybe he will survive by himself, or he will be held in the most secret place, and the Yim will be taken to Vegapunk for research. Ski, you are so crazy, or else go to the world government alone. Let us see how many powerful people you can force out of the world government. Newgate said without too much trouble. That is to say, and you are too unconscionable. In the last battle, I did a lot of strength, but I defeated Layli. Ski took out the record and said. Then, you were covered in bandages and almost exhausted your energy. Bai Yu pointed to the bandage and asked, it seems that your wound is cracked. It's not that you little is always angry with me. I saved all of you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be so easy to rush out of the encirclement of the navy, and the 2 guys Lingling and Kaido ran away halfway. Why don't you say it? Shiji said angrily. Kaido? Lingling? Sooner or later, these 2 guys will find them to settle accounts. Escape before the battle can cause us miserable harm. After encountering, I must destroy all the pirate groups they re-established. Bai Yu had already chosen the idea of the pirate regiment that the 4 emperors wanted to establish in the future. By the way, she pressed Charlotte Lingling on the ground and rubbed it, and the betrayal giant Cadre Nana also rubbed it on the ground. Kaido's words directly led Shiji, Newgate, Wang Ji, and the others in a group fight and beat them to the death. Anyway, this rough skin is hard to kill, so it is used as a high-level sandbag. What? 2 want to go it alone? Are they really ready to betray? What do you say? Bai Yu stared at him and smiled. Shiji, you don't want to do it alone, do you? If the captain dies, I will definitely do it alone, but if the captain is not dead, I will naturally stay on this ship, but the traitors should also go and clean up. Shiji smiled coldly. Come on, who can you beat in your current state? Let me go with Luochi. Bai Yu knelt down to help Yang Lucky rub his calf, and asked, Lucky, how about it? Doesn't my strength hurt? It doesn't hurt, it's very comfortable. That's good. Bai Yu took advantage while rubbing his legs. At first, he hadn't noticed the bandage on Yang Lucky's calf, and he didn't find it until he sat down. It turned out that she had also suffered a lot of injuries. I'm fine, Nikin said she cured me, and my calf bandage can actually be removed. Yang Lucky said he was going to remove the bandage. www.navalmtl.com was stopped by a hand. Don't dismantle, listen to the ship doctor, she is professional. ZyraUBaichu.com Zyra. Bai Yu looked at the state of the crowd, which was a bit embarrassing. He wanted to clean up the traitors as if he had to go by himself. Even if the proud Red Earl Rider stayed in the pirates, he would definitely not be able to join him in the group. Assault others. BXWX Co. Wald's condition is pretty good, but now is not the time to trouble those traitors. Mr. Rider, do you want to eat the devil fruit in your hand? Red Earl Rider came over, still holding the fruit in his hand. I have seen this devil fruit in the devil fruit illustration book. It is a kind of bat fruit of the animal phantom beast. After development, the ability to have the form of a vampire is a fruit that I am very interested in. Then Mr. Rider won't eat it. Bai Yu knew that this fruit belonged to the Red Earl, and did not want to become a bat to spread some kind of virus. Me. Red Earl Rider hesitated, looking at the devil fruit in his hand for a few seconds before he said, I am now in the heyday of flash and power. There is no need to eat this fruit. Although it can make me stronger, it also makes me hate by the sea. Bai Yu understood Earl Red's thoughts, and also knew that this fruit was eaten after Rider's physical body was aging, in order to restore his youth. Red Earl Rider is still considering whether to eat this fruit. There are really fewer people on our ship. It's a shame that the huge wealth of the Valley of Gods was recovered by the world government. Bai Yu's small vault was gone in that battle, and the money in his chest was also gone. Was beaten up by Carp's mad dog fist. That was his savings for several years, and he was buried in the sea along with the pirate ship, and it is very likely that it would be cheaper for the world government. When he thought of this, he was furious. Work for nothing, and give it all to the world government. And the wealth on our ship is gone. Except for these boxes of treasures, we don't even have a decent ship. Bai Yu considered that they had nothing but people and started everything from scratch. The only thing to be thankful for was don't be hungry. Just a few treasures, we will have more in the future. As long as the family is still alive, it will be fine. As for the treasures of the Tianlong people, Bai Yu, I'll see if there are any potential children around here. I'll be back soon. Whitebeard Newgate picked up the naginata and was about to pick up his son. Ski stared at Newgate and wanted to take a look, but when he thought that the injury on his body would affect his future strength, he gave up this idea. We don't want to waste. Newgate, don't you bring anyone to the pirate group, have you heard? Skie, you bastard, don't force me to beat you. You should be careful not to be killed by the bounty hunters. The Navy released the news that our pirate group was hit hard. We are all on the list. Now pirates, bounty hunters, and Navy all over the world are looking for it. U.S. Whitebeard Newgate knew that Ski was reminding him, but he still couldn't change it. He wanted to beat up the Ski. Can't this just say it? Bai Yu also learned about these things under the advice of Yang Luki. The Navy and the world government have announced that they have all been seriously injured, and have raised their bounty. Especially his bounty has exceeded 1 billion, which has soared more than 10 times. And his bounty is so handsome. Diminish. Who took this photo? Bai Yu wanted to give that person a, Why was this picture taken on the pirate ship? He recognized that the pirate ship in the background of this photo was the Rock's pirate ship that had sunk, and the sea breeze blowing in the photo was him who was once the salty fish and Ghost Death. This photo was not taken by Nana, right? After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, news of the defeat of their Rock's pirates spread all over the sea. Now the bounty hunters in the whole world are going crazy, wanting to take the heads of people like them to receive the reward. Is this being targeted by a former colleague? These brainless bounty hunters in pirate world are really asking for money one by one, knowing that they are big pirates with terrible bounty, or they have been found one after another. I really thought that the tiger was badly wounded, and they, who are not ants, could kill them and receive a bounty from the Navy. There are still many pirates who want to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the fire and robbery of the Rock's pirates, stepping on the former maritime overlord, and becoming famous in one battle. Fuck. The Navy and the world government's fanfare skills are so perfect. These pirates and bounty hunters really treat us as if anyone can eat a lot of fat. Laozi is going to kill them. Shiji will go kill with me. Bai Yu suggested. No, didn't you see the bandages covered with this uncle? Shiji simply rejected the proposal. He didn't want to hurt too much and affect his strength in the future. I'll go with you. Yang Luki held a spear and looked at him expectantly. Bai Yu glanced at a newspaper that John handed over. The pirate world's #1 gunman was born after World War I in the Valley of Gods. Yang Luki was rewarded by the Navy headquarters with a full 1.5 billion yuan, which was higher than Bai Yu. Because of the birth of the world's largest gun tyrant, many places have set off a frenzy of gun training, and many pirates claim to be gun tyrants. Carp, known as the hero of the Navy after the Battle of God's Valley, was severely damaged. He also knew about the killing of the Admiral. Yang Luki penetrated the Admiral's heart, but this record was a siege. Is it so fierce? When can I be so fierce? Carp is a figure with the ceiling of combat power. Bai Yu looked at his sister. He was ready for this soft meal. He was born with a bad stomach, and the doctor told him that it would be good for him to eat more soft meals. Take care of your injury. I will seek help to see if they can do anything. Brother Wang Ji's arm may be cured. Bai Yu picked up another bottle of milk and started to dry it without anyone else. He is still a little weak, and it is good to drink more milk. Sacrifice as xindingdianxsw.com. In the future, there are still a lot of things to do when buying ships, grabbing sites, beating Lingling and Kaido and developing forces. It is estimated that this broken chat group will have to continue to upgrade to have more functions. If only a random mission could come, it would be nice to have a mission that was so difficult last time. He was given the Navy 6 type and a one-day crossing card www. NavalMTL.com. Although the traversal card is a traversal card that can take people to other worlds without restrictions, it only has one day for the fuck. Even if they want to do something, they can't do it. It is estimated that other group members are also worried. How to go to other worlds. Bai Yu is not in the mood to chat with those group members for the time being, and will flirt with the girl first. It's time for these people to integrate well. It didn't take long for the Whitebeard to return. Gee ha ha ha, Whitebeard, you really brought back a little kid. Our pirates already has an extra kid who drinks milk. Doesn't this kid like to drink milk too? Loudly laughed strangely. The Phoenix Marco? The gentlest man in this sea. Bai Yu looked at this kid who was about his age, and recognized that this kid was the captain of the strongest team in the future, the Phoenix Marco, who was also a ship doctor. In his opinion, the more the position of the ship doctor, the better, and Ninder Marco, a partner who can milk and fight, is still good. Ski, can't you keep your mouth shut? And let me introduce to you. This is my godson, Marco, who will be the trainee crew on our ship from now on. Whitebeard Newgate patted the young Marco and pointed to these people on the court and said, "These people, Marco, are your uncles. Go get to know them, except that the lion just now doesn't bark. Everything else can be called." Marco, the godson Whitebeard Newgate recognized, looked at so many uncles on the court. Sigma, degree, me. How could he have so many uncles? Seeing that Marco had been found by Newgate so quickly, Bai Yu had to feel that his fate was really wonderful. In just half a day, Big Brother Newgate brought back a young man with good potential. It seems that God is also on the side of our pirate group. By the way, we are all his uncles, right? Bai Yu looked at the rookie Marco with a strange look. That Marco, call me uncle first. I don't want it. You're about the same age as me, why should I call you uncle? Marco, holding his characteristic pineapple head, saw the smile in Bai Yu's eyes, and decisively refused. And me, you also want to call me? Hey, what should he call me? He seems to be older than me. Yang Luki looked at this guy with a pineapple head, a little confused. He will call your aunt from now on. After all, I am an uncle. Luoqi, you should recognize it as a nephew. Bai Yu looked at Marco with a broken face and shouted, "Father, do I really want to call them uncles and aunts?" Marco can only ask for help from the only daddy who can give him a sense of security. Whitebeard Newgate touched his head and was also worried. This relationship is not so good. Yang Luki, the eldest girl, seems to be only 15 years old, and Bai Yu seems to be only 16 years old. Calling them uncle and aunt at the age of Marco, this seems to be a bit unacceptable for him. Gee ha ha ha, kid, come over and call me grandpa first. This grandpa must be higher than you all. Shiji laughed wildly. John, Wald, Whitebeard Newgate, Red Earl, and Whitefeather all looked at Shiji with cold eyes. Danger? Golden Lion Shiji was numbed by their gaze, and he took a step back. Marco, you will call me uncle from now on, and my uncle named Shiji, remember. Bai Yu shouted loudly, Ski, haven't you seen that you scare my nephew? Every time you talk so fiercely, it's easy to scare children, okay. What the uncle likes to say, just say it. I want you to take care of it. Humph. Golden Lion Shiji started arguing as soon as he came up with pride. I think it's better to call you Uncle S from the future. Marco's half-dream and half-awake lazy expression disappeared. His face turned into a look of grievance and helplessness. Looking at these older uncles with a sad face, the uncle quarreled again. Why is he so young on this ship? Isn't it true of the children nearby? Who will save him, this child? Marco, don't your kid think I am not qualified to be your uncle? Bai Yu asked while holding the newspaper and drinking milk. Marco nodded seriously and said, you are about the same age as me. Why should I call you uncle at such a young age? Gee ha ha ha, I have already said that Marco would not call you uncle. You kid who loves to drink. Shiji laughed loudly as if seeing Bai Yu's deflated appearance. I want to open this day. I have to open this day. Bai Yu Zongji shouted. Afterwards, he raised his hand with a sword and split the sky. Marco looked at the split sky. His mouth opened into an O shape. Sacrifice as xindinggdianxsw.net. Call uncle. Good uncle. Really good. After Bai Yu heard this, he was happy to say something. His eyes squinted in a crescent shape with enjoyment. I'm a big pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion. Blood sword and white feather. Marco looked at Whitebeard Newgate. Coo ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you one thing. These uncles of yours are basically about 1 billion in bounty. Marco was completely confused. Although he is still young, he also knows that the pirates offering bounty at this level represent the highest number of pirates on the sea. But what the old man told him just now, he heard that right. His uncles are big sea pirates with a bounty of about 1 billion yuan. He is just a little kid. I forgot to tell you that Marco is the kid I found at the beginning of the past few days, and I didn't bring him back until today. Whitebeard Newgate asked Marco to call his uncle. This is John. Newgate said, pointing to the bandaged John who was lying on the armchair. Good Uncle John. I think this kid has potential, and he will be one of us in the future. John was quite satisfied with the kid Newgate brought back. This is the famous Red Earl rider in the sea today, Newgate said, pointing to the elegant man who was playing with the devil fruit. Hello Uncle Ryder. Count Red smiled at Marco and nodded slightly to indicate acceptance. Marco seriously yelled his uncles and aunts. He is tired, but fortunately, the old man said that he will join more companions in the future, who are still younger than his generation. Brother Newgate, what are you saying about those children? Bai Yu asked, looking at these children not far away. Those children were all discarded by the nearby islands to this small island, leaving them to fend for themselves. The guy Newgate couldn't bear to rescue them. Unfortunately, these children have no potential, and it's useless to keep them. Golden Lion Shiji explained the origin of these children. Throwaway? -bxwx.co. These children are because their parents have no ability to raise them, and their parents are gone. The pirate world is really cruel. Bai Yu couldn't help being thankful that he had the power to make a fight before his destiny arrived. Brother Newgate, are you going to accept your son in the future? Whitebeard Newgate hesitated for a few seconds, watching him open his mouth and said, the son has more potential, and the daughter is also good. It would be great if you can find a daughter who has the potential to lose 7.5. I did find it near here. A girl with great potential. Is it the Ice Witch? Bai Yu denied this idea. Although the Ice Witch Bai was the first group to join the Whitebeard pirates, the foil seemed to be a little earlier than Star. Brother Newgate, how did your beard turn white? When Ski heard this, he looked at Edward Newgate's crescent beard, and said with a weird smile, gee ha ha ha, it's really white, you will call Whitebeard Newgate from now on. Me. Whitebeard, this title is good, I will call it Whitebeard from now on. Coo ha ha ha. Whitebeard Newgate agreed with the idiot lion's words. Bai Yu studied the chat group for a long time, and finally gave up. There was nothing in this incomplete chat group store, and there was no points yet, even if he wanted to sell some unused devil fruits. This chat group can only exchange goods between members. Brother Wang Ji's injury, he has no idea which world has a way to treat it. In the chat group, it seems that the mysterious doctor on Xiaji Island and the high-tech state of Stan have a cure. Bai Yu was worrying that this broken chat group was useless. It is useless to give this chat group an opportunity, and there is no recharge channel. This chat group must be badly reviewed. Without points, after the 5th level, those functions that are open have a fart. Brother Wang Ji's injury can only go to Xiaji Island, and I don't know if it can be saved. Bai Yu, at all group members, any of you can have a way to grow an undamaged arm again, and to change a spine. I have something urgent here. Xiang Kunlun, I think you haven't been online for the past few days, and thought you were cold. What happened to your place? Sacrifice such as tianalixsw.com. Sacrifice such as Zhang Hulan, Big Brother, have you survived? That's great. I'll send a few chickens to the big man to make up his body. Wu Liuqi, then I will send a big can of wolfberry to the boss. Little bird swims Liu Hua, goji berries can't be eaten as rice. Bai Yu, don't interrupt, I want to ask what can you do to help? I have an urgent matter here, and that person is very important to our pirate group. Gojo Satoru, don't worry, say slowly. Although we can't get into the world of other members, it's okay to help a little. I also know a few good doctors, but the kind of injury you mentioned. Are you sure that person is still alive? Kaitong, that's a fatal injury. If you receive that kind of injury, you will be killed immediately. Tu Shinrongrong, who was watching the group, breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this was not dead yet, but after she had been worried for several days, she knew that this guy must have lived forever. Tu Shinrongrong, the human being who hurt so badly is still alive. It's too powerful, even worse than our demon. Zhang Hulan, what do you little demon know? Your vision is too low. You won't understand the world of these big guys. You should follow me and learn how to hold your thighs, so that you will have a lot of money in the demon world in the future. Wu Liuqi, actually, I'm also a big guy recently. Some clips from the past appeared in my mind from time to time. Maybe I'm about to wake up. Little fox, I want to see your swimsuit photos, can you? Now the investment is very cost-effective. Lem, you are too bad, don't always target her, have the ability to rush to me. Rem, who was cleaning, was so angry that he threw the broom away. These two guys in the group were really awkward. The little bird who has exercised 8-pack abdominal muscles swims Liu Hua and is practicing physical exercises at home, watching the group by the way. These two men are really annoying. They don't work hard every day to become stronger. Just think about these things. When I put Shua on the ground, I will beat you two on the ground. In the other room, the bird swims Shua and is also working out according to the notes on his sister's Liu Hua table. Liu Hua doesn't know where these things came from. Maybe she really found the invisible boundary. Does her father's death still make her unacceptable? The little bird swimming 10 flowers is still the strength of rubbing Liu Hua on the ground. It seems that those hooligans that have been beaten recently have not seen them in these 2 days. The light of hope in the doomsday. Guys, can I change some survival supplies? The goddess of banquet, mental retardation, and toilet integration. I am the goddess of water. You must not believe my name. It is slander and slander to me. This chat group is slandering me. Bai Yu looked at the 2 new people in the group and asked the chat group. Mark is from the spirit cage of the national comic. He is the leading actor and the leader of the hunters. That world has experienced a human catastrophe. There are very few living humans. The lighthouse has become their last hope. It is a doomsday wasteland. As the background of the world, Brother Wang Ji's spine can be cured. Spine Laozi is here? Bai Yu roared wildly in his heart, too excited. He now has a crossing card. But the spine is saved. What about Brother Wang Ji's hand? Install a manipulator for Brother Wang Ji? No, brother Wang Ji's hand is best to go to stand for treatment, but I only have a crossing card. It seems that I still have to wait for some time. People like Kaido, Lingling, and Whitebeard too should also deal with it. There is another goddess, it should be regarded as a goddess, at least it looks pretty when it's quiet. Akiya comes from blessings for the beautiful world. It is a unique existence in Japanese comic history, and a beautiful girl with blue hair, has an extraordinary beauty and a bumpy body. But a fool is against the law in Japan? Akiya, I am a goddess, you worship me? Praise me? Hurry up and join my acousticism. Come with me and shout Chris are padded out. Zhang Hulan, I've been a little skeptical a long time ago, is there a problem with the IQ of this group member? Bai Yu, don't doubt, this is a mentally retarded goddess. And can you take care of my affairs first? decreasebxwx.co. He sent a video clip of the Battle of the Valley of Gods to the group members, an absolutely explosive video clip www.navalmtl.com, along with the causes and consequences of the war. Mark's private message, our lighthouse may be able to help, but I can't go to other worlds, and we need to donate something on the lighthouse, which is equivalent to the money in your world. Bai Yu's private message, one price, 100 tons of Sea King meat. I will do a major operation for me in the future, and I will ask the best person in your lighthouse to help. Mark private message, okay, boss, I will let Dr. Carey complete the operation for you. Neptune-like meat, Mark has heard from the group members, is a kind of very nutritious and valuable meat, and it has become a hard currency for communication in the group. That's right, these group members began to use the meat of the Neptune class as the equivalent of the without points. Bai Yu just completed a lot of single transactions with group members in private messages. Wu Liuqi private message, boss, there is a very powerful genius doctor on my island, and there is a high-tech country called Stan, which should be able to treat that kind of injury. Bai Yu's private message, I will go to your world in the future. You can arrange it as a tour guide, and the benefits will be great. Wu Liuqi private message, thank you, boss. Big boss is beeping. Me. After Bai Yu made a deal with many group members, he finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Wang Ji's injury was rescued, and this incomplete chat group could not stop him from trading with group members Pi. Akiya's private message, then you come to join me in the acoustic cult. I also have the ability to heal him, it's free. Bai Yu looked at the private message sent by Akiya, but didn't reply for a while. Even though that world is a funny world, its combat effectiveness doesn't seem to be too low. Bai Yu looked at the private message sent by Akiya and revealed his pleading wish. It seems that this beautiful and mentally retarded goddess really wants to bring him into the church. The people in the Akushian religion seem to have some problems in their brains. He doesn't want to join this religion and be assimilated, if it becomes the same. Mentally retarded. It was too late for him to cry. The mental retardation of this fellow Akua would assimilate others. It's not wrong that he likes girls, but he is not even interested in girls who are mentally retarded, monkeys and the like. Even if these girls are beautiful, even if they see the shy underwear of these girls, he will not react at all. His only reaction was to punch him and see if he could cry. For IQ, stay away from mental retardation. Akiya video chat, don't hate me, I am a goddess even if you don't want to be a teacher, don't hate me. Bai Yu saw Akua's pear blossoms with rain, and she was amazed for a while. I am not a face control. I'm really not Yangkong, blame it? But this one is mentally retarded? She is mentally retarded. Trouble your brain, can you be more awake? Bai Yu beckoned to Akua in the video, and said with a smile, I don't hate you, The death gaze that appeared beside him waved to him again. Who are you chatting with? Is it a girl? Yang Luki leaned against Bai Yu's shoulder with his spear next to him, looking like a little bird. Danger? Is it Sister Crimson? Yang Luki said in surprise suddenly. The murderous spirit is gone? The crisis seems to have passed. It seems that the relationship between Kai Tong and Luo Qi did well in the last random mission. Luo Qi Tong seems to be older than you. I am not very clear about this, but you are her sister. Bai Yu asked the girl beside him. Yeah, I will be her sister, she will be my sister, and I am worthy of her as sisters. Yang Luki began to say, Red Pupil said that she needs help in that world. When shall we help her? It is estimated that we will have to wait a while. Our own affairs have not been dealt with, and I only have a one-day crossing card. I still need to treat Brother Wang Ji. Actually, it's not just me, but the chat group. Everyone else is upset. If I want to help Kaitong, I will have to wait for the next mission. I'm talking to them, and I use Sea King-like meat to replace the method of treating Wang Ji. Basically, I help each other. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally confused. Past. Oh, then I will hunt the Sea Kings now. You wait. Kill a little more, and keep it as a reserve. Okay. Yang Luki picked up the spear and was ready to go for a big fight. Before leaving, he said, Are there any other people you want to tell me about these things? In the future, I plan to take them to adventures in various worlds. Bai Yu looked at Marco, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiji and others, who couldn't understand at all, and laughed. Ha 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 ha, are you not understanding? Please, Shiji, come on, come beg me, and I'll tell you. Do you think the uncle will beg you? Dreaming go. Shiji ran to another place to bask in the sun in a bad mood. Marco watched these uncles arguing and pretended to be asleep, ignoring anyone. He is too humble as a trainee crew member. Ku ha 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 Bai Yu, you already have a cure for Wang Ji. If you need my help, just say it. It's my duty for the family. Whitebeard Newgate said seriously. Breast-drinking kid? Don't forget to bring this uncle with you then. And I, John, I will go anywhere with you when I recover. I must heal Wangji. Count us Bond brothers too. Min-bxwx.co*. I'm not going anywhere for the time being. I decided to eat this phantom beast fruit. Although I will be disgusted by the sea, I at least have the ability to fly for a long time, and count me. Red Earl Ryder said a lot, just to say take him one. Even if the proud Red Earl intends to stay on this ship, he still has to keep himself tall. The corners of Marco, who was asleep, curled up. It's really a good pirate group, the old man is right. Although the Rocks Pirates is already severely disabled, many of them are recovering from their injuries, but one day they will swept back. The world government, the navy, and the group of pirates and bounty hunters, your nightmare will return soon. Bai Yu had the idea of overthrowing the world government in his heart. The battle in the Valley of the Gods, the family of D fought inwardly. In fact, they all just persisted and worked hard with their own beliefs, and they eventually made the world government cheaper. There is no righteous side in this world, the only victims are the civilians. When Bai Yu was about to send a private message, he saw Akia in the video showing a playful smile. Oops, I didn't turn off the video. And Akia, don't make things funny in the video, and don't seduce me. Do you think I will be attracted by fools? Akia's private message, become my acoustic church, please, I am a goddess, are you still not satisfied with the requirements and temptations of the goddess? Join my church, I can be the archbishop for you? Bai Yu's private message, then I will ask, do you wear that? Akua private message, Bai Yu's private message, it's okay www.navalmtl.com don't ask too much, I'm not interested in fools, and your goddess is too unreliable, I don't plan to ask you for help. Akia, who do you think is a fool? You speak too much. I am a goddess, I am really a goddess, I'm very reliable. Closed private messages and videos. Bai Yu finally couldn't see Akua's face that was so beautiful that he could deceive people. He absolutely couldn't be deceived by this unreliable fool goddess. Ask Akua for help. Are you sure it's not the more you help? Others are more reliable. Sacrifice as xlmxsw.com sacrifice as. Ding Akia sent you a red envelope. Bai Yu opened with the hand speed he had trained for many years. The heart of the sea blue can be worn as a necklace. It has the blessing of the goddess of water. It has the ability to protect, can resist fatal damage, has a certain chance to trigger the passive anti-injury, and can also increase its own lucky value. It is a unique piece. Artifact. Good stuff. Bai Yu was about to save this necklace to Yang Luki, and then thought of Akua's lucky value. There is such a good thing, why doesn't she bring it herself? This necklace is not poisonous, right? Why don't you give it to Shijide? But Bai Yu can't bear such a good attribute to that guy. Me. This necklace is definitely to increase the lucky value, not to subtract it. Holding the artifact given by Akua, Bai Yu didn't know if he should give this necklace to Yang Luki. This thing must have a pit. Bai Yu opened a private message again. Akia, I will give you something as well, but it is impossible for me to join your teaching, but you said Chris has a padded chest, and I believe you. Akua private message, really? Do you really believe in this goddess? Chris's are originally padded. Bai Yu's private message, I have devil fruits, sea king-like meat, and milk in my place. You can choose one. Decrease BXWXCO. Akua private message, what is the devil fruit? I prefer sea king-like meat. Others in the group say it is delicious. Akua, sitting in the chair, listened to Bai Yu's explanation of the devil fruit. Puff ha ha ha, it turned out to be a fruit that resembles a golden finger. I have too many of these things and it's useless at all. Akua found a piece of paper in this space, putting it in a red envelope and sending it out. Bai Yu of Pirate World took a look at the piece of paper in his hand, and then threw it away. Don't want him to join the church, the acousticism is a sect that people with problems in their heads will join. Finally, the mentally retarded goddess was sent away. Bai Yu looked at the necklace called Heart of the Ocean and laughed like a fool. If he gave such a beautiful necklace to Luochi, he would be able to hit the home base tonight. After Akua's explanation, this necklace was blessed by the gods and her. It can also be said to be a tested thing, and it is considered good among the golden fingers she has. However, according to her, this necklace has no ability to increase luck at all, she has always been lucky. Ha 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 ha, this necklace can change Akua's luck as high as IQ, and it will definitely work for others. Bai Yu herself felt a little bit about wearing this necklace, but the style of this necklace was women's. He suspected that the necklace was worn on Akua's neck and sent it to him. Sacrifice such as xlmxsw.com sacrifice such as. In a white room, Akua ate snacks, pointed at the people in the chat group, and kept sending messages. I have worn that necklace for so long and it's useless at all. If he finds out that I'm lying to him, it won't happen, it shouldn't. I'm a goddess. He will definitely fall under this goddess's pomegranate skirt. At this time, an otaku came to this blank room. The man's name was Sato Kazuma. Akua immediately straightened her posture, sat on the chair in the office, and said to him, Mr. Sato Kazuma, welcome to the world after death. Not long ago, you have unfortunately lost your life. Although it is short, your life ended. The banquet goddess didn't know that her nightmare was coming, and the door to a wonderful other world was opening to her. On the sea, the Rocks pirate group has become a thing of the past. There are more potential pirate groups in the sea, including the Beast Pirate Group established by Kaido, the World, and Big established by Charlotte Lingling. Mom Pirate Group and Kuzan, the Ice Pirate Group established by Soccerski to kill pirates. The trajectory of the pirate history changed at the moment Bai Yu joined. In the future, 2 of the 3 Navy generals will become pirates, and no one can believe it. The world government wants to completely cover up the existence of the Rocks pirates, but Locks is not dead, so they decided that instead of covering up, it is better to let the reputation of the pirates spread all over the sea and let other pirates and bounty hunters go. Find them. Even the pirates and bounty hunters are not the opponents of the barbaric Rocks pirates, but as long as the news is passed to the Navy headquarters, those cannon fodder tasks will be completed. Gang Yukong will personally chase them down by warships, and the world government will also send 2 of the strongest shields in CP0 to follow along, and be sure to kill the crippled Rocks pirates. In a small town far away from Locks, where Wang Ji recuperated. Luoqi, do you think we should buy something to go back here? Should we also raise a few children? Bai Yu came to the small town on the nearby island, picking watermelons, and said, Boss, you guys, are the melons ripe? Preserve ripeness, specify ripeness, and sweetness, even if you pick it back to relieve your hunger. It's not easy to have a baby. Should I pick a few for you? The child was born. How was it born? I have never had a child when I grew up. Yang Luki asked suspiciously. Ahem, I will give birth sooner or later. I will tell you clearly later. The physiological knowledge of Luoqi must be remedially, just in time for the actual battle. Let her personally experience it and believe that she will understand it better. The owner of the watermelon stall is a wrinkled old man. Looking at the 2 little guys in front of him, knowing that he guessed wrong, he quickly smiled and helped pick a few sweet and big watermelons. A total of a little more than 42 caddies. Even if your price is 40 caddies, you will often come to me to take care of business in the future. Old man, if your watermelon is sweet www.novelmtl.com I will definitely take care of your business. Bai Yu paid the money and said after taking the watermelon, don't blame me for being talkative. It's not easy for 2 people to live a life. Such a simple girl remembers to feel bad. You will have a long life in the future. Just wait until you have a baby. Walk slowly. I will. Goodbye old man. Goodbye old man. This place is not well known in the sea. There are isolated residents living on some scattered islands nearby, who are basically not influenced by the world government. It seems that someone is following us again. Luoqi, some small characters, it seems that our wanted order came to this place. The 2 of them walked into the alley together with eloquence, put the watermelon aside, and waited for them there. A group of people rushed into the alley and surrounded the 2 of them. The leading wretched man smiled treacherously, hand over the money from you, and the woman left, and then you get out of here. Puff, are you serious? Bai Yu smiled playfully with bloodthirsty eyes. He just said, these people know the bounty of the 2 of them and dare to come and deal with them. This is no more stupid than the bounty hunters who dealt with Wang Luffy in the Chambord Islands. Me, he can kill people. One of these people looked at Bai Yu, then looked at Yang Luki who was holding the gun, thinking of something, and his eyes became horrified. Boss, these 2 people can't be offended, let's run away. I'm afraid of wool. I've killed even a pirate who offered a reward for thousands of dollars, and I'm afraid of 2 little ghosts. A joke. No, boss, these 2 people really can't provoke me. They are not ordinary pirates. The guy who recognized Bai Yu and Yang Luki was about to cry, tremblingly took out a wanted warrant from his pocket and handed it to the leader. Is it a pirate with a bounty of more than 10 million? That really needs to be taken seriously. The leading bounty hunter took this wanted order. These people are bounty hunters, and occasionally they do some illicit work when they are out of money. They specialize in some outsiders, and sometimes they can meet a few outside women to have a good time. However, they are really rare to see such top-quality goods, and many animals in this group show impatient desire in their eyes. You are probably a pirate with a little fame. It's a pity that you met us. We are bounty hunters. This time we are making a lot of money. Ha ha ha. Looking at the wanted order, the leader the bounty hunter stared out his eyes. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion. This is a big pirate who offers a reward of more than 1 billion. Keep on laughing, I'll be here to watch your performance quietly. Go on, I am Bloodsword Bio, have you seen it clearly? These light words seemed to give the leader a bitter cold, like a bucket of cold water pouring from beginning to end in the winter. His legs trembled constantly. Zyra Kanzeon GYI.cc Zyra. Isn't he looking forward? Why face the sky? Bai Yu pinched the bounty hunter's neck and sent him to the sky with his headband and neck. Don't beg for mercy, and don't say anything like I have an 80-year-old mother, and a child waiting to be fed. Even if it is true, none of you present should want to run away. Look at your proficiency for doing a lot of this kind of things, and you also hit my girl's head with your idea. It's really looking for death. A group of bounty hunters knelt down. I really have an old mother, and a wife and children to raise. Bang! Yang Luki's fierce shot exploded the head of the bounty hunter. It sounds disgusting. If there are family members, why do you still do this kind of thing? Is it because you are weak? Then why don't people who are weaker than you see them doing this kind of thing? In less than 30 seconds, the 2 of them killed all the bounty hunters on the field. Originally, Bai Yu didn't intend to keep these people, but he didn't expect that some of them would recognize them, so he couldn't keep them. Once the news is leaked, the Navy headquarters and the world government will definitely send a large number of powerful men and warships to kill them, and the current Rocks pirates can't stop them. Looky, let's go back quickly before it gets dark. Well, although this place is far away from where we live, if the Navy really knows about this, they will not let this opportunity pass. The Navy and the world government will carry out a sweeping sweep of the surrounding waters. Yang Luki was also a little worried. The state of their pirate group really couldn't have another big battle. If there is a real war, the Cannibal Rocks pirates is likely to be wiped out. After Bai Yu prepared to go back to inform this time, he took Luo Qi to the sea to attract the attention of the Navy and the world government. By the way, he asked Kaido and Charlotte Lingling for trouble. The two returned to this unknown island. Brother John is still basking in the sun has set. Do you want me to carry it back for you? Bai Yu greeted him familiarly and asked. No, Wald will help me carry it back later. I am not much different from the waist now, John said. His injury can only recover after a long period of self-cultivation. This is still the best result of Nakin's superb medical skills. It must be understood that Roger thinks that John will be abolished and Wang Ji will die. This is the judgment of this future One Piece by seeing and hearing. Perhaps these people did not expect that there would be a ship doctor with such a superb medical skill on the Rocks pirates. Then Luo Qi and I will go to dinner first. Two of them brought tens of thousands of kilograms of supplies into the storage room. Many members of the Rocks pirates wanted time to recover. The group members in the chat group did not have anything similar to fairy beans, and Akua knew how to heal, but he could not heal them across the world. Unless Akua sends herself as a red envelope, Bai Yu will leave the banquet goddess behind, and let Newgate take her as her daughter. Akua, the goddess of waste, is full of talents in at least the banquet, and it is also very good to use to activate the atmosphere on the pirates bxwx.c***. When I came to the room where I was eating, there were only Golden Lions Ski, Ryder, Wald, Newgate, Marco, Beanjack, Nakin, and others. A total of 11 people waited for the meal to be full and began to eat. Stand up. John and Lox ate the same food while Wang Ji was still lying on the hospital bed. My nephew, I didn't expect your craft to be good. I'm about to go to sea recently. Do you want to go out to sea with me? Bai Yu praised Marco's craftsmanship. Yu read www.yuyukanshu.com and invited him. Marco showed expectant eyes and looked at the old man. Cool la la la, Marco should stay on this island first. When we finish teaching what we can teach, it will not be too late for us to go out to sea together. Bai Yu, you don't need to go out to sea so soon. Whitebeard Nayugai specially persuaded that his injury has not healed, and his vitality has not recovered. Daddy said so, Uncle Yu, then I won't go out to sea with you. Once I go out to sea, no one will cook anymore. Marco refused. He also wanted to go, but there is still such a thing here. Uncle Du has to take care of him. He can't go to sea. Big brother Newgate, I went to an inconspicuous island far away and I was recognized. Now the Navy will never stop paying attention to us. Let me go to sea to attract attention. Bai Yu knows the idea of the Navy and the world government, in order to get rid of the unborn ace, and kill all the pregnant women on an island. In order to bury the history of the year, the world government can also let the Navy dispatch the massacre to order mass murder. Then you have to be careful after you go out. I decided to become familiar with the power of the devil fruit and I won't go out with you. Red Earl Rider finally ate the fruit ahead of time. I can't accompany you out. There are so many sick numbers on this small island. If the Navy finds out, I can still resist a general. Wald also said. Golden Lion Shiji touched his body with 3 fatal wounds that were deeply visible, each of which was equivalent to the wound cut by Sauron by the Eagle Eye. Me. Bai Yu, I won't go out with you anymore. I'm going to be in this state will be a drag on you.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.